Chapter 54. Outbreak. As soon as Li Qing exited the palace, he made his way to the Ministry of War's back hall, seeking out Yu Qian. "Where is Minister Wang?" he inquired. "He is unwell and on leave," Yu Qian replied, understanding Li Qing's intent. Though Minister Wang disapproves of the emperor's actions, he remains clear-headed on matters of great importance. He would never conspire with those individuals, he assured. Li Qing expressed his doubts. Yu Qian chuckled. "Do not underestimate the civil officials. Every group has its good and bad. Even among the great landlords, there are those who are charitable, are there not?" Li Qing rubbed his nose and nodded. "You are correct. I have held biases against civil officials, mistakenly viewing all of them as unworthy. Such a perspective is indeed flawed." Yu Qian smiled with satisfaction, wishing to vindicate his own group. However, Li Qing added, "Yet, I do not perceive Wang Ji as a man of virtue. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential. Personal morals matter little as long as our political views do not conflict." Yu Qian remarked, "Sir, you are exhibiting discrimination against civil officials." "Indeed," Li Qing admitted with a shrug, "primarily because their hearts are too dark. Otherwise, why would the founding emperor have executed so many? They dared not defy him during his reign. Yet since he passed, this group has shown no restraint." Li Qing scoffed. "Were it not for the Yongle Emperor's campaigns, who knows what the Ming dynasty would have turned into? How could I not harbor biases against civil officials?" "Sir, I too am a civil official," Yu Qian pointed out. Li Qing shook his head. "You are different." Yu Qian scratched his head. "Curious, since I entered the court, you have discreetly nurtured and supported me. What is the reason for that?" "Simply because I take a liking to you," Li Qing replied candidly. Yu Qian, skeptical, decided not to press further as Li Qing seemed unwilling to elaborate. He shifted the topic. "How many will remain in the capital this time?" 40,000. Li Qing responded with a smile. "That number is sufficient to quell any unrest. The situation has developed to a point where victory is already discernible, though chaos looms. The outcome is essentially predetermined. What appears urgent is merely a natural progression. There is no need for excessive anxiety. Maintaining a calm disposition is sufficient." Yu Qian sighed. "Yet, there will inevitably be growing pains. It is better to strike decisively now than to face a barrage of blows later." Li Qing countered, holding a different view. "By suppressing this ill wind now, future control will become easier." Yu Qian sighed again, nodding in silence. He understood the reasoning, but felt an unsettling discomfort within. "By the way, sir, will the emperor employ Yang Hong this time?" Yu Qian inquired. "What of this individual?" "Absolutely trustworthy," Yu Qian affirmed earnestly. "It is not merely our familial connection. He is indeed a commendable general, possessing both character and capability. Our kinship was arranged by Duke Ying." Li Qing nodded. "He is not on the list for this campaign. However, if he is trustworthy, it would be excellent to have him safeguard the capital." "That arrangement is quite agreeable," Yu Qian acknowledged, though with a hint of regret. He has gone many years without promotion, feeling somewhat disheartened. "I had hoped this time would offer him an opportunity." Li Qing chuckled. "Shall I speak to the emperor on his behalf?" "That is unnecessary," Yu Qian replied, shaking his head. "Since the decision is made, we shall adhere to the original plan. I was merely inquiring." Li Qing smiled and advised, "One should not bind oneself with excessively lofty moral standards. As long as one's heart is in the right place, great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles. Fixating on minutiae makes it difficult to accomplish significant endeavors." He continued, "In matters of internal promotion, one must not shy away from familial ties. If you possess the capability, you should certainly vie for the emperor's favor. A relentless pursuit of absolute impartiality is not commendable." Yu Qian merely chuckled, clearly not heeding Li Qing's wise counsel. Observing this, Li Qing ceased his persuasion, knowing well that Yu Qian's disposition was unlikely to change in this lifetime. Each individual's values differ, and their pursuits and convictions vary as well. There is no need to impose one's will upon others. Li Qing suggested, "Find a reason to let the Ministry of Revenue handle it. I anticipate the emperor will summon you for discussions in the coming days. You and Zhang Fu can negotiate then." "What?" Yu Qian exclaimed, noticing Li Qing's nonchalant demeanor. "You will not participate, sir?" Li Qing rolled his eyes and teased. "Zhang Fu commands the army and has experience in quelling rebellions. You are well versed in military affairs, having served as the Deputy Minister of War for many years. Surely, you understand logistics as well?" Yu Qian felt a flush rise to his cheeks and awkwardly replied, "Your wisdom brings me comfort. With you around, I feel secure." Humans inherently seek support or a safety net, which reflects a certain laziness. It was not that Yu Qian insisted Li Qing take action. Even if Li Qing did nothing, his mere presence reassured him. Sir, it would be best for you to be involved in such a significant matter. Yu Qian chuckled awkwardly. Even if it's just to supervise, we cannot afford to be lackadaisical. Especially in these exceptional circumstances. Li Qing chuckled. This time, it is not a matter of scheming, it is a test of strength. The three major camps in the capital are not merely for show. As long as we proceed cautiously, the possibility of defeat is negligible. However, if the plan is meticulous, we can minimize losses, can we not? Yu Qian countered. All right, I shall not remain idle. Li Qing conceded with a sigh. Yu Qian nodded with a smile, and, noticing Li Qing preparing to depart, inquired, Where are you going, sir? I have been fatigued from the consecutive morning and afternoon court sessions. I shall return to rest. Li Qing waved his hand, departing without looking back. The following day, within the court, the atmosphere between the sovereign and his ministers grew increasingly tense. Even the eunuchs on duty sensed something amiss, as the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. The exchanges between the emperor and his ministers, while seemingly unchanged, were laden with discord. Zhu Qizhan remained unfazed, having prepared for the worst. What was there to fear? As the morning court session concluded, Zhu Qizhan deliberately lingered, much to the frustration of the ministers, who felt powerless to object. He sighed. In recent years, the income to the national treasury has diminished annually, to the point of being insufficient to cover expenditures. Although we have adequate provisions, our reserves of gold and silver have severely dwindled. The ministers listened in silence, deliberately refraining from interjecting, leaving him hanging. Zhu Qizhan, oblivious to the tension, continued speaking, and once he had laid the groundwork, he unveiled his ultimate plan. Therefore, I have decided to reopen the silver mines to increase the treasury's revenue. At this, it became impossible for the ministers to remain silent any longer. On the surface, silver mines have ceased operations. However, in reality, clandestine mining persists. Local officials and court bureaucrats covertly pocket the profits. Should the mines reopen, their lucrative income streams would be significantly curtailed. Trade incurs considerable costs, but mining silver is akin to collecting easy wealth. During the Xuande era, over 2 million taels were extracted in a decade, while merely 21,000 taels were mined in the 5th year of the Zhengtong reign. The extent of their greed is evident. Presently, the young emperor is ambitious. Once the silver mines resume operations, they will no longer have access to such bountiful gains, perhaps not even a single hair. The individuals responsible for overseeing the mining will likely be eunuchs. The emperor, as the sovereign of all people, rich in resources, should not concern himself with trifling profits. Minister Qinshan argues that the silver tax could indeed augment the Ming treasury, albeit minimally. Moreover, mining is perilous, with many laborers losing their lives in the process. Thus, I implore the emperor to reconsider. I support this view. Minister of Works Wang Ji adds, the emperor should not forsake the greater good for petty gains, neglecting the populace. Wang Ji states, the ruler is like a boat. While the people are akin to water, water can both support and overturn a boat. Such actions are unbecoming of a wise sovereign, as they could incite public resentment, leading to dire consequences. Zhu Qizhan, concealing a smirk, responded coolly. During the reigns of Taizong and Xuanzong, the silver tax annually amounted to hundreds of thousands of taels. Yet there were no reports of significant labor deaths. Since my ascension, how much silver tax do you think has been collected? Or do you imply that both Emperor Taizong and Emperor Xuanzong were unwise rulers? With such a heavy accusation, none dared to reply. Who would dare speak against the deceased emperors? To do so would not only be disrespectful, but could also be seen as treasonous against the Ming. Zhu Qizhan decisively declared, do not counsel me further. My mind is made up. Dismissed. Long live our emperor. The courtiers bowed, obediently refraining from further persuasion. The situation had escalated to this point, and only a significant upheaval could compel any compromise. Following that court meeting, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, with fewer voices speaking up. Many preferred silence over risking dissent in court. As days turned into weeks, the rift between the emperor and his ministers widened, to the extent that the collective words of the courtiers barely matched the emperor's single utterance. A month later, a report from Fujian arrived, detailing rampant piracy causing severe hardships for the populace, with many turning to banditry and mining operations yielding tragic fatalities. The imperial authority was ineffective in rural areas, allowing local officials and gentry to operate with considerable autonomy. Furthermore, These local figures maintained close ties with officials in the capital, effectively enabling remote control. This phenomenon is not unique to the Ming. It has been a characteristic of dynasties throughout history, often even more pronounced in the past. This reality underscores the enduring principle that emperors have historically shared power with the scholar official class. It is not out of unwillingness, but rather an inability to act otherwise. The reason why Emperor Taizu of Song vowed not to execute the officials, ministers, or scholars was not due to his respect for the virtuous or his benevolence. Rather, it stemmed from his inability to do so. One might ask, which emperor does not desire to wield absolute power over life and death? It is not that Emperor Taizu lacked capability. Rather, the political landscape of the Song dynasty differed fundamentally from that of the Ming dynasty. The Ming dynasty arose from the overthrow of the Yuan dynasty, while the Song dynasty did not, at least not entirely. At the inception of the Song dynasty, the scholar officials were already quite powerful, leaving Emperor Taizu with little recourse. The inherent reason for the Song dynasty's brevity lies here, as the majority of resources were not redistributed. When resource allocation becomes exceedingly imbalanced, the lower classes struggle to survive, leading to chaos and the eventual emergence of a new dynasty to redistribute resources. However, over time, resources inevitably concentrate again among a select few, reverting to a state of inequity. This is a historical inevitability and a recurring cause of the rise and fall of dynasties. Fortunately, the Ming dynasty proved to be significantly better than the Song dynasty. However, the officials and gentry of the Ming felt discontent, envying the scholar officials of the Song and aspiring to emulate them. Following the chaos in Fujian, within 5 days, the coastal regions of Jiangsu and Zhejiang also faced troubles with pirates. Yet, it was somewhat better than Fujian, as there was no widespread phenomenon of commoners taking up arms. Everything seemed fortuitously coincidental, yet entirely predictable. Zhu Qizhan had long been prepared, but when the moment arrived, he could not help but feel a mixture of anger and shock. At this moment, he profoundly realized that the title of Son of Heaven and the notion of being the ruler of all under heaven were mere embellishments. An emperor without real power is nothing more than a mere talisman. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhu Qizhan's gaze was icy as he coldly declared, "If the way of the king fails, then I shall resort to tyranny. Wang Ji, your servant is here." Wang Ji responded, stepping forward and bowing respectfully, "Please issue your command, your majesty. Go, summon Li Qing, Zhang Fu, and Yu Qian. They are to come to the Hall of Supreme Harmony to see me at once." "Yes." Wang Ji clasped his fists, exhibiting a martial demeanor, and withdrew. Zhu Qizhan rose, his heart ablaze with passion and his eyes brimming with the spirit of battle. Chapter 55. Fortune lies where calamity lurks. Calamity relies on fortune. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhang Fu, Yu Qian, and Li Qing arrived in succession. Zhu Qizhan wasted no time and directly asked, "Duke, how long will it take to quell the turmoil along the Fujian coast?" Zhang Fu pondered briefly before responding, "Within 3 months." The 3 armies were not merely for show. They had successfully subdued the northern nomadic tribes, and employing them to suppress this unrest could be likened to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. How long could the rebels withstand a regular army, especially one of such caliber? "Very well, I grant you 3 months." Zhu Qizhan produced the imperial command flag and personally handed it to Zhang Fu. "In all of Fujian, from the provincial governor to the lowest-ranking officials, you hold the power of life and death. You may make decisions as you see fit without needing to report back." Deeply moved by the emperor's trust, Zhang Fu replied, "I shall obey." Upon receiving the imperial command flag, Yu Qian then inquired, "Your Majesty, what of Jiangsu and Zhejiang?" Jiangsu and Zhejiang are crucial for tax revenue and naturally warrant attention. However, the disturbances there merely involve pirates and do not necessitate a large-scale military response. Zhu Qizhan contemplated for a moment before looking towards Li Qing. "Do you have a strategy that does not involve military force?" The combined taxation of the provinces of Jiangsu and Zhejiang accounts for a quarter of the entire Ming dynasty. Furthermore, the unrest in Jiangsu and Zhejiang has proven to be less severe than anticipated. Thus, Zhu Qizhan prefers to refrain from deploying military force. Li Qing respectfully proposed, "I suggest we take decisive military action. A single, strong strike would render future matters considerably easier." Zhu Qizhan gently shook his head, asserting that the so-called pirates are predominantly our own subjects. Should a grand army be sent to suppress them, it would hardly be a blessing for Jiangsu and Zhejiang. One must not solely focus on the grand scheme, but also consider the plight of the common folk. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. A wave of shame washing over him as he replied, "Your Majesty is indeed wise. I have been overly hasty. The disturbances in Jiangsu and Zhejiang have not yet reached the level that necessitates military intervention." After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing suggested, "If that is the case, I propose that the commanders, governors, and provincial officials of Jiangsu and Zhejiang be mandated to participate in quelling the unrest." "Absolutely not." Li Qing's words were immediately met with objection from Zhang Fu. "Your Majesty, allow me to speak candidly. The turmoil in Jiangsu and Zhejiang cannot be absolved from the responsibility of local officials. It is even likely that they may have instigated the disturbances, and to have them restore order could very well exacerbate the chaos." Yu Qian cast a puzzled glance at Li Qing, unable to comprehend the rationale behind such a suggestion. Like Zhang Fu, he too disagreed with Li Qing's proposal and thus replied, "I believe the Duke of England has a valid point." "Gentlemen, please remain patient," Li Qing interjected with a smile. "I have yet to finish my thoughts." Yu Qian fell silent, while Zhang Fu remained skeptical of Li Qing, viewing him merely as a low-ranking official in the Ministry of War. Despite their shared ideals, Zhang Fu did not regard Li Qing with much weight, grunting, "In any case, the resolution of this matter cannot be entrusted to local officials." Zhu Qizhen raised his hand to signal Zhang Fu to temper his impatience and encouraged Li Qing to continue. Li Qing elaborated, "Your Majesty could seize upon the disturbances caused by the pirates as a pretext to impose a temporary maritime ban. Until the unrest is quelled, merchant vessels must remain ashore, and simultaneously, the Eastern Depot and the Jinui must strictly guard key ports." He smiled and posed the question, "Pray tell? Who suffers when merchant ships cannot set sail?" Zhu Qizhen's eyes brightened as he praised, "Excellent. This plan is truly ingenious." He then turned to Zhang Fu, inquiring, "What do you think, Duke of England?" Zhang Fu, ever prudent and consistently supportive, warranted Zhu Qizhen's consideration of his sentiments. Moreover, with impending military action, it was crucial to avoid fostering discontent among his advisors. "I believe this is indeed a sound strategy," Zhang Fu nodded thoughtfully. "However, for the sake of prudence, we should prepare for contingencies. Given the current political landscape, local officials tend to act in accordance with the disposition of their superiors in the capital. It is entirely possible that while they wish to quell the unrest, the officials in the capital may not permit them to do so. Matters have escalated to this point, and we must exercise utmost caution." Li Qing opened his mouth to argue but ultimately refrained, conceding, "The Duke's considerations are most astute. In truth, the officials in the capital do wield influence over their local counterparts, who comply because the former can provide them with benefits. If the capital's officials were to impose harsh measures upon the locals, such compliance would falter. This is akin to the challenges faced by Zhu Qizhen, who encounters difficulties in implementing policies that are detrimental to the gentry. Moreover, many officials in the capital have their roots in the localities. Should the maritime ban be enforced in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, they themselves would struggle to bear the consequences. Although the court has severed trade relations with Japan, maritime commerce is not limited to a single nation. Nevertheless, as a duke, Zhang Fu deserves respect, and Li Qing, wary of offending, deemed it prudent to tread carefully. Zhu Qizhen nodded, acknowledging, "Your considerations are indeed astute, Duke. However, as you are to quell the rebellion in Fujian, you may find your attention diverted from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Should a calamity arise, do you have a candidate in mind for recommendation?" Zhang Fu pondered, casting a glance at Yu Qian. Yu Qian opened his mouth, but fell silent. Observing this, Li Qing returned the focus to Zhang Fu, asserting that the Duke, as a national asset, possesses unparalleled military insight. Surely, he must have a candidate in mind. "Pray, do share." Zhu Qizhen smiled. "I harbor complete trust in you, Duke." Without further hesitation, Zhang Fu declared, "Yang Hong." "Yang Hong." Zhu Qizhen paused, quickly grasping the reason for Zhang Fu's glance at Yu Qian, who appeared hesitant. "I see," Zhu Qizhen mused, nodding. "If troubles indeed escalate in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, let him handle the insurrection." After a moment, he added, "You, my dear minister, at your service." Yu Qian replied, "You shall privately inform him of this matter. It must remain discreet, for the decision to employ military force still hangs in the balance." "I shall comply," Yu Qian responded with a bow. Li Qing sighed inwardly, reflecting on Yu Qian's character, which made it difficult for him to rise to the heights of power. Indeed, while Yu Qian's integrity is commendable, such virtue is often less valued in the halls of power. Despite Yu Qian's capabilities, his temperament hinders his ascent, preventing him from becoming a figure of supreme authority like Yang Shiqi. Feeling somewhat weary, Li Qing yearned to elevate Yu Qian to such esteemed heights, yet recognized that he lacked the requisite qualities. Pondering further, he considered that if Yu Qian were truly suited for such a role, Zhu Qizhan might not be inclined to support him. Fortune lies where misfortune lurks, Li Qing mused, resolving to let events unfold naturally. After all, historically, Yu Qian met his demise at Zhu Qizhan's hands, and Li Qing feared that pressing too hard might lead to a similar fate. Zhu Qizhan, following in his father's footsteps, was an emperor with an insatiable thirst for power. Should Yu Qian be elevated to such heights, it was doubtful that the overly ambitious Zhu Qizhan would tolerate him. Let it be, Li Qing concluded in his thoughts. The three departed the palace together, proceeding to the Ministry of War, and shortly thereafter, they made their way to the Ministry of Revenue. At the ministry, Wang Ji lounged comfortably with his legs crossed, savoring his tea with a sense of leisure. While there were numerous grievances at present, he was not alone in his dissatisfaction. Everyone seemed to share the same plight, which lessened his sense of disparity. Conversely, he had found unexpected fortune in his misfortune, having ascended to the position of Minister of Revenue. In this regard, he had indeed become a beneficiary. Fortune lies where misfortune lurks, he mused, shaking his head in reflection, taking a sip of tea with satisfaction. Suddenly, a clerk rushed in, flustered and unprepared to report. Wang's were reprimanded him sharply. What a disordered display. Where's your decorum? With his newfound authority, Wang's temper had naturally flared. The clerk, startled by the reprimand, quickly knelt in apology, fervently expressing his contrition. The exquisite sensation of being able to influence the emotions of others with a mere sentence is a delightful experience. Embodying the allure of power, Wang's relished this feeling, took a sip of tea, and casually inquired, "What is it?" The constable hesitantly responded, "The Duke of England, Deputy Minister Yu, and another official from the Ministry of War wish to see you." The Duke of England? Wang's sprang to his feet, disregarding any formalities. "Where are they?" "In the main hall," the constable replied. "Very well, I understand." Wang's waved his hand dismissively, and the constable bowed and exited. Wang's furrowed his brow. What could they want? Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing him to gasp in alarm. The Duke of England. Could it be that Yu Qian is planning for war? Reflecting on the young emperor's recent conduct, his apprehension grew. Cursing under his breath, he thought, "Damn it, this is the rhythm of mobilizing troops. The young emperor is far too resolute." Chapter 56. You advance, I retreat. You retreat, I advance in the main hall. As soon as Wang's stepped inside, he clasped his hands and greeted, "I pay my respects to the Duke of England." The three men rose, with Zhang Fu returning the greeting. Over the years, while battles had been infrequent, the struggles within the court had not ceased. Gradually, he had been influenced by the civil officials, adopting their duality of smiling in person while plotting behind their backs. Interactions with the civil officials were generally cordial. "Please, take a seat." Wang's gestured for them to sit, placing the Duke in the prominent position. "Bring tea for our guests." Zhang Fu chuckled. "This is the Ministry of Revenue's hall. It would not be appropriate for me to occupy the primary seat. I defer to Minister Wang." After some polite exchanges, ultimately, Wang's took the foremost position. "Duke of England, Deputy Minister Yu, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Ministry of Revenue?" "To arrange military supplies," Zhang Fu replied, taking a sip of tea before producing an imperial edict. "Due to the unrest in Fujian, His Majesty has commanded me to proceed immediately to quell the rebellion, and here is the approved military supply list for Minister Wang's review." Wang's expression stiffened. Although he had anticipated this to some extent, he could not mask his shock. The young emperor truly intended to mobilize troops. He forced a laugh and said, logically, "Local disturbances should be addressed by local officials. The provincial governor, the commanding officer, and the administrative commissioner all bear the responsibility of safeguarding their territories. If the pirates are causing havoc, it is their dereliction of duty that necessitates rectifying mistakes. That may be true in principle, but the emperor has issued his decree, and you must comply." "Minister Wang," Yu Qian interjected. Wang's hesitated. It would be prudent to deliberate further. Such a significant matter as deploying troops should not be decided without a proper discussion in the court. Zhang Fu frowned slightly. "The imperial edict has been issued. Minister Wang must obey. Do not mislead yourself." "If Minister Wang has reservations, he may accompany me," Li Qing suggested with a smile. "Where to?" to the palace for a detailed discussion with His Majesty. Wang's countenance darkened, and he retorted, I am speaking with the Duke of England and Deputy Minister Yu. How dare you, a mere official, interject? Yu Qian calmly replied, this is the Emperor's directive. His Majesty stated that if Minister Wang has objections, he should accompany Mr. Li to the palace to express them in person. Wang Ji found himself ensnared in a dilemma. After some contemplation, he reluctantly nodded, fine, I will sign. The interests at stake were not solely his own. Why should he bear the burden alone? Wang Ji signed the edict and, citing ill health, delegated a subordinate to accompany the others in arranging military supplies. He then promptly dispatched a trusted confidant to inform his colleagues. In merely half a day's time, news had spread far and wide. Subsequently, the ministers knelt at the palace gates, yet Yu Qian did not reveal himself. A throng remained prostrate from afternoon until darkness fell. And even as the palace gates were locked, the emperor's presence remained elusive. They had no choice but to stifle their breaths and agree to wait until the next morning's audience for their release. The following day, during the morning audience, the ministers' anger reached its zenith, their frustrations fully charged, yet they came to naught. The young emperor, citing ill health, postponed the morning assembly. Thus, they returned to their wait for the afternoon audience, only to be informed once again that it too had been cancelled. Unable to endure further, they demanded an audience with His Majesty. However, Yu Qian paid them no heed, for he was not afraid. After all, the armies were to be dispatched. And what was there to fear? He merely wished to avoid the futility of squabbling over time, having resolved that as long as the military provisions were unprepared, he would not attend court. Naturally, the ministers would not allow him peace, each clamoring to present urgent state matters, while the recuperated censors commenced their verbal onslaught. They berated the emperor for neglecting state affairs, for disregarding the people's suffering, and for rashly wielding military power. It was as if they had forgotten their own past lessons. Standing in the square of the Fengtian Hall, vociferously denouncing him from dawn until dusk without respite. On the next day, Yu Qian decreed, if any of you have petitions, send them to the Tongjing office. Though I may be ailing, state affairs shall not be delayed. Concurrently, he offered explanations regarding the slanders hurled by the censors. Observing the young emperor's concession, the ministers redoubled their efforts, with even those not among the censors joining the chorus of denunciation. However, before long, they were apprehended by the Jinhui for their transgressions and thrown into prison. Following this incident, other eager officials were compelled to abandon their aspirations and place their hopes solely upon the censors. The censors, demonstrating their mettle, launched fierce tirades against the emperor. Though Yu Qian remained in the inner palace, the Dongchang and Jinhui were ever present, fully aware of the censors' every insult. Wang Ji coldly remarked, the emperor has provided explanations, yet they remain ungrateful, so brazenly insulting him. This is indeed insolence towards the sovereign. Perhaps it is best for the servants to discipline them appropriately. Are you addicted to killing? Yu Qian responded with a smile, yet Wang Ji could not shake the chill that seized him, hastily kneeling to confess his wrongdoing. I do not dare, but I am merely incensed by their inversion of right and wrong, their slanders against the emperor. Over the past 2 years, Yu Qian's imperial tactics had grown increasingly astute, and his authority as a sovereign had burgeoned, instilling genuine fear in Wang Ji. After all, even his own mother, son, had failed to withstand him, which spoke volumes. Eunuchs differ from external officials. They are merely the emperor's household servants. While external officials may resign and return home, eunuchs have no such option. In this feudal era, from the moment their lineage was severed, they no longer possessed a home. Should they fail to survive within the palace, they would truly find themselves without refuge. Rise, I was merely jesting, Yu Qian chuckled. However, it is time for some punishment. I have already provided explanations, yet they persist in their relentless attacks. Do they truly think I am afraid? Stretching lazily, Yu Qian rose and declared, go. Select 2 of the most vociferous offenders and deal with them accordingly. Yes, your servant shall comply. Wang Ji's expression softened as he bowed his head and turned to leave. Yu Qian gazed at his retreating figure, reflecting, this is indeed for the best. The deeper his enmity with the outer court, the more I can rely on him. To me, Wang Ji serves merely as a tool, one adept at managing the court officials and willing to bear the brunt of blame. I am well aware of his character, yet what does it matter? As long as he is useful and obedient, that suffices. Wang Ji, despite his corrupt practices, remains loyal to me, unlike the literati who oppose me. leading the imperial guard to the Fengtian Hall Square. Wang Ji selected 2 individuals he found displeasing and administered 20 blows each with the court staff, truly punishing them. Though he did not take their lives, he left them severely injured. Even if they recovered, they would bear lasting ailments. Consequently, the ire of the court officials shifted from Yu Qian to Wang Ji, each one wishing to consume his flesh and wear his skin. However, with the emperor absent, their fury was rendered impotent. Days later, realizing that mere complaints would not resolve their issues, they collectively decided to take leave and abandon their duties. Little did they know, as they withdrew, the young emperor's health had improved. Thus, on the following day, during the morning audience at the Fengtian Hall, Yu Qian arrived, and the pent-up frustration of the officials erupted. Does the emperor care for the people at all? They lamented. Such significant matters as military action are decided without even a discussion. This arbitrary rule is unbefitting of a wise sovereign. Does the emperor not understand that warfare is a dire instrument, only to be used as a last resort? Yu Qian remained silent, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, even demonstrating a curious interest as he perused the Yongle encyclopedia on the imperial desk. It was only as the morning audience drew to a close that the officials ceased their tirade, not because they had exhausted their vitriol, but because the young emperor's thick skin rendered their insults ineffective. Stretching lazily and clearing his throat, Yu Qian interjected, "Have you all spoken enough? I have a few words to say." The officials responded, "We have said enough. Let us hear from the emperor." Yu Qian continued, "Shortly, I require everyone to accompany me to the Eastern Garden. The army is prepared and will soon embark. Let us see them off together." What? The officials were taken aback. In just a few days, the military supplies have been arranged? They turned to Wang Ji, who nodded despondently. What could he do? With Zhang Fu and Yu Qian in play, each would be formidable enough to overwhelm him, not to mention the persistent demands of Li, who insisted, "Please, Minister Wang, accompany me into the palace." The 3 were in concert, and he felt utterly powerless. The officials exchanged glances, all thinking the same thing. It's over. He is truly mobilizing the troops. They, being civil officials, understood well the might of the 3 military camps. Suppressing a rebellion would require little effort and would undoubtedly go smoothly. It was merely a matter of time before the officials could fully grasp the situation. Yu Qian spoke again. "The coastal pirates in Jiangsu and Zhejiang are rampant. My heart is troubled. Your Majesty, we cannot resort to arms again." Wang Ji interjected, stepping forward, feeling unworthy to face his colleagues. "Your Majesty, while the granaries are full, our coffers are not. Should we engage in battle again, we may find ourselves short of funds for military pay. When did our Ming dynasty become so impoverished?" Yu Qian furrowed his brow, replying, "Minister Wang, do you think I am unaware of the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue?" Wang Ji, taken aback, quickly amended his statement. "What I meant was that, after reserving funds to withstand unforeseen natural disasters, the treasury would be insufficient. Disaster relief has always primarily relied on grain, has it not?" Yu Qian countered. This left Wang Ji speechless, fumbling for words. Yu Qian waved his hand dismissively, suggesting they postpone the matter for later, and ordered the ministers to accompany him to bid farewell to the troops. Chapter 57. Yang Pu's loyal advice. Yang Pu stepped forward, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I must voice my concerns." He sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control, regardless of who emerged victorious in this conflict. The rift between sovereign and subjects would reach a freezing point. If the young emperor found himself surrounded by adversaries, it would be beyond the capabilities of Zhang Fu, Yu Qian, and Li Qing to manage. It is crucial to understand that the young emperor had offended not only the court officials, but also countless local magistrates. Such a strained relationship between ruler and subjects bodes ill for the Ming dynasty. Yu Qian looked at him with surprise and replied, "You may proceed. I respectfully urge your Majesty to refrain from resorting to armed conflict. Jiangsu and Zhejiang are not frontiers, but rather territories of our great Ming." Yang Pu implored earnestly, "Should military action be taken, it would be the common people of our Ming dynasty who suffer. Although there are cries of rebellion against the Japanese pirates, everyone knows that they pose little genuine threat. The Japanese nation lacks the courage to invade the Ming. At best, it consists of armed ronin, operating unofficially, and many are merely incited or bribed by our own citizens." "I have stated that we will discuss this later," Yu Qian replied. "I entreat your Majesty to clearly state whether or not you will employ military force." Yang Pu insisted. Zhu Qizhen furrowed his brow, but refrained from scolding him. He recognized that Yang Pu had changed in the past 2 years, providing significant support both overtly and covertly. After pondering, he said, "It is highly probable that we will not." Yang Pu persisted, bowing respectfully. "I beseech your majesty for a definite answer." The other ministers, well-trained, joined in their pleas. Zhu Qizhen detested such palace intrigue, rebuking, "Why must you kneel at every turn? Does kneeling confer righteousness? Will kneeling fill our coffers and resolve our treasury's woes?" Zhu Qizhen voiced his disdain. "Do not try to manipulate me with your feigned weakness. Let us conduct our discussions with dignity, rather than resorting to theatrics. Your majesty cannot speak thus." The ministers protested in indignation. Zhu Qizhen sneered, "I speak the truth. Look at your demeanor. Where is the dignity of officials?" The minister of personnel spoke solemnly. "I implore your majesty to retract your words. Once spoken, words cannot be retracted, and I shall not take them back. Then I request permission to resign and return home," the minister of personnel said, his eyes reddening and his lips quivering. Zhu Qizhen, in a fit of anger yet not entirely irrational, understood that the ministers, in their fury, might genuinely resign en masse, placing him in a precarious position. "I shall not retract my words, nor shall I permit your resignation," Zhu Qizhen asserted. As the emperor, he could do as he pleased, at least, publicly. Having vented his frustration, Zhu Qizhen gradually calmed himself and said, "If Scholar Yang has further comments, let him speak to me in the imperial carriage." With the army's departure imminent, Zhu Qizhen wished to avoid further complications, taking a step back. Seeing that the deployment of troops had become a foregone conclusion and the young emperor had conceded slightly, the ministers ceased their immediate pressure. The tense atmosphere eased somewhat as the ministers accompanied the emperor's procession to the eastern garden. The sovereign and his ministers sat facing each other. Zhu Qizhen remarked, "Minister Yang, you have served for decades, and I am well aware of both your merits and hardships. I had believed that we shared a united purpose, yet it appears you still hold on to past sentiments." Yang Pu offered a wry smile. "There are no outsiders here. Your majesty may speak candidly." "Very well, I shall be forthright," Zhu Qizhen continued. "To be honest, I have found your actions in recent years quite displeasing." Yang Pu sighed. "Indeed, actions that were deemed commendable in their time may be seen as transgressions in the annals of history." Observing Yang's deep reflections, Zhu Qizhen's demeanor softened, and he said, "Pray, share your concerns." "Your majesty is wise," Yang Pu replied, clasping his hands respectfully. "If I may be so bold, your majesty, you are rather impulsive and overly idealistic. The political waters are murky and remain so. This is a truth not only for our Ming dynasty, but for all dynasties throughout history. If it were otherwise, how could we witness the downfall of ministers due to their words? Enough. Rise." Zhu Qizhen gestured. "I have expressed my disdain for officials who kneel at the slightest provocation. I am not an emperor who cannot bear honest counsel." "Your majesty's humility is commendable," Yang Pu said, adhering to formalities as he resumed his seat. He continued, "There is a saying, wool comes from the sheep. Have you considered the ramifications if maritime trade were to cease?" "Speak plainly," Zhu Qizhen urged. "If the gentry cannot profit from the sea, they will turn to the land," Yang Pu explained. Throughout history, emperors have attempted to suppress land consolidation, yet invariably, they have failed. Why is this so? He mused aloud. Humans are driven by profit, and the emperor's focus is inherently limited. Perhaps under a particular emperor, one may temporarily mitigate such issues, but it cannot endure. Presently, the Ming's initiation of maritime trade effectively diverts their attention. This is indeed a positive development. A positive development? Zhu Qizhen laughed. "Are you suggesting this is the optimal solution to land consolidation?" "Precisely," Yang Pu nodded. Zhu Qizhen countered. "Was the Song dynasty's maritime trade inferior to that of the Ming? Did the Song not experience land consolidation?" He continued, "But let me ask you, what sustains silk production?" "Silk relies on mulberry cultivation," Zhu Qizhen answered himself, "which also requires land. You say people are driven by profit, and that is true. Yet humans are also insatiable in their greed." Yang Pu sighed. "Your majesty, you have indeed matured." "I was not a naive child," Zhu Qizhen replied calmly, "but merely constrained by circumstances." Yang Pu fell silent, then inquired, "Forgive my boldness, but have your recent decisions been influenced by Li Qing?" Zhu Qizhen did not deny it. "You are perceptive, it matters not who has advised me." Yang Pu acknowledged, "In the long run, this approach is indeed sound, but what of the present? The present cannot upheave the heavens, Zhu Qizhen asserted confidently. Do you believe that the three major camps in the capital cannot quell the rebellion? They can, Yang Pu conceded. Even if the situation in Jiangsu and Zhejiang escalates, it can still be managed. But what if unrest arises in more than these regions? Zhu Qizhen pondered. Shandong has ports as well. Are you suggesting there could be turmoil there too? No, that is not my implication, Yang Pu clarified, shaking his head. Even if chaos were to emerge there, it would be of little concern. At this point, Zhu Qizhen found himself perplexed and said, Minister, you may speak your mind freely. Yang Pu sighed. Your Majesty, have you ever considered Luchuan? I can assert that chaos is inevitable there. Once turmoil erupts in Luchuan, it will inevitably affect Myanmar and, consequently, Siam. As for the southern regions, in turning our gaze northward, while the grasslands may not be as formidable as in the past, their strength remains significant. Despite years of continuous warfare seemingly weakening them, they are, in fact, becoming stronger. Though the court ardently supports the Walla, the momentum of the Tatars grows ever more formidable. Do you truly believe that your actions merely harm the interests of the civil officials? It is crucial to recognize that those engaged in maritime trade include not just the scholars, but also the military leaders. Yang Pu sighed again, stating, at over 70. I must admit, my time is limited. I cannot foresee distant matters, yet I cannot remain silent about the impending ones before our eyes. Perhaps your Majesty perceives my views as short-sighted, but they are grounded in reality. He continued, Li Qing is young, and so are you. Your focus on the future is commendable, yet an unwavering pursuit of the future at the expense of the present is unwise. Zhu Qizhen remained silent, his expression grave. After a long pause, he inquired, Does the minister possess any brilliant strategies? None, only foolish plans, Yang Pu replied with a wry smile. Which merely call for your Majesty's compromise. Zhu Qizhen shook his head resolutely. At this juncture, would I destroy my own stronghold? If I take one step back, they will demand 10, 100 more. Your words are pearls of wisdom, and I shall heed them, but I will not be intimidated by difficulties. Yang Pu gazed at Zhu Qizhen in a daze, and after a while, knelt down, saying, Your Majesty is wise. I am utterly devoted. He chuckled. Zhu Qizhen helped him up, jesting, Your words are worth a fortune. I have greatly benefited from them. Yang Pu smiled faintly, Your Majesty, according to ancestral customs, I have reached the age for retirement and returning home. I truly feel my capabilities waning. I implore you to grant me leave. Zhu Qizhen interrupted, No, that cannot be allowed. Yang Pu sighed, Your Majesty, I am indeed weary and can offer you little assistance. With Yu Qian and Li Qing, what significance does my presence hold? That cannot be permitted either, Zhu Qizhen replied with a smile. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. Your wisdom and experience are invaluable, and I regard you as family. I cannot bear to let you go. Yang Pu thought to himself, so you can speak flattering words. Yet he was genuinely fatigued and requested to resign once more. Zhu Qizhen still refused. After 3 requests, Zhu Qizhen remained steadfast, and Yang Pu found himself at an impasse. Zhu Qizhen, influenced by Yang Pu's words, felt his previously cheerful mood grow heavy. Increasingly aware of the formidable challenges in rectifying the court's conduct, he resolved to have a thorough discussion with Mr. Li. He would surely have a solution. Zhu Qizhen felt slightly more at ease. Chapter 58. Patience, Perseverance. Determination in the East Garden, at the training grounds, all preparations were complete, awaiting the emperor's appearance for a brief ceremony. Ordinarily, for such a significant military endeavor, Zhu Qizhen, as emperor, should have arrived early to oversee troop assembly, deliver an inspiring speech, and bolster morale. However, due to the unstable situation in the court and the considerable opposition to military action, Zhu Qizhen had to time his arrival precisely. He was the first to enter the training grounds, with Yang Pu and others trailing slightly behind. Upon seeing the emperor's arrival, Zhang Fu lifted his robes and knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in salute, exclaiming, I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor. The sound of thousands of soldiers brandishing long spears resonated as they knelt on one knee, proclaiming, Long live our emperor, for ages eternal. Clad in resplendent armor, their spirits soared high. Such a valiant army would stir excitement in anyone. How much more so for Zhu Qizhen, who was but 16 and held the throne. The generals refrained from formalities. Zhu Qizhen's handsome visage flushed with fervor, his voice trembling with emotion. I thank you, your majesty. The clanking of armor echoed incessantly as the soldiers stood in formation, exuding an aura of invincibility. With a heart brimming with exhilaration, Zhu Qizhen mused, how could such a formidable force ever suffer defeat? Recalling the exploits of his illustrious predecessors, Emperor Taizu, Taizong, and Xuanzong, he fantasized about leading this grand army into battle. Envisioning the splendor of such an endeavor, desiring to utter a few words to uplift their spirits, he found himself momentarily at a loss, overwhelmed by his emotions. As the ministers entered, he opted for brevity, declaring with conviction, once the rebellion is quelled, I shall reward the 3 armies. We thank your majesty for your benevolence. Zhang Fu responded with a respectful bow. We thank your majesty. The soldiers echoed in unison. Zhu Qizhen smiled and nodded towards Zhang Fu, who understood the signal, mounted his steed, and commanded, let us depart. The soldiers formed a precise formation, marching in disciplined unison, raising clouds of dust upon the parade ground. As the ministers arrived, witnessing the army's departure, they found themselves unable to voice their dissent, left only to watch the grand procession leave. Their expressions darkened with frustration. It was too late. Nothing could be said now. The situation had escalated beyond their control. Moments later, as the last soldier exited the parade ground, Zhu Qizhen seemed to regain his composure. Gazing at the retreating figures of his army, his heart swelling with pride. The conspiracies, the tumultuous circumstances, the formidable influence of the civil officials, all of it faded into insignificance. As long as he could maintain control over such a fierce army, how could chaos reign? He increasingly appreciated Li Qing's far-sighted vision. Recognizing the necessity of engaging in a few decisive battles as the only viable means to restore order, Zhu Qizhen suddenly felt a pang of softness. Realizing that his absence from Jiangsu and Zhujiang might be perceived as a weakness, the army had finally set forth, yet Zhu Qizhen hesitated to leave. His reluctance kept the ministers from departing as well, and they stood together in silence. After a considerable time, Zhu Qizhen exhaled a deep breath of pent-up frustration and returned to the palace. Yang Pu, feeling a bit embarrassed, recalled that he had arrived in a dragon carriage, which had not followed him, and with the east garden situated at a notable distance from the palace, the elderly man found himself lacking the stamina to walk back. He inwardly lamented about the leadership that prioritized the young over the old, and, mustering his courage, sought an accompanying litter from his colleagues. Meanwhile, Li Qing leisurely rode his donkey, content now that the troops had been dispatched. The army is indeed a double-edged sword. It serves as both a weapon of conquest and a tool for restoring order. As he approached his residence, he noticed the Imperial Guard stationed nearby, as well as a litter. Upon his return, 2 guards stepped forward and saluted, saying, Lord Li, His Majesty has instructed you to enter the palace at once. Very well. Allow me to secure my mount, he replied. The guards exchanged glances, bemused at his casual reference to the donkey as a mount. However, recognizing the importance of not offending a favored official, they nodded and urged, Please, Lord Li, be swift. Do not keep His Majesty waiting. Please wait a moment. Li Qing said as he took the donkey back home. He placed some fresh fodder in the horse trough before stepping out to board the sedan chair of the Jinui. Heading towards the imperial palace, the young emperor had grown considerably, demonstrating an awareness to evade the court ministers for private summons, which brought him some satisfaction. However, the young emperor's tendency to rely on a single individual for his affairs was rather displeasing to him. Should he not learn from Zhu Zhanji? Does he not understand the concept of earning through hard work? Surely, his salary ought to be increased. Li Qing sighed in resignation. The young emperor seemed completely oblivious to the intricacies of human relationships. He was still self-funding his position, with hopes of receiving a salary only next year. In the central hall, when Li Qing arrived, tea was already prepared. Zhu Qizhen's attitude was commendable, though mere politeness held little value. Your Majesty summoned me for what purpose? Zhu Qizhen sipped his tea, and those attending discreetly withdrew. Setting down his cup, Zhu Qizhen said, I had an extensive discussion with Yang Pu today, from which I gained much insight, and have some queries I wish to consult with you. He elaborated on the issues raised by Yang Pu and asked, What do you think of Yang Pu's assertions? Very astute, Li Qing nodded. Then, do you possess a sound strategy, sir? Li Qing refrained from providing a direct answer, instead stating, If your Majesty desires a decisive victory over the court ministers, to establish absolute authority henceforth, I regret to say, I have no feasible plan. Why? Zhu Qizhen appeared stunned, finding it difficult to accept. Li Qing earnestly explained. In truth, Yang Pu articulated a profound truth. The political landscape will never be devoid of murkiness. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qizhan felt disheartened, lamenting, "Does this mean our efforts are in vain? How could it be in vain?" Li Qing replied with a smile. "Isn't the current situation vastly improved compared to before?" After a pause, he continued. "What I mean to convey is that the struggle between sovereign and subjects is not a matter of a year or two, nor merely 10 or 8 years. It will accompany your majesty throughout his life. Indeed, it will pervade the entire Ming dynasty. Thus, your majesty must cultivate patience, perseverance, and a resolute spirit for contention." Li Qing lifted his teacup, blowing away the leaves on the surface before taking a sip. Indeed, the political waters cannot be purified, yet if one refrains from contention, they will only grow increasingly muddied, culminating in utter filth. Your majesty must have gained considerable experience during these years of reign, correct? Zhu Qizhan nodded silently. Acknowledging the vast disparity between the 5th year of the Zhengtong era and that of the Xuande era. Precisely, Li Qing asserted. Your majesty must engage in conflict and competition with them to ensure the waters remain as clear as possible. He added, human nature is insatiably greedy, perpetually yearning for more. When hungry, one seeks to be full, and when satiated, one indulges in desires. Once comfort is achieved, the pursuit of wealth begins, and with wealth, the desire for power arises. When will they ever be content? Zhu Qizhan remarked, in the future, when I hold great power, shall I emulate the Taizu, enforcing severe laws? Li Qing shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhu Qizhan questioned, do you not believe I can achieve what Taizu did? Not exactly, Li Qing replied. Taizu's execution of officials stands as a historical precedent. During the Hongwu reign, those permitted to retire with honor were exceedingly rare. Not to mention the founding nobles. Even those granted immunity from death, when they transgressed, did Taizu not execute them without hesitation? Li Qing continued somberly, but what was the outcome? Did the issues resolve? Even in the face of harsh penalties, corruption and malevolence among officials persist unceasingly. Do they truly wish for their demise? No, it is an inability to restrain one's greed. Zhu Qizhan sighed despondently and remarked, let us not dwell on distant matters, but rather focus on the present. He inquired, do you have any sound strategies, sir? Li Qing chuckled lightly. I cannot claim to possess a brilliant plan. It is merely a matter of meeting force with force and addressing challenges as they arise. Could you elaborate? Zhu Qizhan pressed. If chaos erupts in Luchuan, we should rely on the imperial army as the primary force for suppression, while the local militia serves as the backbone. As for Siam and Burma, they do not pose significant threats. We can have Jiaoji restrain them. Jiaoji? Zhu Qizhan frowned. You may not be aware, but the Ming dynasty has nearly lost its grip on Jiaoji. The one in power there is Zhu Gaoxiu, the son of the former emperor. Is it not? Indeed, Li Qing replied with a smile. This is advantageous. Although he has been deposed, he is still a son of the Taizong. A letter from His Majesty, appealing to reason and sentiment, should compel him to respond favorably. How could that be possible? Zhu Qizhan shook his head. Even when the late emperor was alive, he would not have listened. How much less will he heed me? You are being overly optimistic, sir. No, he will. Li Qing insisted confidently. He owes a debt of gratitude to the late emperor. Zhu Qizhan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Sir, you seem to possess quite an extensive knowledge. By reflecting on history, one can discern the rise and fall of powers, Li Qing stated calmly. As an official of the Ming dynasty, I cannot neglect its historical records. I study the annals of Taizu, Taizong, Rinzong, and Xuanzong day and night. Why should your majesty find this surprising? After a pause, he continued. The historical records do not elaborate on the rebellion of Han Wang, but I consulted with Vice Minister Yu Qian to ascertain the details. I see, Zhu Qizhan nodded slightly. However, Zhu Gaoxiu is but a petty man. The likelihood of his assistance is almost non-existent. Thus relying on him is unwise. Li Qing countered. It is merely a matter of sending a letter. There is little to lose. What if he agrees? Besides, the situation has not yet descended into chaos. We can take this opportunity to reach out to him. If he refuses, we shall not find ourselves in disarray. Zhu Qizhan sighed. Then let us proceed as you suggest. What of the northern front? After a long contemplation, Li Qing finally responded. The steppes are held in check by the Walla, and our Ming dynasty possesses fortified cities and powerful artillery. They cannot breach our defenses. Why then do we not take the initiative? Zhu Qizhan queried. The founding emperor drove them away. The second emperor instilled fear, and Xuanzong's personal expeditions rendered their territory akin to an uninhabited realm. Li Qing's expression changed dramatically. Your Majesty, you must not. Chapter 59. The distress of Zhu Qizhan, why must I not? Zhu Qizhan pressed. Li Qing, nearly revealing too much, quickly amended his words. The situation is unstable. Should your Majesty lead a campaign, what would become of the court? He knew not how history unfolded, but he understood that in the current circumstances, if Zhu Qizhan were to embark on a campaign, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared. Zhu Qizhan had offended not only the civil officials, but also the military leaders. While the imperial army remained under his control, the border troops were a different matter altogether. With the mountains high and the emperor far away, coupled with the previous emperor's neglect of state affairs, their deterrent power was nearly non-existent. It was evident that they had engaged in corruption and amassed wealth. Although Zhu Qizhan had not investigated, they must certainly feel guilty. Of course, the primary conflict still revolved around maritime trade. In such a scenario, should Zhu Qizhan boldly lead an expedition, the civil and military officials could easily conspire against him. Your Majesty, you cannot lead a campaign without absolute certainty. Li Qing firmly stated, fearing this very outcome. Zhu Qizhan, visibly displeased, furrowed his brow and inquired, pray tell, do you perceive me as utterly ineffectual in your esteemed eyes? Not at all, your Majesty. You are a sagacious ruler, and that is not my intent. Yet that is indeed your implication, Zhu Qizhan retorted with a scoff. I am aware, for you regard me as a mere child. I would not dare, came the hurried response. Enough, enough, Zhu Qizhan replied nonchalantly, I harbor no resentment. I have grown accustomed to such sentiments. Disappointment etched upon his face. He mused that he had hoped for a perception of distinction from his advisor. Yet it appeared that he was still misunderstood. Li Qing, noting the sovereign's wounded expression, stammered, Your Majesty. The current state of affairs reveals that both civil and military officials have been offended. Take, for instance, the court. It is not solely the civil officials who oppose you. For among them are military leaders, albeit they lack eloquence. Even the nobility is implicated, given the tumultuous state of the court. How can your Majesty afford to be lax in governance? Very well, we shall await the stabilization of court affairs, Zhu Qizhan conceded, demonstrating a commitment to the greater good. However, Li Qing, adamant against the idea of the emperor leading troops, sought to prevent such an eventuality. Would your Majesty indulge me with a word? Speak freely. It is far easier to descend from frugality to extravagance than to revert from extravagance to frugality, Li Qing asserted. Currently, the court has assumed control over trade with Japan and has reopened silver mines, with plans to revive trade with the West in the coming years. Setting aside other matters, do you believe the officials in court are truly at ease? Are you suggesting that should I lead an expedition, they would dare to rebel openly? Zhu Qizhan queried. Li Qing nodded. They may not dare publicly, but certainly in secret. Do they truly possess such audacity? Li Qing, with a sigh, responded, if they were not emboldened, would there be unrest in Fujian and Jiangsu? Zhu Qizhan fell silent, yet discontent brewed within him. Must my entire existence be confined like a gilded canary within the palace, unable to step beyond its boundaries? Certainly not. Li Qing shook his head. Should you find leisure, your Majesty, you might don a disguise and venture incognito to experience the lives of the common folk in the outskirts. Are you implying that I am forbidden from leaving the capital? Zhu Qizhan pressed. Li Qing chose not to elaborate further, recognizing the emperor's rising ire. At his age, Zhu Qizhan was particularly susceptible to provocation. The more Li Qing encouraged him, the more rebellious the young emperor became. Silence enveloped the grand hall, both sovereign and minister lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, Zhu Qizhan regained his composure and broke the stillness. Truth often stings, yet I understand your loyalty and dedication to the state. I harbor no intentions of disregarding your candid counsel. Your Majesty possesses the grandeur to encompass vast realms. I am in awe, Li Qing responded with a smile. Sipping his tea delicately, Zhu Qizhan forced a smile, sighing, to speak candidly, I was indeed angered earlier, not out of ire towards you, but due to my own inadequacies. Ultimately, it is my own shortcomings that frustrate me, nearly causing me to vent my frustration upon you, which was unjust. Li Qing hastily set down his teacup and bowed. Your Majesty's words leave me feeling unworthy. Such sentiments are misplaced. Right is right, and wrong is wrong, Zhu Qizhan asserted solemnly. To others, I would never admit fault. But you are different. I regard you as a trusted confidant and a member of my family. Please do not take my words to heart. And let us continue as we have, without fear of speaking freely. As your loyal servant, I shall always strive to voice my concerns for the benefit of your reign. Understanding the young emperor's frustrations, Li Qing offered a few encouraging words. Yu Qian, having endured many years of oppression in his youth, is now finally in a position to assert his authority. It is only natural for him to feel an urgent desire for achievement. His intentions are indeed commendable, and Li Qing understands him. That Yu Qian is willing to humble himself and admit his faults is a rare virtue. And Li Qing is not one to harbor petty grievances. As the atmosphere relaxed, the two engaged in a discussion about the potential events to come, drafting a preliminary plan. Seeing that they had made sufficient progress, Li Qing rose and said, "If your majesty has no further orders, I shall take my leave." "I shall escort you, sir." Yu Qian replied, "Your majesty, please remain. Matters of state take precedence." "Indeed, I will not stand on ceremony with you, sir. Please, take care on your way." Yu Qian smiled. Once Li Qing had departed, Yu Qian slumped back into his chair, the smile fading from his face. He felt a deep sense of frustration. Fully aware that Li Qing's words were grounded in truth and that they were spoken out of concern for him and for the Ming dynasty. Yet, he could not shake off his discontent. Alas, he could blame no one but himself for his lack of capability. Yu Qian chuckled bitterly to himself, draining his cup of tea. "Come, summon Wang Ji to see me at once." A young attendant approached, hesitantly responding, "Your Majesty." Wang Gonggong has taken up the position of military supervisor and has departed with the army. "I had forgotten that," Yu Qian mused. "Why did I not see him at the training grounds?" The attendant explained. Wang Gonggong mentioned that the officials do not hold him in high regard and worry that his prominence might incite jealousy. And he is concerned it may complicate matters for your Majesty. Thus, he has chosen to remain discreetly outside the city, instructing us to inform you should you inquire. "Very well, I understand." Yu Qian waved his hand. The attendant bowed and exited the great hall. Leaning back in his chair, Yu Qian gazed at the exquisite carvings in the center of the hall, feeling an emptiness within. Though he relished the days spent engaging with his officials, he also felt an overwhelming loneliness. "Your Majesty, are you troubled by state affairs?" Yu Qian's heart warmed at the sound of a familiar voice. He rose with a smile. "Ah, Qian has arrived. I had intended to report first, but the attendants outside said your Majesty was in low spirits," Empress Qian explained. Seeing his discomfort, I took the liberty of entering. "Ah, there is no need for explanations," Yu Qian said, taking her hand. "Come, let us sit and converse." "Your Majesty, please take a seat. You have worked hard these days. Allow me to massage your shoulders," Empress Qian insisted, pulling him down to sit. "I have no pressing matters to attend to, so I am not fatigued." "Very well." Yu Qian reclined in his chair, comfortably closing his eyes to enjoy his wife's ministrations. "Qian," Yu Qian began, "the royal family has conferred titles upon their kin, yet the Qian family has not yet been honored. Your Majesty, please do not say that. My father has already received a promotion, and should he be elevated further, it may invite gossip," Empress Qian gently declined. "Such actions could hardly silence the voices of the public." Yu Qian chuckled. "When you entered the palace, your family began receiving honors from the Empress Dowager. The same applies to the Empress Dowager's family. If they can be honored, so can you. Your Majesty, I urge you to reconsider. Currently, it would be unwise to act in such a manner, and besides, my family's circumstances are already quite favorable, requiring no further gifts." Given the magnitude of the matter, Empress Qian was well aware of the implications and wished to spare her husband from difficulty. "It is of no concern. I shall not bestow upon them titles of great stature, perhaps merely a barony," Yu Qian suggested. "Truly unnecessary," she replied. The Empress Qian firmly declined, stating that if the emperor truly cherished her, he should refrain from bestowing any rewards. Otherwise, how would the officials perceive her and how would they regard the emperor? If both of them could accomplish such tasks, why could he not? Yu Qian sighed in resignation, remarking that such a stance might lead to her detriment. As the old saying goes, misfortune often conceals fortune. Empress Qian smiled and continued to assist him in loosening his muscles. Yu Qian gently patted her small hand, declaring that he had had enough and that she should rest. "I am not weary," she replied. "Then assist me in composing a letter," Yu Qian instructed. "I command you to write," he insisted. The Empress expressed her surprise, questioning why the emperor, who typically issued decrees, would request such a thing. This individual is different. He may well be regarded as my grandfather, he explained. On the 5th day of May, an urgent report arrived from Jiangfu, indicating that the army had reached the Fujian province. Although the turmoil was not extensive, the disturbances were too widely scattered, potentially prolonging the resolution until around the Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhu Qizhen dispatched a swift reply, clearly instructing Jiangfu to act without reservation and to make independent decisions regarding the strategies for combat. Simultaneously, he cautioned Wang Ji not to obstruct Jiangfu, but to simply follow along to gain military merit. Zhu Qizhen understood the principle of trust in personnel. One must not doubt those they employ, especially when it concerns someone like Jiangfu. To ensure victory and ease in battle, one must confer authority. By early June, military reports from Jiangsu and Zhejiang confirmed that the pirate incursions had largely been quelled, with only minor factions remaining in defiance, but they posed no significant threat. The governors, financial officials, and judicial officers of the two provinces jointly petitioned for the reopening of maritime routes. Zhu Qizhen, with a charming smile, subtly warned the high-ranking officials of the provinces, as long as even a single pirate remained, the seas would remain closed. The Jinyue and Dongchang operatives would clandestinely monitor the situation. Anyone found guilty of misreporting military conditions, regardless of rank, would be prosecuted for collusion with pirates. He concluded with an assurance. This is also for the welfare of the common people in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Chapter 60. Deceptive Tactics. Zhu Qizhen's approach was deeply unpopular yet remarkably effective. Jiangsu and Zhejiang were the wealthiest provinces of the Ming dynasty and hotspots for maritime trade, particularly in the lucrative silk industry. The silk merchants of these provinces could sustain a significant portion of the empire's economy. There were numerous officials in the court with ties to these provinces, and even the capital officials found it unbearable. The loss incurred by a merchant ship docked for a day far exceeded their monthly salaries. In such circumstances, they were indeed distressed, yet they persevered, ensuring the stability of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. The rationale was simple. While merchant ships were barred from the seas, the workshops continued production, allowing for short-term resilience. At this juncture, Li Qing proposed a strategy: to have the Dongchang and Jinyue collaborate with the Jiangnan Weaving Bureau to procure silk from the major silk merchants, certainly at the market price set by the Ming dynasty. This nearly audacious maneuver infuriated certain individuals. A bolt of silk, valued at merely 4 taels of silver within the Ming, often fetched around 20 taels overseas. Thus, the government stood to gain approximately 16 taels per bolt. Zhu Qizhen calculated this as a lucrative opportunity, promptly issuing a stern decree. Within 3 months, 70,000 bolts of silk must be acquired. Setting an initial modest goal, he aimed to profit by 10 million. Without the burdens of family management, one may remain oblivious to the value of rice and firewood. What he is unaware of is that the 700,000 bolts of silk could be deemed as confiscated property. However, Zhu Qizhen remains indifferent. The Eastern Depot and the Jinyue are even less concerned, for they are merely executing imperial orders, disregarding the fates of the affluent. Consequently, the efforts to eradicate the pirates in Jiangsu and Zhejiang become unprecedentedly formidable, and within a month, the marauders are vanquished. Zhu Qizhen harbors a sense of regret. Being cautious with his words, he can only retract the edict to seize the silk from the wealthy. Nevertheless, during this period, he has collected 200,000 bolts of silk, netting 3 million taels of silver, almost 70,000 taels more than the silver mine during the Xuande reign. Thus, Zhu Qizhen finally comprehends why Li Qing focuses solely on maritime trade, showing little regard for silver mines. Indeed, compared to the profits from trade, the earnings from silver mining are but trifling sums. Having tasted such substantial profits, Zhu Qizhen is reluctant to let the opportunity slip by and seeks alternative methods to acquire more silk, only to be thwarted by Li Qing. Your Majesty, the situation is far more complex than it appears, Li Qing advises. It is time to exercise restraint. Their willingness to yield stems from their guilt. For most of the pirates are mere impostors. Furthermore, they fear that Your Majesty may indeed resort to military action. We have reached a critical juncture. Any further coercion might rekindle chaos. Such lucrative prospects, Zhu Qizhen laments. Li Qing chuckles. In the future, when the court fully resumes maritime trade, ample opportunities for profit will abound. There is no need to fixate on this trivial matter. One must always recognize the appropriate limits in their endeavors. Alas, as a sovereign, I find it vexing to abide by rules. Zhu Qizhen expresses his frustration. Li Qing reassures him. You are not alone in adhering to regulations. Emperors throughout history have done the same. As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. If no one abides by the rules, it is the emperor who will suffer the most. Zhu Qizhen nods gently, smiling. You always manage to awaken my awareness at critical moments. Your Majesty is too kind. Li Qing responds modestly, then cautions. However, this windfall is not without cost. You may need to sacrifice something in return. Zhu Qizhen raises an eyebrow. What do you mean? I cannot specify, Li Qing replies. This is 3 million taels of silver. Such a significant loss cannot be borne without consequence. The political arena resembles a game between two skilled combatants, with both sides wielding similar power. If you take one of his pieces, he can just as easily take one of yours. Zhu Qizhen dismisses this notion. I shall observe how they intend to seize my piece. He remains unconcerned. Having quelled even the tumultuous uprisings, he doubts that Jiangsu and Zhujiang can stir any further unrest. However, he soon witnesses the prowess of his adversaries. In mid-July, reports arrive from the Eastern Depot and the Jianhui regarding rumors circulating in Jiangsu and Zhujiang. There are many who slander the sovereign, claiming that the emperor is not the offspring of the Empress Dowager, but rather the child of a palace maid. Others assert that he is not of the former emperor's bloodline, but was brought in from outside the palace. Some even claim that the era of Zhengtong is not legitimate, and that the year title was established out of insecurity. The multitude of voices creates a cacophony of rumors, their origins impossible to trace. Upon reading the confidential report, Zhu Qizhen is incensed, cursing vehemently. Such underhanded tactics are exceedingly vile, yet he finds himself at a loss for a course of action. The strict investigation seems to stem from a sense of insecurity. However, to refrain from investigation may imply acquiescence. Yet, the inquiry yields no substantial conclusions. A matter of utmost importance for a sovereign. How does one prove that my father is indeed my father, and that I am his son? This conundrum persists. Even if Zhu Qizhen can provide evidence, the multitude of commoners renders such proof nearly impossible. Zhu Qizhen is thoroughly disgusted. He never anticipated that such despicable tactics could be employed by anyone. Through the machinations of those with ill intentions, the news quickly spread across 2 provinces, reaching even the capital, nearly escalating to the point of universal awareness. Zhu Qizhen found himself at a loss for words, compelled to issue edicts to clarify the situation and subsequently to impose severe penalties on the rumor mongers. It is only now that he realizes the truth in Li Qing's words. Zhu Qizhen's actions did indeed yield some effect. The populace relishes in gossip, yet no one wishes to invite disaster upon themselves, and gradually, the whispers subsided. Nevertheless, Zhu Qizhen remains engulfed in a profound melancholy, pondering how future generations shall interpret this significant matter of dynastic legitimacy. He cannot afford to be indifferent. Woe betide anyone who incurs my wrath. I shall not hesitate to exact a severe retribution. Zhu Qizhen seethes with impotent fury. To propagate a rumor requires but a single utterance, yet debunking it demands relentless effort. This predicament has indeed brought him misfortune. At the end of July, Wang Ji returned ahead of schedule. The emperor was overjoyed, as the unrest in Fujian had largely subsided, and the army would be able to return after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Wang Ji, with an obsequious expression, replied, "Why did you not return with the army?" Zhu Qizhen inquired. Wang Ji's countenance stiffened. He naturally would not admit that Zhang Fu had pressed him to return, instead saying, "It was my desire to bring this joyful news to your Majesty as swiftly as possible. I received this good news several days ago," Zhu Qizhen remarked, surveying Wang Ji with a smile. "You appear considerably darker, yet not as frail as before. It seems you have endured considerable hardship this time." Wang Ji hastily replied, "To suffer for your Majesty is a privilege. Fear not, your reward shall be plentiful," Zhu Qizhen assured him, then added, "In the annals of history, my reign shall surely have a place for you." Wang Ji, "Thank you, your Majesty, thank you for your immense grace," Wang Ji exclaimed, bowing repeatedly. His face flushed with excitement. For him, the latter statement held far greater significance than the former rewards. Eunuchs too seek fame, and their obsession with being immortalized in history often surpasses that of literary officials. They may lack descendants, yet the knowledge that their names are etched in the grand chronicles serves as the greatest solace. Wang Ji, overjoyed, returned to the office of ceremony. calling upon his partner to celebrate the occasion in earnest. 3 days later, the Duke of Qian reported that the envoy from Li Qing, CG, had conspired to rebel, leading troops to occupy the Ming territories of Mengding and Wandiang, committing widespread pillaging. Both Myanmar and Siam were showing signs of restlessness, with the potential for conflict to spread to Yunnan. The Duke requested an additional 200,000 troops, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. This development had escalated into a significant crisis. Zhu Qizhan felt a pang of panic. The capital's forces had yet to return, and even when they did, they would require time to recuperate. The border troops could not act recklessly, and the local soldiers could not be mobilized swiftly. Additionally, selecting a commander posed another dilemma. He urgently summoned Li Qing and Yu Qian to the palace to deliberate on this grave matter. Yu Qian boldly requested, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go to Luchuan to quell the rebellion." Zhu Qizhan felt a sense of reluctance to decline, yet he was equally hesitant to acquiesce. On one hand, Yu Qian was a civil official. On the other, his influence was substantial. Despite merely holding the title of deputy minister, his actual power far surpassed that of the Minister of Personnel. Furthermore, there was Wang Ji, the Minister of Personnel, who was entirely subservient to Yu Qian. Allowing him to command troops posed a risk of losing control. Li Qing suggested, "Your Majesty, the pressing matter at hand is to recall the troops from the guard. And simultaneously, we should also draw personnel from the 9 borders. No more than 5,000 from each location will suffice." And for the commander? Li Qing pondered briefly before suggesting, "The Duke of England recommends Yang Hong, whom I also believe to be a suitable candidate." Zhu Qizhan shook his head, outright rejecting the idea. The reason was simple. Yang Hong was also affiliated with Yu Qian. "Your Majesty, I have a candidate to propose," whispered Wang Ji from the side. Li Qing frowned, and Yu Qian felt a flicker of anger, not at the emperor's dismissal of Yang Hong, but at a eunuch daring to meddle in military affairs. Zhu Qizhan regarded Wang Ji with curiosity, asking, "Who is it?" "It is Wang Ji, the Minister of War." Li Qing's brows furrowed in disdain. "Wang Gong. How much silver have you accepted from him to speak so highly?" Ordinarily, Li Qing was a minister while Wang Ji was a mere servant. They were not on equal footing. However, the power wielded by the chief eunuch of the palace ministry rivaled that of the grand secretaries and ministers of the 6 ministries, even earning him the title of Grand Chancellor. In contrast, Li Qing, as a mere 7th-rank official, held no grounds for comparison. Nevertheless, he insisted on speaking, not for any other reason but to gauge Zhu Qizhan's stance. Who held more significance, himself or Wang Ji? Wang Ji, incensed, felt he had shown ample respect to this favored courtier. Yet, Li Qing's blatant disregard for decorum left him feeling humiliated. Just as he was about to respond, Zhu Qizhan interjected, "Wang Ji, how much silver have you received?" Wang Ji felt utterly wronged. "Your Majesty, you see clearly. I have not received a single coin. My recommendation of Wang Ji is solely for your benefit and that of the Ming dynasty. There are no ulterior motives." "The Ming dynasty does not require a eunuch to dictate matters," Yu Qian retorted. Wang Ji, stifling his anger, countered, "Deputy Minister Yu. You are merely a deputy in the Ministry of War, while Minister Wang is the minister. Why are you so agitated by my recommendation of him?" "Ah, I see. You fear being overshadowed by Wang Ji." Yu Qian wished to retort, but restrained himself in the presence of the emperor. Yet Wang Ji persisted, fanning the flames, "Your Majesty, Yang Hong is related by marriage to Deputy Minister Yu. Naturally, he wishes for Yang Hong to lead the charge. This is his selfish agenda." Zhu Qizhan sipped his tea, his expression growing darker. Observing this change, Wang Ji quickly shifted his approach, stating, "Your Majesty, Minister Wang is the Minister of War, while Deputy Minister Yu is merely a civil servant. He may recommend himself, and Minister Wang should certainly be considered." "Enough," Zhu Qizhan raised his hand. "Let us have some quiet. Do not create such a ruckus." Wang Ji fell silent, and the hall descended into tranquility. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Qizhan turned to Li Qing. "What is your perspective on this matter? The people in the capital cannot be trusted, and those in the provinces are even less reliable. The commander of the army must be selected from among the capital's ranks. Alas, before regaining power, you have already begun to engage in the machinations of political balance, which truly leaves me in awe." Li Qing lamented, "Your Majesty, I am but an unworthy servant." Zhu Qizhan inquired, "What do you mean?" Wang Ji interjected with a puzzled expression, "What?" Yu Qian cast a quizzical glance at Li Qing and promptly interrupted, "Your Majesty, I believe this is inappropriate. In his view, while Li Qing possessed capability, he lacked the necessary authority. A 7th-grade official commanding an army of 200,000 appeared to be a farce, and no one would heed him, unless Li Qing revealed his true identity. But even then, regardless of the consequences, would anyone believe him? Would he need to explain himself to each individual? Sir, please refrain from jesting. Zhu Qian also doubted Li Qing's abilities, stating, "Your talents are commendable, but matters of state and the realm are not resolved through brute force. I cannot bear to send you into battle." Li Qing, feeling helpless, noted that before the conflict had even commenced, dissent was already brewing among the ranks. He could only resort to a compromise, saying, "Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. I do not seek to volunteer for the expedition, but rather wish to request a royal decree to visit Jiaoji." Jiaoji? Zhu Qian inquired, perplexed. What purpose does this serve? To persuade Wang of the former Han to serve the nation, Li Qing replied. Zhu Qian shook his head. That holds no significance. I have already sent letters, and he has clearly refused to assist. I have confidence, Li Qing asserted firmly. Zhu Qian chuckled. I trust in your abilities, but setting aside the question of success. The journey is long and fraught with obstacles, and with the situation in Yunnan growing dire, time is of the essence. Local officials are prone to exaggeration, especially concerning matters of military importance. Li Qing countered, Siam and Myanmar have only recently been quelled. They would not immediately risk everything. Considering the time required for intelligence gathering, the rebellion may unfold within 2 months at most, and for now, the Duke of Qian can still hold his ground. Li Qing suggested, Your Majesty might grant the Duke certain privileges, such as raising troops to resist the rebellion, and allocate additional provisions and military supplies to alleviate some of his burdens. While the situation is urgent, it is not yet critical. Zhu Qian, despite his intelligence and wisdom, lacked experience in significant affairs. Upon receiving the military report, he had initially panicked, but Li Qing's words reassured him considerably. Indeed, that makes sense, he nodded. Yu Qing, you are to urgently dispatch official documents over 800 li to Yunnan, instructing the Duke of Qian to hold firm. Provisions will follow, and I shall hasten to gather reinforcements. I shall obey your command, Yu Qian replied with a bow. Zhu Qian continued. As for your proposal to persuade Zhu Gaoshu and Jiaoji, I believe it to be a futile endeavor. You would be better off remaining in the capital. Your Majesty, while Siam and Myanmar may not dare to launch a large-scale invasion, they are nonetheless restless. If this situation persists, the future remains uncertain. Southeast Asia, particularly that region, is crucial for trade with the West. We must not suffer any losses. If Jiaoji can distract them, it would not only mitigate the unrest, but also conserve substantial resources. Li Qing implored, bowing once more. I urge you to reconsider, Your Majesty. Zhu Qian sighed. Do you truly wish to undertake this journey? I merely wish to serve the Ming dynasty earnestly, Li Qing replied. Very well, I grant you permission, Zhu Qian sighed. Hasten your journey and return swiftly. In these unpredictable times, your absence weighs heavily on my heart. Li Qing nodded. I shall depart today. The matter of troop mobilization cannot be delayed, and I request Your Majesty to expedite it. Understood, Zhu Qian affirmed. Zhu Qian nodded slightly, refraining from further words as he lifted his cup of tea and took a gentle sip. Observing this, Li Qing and his companion rose, bowing in respect before taking their leave. Ah, my esteemed ministers, travel safely, Zhu Qian remarked with a smile. With state affairs at hand, I shall not see you off. Your Majesty is too kind, they replied, clasping their hands in salute before turning to depart. After a few paces, Li Qing turned back and said, Your Majesty, I trust you will fulfill your promise to me. What promise might that be? Ah, I recall now, Zhu Qian responded with a nod and a smile. Fear not. I shall not personally lead the expedition. Even without your urging, I would not act so recklessly given the current situation. I am fully aware of the larger picture. Your Majesty is indeed wise, Li Qing replied with a smile, hastening to catch up with Yu Qian. Once outside the palace, Yu Qian sighed. Wang Ji's presence near the emperor is hardly a blessing for the realm. Li Qing nodded in agreement, inquiring, what manner of person is he, truly? The historical texts provide little insight. It would be better to ask you directly. Yu Qian frowned, stating, this man is avaricious and lecherous, ingratiating to those above him while oppressing those below. Lecherous, you say? Li Qing gasped in astonishment. Isn't he a eunuch? Indeed, Yu Qian confirmed. Can a eunuch truly be lecherous? Li Qing's worldview seemed to shatter. What could he possibly desire? Yu Qian clarified, not in the way you imagine. While eunuchs cannot engage in physical relations, their psychological inclinations remain akin to those of ordinary men. There are plenty of pairings within the palace. Is it merely a matter of sharing a meal? Li Qing chuckled. It's nothing more than a response to their loneliness. Eunuchs and palace maids are often isolated, seeking companionship for solace, not descending to the level of lechery. Yu Qian sighed. I hold a negative opinion of Wang Ji, yet I would not condemn him solely based on his dining companions. Li Qing's expression shifted. Are you suggesting? No, Yu Qian shook his head. Even if he had 1,000 audacities, he would not dare misbehave within the palace. However, outside the palace, it is a different story. Wang Ji has a residence and numerous wives, all from reputable families. Eunuchs marrying? Li Qing furrowed his brow. Though it may not be without precedent. If it is mutual consent, there is little to be said. The issue lies in the fact that respectable women would hardly consent to marry a eunuch. There must be some coercion involved. Is there more? Within the palace, apart from the emperor and the empress, Wang Ji wields near absolute power. He excels in sowing discord and is adept at social maneuvering. He has historically maintained excellent relations with the Sanyang, and the Empress Dowager often speaks on his behalf. Yu Qian lamented. Were it not for these circumstances, Wang Ji would have long been dispatched by the Empress Dowager. What a pity, Li Qing mused. This man is indeed irredeemable, yet for the time being, he serves a purpose. At least he is loyal to the emperor. With so many opposing the emperor, to eliminate him would be akin to cutting off the emperor's own limbs. Exercise patience. Once the situation stabilizes, I shall devise a means to remove him. Alas. Yu Qian nodded. When do you plan to depart? I shall tidy up at home before I leave, Li Qing replied. By the way, there is something I must entrust to you. Please, do speak. Yu Qian inhaled deeply. I shall give it my utmost effort. Li Qing smiled. It is a trivial matter. Please keep an eye on my donkey. Yu Qian nodded. In the great hall, only the master and servant remained, one seated while the other knelt. Wang Ji, I ask you again, how much did you accept from Wang Ji? Zhu Qizhen inquired. In response to his majesty, the humble servant Wang Ji felt a surge of anxiety. Finally, with a determined heart, she confessed, I have received 100 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver from Wang Ji. What a grand display. Zhu Qizhen sighed. The annual salary of a minister, when converted into silver, amounts to merely a little over 100 taels. With such a sum at his disposal, it is likely he could toil until his demise without recouping such losses. Wang Ji hastily interjected, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I shall return the gold and silver to the national treasury at once. Wait, Wang Ji paused in her intent to rise, quickly bowing her head once more, Your Majesty. I shall never dare to do so again. Kindly spare me this time. Enough, enough, there is no need for theatrics. This time I shall not impose severe punishment. Zhu Qizhen replied. Your voluntary admission signifies that there is still hope for redemption. Yes, I am grateful for your great mercy, Your Majesty. Enough. Zhu Qizhen's tone grew impatient. Wang Ji shivered and ceased her prattle. Zhu Qizhen spoke calmly. Wang Ji, remember this. Transparency is the greatest form of loyalty. I shall not pursue the matters of the past, and henceforth, it shall not occur again. Wang Ji responded eagerly, Yes. Very well. Zhu Qizhen waved his sleeve. You may take your leave. There is no need to return the funds. The Ming dynasty is not yet in such dire straits. Your Majesty's grace is as vast as the heavens. Wang Ji prostrated deeply and exited the grand hall. Zhu Qizhen's eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Ji possessed a certain intrigue. Having allied himself with the eunuchs, it appears that the so-called integrity of scholars is merely a facade. I entrust my donkey to your care. Li Qing handed the reins to Yu Qian. If it falls ill or grows frail, I shall hold you accountable. Yu Qian suppressed a smile. As long as I eat. It shall eat as well, right? That is not necessary. Simply feed it premium fodder, Li Qing replied, producing a gold ingot. Take this. Sir, this feels inappropriate. Yu Qian declined. Li Qing insisted. Take it. I am not short of funds. Now off I go. Wait a moment, Yu Qian inquired. How do you plan to reach Jiaoji? First to Guangxi, then on to Jiaoji. Li Qing chuckled. I calculated that with continuous travel, changing horses without rest, I should arrive in about a month and a half. Can you endure such a journey? Yu Qian frowned. You cannot possibly go without food or sleep. Not to worry. Hunger will not be my demise. Li Qing laughed. Rest can be taken along the way. Now, I must acquire a horse. Ride mine, Yu Qian offered. No need. Li Qing replied with a smile. Over time, bonds develop. If I ride away, I may not return. After a moment, he added, you must keep a vigilant watch. Never allow His Majesty to lead troops into battle, regardless of the circumstances. Remember, Li Qing stated earnestly, given the current situation, his personal involvement in the campaign is highly probable. Rest assured, I understand the implications. Yu Qian nodded solemnly. Li Qing felt reassured, patting the donkey's head. Farewell, my friend. With ample supplies, Li Qing journeyed tirelessly, changing horses along the way, and reached Jiaoji in just 40 days. However, he encountered a formidable challenge, the language barrier. While he could speak a few words of Mongolian, he was entirely at a loss with the language of Jiaoji, unable to utter or comprehend a single word. After several days of struggle, accompanied by gestures and the exchange of silver, he finally found a guide who spoke Chinese. It took an additional 5 days to locate the Jiaoji Xinwei office. After Zhu Gaoxiu arrived in Jiaoji, he gradually assumed control of the region. Following the departure of the previous Jiaoji pacification envoy, Zhu Zhanji did not send anyone to replace him, thus solidifying Zhu Gaoxiu as the true master of Jiaoji. Upon Zhu Qizhan's ascension to the throne, the ministers, intent on preventing him from embarking on voyages to the west, deliberately sought to grant Jiaoji independence, thereby facilitating Zhu Gaoxiu's rise. Li Qing did not meet Zhu Gaoxiu but encountered his son, Zhu Zhanluo. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Qing promptly addressed the matter at hand. I have urgent business with the former Han King. The title piqued Zhu Zhanluo's interest, his expression revealing a mix of emotions. If you have something to say, go ahead. My father does not wish to meet with officials from the Ming. Li Qing, feeling helpless, inquired, you received the emperor's letter, did you not? We did, Zhu Zhanluo replied. What are your plans? Zhu Zhanluo shook his head. We have severed ties with the Ming. Severed ties? Li Qing scoffed. Do not forget your surname. I am Zhu, but what of it? Zhu Zhanluo's agitation grew. Our lineage has been expunged from the family tree. The Ming no longer recognizes us. Why should we assist them? Li Qing sighed. I do not wish to quarrel with you. I simply desire to see your father. You think you can just see him at will? Zhu Zhanluo sneered. Look at your official attire. You are but a 7th-rank civil servant. How dare you act so presumptuously? Li Qing chuckled in disbelief. Indeed, I possess such audacity. Were it not for me, your Han lineage would have long since descended into the earth to meet the great ancestor and the great forefather. Do not think that your father would not show me deference. You are an official of the Ming. I am merely granting face to the Ming. Were it not for that, I would have dealt with you already, Zhu Zhanluo retorted angrily, rising from his seat. While I have yet to lose my temper, you should leave at once. Arrogant. Li Qing erupted in fury. In my prime, you were still nursing. How dare you speak to me so? To hell with you. Zhu Zhanluo bellowed. Guards. A dozen men rushed in. My lord. Seize him, Zhu Zhanluo commanded. The leading guard hesitated. My lord. The elder has instructed us not to trouble the Ming. Enough of this prattle. Seize him, Zhu Zhanluo insisted, maintaining a stoic demeanor. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry. Li Qing let out a breath. He did not wish to resort to violence, but the urgency of the situation compelled him. Gripping Zhu Zhanluo tightly, he coldly declared, Take me to your elder, or I shall choke him. Zhu Zhanluo gasped, his face turning red and then gradually purple. This terrified the guards, who quickly interjected, Let us discuss this calmly. Take me to see Zhu Gaoxiu. Li Qing's tone was frigid. I do not possess the luxury of patience. Hurry. Please, esteemed official, remain calm, said the lead guard. If this escalates, it will not benefit anyone. Allow me to inform my elder, and we shall wait here. Li Qing recognized his intention to save Zhu Zhanluo's dignity and replied with a smile. It seems Zhu Gaoxiu wishes for you to succeed him. You dare speak so freely? Zhu Zhanluo gasped. If he arrives, I will call him by name without hesitation. Li Qing responded, turning to the guards, I do not wish to harm him, but you would do well to behave, for life is singular. Rest assured, esteemed official. We shall not act rashly. Please withdraw for now, the lead guard suggested. The guards exchanged glances, ultimately retreating from the room in resignation. Li Qing released his grip as he saw the person leave. Zhu Zhanfan took a deep breath and then suddenly stepped forward, coughing. Do you concede? Let go, he added. Li Qing tightened his hold, causing Zhu Zhanfan to blink repeatedly. This is your last chance. If you misbehave again, fortune will not favor you. Li Qing finally loosened his grip. Zhu Zhanfan gasped for breath and exclaimed in anger, How dare you? There's nothing I wouldn't dare. You can either behave, or I will end you. Choose. Zhu Zhanfan pondered, feeling helpless against such a reckless individual, earning a few hundred coins a month. What was the use of risking one's life? Frustrated yet cautious, he recognized his position as the designated heir, with a promising future ahead. And he certainly did not wish to meet an untimely end. What is a mere few coins for a 7th-rank official each month? Zhu Zhanfan loosened his collar and remarked, "Given your courage and cunning, you are indeed a remarkable person. Why not join me, and I shall offer you tenfold what you earn in the Ming. Do you think you're worthy of making such promises?" Li Qing chuckled. "I am here to discuss matters with your father. Cooperate, and I shall not make things difficult for you." Zhu Zhanfan retorted bitterly, "Do you not find the emperor of the Ming shameless?" Such words. The Emperor Taizong was also a Ming emperor. "He is your grandfather," Li Qing teased. "If your father hears this, I wonder how he will react." "I refer to Zhu Zhanji and Zhu Qian, father and son," Zhu Zhanfan replied. "The father eliminated the Han royal line, yet the son expects me to serve him. Where is the fairness in that? Your father deserves a reprimand." "You scoundrel!" Zhu Zhanfan seethed with rage, but upon meeting Li Qing's icy gaze, he instantly regained his composure. He huffed, "My father is no gentleman. Prepare for misfortune." Li Qing smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I shall wait." Chapter 63. Zhu Gaoshu's regret after a considerable time. Zhu Gaoshu finally arrived. "I shall see who dares to abduct my son." A powerful voice echoed as the 64-year-old Zhu Gaoshu entered the room. Li Qing stood up and said, "I pay my respects to the Han Wang. Didn't you just say my father was here? How dare you call him by name?" Zhu Zhanfan mocked. "Where's that bravado of yours now?" Li Qing dismissed him and stated, "I am Li Qing, here for the Ming." Zhu Gaoshu's face reflected shock and disbelief. Having seen Li Qing before, albeit disguised with makeup and a mask, he vaguely recalled the true face of Li Qing from long ago. However, upon hearing Li Qing's introduction, everything came rushing back. "You are Li Qing?" Zhu Gaoshu's grizzled beard trembled. "Is it you, Yongqing?" "Indeed, I am the one you suspect," Li Qing replied. "Might I request that the Han Wang dismiss his attendants?" "I am no longer the Han Wang," Zhu Gaoshu replied, dejectedly waving his hand. "Everyone leave." "Sir, this person—" "Ah, it's fine, everyone leave." Zhu Zhanfan stepped forward and said, "Father, this person is quite sinister and reckless." "You should." "Indeed, he is quite sinister," Zhu Gaoshu muttered to himself. "But it's of no concern, you may leave." "But father is worried." "Leave." "Yes." Zhu Zhanfan, unable to disobey, exited the room. Zhu Gaoshu approached Li Qing, scrutinizing him with suspicion. "Are you truly he?" Li Qing produced a handful of golden beans and smiled. The golden beans gifted by the Han Emperor years ago are still untouched. Zhu Gaoshu furrowed his brow, visibly agitated. "How is it that you do not age?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Could it be that you, as the disciple of this immortal, have also ascended? Let us set that aside for now. After discussing the serious matters, I shall share more," Li Qing replied. "Have you received the Emperor's letter?" "Indeed," Zhu Gaoshu said, momentarily setting aside his astonishment as he sat beside Li Qing, scoffing. "It is quite the notion for him to think of sending me to conquer Siam and Burma. He truly holds me in high regard." "It is merely a strategy for diversion, not a true engagement in battle," Li Qing remarked. Zhu Gaoshu sneered. "The letter is right here. See for yourself." Li Qing took the letter, unfolded it, and his expression turned peculiar as he muttered under his breath, "A compromise is contingent upon the circumstances. Do you truly not comprehend your second uncle's simplicity?" Embarrassed, he placed the letter down and awkwardly said, "Look at you. Are you truly unaware of the art of negotiation? Well, you have said both flattering and unflattering things." Zhu Gaoshu grunted. "Your visit is to request my assistance in this diversion?" "Yes. Will you grant me this favor?" "And what if I refuse?" Zhu Gaoshu challenged. Li Qing replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall have to beat you until you relent." "How can you be like this?" Zhu Gaoshu exclaimed, incensed. "After all, I am a prince of the Taizong lineage. Are you not afraid of the old man visiting you in a dream?" "You are aware of that," Li Qing retorted, smirking. "Let me ask you this. If the Ming dynasty is in peril, will you assist?" "Yes. But my grievance is with the old man, not with the Ming dynasty," Zhu Gaoshu confessed. "However, if it is merely a matter of diversion, I can manage that." "That is reassuring," Li Qing said, relaxing. "You are a straightforward person, not as scheming as Zhu Zhanji, and far more trustworthy than Zhu Di. What may seem insurmountable to others is but a trivial matter to you, primarily due to your straightforward nature." I do not regret having pleaded for your sake. Li Qing continued, his expression softening. How have you fared in these years? Initially, quite well, but ever since my nephew passed away, I have been in a state of disarray. Zhu Gaoziu lamented, regret etched on his face. Damn it, I acted too hastily. Zhu Gaoziu's face was filled with self-reproach. Had I been more patient, I would now be the one seated in that chair. Is it truly that significant? Li Qing inquired. Indeed. Zhu Gaoziu cursed. I am filled with regret. Had I endured for just 10 more years, the Ming would have been mine. Why must I be here in this desolate place? Yet this is not so bad. You are somewhat of a local ruler here. What more could you desire? Li Qing encouraged. It is certainly preferable to being foolishly executed as before. Zhu Gaoziu retorted indignantly. I am not a local ruler. All right. Li Qing suppressed a laugh. Prepare yourself. Given the circumstances, do not entertain thoughts of regret. You are, after all, a member of the Zhu family, and serving the Ming is your duty. Hey, do not try to deceive me with grandiose words, Zhu Gaoziu scoffed. I am agreeing to assist out of respect for the eldest and for you. Do not invoke the Zhu family name, for I am no longer one of them. And what of your father's reputation? That. Zhu Gaoziu sneered coldly. He has caused me such misery. I owe him no respect. After a moment of jest, Li Qing stood up and said, I trust in your character. Since you have agreed to help, I can rest easy. Do not be in such haste to depart. Zhu Gaoziu remarked, having journeyed such a distance. We must indulge in a fine drink, and perhaps you could enlighten me on your circumstances. Li Qing pondered for a moment. Very well, but I cannot linger. In such haste upon your arrival, do you truly wish to evade my company? Zhu Gaoziu scoffed. If you keep me entertained, I shall devote more attention to matters of restraint. Then it is settled. I shall willingly accompany you. Li Qing replied with a smile. Coincidentally, there are matters I wish to convey to you. Oh no, Zhu Gaoziu interjected. Your life surpasses even that of a tortoise. It truly resonates with the adage, good men do not live long, while calamities endure for a millennium. Li Qing's expression darkened, considering your impending efforts. I shall refrain from engaging in further banter. The two shared laughter as they exited the Jiaoji Shenwei office and arrived at Zhu Gaoxiu's residence. By the heavens, your abode rivals that of a half-imperial palace in size, Li Qing observed, though it lacked the grandeur of the palace itself. It bore a certain rustic charm, albeit quite rough. Zhu Gaoxiu proudly introduced his new home. Do you see that patch of grass? That is my horse ranch. When you depart, I shall present you with 2 exceptional steeds. His jovial nature remained unchanged. Li Qing, astonished, questioned, can you still ride at your age? Of course. If I do not sweat profusely in a single day, I feel utterly uncomfortable, Zhu Gaoxiu declared with pride. Do not underestimate me, despite my age. I can still mount a horse and engage in battle without difficulty. Impressive, Li Qing exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Fortunate indeed are the simple-hearted. Your physical constitution is remarkably robust. At this rate, living another 20 years should pose no challenge. Zhu Zhanpan, witnessing his father bringing Li Qing home and behaving as if they were longtime friends, was taken aback. What kind of enchantment had this fellow cast upon his father? He approached, saying, Father, this is our home. There is no need for fear. Fear my foot. Off you go. Zhu Gaoxiu kicked him aside. Go. Instruct the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast. Zhu Zhanpan, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, sighed. Father, if you are being coerced, just blink. Zhu Gaoxiu's expression darkened. Are you seeking a beating? Zhu Zhanpan grumbled under his breath. Did you not say we must avoid that word? You insolent. Father, calm your fury. I shall attend to it immediately. Zhu Zhanpan hurried off. Li Qing chuckled. After all these years, one would hope you could let go. The Son of Heaven, how could anyone truly let go? Zhu Gaoxiu huffed. Confound it. I regret it deeply. Had I known, I would have never taken the throne. What good does it do to lament? Li Qing laughed. Your failure to ascend to the throne is your fortune. Else, with your intellect, you would have inevitably been led astray. Nonsense, I am not foolish. Zhu Gaoxiu retorted. Li Qing rolled his eyes. When you rebelled, was it not due to being misled? Had you truly become emperor, it would have been a misfortune for the Ming dynasty. Zhu Gaoxiu snapped. Can we not converse amicably? Is this how you approach a favor? Very well, I concede my words were ill-chosen. I shall partake in 3 cups as penance. Li Qing replied, exasperated at your age. Must I still coax you? As the food and wine were served, the two drank and chatted. Zhu Gaoxiu inquired, now that it is just the 2 of us, surely you can explain your situation? Considering Zhu Gaoxu's comprehension, Li Qing finally admitted, "Indeed, I am an immortal." "What? Incredible." Zhu Gaoxu's jaw nearly dropped. "By heavens, there truly are immortals in this world. Teach me." "I cannot." Li Qing sighed, stating that immortals are not cultivated but rather born. "And if they could be taught, your elder brother would not have met an early demise." Zhu Gaoxu stared blankly for a moment before regretfully nodding. "Indeed. You shared such a close bond with him." "Alas." After a pause, he added, "Then could you perhaps give me 2 pills of immortality?" "Only medicinal pills. No elixirs of immortality." Li Qing chuckled. "Aside from my ability to live and fight, I am no different from an ordinary person. It is not as mystical as you imagine." "Curse it, how infuriating." Zhu Gaoxu exclaimed, "I see you are not an immortal, merely a calamity." Chapter 64. Reaching an agreement. Zhu Gaoxu's physique was indeed robust, consuming cup after cup of wine without showing any signs of inebriation, though his face had taken on a slight flush. "Drink more," he insisted. "Since you are here, I must extend my hospitality. It wouldn't be complete without getting drunk." Li Qing raised his cup to clink with his and inquired, "Can you control the overall situation here?" "Such words. You truly hold me in high regard," Zhu Gaoxu replied. Somewhat irked. "Zhaoji is a significant nation in its own right, with a population of 7 million. I am but an outsider." "Then how much can you control?" "About 1/3, I suppose." Zhu Gaoxu tilted his head back, pouring the wine down his throat, smacking his lips, and placing the cup down. "However, on the surface, the other 2 factions remain relatively restrained and do not dare to make a move against me." Li Qing furrowed his brow. "If you assist the court in restraining Siam and Myanmar, will they not seize the opportunity to strike at you?" "The likelihood of that is quite low." Zhu Gaoxu shook his head. "I have not idled away these past years. I possess both men and wealth, and they lack the courage to make a move against me." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Moreover, I am not foolish. I will not engage in self-sacrificial acts. I will certainly assist the Ming dynasty only on the condition of ensuring my own safety." "That is reassuring." Li Qing nodded, adding, "As for the Ming, do not hold your hopes too high. It is simply not feasible. However, becoming the local sovereign of Zhaoji is still a possibility." Zhu Gaoxu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Are you willing to assist me?" "Yes." "Why?" Li Qing contemplated for a moment, thinking it was for the sake of the golden beans from years past. "Don't be coy. You wouldn't be so kind-hearted," Zhu Gaoxu scoffed. "I am straightforward. If I can do something, I will. If not, then so be it." Li Qing smiled and nodded. "All right. Let me speak candidly. Zhaoji serves as a supply point for the Ming's maritime trade. The reason you were brought here was to prepare for your control over this region. The civil officials are unreliable. As the imperial power changes, the authority of emperors will inevitably decline. I fear that over time, the Ming will completely lose Zhaoji. Hence, I sought your favor with Zhu Zhanji. I knew you were not merely being kind-hearted." Zhu Gaoxu remarked with a huff. "You wish for my faction to remain here, providing convenience for the Ming's trade with the West, correct?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed. "This is beneficial for you as well. Not only can you become the king of Zhaoji, but you can also profit from trade with the West through the Ming. What could be better?" Zhu Gaoxu considered this and asked, "But will the young emperor agree?" "He will, as it is also advantageous for the Ming," Li Qing confirmed with a nod. Zhu Gaoxu scrutinized him, noticing that with his rank being merely 7th grade, the young emperor clearly did not recognize his status. "What great use can you possibly be? If I were of no significance, how could I possibly represent the court in coming here?" Li Qing countered. "Ah, you have a point." Zhu Gaoxu scratched his head, pondering. "What do you want me to do?" Li Qing replied with a smile. "It's quite simple. Firstly, assist the Ming dynasty in restraining Siam and Myanmar. Secondly, pay homage to the young emperor." "Pay homage to him?" Zhu Gaoxu rose abruptly, incredulous. "Does he deserve it?" Now, don't be so agitated," Li Qing reassured. "It's merely a formality, and you stand to lose nothing. If you find it undignified, you can have your son do it. It's just a title after all, but it brings tangible benefits. Surely you can calculate that," Li Qing inquired. "Moreover, even if you remain a vassal prince of the Ming, you would still need to pay homage." Zhu Gaoxu fell silent. He was not particularly clever, yet he was not foolish either. With the support of the Ming, he could genuinely unify Zhaoji and become a rightful king. This advantage was substantial. If he could not ascend as the emperor of the Ming, becoming the king of Zhaoji was not a poor alternative. Zhu Gaoxu nodded. "All right, let us proceed. However, I have one condition." "What is it?" Zhu Gaoxu stated. The Ming court must not interfere with me, nor send anyone here. That is only natural, Li Qing agreed. From then on, everything here will be under your control. Can the young emperor truly acquiesce? Zhu Gaoxiu expressed doubt. Do you trust me? Li Qing asked with a smile. Zhu Gaoxiu paused, then nodded, I do. Then it is settled. Once the Luchuan rebellion is quelled, you shall send someone to pay tribute, and I will handle the rest, Li Qing assured. Agreed, let us continue. Zhu Gaoxiu responded with fervor, come, let us drink. Li Qing lingered in Jiaoji for 5 days, during which Zhu Gaoxiu took him to explore all the delightful spots within 100 miles. After feasting and enjoying themselves, Li Qing packed a pouch of gold coins and finally set off for home. At the moment of parting, Zhu Gaoxiu grew uncharacteristically melancholic, saying, once you leave, it may be a long, long time before we meet again, perhaps even in this lifetime. If I have the chance, I will come to see you. Li Qing assured him, patting his shoulder. Take care of yourself. You too, Zhu Gaoxiu replied. Li Qing mounted his horse and began his journey back. This expedition had indeed taken him far from home, crossing borders. In an age of limited transportation, such a feat was almost inconceivable for the common folk. Li Qing, lost in thought, rode swiftly, day and night, neglecting even food and sleep. His sole concern was the possibility of the young emperor leading a personal campaign. Though the likelihood was slim, the fear lingered in his heart. He pressed on, and by the time he returned to the capital, winter had already settled in. In early November, snow began to fall in the capital. Li Qing did not return home, but went straight to the palace. Upon seeing Zhu Qian seated firmly on the throne, Li Qing felt a weight lift from his heart. Thankfully, the feared events had not transpired. It was indeed a relief. Zhu Qian demonstrated discernment, a sense of the greater picture, and a willingness to heed counsel, qualities that Li Qing greatly admired, enhancing his overall impression of the young emperor. Exhausted from his arduous journey, Li Qing was no longer anxious upon confirming Zhu Qian's safety. Your Majesty, Prince Zhu Gaoxiu has agreed to assist us, Li Qing reported. I will provide the specific details at a later date, as this journey has been truly taxing. Zhu Qian had a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet seeing Li Qing's evident fatigue, he merely nodded. Very well, you should return and rest. He originally thought that Li Qing would not return until after the new year. But now he has come back 2 to 3 months early, which one can imagine must have been quite arduous. As soon as Li Qing exited the palace, he made a beeline for Yu Qian's residence. After months apart, the donkey had grown taller, and its coat gleamed as if it had been polished, looking particularly delightful. Brother donkey, it has been a long time. Li Qing affectionately stroked its head, his face radiating joy. The donkey nudged his palm, seemingly expressing its delight. Haha. Li Qing patted it and turned to Yu Qian, saying, thank you for your hard work. I shall go home and rest for a bit, and I will treat you to a drink another day. Yu Qian chuckled. It is but a trivial matter, no need to mention it. By the way, how about the situation in Jiaoji? It has been resolved. That is good to hear, Yu Qian replied with relief, urging him, you should quickly rest. The situation has not escalated, so you can relax. Tomorrow, once I have finished my tasks, I will come to discuss the details with you. All right. Li Qing rode the donkey home. He was indeed exhausted. Over the past few months, aside from a few days of feasting and merriment with Zhu Gaoxiu, he had been constantly on the move. He had scarcely eaten or slept, and although he could function without food or drink, he felt extremely uncomfortable and was in a dreadful state. As soon as he lay on the bed, he fell into a deep slumber. Li Qing slept soundly for 12 hours, from the morning until noon the next day. He murmured contentedly, turning over and glimpsing the heavy snowfall through the window's crack. Perhaps I should sleep a little longer. However, his stomach protested vehemently. In fact, it had been voicing its complaints for quite some time. Never mind, I should get up. Li Qing sat up, stretched his limbs, and his joints cracked pleasantly. Awakening from this slumber, he felt remarkably refreshed. On such a snowy day, it would be a pity not to indulge in a hot pot meal. Li Qing opened the door, freshened up, and took out some fodder to feed the donkey. Brother donkey, eat up. Later, accompany me to the market. Li Qing was genuinely famished. Looking at the donkey, he couldn't help but think of a fiery feast. The donkey, sensing the glint in his eyes, shivered in response, deciding to stop eating altogether and lay down, offering itself for Li Qing to ride. Fearing he might have some peculiar thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp voice followed. Is Master Li at home? I am here. Li Qing clapped his hands and walked to the door, opening it to find Yu Qian standing there with his hands behind his back, a beaming smile on his face. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" "Ah, I finished my tasks and thought I would come to see you," Yu Qian replied with a smile, stepping forward. "No need for formalities. Come in and let us talk." Li Qing had no intention of bowing but still expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." In the main hall, there was no charcoal brazier, and the temperature was quite low. Yu Qian felt a bit cold and commanded, "Go, bring the stove from the dragon carriage." An attending eunuch quickly complied and hurried off. Shortly thereafter, the stove was brought in, along with 6 food boxes. 2 young eunuchs set up a pot, added water, and proceeded to take out fresh fruits, vegetables, and meats from the food boxes. Yu Qian smiled and asked, "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Li Qing nodded. "Knowing that you enjoy hot pot, I had the imperial kitchen prepare some for you." Yu Qian remarked, "It has been several months since we last met, and I have missed you greatly. Let us dine and converse together." Li Qing replied, "Indeed, I am quite hungry. Thank you for your consideration, Your Majesty. Please." "There is no need for such formality," Yu Qian chuckled, gesturing to the young eunuch. "You need not attend to us here. Simply wait outside." "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave," the young eunuch acquiesced, stepping outside and thoughtfully closing the door behind him. As Yu Qian added ingredients to the pot, he continued, "It is truly surprising to see you return in such a short time. Given the current circumstances, how could I dare to delay?" Li Qing responded, "Without outsiders present, you may continue to address me in such a familiar manner. It feels more intimate." Yu Qian smiled, adding, "You are quite different from them." "Undoubtedly." Yu Qian's demeanor put Li Qing at ease. Li Qing then stated directly, "Your Majesty can rest assured regarding the situation in Jiaoji. Zhu Gaoxiu has already pledged to take action, restraining Siam and Myanmar from launching a large-scale invasion. Can he truly manage that?" Yu Qian inquired, having little impression of this second prince, only aware of his failed rebellion that ended without a ripple, swiftly quelled by his father, leaving no territory to show for it. This not only highlighted his father's brilliance, but also indirectly underscored the ineptitude of this second prince. Yu Qian could not help but harbor doubts. However, Li Qing reassured him, "Your Majesty need not worry. Although he may be somewhat naive, his martial prowess is undeniable. His extensive experience in Jiaoji has not been for naught. I have observed the annals of Taizong, and he performed admirably during the Jingnan campaign, proving to be an exceptional talent." "Is that so?" Yu Qian nodded slightly, pondering. "He wouldn't shirk his responsibilities, would he?" Li Qing replied, "He may be straightforward, but he lacks the cunning of you too. He would reject outright any false pretense of assistance. The Ming would soon discern the truth, rendering any deceit unnecessary." Yu Qian considered this and, finding merit in Li Qing's reasoning, chose not to pursue further suspicions. "You have done a great service this time. Once the situation stabilizes, let us enjoy our meal," Yu Qian suggested. Li Qing interjected without mercy, "How can flatbreads compare to hot pot?" "Very well," Yu Qian conceded, feeling less hungry, as Li Qing consumed most of the meal. The culinary skills of the imperial kitchen were exceptional, and with Li Qing's evident hunger, the dish was particularly fragrant, enticing Yu Qian to partake more than he intended. In the dining hall, the hot pot simmered, filling the air with delectable aromas, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Observing Li Qing's enjoyment, Yu Qian delayed discussing serious matters. It was not until a short while later, after Li Qing had contentedly let out a long belch, that he paused his chopsticks and inquired, "Your Majesty, what is the current state of affairs?" Wiping his mouth, Li Qing took the initiative to ask. Yu Qian's expression turned serious. "As soon as you departed, I had Yu Qian prepare military supplies to send to the Duke of Qian. The turmoil in Fujian has been quelled, and we now have 60 merchant ships ready to set sail for trade with Japan come spring. It seems to have been less challenging than anticipated." Li Qing nodded lightly. "Have reinforcements been dispatched?" "Indeed," Yu Qian confirmed. "Not long after the Duke of England returned, I mobilized 100,000 troops to proceed to Luchuan. It has been over a month now, and they should have arrived by now." Li Qing smiled with ease, reflecting that prior to taking action, he believed restoring order would be arduous, yet upon engaging, he found it was not as difficult as he had imagined. Much credit is due to the Duke of England. Li Qing took a sip of wine and sighed, lamenting the burdens of his advancing years, yet still compelled to traverse the vast expanse of the south and north. Yu Qian nodded, then shook his head. "It is not Zhang Fu who leads this time." "Not him." Li Qing exclaimed in surprise. Who else could it be? Wang Ji. Zhu Qizhen clarified. Initially, I intended to appoint Zhang Fu, but due to his ill health, he lacks the vigor to command. Thus I had to select another. Li Qing furrowed his brow. Have you not considered the ramifications of allowing civil officials to lead the military? Please, do not rush, Zhu Qizhen urged. How can I not be anxious? Li Qing replied solemnly. Our previous measures were aimed at diminishing the power of the civil officials. Yet you have chosen to allow one of them to command the troops. This is sheer folly. Zhu Qizhen, feeling helpless, remarked, Can you allow me to finish speaking? Very well, go ahead, Li Qing conceded, his earlier joy dissipating. You have previously stated that scholars attempting rebellion for 3 years without success, Zhu Qizhen began. Yet you cannot permit civil officials to lead the military. Li Qing interjected. Indeed, the current military generals are not entirely trustworthy. But allowing civil officials to command poses even greater risks. Do not forget, we abolished the posts of garrison ministers precisely to prevent civil officials from exerting influence over the military. Zhu Qizhen smiled wryly. Are you not going to let me speak? Li Qing, somewhat disgruntled, took another sip of wine. Proceed. Zhu Qizhen gathered his thoughts and continued. The current situation is that most civil and military officials do not align with me, primarily due to maritime trade issues. However, Wang Ji is different. His family resides near the capital in Baoding. He is not from the south, nor does he engage in maritime trade. Hence the unrest in Luchuan holds no sway over him. This is one reason. Secondly, he has bribed Wang Zhen, who then recommended him to me. This indicates that Wang Ji possesses a strong sense of ambition and indirectly shows his desire to win this battle. Thirdly, while he may have ulterior motives, he does not oppose me, which can be seen as a form of loyalty. Li Qing sighed. Your reasoning is sound, but once this door is opened, what will become of us in the future? I have contemplated this as well, Zhu Qizhen replied. Once the battle concludes, I plan to bestow upon him a noble title while simultaneously relieving him of his position as Minister of War, encouraging him to abandon civil duties for military pursuits. Zhu Qizhen smiled. What do you think, esteemed sir? Moderate at best, Li Qing sighed. Such matters may occur once, but not again, otherwise. The distinction between civilian and military authority will blur, complicating matters further. Zhu Qizhen's smile faltered, yet upon reflection, he recognized the validity of Li Qing's argument. A notion he had once considered astute was deftly punctured by Li Qing's words, leaving him disheartened. It appears I have not thought this through thoroughly, he admitted. Seeing the despondency on his face, Li Qing remarked, However, regarding this instance, Your Majesty has managed quite well. Wang Ji has aspirations that align closely with your political goals, making his selection a prudent choice. The pride of youth is formidable, especially in a sovereign. One must not overcorrect. Zhu Qizhen chuckled softly, delicately sipping his wine. Li Qing then added, I should also discuss matters concerning Jiaoji with your Majesty. What issues are present there? To the Ming, it is not a trivial matter. Li Qing stated, Your Majesty, I recommend allowing Zhu Gaoshu to take full control of Jiaoji, as this would be advantageous for the Ming. Absolutely not, Zhu Qizhen rejected firmly. Though Jiaoji is nearly out of our grasp, it remains nominally a vassal state of the Ming. How could we allow it to become independent? Li Qing inquired, Your Majesty, may I finish speaking? Very well, proceed, Zhu Qizhen replied in a subdued tone. Li Qing continued, Your Majesty, consider the immense cost required for the Ming to regain control over Jiaoji. It was conquered by the Taizu, and as descendants, how could we simply relinquish it? Zhu Qizhen retorted, but the question remains. Li Qing interjected, Your Majesty, to re-establish the Jiaoji Pacification Commission, we must appoint someone to lead it. This region serves as a crucial supply point for Western trade. They possess the capability to incite chaos there to resist your Majesty's Western ventures, and do not doubt. They have done so before and will do so again. Zhu Qizhen had no doubts. After all, they dared to instigate turmoil within the Ming. However, he found it hard to accept. Are you suggesting that having Jiaoji under our control is less favorable than relinquishing it? Li Qing sighed. I understand it is difficult for your Majesty to accept, but that is the reality. You have witnessed their actions. Even if you can maintain order, can future generations? After a moment of silence, Zhu Qizhen furrowed his brow and asked, Can Zhu Gaoshu be trusted? Though his title has been stripped, he still carries the blood of the Zhu family. Li Qing replied, In this regard, he is not an outsider. If he behaves in such a manner, so too will his descendants. What of 100 or even hundreds of years hence? He continued, in the future, Jiaoji will not dare to openly defy the Ming. And the Ming merchant vessels supplying Jiaoji will also benefit them. Chapter 66. The great Ming is fortunate. The people are fortunate. Zhu Qizhan still found it hard to accept. Yet he had no counter-argument. I shall contemplate this further. Li Qing nodded, refraining from further persuasion. The room's temperature gradually increased, and coupled with their hot pot and wine, they felt somewhat warm. Zhu Qizhan approached the window and opened it, letting the wind and snow invigorate him. Sir, after the conclusion of the Battle of Luchuan, I intend to construct a great fleet and expand trade. Zhu Qizhan's eyes sparkled with ambition. Once we have the funds, I shall reorganize the army and restore the military prowess of the Ming to that of the glorious eras of Taizu and Taizong. Expanding our territories is the ultimate dream of every emperor. Zhu Qizhan, in the prime of his youth, was not to be disheartened by Li Qing. After all, the emperor too sought to leave a lasting legacy. Your Majesty possesses exceptional talent and vision, and you shall undoubtedly leave a significant mark in the annals of history. Li Qing remarked, rare in his flattery. Zhu Qizhan smiled with delight. After Zhu Qizhan departed, Li Qing returned to his bed, engrossed in a book. Although turmoil loomed, suppressing the rebellion was merely a matter of time, and Li Qing felt a sense of relaxation. The rest would depend on the gradual passage of time. Such a substantial shift would undoubtedly be hard for the ministers to accept, and they would surely devise means to resist, but one by one, they would be addressed. Over time, as they grew accustomed to the changes, acceptance would follow. Li Qing was not in a hurry. He had ample time. He mused with contentment. With the current momentum, it is likely that in 5 or 6 years, we will fully restore the era of Zhu Zhanji. By then, I can once again enjoy life. However, to prevent repeating past mistakes, Li Qing did not intend to leave the court, but rather to lead a more private life, free from the burdens of state affairs. Zhu Qizhan is not an untalented individual. As long as he maintains stability, Li Qing believes he will achieve remarkable accomplishments. In due time, he envisions inviting his master and young Zhu to join him, creating a lively household. Lost in his dreams of the future, Li Qing unwittingly drifted back to sleep. Upon awakening, the evening had already descended. After satisfying his hunger and fatigue, Li Qing stepped into the courtyard. The vastness of heaven and earth loomed before him, the world desolate and silent. Treading upon the thick blanket of snow, he strolled alone, reminiscing about his first arrival in Beiping. He recalled that time, when he was tasked with monitoring the feudal lords under the orders of Zhu Yuanzhang. How swiftly the decades had passed. Time, though it seemed to crawl, had also flown by. Li Qing dared not delve deeper into his thoughts. After a leisurely stroll, he arrived at the wooden shed. Brother donkey, in this frigid weather, do come out for a walk, he implored. The donkey turned its head away, ignoring him. With determination, Li Qing pulled it out, pleading, eating and sleeping. Sleeping and eating, that's for pigs. You're a donkey. You ought to be more industrious. The production team's donkey wouldn't dare rest like you. Ultimately, the donkey relented, unable to withstand Li Qing's incessant chatter. Together, they ventured outside, not straying far, but meandering nearby, which significantly lifted Li Qing's somber mood. Upon returning home, it wasn't long before Yu Qian arrived, bringing food and drink. The two had known each other for over 20 years. The once lanky figure had now gained a bit of heft, not quite plump, yet certainly not as thin. He had intended to visit at noon, but refrained upon seeing the presence of the Jinyui, knowing the emperor was in attendance. Yu Qian poured Li Qing a cup of wine and inquired, the matters of the court, has the emperor discussed them with you? Li Qing nodded, indeed. But do not dwell on it too much. Wang Ji is merely an exception. Henceforth, both civil and military officials will adhere to the principle of non-interference. Yu Qian nodded in understanding, choosing not to linger on the topic. Instead, he lamented how swiftly time passes, remarking, once this year passes, I shall be 46. And my son is already as old as you. Are you taking advantage of me? Li Qing retorted with annoyance. Yu Qian hastily waved his hands, chuckling, just a jest. By the way, you cannot continue living like this forever. What do you mean by like this? Perhaps you should consider settling down, Yu Qian suggested. Marrying and having children is the normal course of life. I genuinely worry that you, with your humility, may not withstand the solitude and could unravel. With concern, he added, each time I pass by here, especially at dusk, seeing the dim candlelight in your room pains my heart. I am not so fragile, Li Qing responded with a smile. gently dismissing the notion. I have had a family and savored love. It was beautiful, yet I do not wish to experience it again. With a sigh, Yu Qian ceased his persuasion and raised his cup sincerely, saying, "May you return to your own world soon." "I appreciate your kind wishes," Li Qing replied, clinking his cup with a bittersweet smile. He understood that he could never go back. He could only endure each passing day. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Yu Qian took the initiative to change the subject, cheerfully stating, "Now that the turmoil in Fujian has subsided, Jiangsu and Zhejiang have also returned to normalcy. Dozens of large ships have been repaired, and after the new year, the court will be able to engage in trade with Japan." He expressed delight. "In just a few years, we shall be back on track, and the Ming dynasty will reclaim its former glory. For this, we must drink 3 cups. Cheers." After downing 3 cups of wine, the earlier gloom dissipated. Yu Qian could hardly conceal his joy, exclaiming, "I can hardly believe that in just a few years, such a transformation has befallen the Ming dynasty. With a gentleman like you among us, the Ming is truly fortunate, as are its people. I am but a variable." Li Qing replied, "Yet it is precisely because of this variable that the Ming stands as it does today." Yu Qian sighed, reflecting, "In these years, I have often pored over the annals of Emperor Taizu and Emperor Taizong, frequently pondering what the Ming would be like without your presence. You overestimate my worth." Li Qing shook his head. "Before Emperor Xuanzong, my absence or presence would have made little difference. The first 50 years of a dynasty's establishment are generally a period of ascent, and that is not my merit. Furthermore, both Taizu and Taizong were exceptional sovereigns. And Xuanzong is also a commendable emperor. Do not attribute all accomplishments to me." Yu Qian remained non-committal, smiling, "But from this point onward, the credit belongs to you." After a pause, he added, "In truth, I sometimes wish you could remain in the Ming forever. This way, the dynasty would never descend into decline, though it would ultimately burden you." Li Qing shook his head with a wry smile. "Whether it burdens me or not, I must endure. Such is my fate." Sipping his wine, he continued, "Do not regard me as overly formidable. According to the cyclical nature of history, the Ming will inevitably face decline. I cannot prevent it. All I can do is strive to the best of my abilities." "I have faith in you," Yu Qian asserted. Li Qing chuckled, "I lack confidence in myself." Yu Qian replied earnestly, "I believe you will give your all and that you can achieve it. Who can predict such distant events?" Li Qing sighed, shaking his head. "I can only assure you that the Ming will not truly perish. Even if it reaches a point of irreparable decline, I shall find a way to facilitate its rebirth." "Such words are perilous," Yu Qian interjected hastily. "That is a grave statement." Li Qing smiled. "Very well, I shall refrain from speaking further. Come, let us drink." The court atmosphere returned to tranquility, with no one daring to pick at the seams. Having exhausted every method, including tumultuous tactics, they found themselves at an impasse. Though their discontent lingered, nonetheless, the relationship between the sovereign and his ministers remained strained. Zhu Qizhan was unperturbed. His objectives had been preliminarily achieved, and he had won the first battle of his reforms. Victors often exhibit magnanimity, and he paid little heed to the minister's attitudes. What he desired were tangible benefits. As the new year approached, Wang Ji conveyed military reports indicating that the Ming army had begun to reverse its fortunes and was gradually launching counterattacks. Upon receiving the military dispatch, Zhu Qizhan was elated and ordered 5,000 imperial guards and Eastern Depot officials to deliver provisions and rewards to the troops. The soldiers, risking their lives in the field, should not be disheartened, especially during the festive season. With trade set to resume after the new year, Zhu Qizhan was unconcerned about recent events. The 200,000 bolts of silk he had seized in Jiangsu and Zhejiang would soon yield a substantial profit. On the first day of the 9th year of the Zhengtong reign, it was again the occasion for ministers to pay their respects and for the emperor to distribute red envelopes. However, only a third of the ministers attended, while the rest concocted various excuses for their absence. Zhu Qizhan was incensed, but chose not to erupt in anger. With the disturbances in Luchuan unresolved, he wished to avoid further complications, yet he made a mental note of this slight. One day, he would reclaim his dignity. Li Qing received a red envelope, and, upon returning home, prepared an extravagant feast, envisioning the arrival of his master. Yet, the old man ultimately did not come. Consequently, he dined on leftover dishes for 3 consecutive days. Chapter 67. The rescue of the great Ming currency. As winter faded and spring emerged, life began to flourish anew. In early February, merchant ships set sail. The court resumed maritime trade as dozens of grand vessels embarked on voyages to Japan. After nearly a decade of silence, the maritime endeavors that Zhu Di had tirelessly pursued across 3 generations once again graced the annals of history. Li Qing felt elated. Zhu Qian was overjoyed, while the ministers were pained. The market, after all, is limited. For the gentry, the absence of Japan represented a diminished avenue for wealth. By May, the Luchuan rebellion had been quelled, and the army returned home. Zhu Qian rewarded the troops, resulting in a significant expenditure of silver. The national treasury was nearly depleted, with the once mighty Ming vault holding less than 1,000,000 taels of silver, a rather meager sum. However, for Zhu Qian, this posed little concern. He possessed a trump card, the great Ming currency. Thus, Zhu Qian commenced the printing of notes. Despite Li Qing's efforts to safeguard the currency's credibility, the purchasing power of the great Ming currency continued its decline. Interestingly, the depreciation of the currency did not solely yield adverse effects. Its devaluation spurred consumption and increased the frequency of its usage. Remarkably, the populace began to rely on it almost independently of the court's oversight. The consensus among the people became one of hoarding silver rather than notes, for as the currency lost value, the exchange rate between silver and notes escalated, allowing silver to appreciate while notes depreciated. The frequency of transactions significantly invigorated the economy. The GDP of the Ming surged impressively, fostering vibrant growth across various sectors and birthing numerous elite industries. Yet, beneath this prosperity lay the seeds of calamity. If this trend were to persist, the great Ming currency would inevitably be rejected by the populace. The court's relentless printing would ultimately siphon the wealth of the common people. Should the day arrive when the people completely lost faith in the great Ming currency, the repercussions would be nearly unbearable. The market exemplifies the principle of survival of the fittest, a reality beyond human control. Not even Zhu Qian, nor even Zhu Yuanzhang himself, could exert sway over it. Unbeknownst to Li Qing, the historical pace of the great Ming currency's devaluation was far more rapid than at present. In the 8th year of Hongwu, one guan note exchanged for 1,001 of copper coins. By the 23rd year, it was worth 251. In the 27th year, it fell to 161. In the 13th year of the Zhengtong era, it was worth merely 2 and during the Changhua period, it became virtually worthless. Thanks to his influence, Zhu Yuanzhang refrained from reckless printing, while Zhu Di exercised moderation in this regard as well, as did his son. Furthermore, the opening of maritime trade significantly alleviated the speed of currency devaluation. However, if timely measures were not taken, it would inevitably reach a point of worthlessness. The Zhu family lacked an understanding of economics, but Li Qing was aware that the loss of trust in currency could have catastrophic consequences for the economy. It was imperative to rescue the situation, at least until substantial silver flowed into the Ming. The currency must not falter. Otherwise, this prosperous scene would collapse in an instant. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Qing elaborated on the intricacies of the situation, leaving Zhu Qian in a state of bewilderment. Is it truly as dire as you say? Indeed, Li Qing replied earnestly. Your Majesty, consider this. If the currency becomes unrecognized by its holders, will there be any trade left? Without trade, the common folk would resort to barter, leading to a catastrophic decline in economic circulation. This is inevitable. Li Qing continued. Currency was invented to facilitate transactions. For instance, when the populace ventures into the city to purchase goods, they previously relied on currency. If that vanishes, they must resort to grain, which cannot be stored for long. Merchants cannot consume such quantities, and if they accept it, they cannot guarantee its resale. If they refuse, they must close their doors. To ensure profit, they would have to inflate prices. What about silver? Zhu Qian inquired. This is precisely where the issue lies, Li Qing sighed. Currently, the economy of the Ming is thriving, yet silver is in short supply. The only possibility is to allow the economy to retract to a level equivalent to the available silver, but that would mean the end of prosperity for the Ming. Zhu Qian remained skeptical, asserting, what if I mandated the use of paper currency among the populace? Li Qing felt weary. The Zhu family truly lacked economic understanding. So he resorted to his previous arguments used to persuade Zhu Yuanzhang. Suppose the Ming had 5 oranges. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Qian was convinced. What do we do now? He asked. The national treasury is depleted. Without printing paper currency, how can we build ships, conduct trade, or sustain the operations of the Ming. Li Qing lamented, "Let us print for now, but after we navigate through this crisis, we must halt and simultaneously salvage the paper currency." "What do you mean?" Zhu Qizhen inquired. "It means we cannot allow the paper currency to lose its credibility until we have amassed a sufficient quantity of silver," Li Qing explained. "How do we salvage it?" Zhu Qizhen was at a loss. This was no fault of his. He truly had no education in such matters. Zhu Qizhen studied classics and history, the art of governance and power dynamics, with little relation to finance. "Now, how many strings of cash can one tael of silver exchange for?" Li Qing asked. "At the beginning of the year, it was about 12 strings. Now it may be around 15, Zhu Qizhen replied sheepishly. "Then let us fix it at 15 strings for one tael of silver. Is that all it takes?" Zhu Qizhen asked, somewhat incredulous. Li Qing smiled wryly and shook his head. "Certainly not. That is merely the first step. To stabilize the exchange rate between silver and paper currency. And what follows? The minting of copper coins," Li Qing stated. "We shall establish an additional layer of security between silver and paper currency, strengthening their relationship. Japan possesses not only abundant gold and silver mines, but also an abundance of copper. By minting copper coins in large quantities, we can reinforce the relationship between paper currency and copper while diminishing the connection between paper currency and silver, thereby extending the viability of the paper currency." Zhu Qizhen was puzzled, questioning the significance of such an action. Wouldn't there be more money in circulation? Copper coins cannot be directly spent. Instead, they would allow the populace to exchange paper currency freely, Li Qing clarified. "By transitioning from a single currency to two, we can effectively alleviate market pressure." Zhu Qizhen found it difficult to fully grasp the concept, yet he felt an instinctive trust in Li Qing's reasoning. "Our Ming also possesses copper mines. I shall issue orders to intensify mining efforts and continue exploration." Zhu Qizhen remarked that, while many matters demand attention, the most pressing issue now is to prepare for the maritime expedition as the turmoil has subsided. He continued, stating that the weaving bureau and porcelain kilns have been dormant for years, and it is imperative to set them in motion. "The emperor is indeed wise." Li Qing nodded, affirming that the accumulation of silver by the Ming dynasty is the most effective means of mitigating risks. Zhu Qizhen rubbed his throbbing temples and expressed that, for the court to embark on the maritime journey, shipbuilding must commence. The ministers are not foolish. They will certainly perceive this reality. He inquired how Li Qing believed they would respond. Upon reflection, Li Qing's expression suddenly shifted. "This is troubling. They may have clandestinely destroyed the maritime route maps from Zheng He's expeditions. Your Majesty, you must immediately investigate. Without these maps, we will encounter numerous detours. Rest assured, I anticipated this 3 years ago and have already retrieved and backed up the maps," Zhu Qizhen replied with a smile. Li Qing exhaled deeply, relieved, and remarked, "Then they will not be able to stir up any trouble. After all, having subdued the unrest, what more can they do but cause chaos again? Yet, having learned from their previous lesson, their attempts to replicate it will yield far lesser results. This battle has demonstrated the court's might and authority. Should they seek further discord, they will need to reconsider, as the cost of such disturbances will significantly increase. Thus, from here on, it is merely a matter of time before we firmly stabilize and suppress the ministers." Li Qing pondered deeply but could not conceive of any further methods the ministers might employ, and thus stated, "Your Majesty, as long as you do not provide them with opportunities, they will not prevail." "What constitutes an opportunity?" Zhu Qizhen inquired. "Do not stray from the center of power." Li Qing replied earnestly. "As long as you remain in the palace, with the Jinyue and Dongchang at your side, they cannot harm you. However, should you venture outside, given the current circumstances, they may indeed contrive against you." Zhu Qizhen nodded slightly, with a bitter smile, lamenting, "It is truly frustrating to be an emperor who cannot even step beyond the threshold of his own home, unable to survey the vastness of the realm. Alas, you are still young, Your Majesty. There is ample time ahead," Li Qing reassured him. "One day, you will command their complete submission, and at that time, who could possibly stand in your way?" "Well said," Zhu Qizhen exclaimed, thumping the table, releasing a breath of pent-up frustration, and declared, "Let us see what the future holds." Once he had calmed his spirits, Zhu Qizhen joyfully stated, "Esteemed scholar, I entrust you with another important task." Li Qing, taken aback, questioned, "Is this your notion of a reward?" Chapter 68. Meticulous calculations observing Zhu Qizhen's demeanor, which suggested he held Li Qing in high regard. Li Qing felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. The contrast was stark. While others generously bestowed gold, this young emperor, despite his sweet words, was remarkably stingy. Your Majesty, my finances are rather tight, Li Qing noted, realizing that the emperor's frugality was extraordinary, necessitating a more direct approach. Zhu Qizhan expressed surprise. Have you exhausted the 100 taels of gold I last bestowed upon you? It has been several years. How could I still possess any? Li Qing replied, his boldness evident. While he lacked for nothing, the emperor's attitude irked him. Have you forgotten that you withheld my salary for a year and a half? How could I forget that? Zhu Qizhan laughed heartily. Zhu Qizhan pondered for a moment and declared, very well. I shall arrange for 20 taels of silver to be sent to you shortly. The emperor's generosity was palpable, and Li Qingpi offered a smile that barely concealed his skepticism. Zhu Qizhan, perceptive to flattery and criticism alike, awkwardly added, let us increase it to 30 taels. Given the current circumstances, as you are aware, the national treasury is not in a bountiful state. This sum will be drawn from the imperial purse. You may utilize it for now and in the future. When the Ming dynasty flourishes again, the scene resembled an employee presenting their financial needs to a boss, who in turn espoused grand ideals. Under Zhu Qizhan's eloquent rhetoric, the Ming enterprise appeared to possess boundless potential, where promotions and salary increases were but a dream away. Li Qing was genuinely impressed, recalling that he had never instructed Zhu Qizhan in such artifice. Was it perhaps Zhu Zhanji who had imparted this knowledge, or had Zhu Qizhan mastered it independently? Li Qing was perplexed, yet he was disinclined to endure more of Zhu Qizhan's prattle and interrupted, Your Majesty, what task do you wish to assign me? I desire you to oversee the reopening of the Jiangnan Textile Bureau, Zhu Qizhan replied. Li Qing was reluctant. Your Majesty, I am also a civil official. It would be unwise to open such a door. I am aware, Zhu Qizhan chuckled. Rest assured, once the bureau resumes operations, you shall return, and I will assign its management to another. Li Qing scoffed, teasing, so, once the menial tasks are completed, you will have no further need of me. Is that it? You truly are a piece of work, more audacious than even your father. Li Qing mused silently, recognizing that Zhu Qizhan's grandfather was notorious for his stinginess. Yet he had never exhibited such a lack of decorum. What was more astonishing was Zhu Qizhan's ability to articulate such sentiments without a trace of embarrassment. How could you think so, esteemed sir? Zhu Qizhan exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity, as if to say, you, my idol, could not possibly be so worldly. Li Qing rose and stated, once your Majesty has a concrete plan, do let me know. Very well, Zhu Qizhan acknowledged, sensing a shift in Li Qing's demeanor, and felt an inexplicable apprehension. Please take care on your way. Without uttering another word, Li Qing turned and departed, feeling increasingly unhinged. If he remained any longer, he might truly lose his composure. This young emperor was utterly devoid of decorum. Following the conclusion of the Battle of Luchuan, the court had settled into a semblance of stability, and the acrid atmosphere of the court was gradually dissipating. The ministers harbored resentment, yet felt powerless to act. Li Qing returned to his languorous existence, no longer feeling the weight of tension, often absent from court meetings. It seemed Zhu Qizhan was intimidated by him. For over a month, he refrained from broaching the subject of Li Qing's assignment. It was not until July that Zhu Qizhan, with an audacious demeanor, approached him to discuss plans. Since you hail from Jinling, let us commence there, Zhu Qizhan proposed with a smile. It will allow you to visit home while attending to official duties. Am I to go alone? Certainly not, Zhu Qizhan replied. The Eastern Depot, the Jinui, and the eunuchs from the Directorate of Ceremonial will accompany you. You may specify your needs, and I shall fulfill them. After a pause, he added this time, you shall travel with the authority of an imperial envoy. None shall dare to challenge you openly. The imperial envoy holds a rank superior to that of local officials, regardless of their original status. Under the auspices of the imperial envoy title, Li Qing finds it indeed quite manageable to conduct affairs. When shall we set forth? He inquires. At your discretion, Zhu Qizhan chuckles. If possible, the sooner, the better. Very well, I shall forego the personnel from the Eastern Depot. Provide me with 500 imperial guards and 20 eunuchs from the Grand Secretariat, and I shall depart tomorrow. He genuinely yearns to return and assess the situation. As the current climate stabilizes, a brief absence poses little concern. Your Majesty, we currently hold the advantage. You must remain in the capital, Li Qing cautions. I am aware. Zhu Qizhan retorts, rolling his eyes. There is no need for such reminders. Rest assured, I am no child. Li Qing smiles. That is all well and good. But what of the expenses for the journey? I have prepared them for you. Zhu Qian replies with a grin, referring to the funds. Yes, Your Majesty. The attendant acknowledges before departing, returning shortly with another young eunuch, who bears a chest. What is this? Li Qing exclaims in astonishment. I must have misjudged him. This chest must contain at least 2,000 taels of silver. Zhu Qian encourages him, do open it, and see. As Li Qing approaches and opens the chest, he exclaims. Good heavens! It is filled entirely with Ming dynasty banknotes. Zhu Qian remarks, though the banknotes have depreciated, this chest should suffice for your expenses. I have calculated it accurately. Your calculations are indeed impressive, Li Qing mutters through gritted teeth. Having witnessed 5 emperors, he considers Zhu Qian the most miserly of them all, without exception. Zhu Qian laughs. Do not shortchange yourself. Spend as needed without concern for my coffers. With a chest of banknotes, and as he describes it, their purchasing power rivals that of gold, making it seem inexhaustible. Li Qing, having lost his irritation, contemplates reopening the textile factory, which requires hiring weavers, purchasing raw silk, dyes, and other necessities, all of which entail expenditure. As for that, Zhu Qian offers, I shall provide you with a written decree, allowing you to directly request funds from southern Jili. The following day, Li Qing entrusts his donkey to Yu Qian and embarks with the imperial guards by boat toward Jinling. 10 days later, they disembark at the mouth of the Yangtze River. Upon arrival, Li Qing instructs the imperial guards and eunuchs to proceed to the textile factory to organize the workshop and post recruitment notices. He himself ventures into the city of Jinling. His intention is twofold, to rest at home and to request funds from Jili. While southern Jili serves as a secondary capital, it is not particularly affluent, but it should be able to muster some funds for the textile factory. Li Qing's visit to Jinling is conducted in secrecy, with few in the capital even aware of it. After all, reopening the textile factory would likely incite widespread discontent, and Zhu Qian prefers to avoid disputes in the court, allowing Li Qing to handle matters directly. The primary concern is that discussions with the officials would yield no more than arguments. At the residence of the Duke of Yongqing, no. More accurately, now the Zhu residence. After transferring the title to Zhu Yunwen, the nameplate was changed, as Zhu Yunwen possesses no title himself, and using the original nameplate would be deemed presumptuous. Is Master Zhu at home? Li Qing inquires. The steward of the estate had a slight recollection of Li Qing and, upon seeing him clad in official robes, did not dare to show any disrespect. He quickly donned a smile and said, It is unfortunate, Master, that my lord and the elder, Duke Chao, have gone out to enjoy a theatrical performance and have yet to return. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt a mix of anger and delight. It seemed that this trio of elderly gentlemen was living quite comfortably. Then I shall wait for him in the estate, Li Qing stated. Ah, please do, Master. The steward replied. Having never encountered such audacity, he felt compelled to allow Li Qing entry, as his official attire forbade him from dismissing him. As autumn approached, Jinling remained quite warm. Li Qing reclined on a bench beneath a pavilion, admiring the scenery of the estate, and could not help but exclaim, Ah, Jinling is truly splendid. It holds so many cherished memories. As noon drew near, the trio finally returned from their outing, animatedly discussing the play, with Li Jinglong being the most fervent among them. We have a guest at the estate, the steward reported. Who could it be? Zhu Yunwen inquired, puzzled. It appears to be that young Master Li, who stayed with us for a time several years ago. He has since taken up an official position, the steward explained. Oh dear, where is he? Li Jinglong asked. More impatient than Zhu Yunwen, the steward hastily replied, in response to Duke Chao's inquiry. Young Master Li is in the pavilion ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jinglong, leaning on his cane, hurried forward, exclaiming, Li Qing, you rascal, you finally decided to return. Chapter 69. Tune sweeping. Hearing Li Jinglong's distinctive voice, Li Qing rose from the pavilion, and after taking only a few steps, he spotted the hurried approach of Li Jinglong. Just as he was about to speak, Li Jinglong interjected, launching into a tirade. You scoundrel, you vanished for years, sending only one letter, and it wasn't even addressed to me. How heartless you are! The scene resembled that of a jilted lover finally confronting their unfaithful partner. Li Jinglong's outburst only deepened Li Qing's sense of shame. Wiping the spittle from his face, Li Qing sheepishly remarked, Look at you, at your age, why are you still so hot-headed? That's just my temperament, so what? Li Jinglong retorted fiercely. You've been away for 4 years. Even a dog knows to miss home. And yet you? I refuse to believe you were too busy to return in all that time. But I am back now, aren't I? Li Qing replied with a smile, trying to placate him. Do not scold me. I admit I was wrong. If I don't scold you, you'll never learn. Li Jinglong scoffed, spitting in disdain. Are you planning to leave again? This time I have official business, Li Qing explained. I knew it. Li Jinglong resumed his tirade. Li Qing, with a resigned expression, braced himself to endure the onslaught. What could he do? After all, he was in the wrong. After a while, when Li Jinglong finally exhausted his anger, Zhu Yunwen intervened, saying, Brother, it's been difficult to have you back. Let us not dwell on grievances. Let us share a drink at noon. A drink? That won't do. Li Jinglong protested. If I drink 1 cup, Li Qing must drink 3. No problem, Li Qing readily agreed. That's more like it. Li Jinglong's expression softened considerably. Turning to the elder, he said, Please, my lord, you first. Zhang, uninterested, replied, You two enjoy your drinks. I shall not intrude on the revelry of the young. As there is a generational gap, Li Jinglong remarked, while watching the performance, I didn't notice you mentioning any generational gap, did I? Zhang frowned. It's nothing. Li Jinglong quickly replied, You should rest. Zhang nodded and cast a glance at Li Qing, saying, This time, stay a bit longer, they all miss you dearly. Of course, master, Li Qing nodded in agreement. In the pavilion, Li Qing and Li Jinglong sat facing each other, with Zhu Yunwen accompanying them. Once the drinks and dishes were served, the three indulged in a few rounds before engaging in conversation. Li Jinglong stated, In recent years, I've been keeping abreast of the news from the capital. Brother, you are truly remarkable. You managed to turn the tide, albeit I am unaware of the intricacies involved. However, it is not hard to imagine how perilous it must have been. Commendable indeed. Indeed, Zhu Yunwen chimed in. For a long time, I feared we would repeat past mistakes. But to my surprise, the turmoil was quelled swiftly and without significant repercussions. Brother, your prowess is truly commendable. Of course, who do you think I am? Li Qing boasted, waving his sleeve, as if to dismiss all schemes and plots. Huh, you think you're so impressive, Li Jinglong scoffed. What brings you here on official business? Li Qing laughed. You must keep your lips sealed. Do not speak carelessly. Am I the kind of person to do that? Li Jinglong retorted, somewhat displeased. Li Qing merely smiled, while Zhu Yunwen wore a peculiar expression. All right, I won't speak of it, Li Jinglong conceded, though, truth be told, the matters concerning the reorganization of the Weaving Bureau cannot remain hidden for long. It's just that Li Qing prefers not to expose his intentions prematurely. We shall reopen the Weaving Bureau, Li Qing declared. Excellent, Zhu Yunwen exclaimed. Reviving trade is of utmost necessity. Currently, it is entirely monopolized by wealthy merchants and officials. If this continues, it will not bode well for the Ming dynasty. Li Jinglong concurred. It seems the current emperor is indeed a capable ruler. To some extent, Li Qing replied, he is intelligent and astute, which are commendable traits. However, he also has shortcomings, being young and less mature than his predecessors. His actions can be somewhat hasty and lack the necessary gravitas, thus requiring improvement. After a brief pause, he added, Fortunately, he is receptive to advice. Zhu Yunwen hesitated as he reached for his food, feeling a flush of embarrassment. In the past, he would have been impervious to counsel from his fourth uncle. The Jingnan incident was entirely a result of being pushed to the brink. In this regard, he surpasses me, Zhu Yunwen admitted sheepishly. It seems the generations of his family are indeed stronger than mine. Quite so, Li Jinglong agreed, nodding thoughtfully, before delivering a final blow. Brother, it appears you are not cut out to be an emperor. Why speak such blatant truths? Zhu Yunwen protested. Li Qing chuckled. All right, let us set aside matters of state. The revival of the Weaving Bureau will not be accomplished in a day or two, and I won't be returning until the end of the year. Upon hearing this, Li Jinglong finally wore a smile. At least you still have a heart. Li Qing inquired, How is your health, dear brother? Not too bad. Li Jinglong replied with a smile. The old gentleman taught me a set of health-preserving exercises, and to my surprise, they are quite effective. I should be able to accompany you for several more years without issue. As he spoke, the smile on his face gradually faded, and he complained, But you never come back, always lingering in the capital, as if you've forgotten your brother. Do not say such things. Am I truly so heartless? Li Qing responded, Once the situation stabilizes, I will make it a point to return frequently. That would be splendid. Li Qing raised his cup and proclaimed, "Come, let us drink. I shall have 1 cup while you have 3. Yet, age had caught up with Li Qing, and he quickly succumbed to inebriation. His tongue loosened as he reminisced about his youthful exuberance. In the midst of his musings, he recalled Lan Yu, which brought forth tears. After much persuasion, Li Qing finally managed to calm him down. Once Li Qing had departed, Li Qing caught up with Zhu Yunjun to share some old memories, then engaged in a heartfelt conversation with his master for the better part of half an hour before stepping outside. He made his way to the incense shop, purchasing incense, offerings, and paper money, and set off for Qixia Mountain. As evening approached, the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a vibrant orange hue over the mountain, which made the maple leaves blaze with even greater brilliance. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Li Qing ascended the mountain, the sun's fading rays illuminating his face, giving it a rosy glow. At the 3 connected graves, he meticulously cleared away fallen leaves with great care and tenderness. After a quarter of an hour, he had finished his task. As the sun began to fade, the breathtaking scenery gradually slipped away, and Li Qing gently caressed the gravestone, softly saying, "My dear, the teacher has come to see you." He lit the incense and arranged the offerings, then began to burn the paper money. He did so with sincere devotion, narrating stories they loved to hear as he performed the ritual. The evening breeze blew gently, as if their tender spirits were caressing his cheeks softly. He remained there throughout the night. As dawn broke, the morning light filtered through the clouds and graced his face. Li Qing tenderly stroked the gravestone, saying, "My dear, the day has dawned, you must rest now. The teacher will return again." He then descended the mountain and made his way home. By the time he arrived, it was already well past noon. Li Qing had arrived early that morning, and upon hearing from Zhu Yunjun that Li Qing had not returned the previous night, he immediately understood where Li Qing had been. As Li Qing stepped through the door, he was met with enthusiasm from Li Qing, who exclaimed, "Come. Today we shall go to the theater." Li Qing forced a smile and replied, "Perhaps not. I would like to rest for a while." "Rest? Nonsense. Come along." Li Qing insisted, pushing him along, calling out, "Xiaozhu, old man, let us go watch a play together." Zhang, practicing his Tai Chi, declared he would not join today, promising to go tomorrow when a new script was available. "Very well, take your time then. Xiaozhu, let us be off." Li Qing pulled Zhu Yunjun along, urging, "Come, come." Li Qing was unwittingly propelled out the door. They watched a play, enjoyed a meal, and shared some drinks. By the time they finished, it was already late afternoon. As they parted ways, Li Qing specifically cautioned, "Tomorrow, the theater will have a new script. I assure you it will be splendid." Though the performance itself was not particularly captivating, Li Qing was not there for the play. He smiled and nodded in agreement. For several consecutive days, Li Qing neglected his official duties, spending his time reveling with Li Qing, playing chess with Zhu Yunjun, and sparring with his master. Over the years, his true energy had been steadily advancing. However, the old man was simply too formidable. Not only was Li Qing unable to win, but he could not even gauge the old man's true strength. Rather than a sparring session, it felt more like a beating. "Master, you are truly too strong." Li Qing sighed. "When will I ever be able to catch up to your incredible prowess?" "In a few more years," Zhang replied with a smile. Li Qing scratched his head. Why does that sound so familiar? Chapter 70. Price gouging. Having enjoyed himself thoroughly, Li Qing began to reorganize the weaving bureau. The first order of business was to visit the Ministry of Revenue to request funding. "How much does the imperial envoy require?" inquired the Minister of Revenue. "That is of no concern to you. Simply provide the funds," Li Qing replied. Li Qing retrieved the handwritten decree from Zhu Qian, a special authorization from the emperor, to advance 100,000 taels of silver. "Why don't you seize it?" The Minister of Revenue shook his head. "This is not the capital. The ministry does not possess such a sum." With a derisive laugh, Li Qing responded, "Very well, I shall report this to the emperor." "Wait a moment." The elderly minister softened at the prospect of Li Qing's complaint and awkwardly suggested, "Such a substantial amount cannot be produced immediately. Thus, let us allocate 50,000 now, and I shall find a way to procure the remainder." "Do not play tricks with me," Li Qing stated directly. "There is no need for you to feel troubled. I shall report to the emperor." "All right, you may have it," the Minister of Revenue replied, his expression darkening. "Follow me." The 100,000 taels of silver could not be taken away by Li Qing. It would remain stored within the ministry. However, the funds had already been transferred from the ministry to the Bureau of Weaving's account, alleviating concerns of further disputes. allowing Li Qing to withdraw as needed. With the financial matters resolved, Li Qing commenced his ambitious initiatives. The Bureau of Weaving was originally established by him, and he was well-versed in its operations, methodically refurbishing looms, recruiting workers, and procuring raw silk. Such substantial undertakings could not remain concealed. Within a mere fortnight, officials and wealthy gentry in Jinling were already aware of the developments. When Li Qing sought collaboration with mulberry farmers and silk producers, these elite individuals could no longer remain passive. It was evident to them that the court's intentions extended beyond mere trade with Japan. The signs pointed clearly towards a renewed endeavor in maritime ventures. Since the court had abandoned maritime trade, the affluent had amassed vast fortunes, benefiting substantially from the resultant gap. With influential connections and considerable wealth, they had acquired navigational charts for overseas routes and craftsmen for the imperial treasure ships, effectively positioning themselves to engage in transoceanic commerce. Particularly over the past 2 years, their wealth had surged dramatically, with annual earnings matching the cumulative total from the preceding decade, and having tasted such prosperity, they were unlikely to relinquish their gains easily. Yet, as an imperial envoy, Li Qing found himself in a complicated position. Despite their greed, the gentry remained astute. An imperial envoy was not to be trifled with. As the stakes were exceedingly high, however, they were not without recourse. Soon, Li Qing encountered resistance. Those who had previously agreed to collaborate, the mulberry farmers and silk producers, abruptly reversed their positions, motivated by higher offers from the wealthy merchants. Within a short span of merely 10 days, the price of raw silk had escalated by 70%, soaring like a rocket, much to the delight of the farmers and producers. The common folk, lacking such awareness, naturally gravitated towards the highest bidder. Li Qing found himself at an impasse. Had it not been for the court's earlier policy of land tax reform, at least half of the farmers' lands would have been appropriated by these gentry. Yet, he could not impose moral obligations upon the people. For everyone possesses the right to pursue their own interests and a higher quality of life. Fortunately, Li Qing had already procured a quantity of raw silk sufficient to sustain the Bureau of Weaving for a while, enabling operations to commence. Nevertheless, this supply would only last for a month or so, after which they would face a critical shortage of materials, necessitating a halt in production. Since a gentle approach has proven ineffective, it is time to adopt a more forceful strategy. The eunuch Xiao Liuzi from the Imperial Secretariat remarked, "They are merely a crowd of common folk. Whether we show them favor or not, they will be sold regardless." 100 households from the Jinui interjected, "Master, what if a disturbance arises?" "Oh, how foolish," Xiao Liuzi replied. "What are you Jinui for? Despite their loud protests, a little coercion will quickly subdue them." The 100 households fell silent, glancing at Li Qing. "This plan is utterly unfeasible," Li Qing asserted decisively. "The imperial envoy represents the emperor. To act thus would tarnish his majesty's reputation, for how could we implicate the emperor in injustice?" At Li Qing's words, Xiao Liuzi, though reluctant, closed his mouth in resignation. The matter concerned the emperor's dignity, and he dared not take risks. The eunuch's power stemmed from the emperor, and their foremost duty was to protect him. Otherwise, they would find themselves unceremoniously dismissed. Not to mention Xiao Liuzi, even the chief eunuch Wang Ji could easily be disposed of at the emperor's whim. "What shall we do then?" Xiao Liuzi lamented. "You must think of something, esteemed envoy. The emperor holds us in such high regard, we cannot disappoint him." "You, a mere eunuch, seem quite ambitious," Li Qing remarked, rubbing his temples. "Let the workshop commence operations first. I shall ponder a solution." "Ah, very well." Xiao Liuzi nodded glumly, but then turned back, saying, "Esteemed envoy, we cannot act against the common people. Surely we can target the wealthy gentry instead?" Li Qing inquired with a smile. "What insights do you have, master?" "None of these gentry are virtuous," Xiao Liuzi replied darkly. "We can find a pretext to deal with them, if none exists. We can fabricate one." "That is unacceptable," Li Qing shook his head. "My lord, you are the imperial envoy. What do you fear?" Xiao Liuzi protested. "With the emperor backing you, they are merely merchants. How dare they confront the officials?" Li Qing found the argument tiresome. What appeared to be a conflict between officials and merchants was, in reality, a struggle among officials. The local gentry and officials were essentially allies. And in the sensitive region of southern Jili, any misstep could provoke unrest. Having only just achieved tranquility, Li Qing wished to avoid stirring up further trouble. Breaking the rules might yield immediate gains, but it was ultimately a poor strategy that would invite severe backlash. True victory lay in triumphing within the established norms. As Li Qing racked his brain for a breakthrough, an idea suddenly struck him. He beckoned Xiao Liuzi closer. Puzzled, Xiao Liuzi approached, and upon hearing Li Qing's whispers, he exclaimed, "My lord, can this truly work? If we proceed as I suggest, success will partly be credited to you. Should we fail, I shall bear all the blame." Li Qing replied solemnly. "However, this must remain strictly confidential. Not a whisper of it should escape." "Understood," Xiao Liuzi nodded, though he hesitated. "But could this not be too risky? You need not bear the responsibility. Why fear? Just execute my plan." The next day, Li Qing instructed his men to disseminate news that the price of raw silk had skyrocketed twofold. The gentry were closely monitoring the weaving bureau's movements. As soon as Li Qing's news spread, they promptly followed suit, adding an additional 30% on top of his increase. Subsequently, Li Qing raised the price once more, tripling it. To witness such a swift surge in price within a single day led to an unprecedented phenomenon. No one was willing to sell raw silk anymore. The reason is quite simple. Everyone hopes for further increases. Indeed, the next day, the price of raw silk soared to 4 times its original value. Consequently, the populace became even more reluctant to sell. Yet, unbeknownst to them, purchasing raw silk at such a price would yield no profit, even if the resulting silk were to be sold overseas. Nonetheless, Li Qing, undeterred, raised the price further, increasing it 5-fold. With raw material costs soaring to 5 times the original, merely breaking even would be a challenge, and one could even incur losses. Yet, the wealthy gentry continued to follow suit, motivated by the desire to prevent the weaving bureau from commencing operations. Thus, a fierce price war ensued, with both sides relentlessly pursuing each other. Days passed, and the hype was sufficient. Xiao Liuzi had also made the necessary arrangements. Consequently, a substantial quantity of raw silk was dispatched to the weaving bureau. The wealthy gentry, unwilling to concede, persisted in their pursuit, only for Li Qing to raise the prices again. Ultimately, the silk produced by the sericulture magnates continuously flowed into the weaving bureau. Faced with this situation, the gentry found themselves in a quandary. It was no longer merely a matter of unprofitability. The more they collected, the more they lost, as the price of raw silk had now reached 7 times its original value. However, failing to raise their bids would mean the weaving bureau would indeed commence operations. In reality, the bureau had already begun, and despite the gentry's attempts to match prices, they had yet to procure a single ounce of silk. This was simply a losing proposition. The gentry merely engaged in verbal posturing, all vocally expressing their indignation while secretly wishing for others to bear the losses. Witnessing the increasing influx of raw silk into the weaving bureau, the situation began to spiral out of control. The affluent gathered together to discuss countermeasures. The richest in Jinling, the Shen family, led by Patriarch Shen Xian, convened with dozens of other wealthy gentry and officials, all bearing grave expressions. "Everyone, we must devise a solution," Shen Xian implored. "If this continues, within a month, all the raw silk in Jinling will belong to the weaving bureau, and our own workshops will face the dire prospect of closure." One wealthy gentry member gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it, is this imperial envoy courting death? This is nothing short of throwing money away." Indeed, another gentry member seethed. How can he be so reckless? Isn't he afraid the emperor will have his head for this? They were convinced he was playing with fire. In Chapter 71, Mutual Schemes, a cacophony of voices erupted, each person hurling curses at Li Qing's ancestors while wishing him ill. They believed that Li Qing's execution was virtually inevitable, given the immense financial losses he was incurring. At the current purchasing price for raw silk, even if the silk produced were guaranteed to be sold overseas, after accounting for labor and transportation costs, they would still incur losses. Business is meant to be profitable, and Li Qing's actions seemed nothing short of reckless. "What a foolhardy young man," one gentry member railed. "Why did the court send such a fool? How dare he? This envoy is sure to bring about a significant deficit for the court and will undoubtedly face dire consequences." Seeing these individuals chattering incessantly without addressing the crux of the matter, Shen Xian spoke in a grave tone. "This envoy, so heedless of consequences, will undoubtedly bring upon himself a catastrophic downfall. Yet, that is of little significance. What truly matters to us is ensuring that the weaving bureau does not continue its operations." Upon hearing this, the wealthy gentleman fell silent. None wished to step forward, as doing so would entail financial commitment. Ultimately, each was guided by self-interest. With a sense of resignation, Shin Xian turned to the portly middle-aged man on his left and inquired, "Mr. Zhang, do you have any contacts in the capital who might possess reliable information?" The man slightly shook his head. The court's trade agreement with Japan was established long ago, but other matters remain vague. However, the court has constructed numerous ships, and as for this envoy's arrival in Jinling, my elder brother has not informed me. He must have come in secret. I do have a piece of information, a wealthy gentleman suddenly interjected. My second uncle is a senior official in the Ministry of Revenue, and according to him, the Treasury is currently in dire straits, financing shipbuilding solely with precious banknotes. Shin Xian astutely recognized the implication. This envoy had likely arrived with scant silver. As for silver, the emperor is notoriously tight-fisted, the gentleman scoffed. He probably brought not a single tael with him. Precisely, Shin Xian exclaimed, clapping his hands. With the increasing devaluation of banknotes, raw silk has become a hard currency. It is an unwritten rule to conduct transactions in silver. This envoy has most likely misappropriated funds from Zhili. That reminds me, a wealthy gentleman surnamed Wang chimed in. Not long ago, my second uncle was lamenting that when the envoy arrived, he immediately demanded a sum of 100,000 taels, which now seems to be intended for establishing the weaving bureau. A group of skilled artisans, as they conversed, began to piece together the narrative. This meant that the envoy's total capital was merely 100,000 taels. Considering expenses for recruiting workers, purchasing dyes, and acquiring raw silk at such exorbitant prices, it was likely that his funds were nearly depleted and would not last long. Indeed, we must continue to monitor this situation and drive up the price of raw silk to a point where he can no longer sustain it. Unable even to pay his workers, that would ensure the demise of the weaving bureau, Shin Xian concurred emphatically. However, the immediate priority is to sever his financial resources. Brother Wang, you must ensure your second uncle maintains a firm stance and refrains from allocating any further funds. Very well, I shall speak to my second uncle about this. Mr. Wang readily affirmed, then added, but the question remains, did he actually bring any money out from the capital? I have an idea, a gentleman surnamed Li suggested. We could purchase raw silk at a high price in Suzhou and Hangzhou, then sell it to the weaving bureau. With a sly grin, he continued, if he enjoys collecting, let him do so, let's overwhelm him. Splendid. What a brilliant idea. Mr. Wang exclaimed, invigorated. Once his funding is cut off, what workshop can he possibly operate? The emperor certainly does not lack for starving soldiers. Shin Xian's eyes glimmered with delight, but then a shadow of concern crossed his face. But we must consider that the envoy may have anticipated our strategy. He might already have taken action in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Unlikely, Mr. Wang countered, shaking his head. If he had indeed procured cheap raw silk, he would not engage in a prolonged struggle with us. I concur with Mr. Wang's assessment, Mr. Zhang remarked. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that the court intends to fully reopen the weaving bureau. Let us not forget, both Suzhou and Hangzhou have their own weaving bureaus. His actions would merely be robbing Peter to pay Paul. Shin Xian nodded slowly, acknowledging the rationale. If that is the case, let us act swiftly. Suzhou and Hangzhou are indeed hubs for silk production. We must seize the opportunity to procure raw silk without delay. What about this side? He inquired. This side continues to follow the price, but refrains from making purchases, Shin Xian replied with a smile. We will elevate their expectations. The higher we lift them, the more swiftly they will crumble. Once their funds run dry, they will find themselves with raw silk, but no means to weave it into silk fabric. If the emperor's wrath falls upon them, it will be our moment to capitalize. Excellent, came the enthusiastic reply. What is the situation over there? Li Qing asked. Any news? Xiao Liuzi grinned. Reporting to you, my lord, the gentlemen in the palace are quite dependable. With the protection of the Jin Yi Wei, they masqueraded as wealthy merchants from Nanjing and made no missteps. They purchased silk valued at 30,000 taels of silver, paying 20% above market price, and have loaded 3 large ships. They will set sail tonight. Wonderful. Li Qing beamed. This abundance of raw silk will suffice until February of next year. Should we purchase more? Xiao Liuzi replied. Given the inflated prices in Nanjing, those wealthy gentry are likely considering sourcing from elsewhere. That is acceptable. We desire to stir the pot in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Li Qing chuckled. Our ultimate target has always been Nanjing. The moment for us to seize this opportunity is drawing near. After a pause, he added, those silk producers are keeping a close watch, are they not? Rest assured. My lord, The Jianwei are monitoring them closely, Xiao Liuzi assured him. According to their reports, those producers are tight-lipped, still lost in dreams of wealth. Have we disturbed the smallholders? Li Qing inquired further. Not at all, Xiao Liuzi confirmed. Per your instructions, we turned away the smallholders attempting to sell their meager quantities of raw silk, thereby ensuring their silk was sold to the larger producers. Li Qing nodded in satisfaction. This major harvest will indeed be etched into history. The strategies employed in stock trading have seamlessly translated into this realm, achieving a remarkable advantage. Xiao Liuzi, thoroughly impressed, thought to himself, no wonder Master Wang holds this lordly in such high regard. Beyond his relationship with the emperor, his capabilities undoubtedly promise a bright future. With this in mind, he flattered, "My lord, you have worked diligently of late. If it pleases you, shall we share a drink at noon?" He recognized the importance of establishing a rapport with the promising Li Qing. Li Qing readily agreed. Indeed, Master Wang has been tirelessly on the move. Upon our return to the capital, I shall duly report your contributions. If we execute this matter successfully, and the emperor is pleased, your position in the Li Jian may well ascend further. At this critical juncture, internal unity was paramount. Li Qing was determined to avoid any mishaps. My lord is magnanimous, Xiao Liuzi beamed, his eyes narrowing with delight. Our family has influence in the Li Jian and can certainly offer support to you in the future. Oh, in that case, I must treat you to this round. No, it is on us. In the evening, Zhu Yunwen unexpectedly paid a visit. Li Qing was taken aback and exclaimed, "What brings you here?" "I had no choice but to come," Zhu Yunwen replied gravely, his expression somber. "Senior brother, you have embarked on quite the venture. This is not a suitable place for discussion." Li Qing smiled, gesturing for him to follow. He led Zhu Yunwen into his quarters, secured the door, and turned to ask, "Are you here regarding the high-priced procurement of raw silk?" Indeed, Zhu Yunwen was somewhat irritated. "Senior brother, your actions this time have been rather reckless. I have heard that the price of raw silk has skyrocketed to 10 times its original value. Is this not absurd? Do not be hasty. Come, let us share a cup of tea." With a wry smile, Zhu Yunwen accepted the tea and sighed. "Do you still possess any funds, senior brother?" "Indeed. I have 100,000 taels of silver, having only spent 40,000, which is less than half," Li Qing replied with a grin, "not an excessive amount." "You have already spent 40,000 and yet claim it is not much?" "Wait a moment," Zhu Yunwen suddenly realized, exclaiming in shock, "How is this possible? You acquired such a large quantity of raw silk at tenfold its price. Not even 400,000 taels would suffice." Li Qing chuckled, "Let me be honest with you. Since the price of raw silk began to soar, I have not purchased a single tael." "What?" Zhu Yunwen was dumbfounded. "How can this be? I have heard otherwise. The wealthy merchants are not fools. Can you truly deceive everyone?" Li Qing, with a smile, explained, "Every day, a substantial amount of raw silk enters the storerooms of the weaving bureau. This is indeed true. Then why have you only spent so little silver?" Zhu Yunwen was even more perplexed. Li Qing replied softly, "Because the raw silk enters the weaving bureau by day and is returned to the sericulture magnates by night. I offer them 500 taels of silver for their trouble, ensuring they incur no loss. Do you think they would refuse?" Zhu Yunwen was even more confused. "Senior brother, what is your aim with this approach?" Chapter 72. The fatal move. Zhu Yunwen's mind was a tangle, utterly bewildered by Li Qing's maneuvers. "Senior brother, are you not just throwing money away?" "It is indeed a monetary expenditure, but also an investment," Li Qing asserted. "Preparing for future acquisitions of raw silk at a lower price. If you seek to acquire it at a low price, why inflate the market so? To create chaos," Li Qing replied with a smile. Zhu Yunwen remained unconvinced. Currently, the price of raw silk is exceedingly high, while it may be easy to raise prices. Lowering them is challenging. It is not merely a matter of purchasing at 5 times the original price. They would not sell unless coerced, but coercion carries significant repercussions. Why not act earlier? Enough of your questions. Allow me to explain, Li Qing teased. With your intellect, you will only become more confused with each inquiry. Speak then, Zhu Yunwen urged. Li Qing took a sip of tea and began. Typically, buyers in a market prefer purchasing when prices are rising, as they believe items will appreciate further. The earlier they buy, the more advantageous it is. Conversely, sellers prefer to sell when prices are falling because if prices rise, they stand to lose more the longer they wait. As prices continue to decline, their urgency increases, and the later they sell, the greater their losses. Zhu Yunwen pondered this and found it to be true, yet he still did not grasp the entirety of the situation. Senior brother, the issue is that raw silk is not difficult to sell. Supply and demand are in play. If you do not purchase, the silk merchants will. Li Qing smiled. If you can conceive of this, do you think I cannot? Relax. With the price of raw silk in Jinling so elevated, the wealthy merchants are hardly foolish. They will undoubtedly consider purchasing silk from other regions, creating market disruption in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Zhu Yunwen began to understand, furrowing his brow. Senior brother, do you mean to say that once they have stockpiled enough, you will then purchase the raw silk from the sericulture magnates? You are correct. No, wait. That is not entirely accurate. Zhu Yunwen remarked. Brother, you are being rather presumptuous. For those affluent silk merchants, raw silk is a coveted commodity, and their inflated prices are merely a tactic to undermine the weaving bureau. Once the price of raw silk decreases, they will surely take action. Your approach simply serves to benefit others. Sighing, Li Qing replied. After all these years, you still have not made much progress. What leads you to believe I am out of funds? Indeed, Zhu Yunwen nodded. Li Qing countered. If you believe this, they will too. Thus, when I cease my purchases, those wealthy gentry will assume I am at my wit's end, and they will merely reap the benefits. The fluctuations in price are dictated by the laws of supply and demand. When those sericulture magnates find themselves in dire straits, I can make my move, and they will be compelled to sell raw silk to me with gratitude. Zhu Yunwen inhaled sharply. How cunning. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Let us consider it a compliment, Li Qing said, his expression unyielding. Zhu Yunwen, feeling somewhat sheepish, responded. I am indeed praising you. Your understanding of human nature is unparalleled. Indeed, Li Qing sipped his tea, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. However, there remains one matter of confusion, he continued. Go on, Zhu Yunwen urged. Do you not fear that the sericulture magnates will uncover your scheme? Not at all. A substantial shipment of raw silk is due tonight, sufficient to last until next year. The weaving bureau will remain operational, and those silk merchants will hardly believe otherwise. Li Qing chuckled. In fact, they will presume that it is those hoarding raw silk who are on the verge of collapse, fabricating lies to save face. Zhu Yunwen, now enlightened, exclaimed, Brother, how did you come to possess such brilliance? I, too, ponder this mystery, Li Qing mused. Suddenly, Zhu Yunwen appeared alarmed, shouting, This is not good. Li Qing, startled, spilled tea all over himself and retorted, What else with the theatrics? Even the wisest can err, and you, brother, have overlooked a crucial detail. Zhu Yunwen said, his brow furrowed. Pray, enlighten me, Li Qing urged, refilling his cup and taking a measured sip. Zhu Yunwen continued. Consider this. If the wealthy merchants disrupt the market in Suzhou and Hangzhou, will not the price of raw silk there rise? Indeed, that is certain, Li Qing affirmed. That is precisely where the issue lies. Zhu Yunwen exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. Brother, if prices dip too low, why would those hoarding raw silk not sell it to Suzhou and Hangzhou? He stomped his foot in agitation. Alas, brother, you have ultimately miscalculated. Calm yourself. Li Qing set down his teacup. You have once held the throne. Why the loss of composure? But alas, Zhu Yunwen fretted. What then should we do? Nothing needs to be done, Li Qing replied, exasperated. Let us not forget our location. This is Jinling. Zhu Yunwen chuckled bitterly. True, Jinling is affluent. Yet the wealth of Suzhou and Hangzhou is not to be underestimated. You are mistaken, Li Qing asserted earnestly. This is Zhili, the secondary capital of the Ming dynasty. Second only to the imperial capital. Its power ranks just beneath that of the capital itself. Thus, the top gentry here hold considerable sway. Do you truly believe they will allow those hoarding raw silk to venture to Suzhou and Hangzhou? Such a splendid opportunity for harvest. Would they let it slip by? Li Qing remarked with a faint smile. At that time, with the Yangtze River as a barrier and the gates firmly closed, not even a single strand of silk shall escape. Zhu Yunwen stood there, momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, he drained his teacup and, with a bitter smile, said, I should not have troubled myself. My elder brother's calculations are infallible. I am truly in awe. I shouldn't have made this journey. No, your efforts weren't in vain. Li Qing replied. Even if you hadn't sought me out, I would have come looking for you. Zhu Yunwen, taken aback, asked, Looking for me? Indeed. You are my secret weapon, Li Qing asserted earnestly. The Ministry of Revenue in Nanjing will not easily allocate funds to me, and I prefer not to appeal to them, as that would expose our financial situation. How much do we have left? Are you asking me to finance this? Zhu Yunwen inquired, astonished, as he had always considered his elder brother to be quite the miser. It's not my own funds. I intend to borrow in the name of the court. Li Qing clarified. The treasury must repay it afterward. Zhu Yunwen shook his head. That would still be your money. Let us not dwell on that. Li Qing continued. How much can you procure now? My family has substantial wealth, Zhu Yunwen replied with a smile. We left behind a considerable amount of gold and silver. And after joining forces with my cousin for some business ventures, I have profited well over the years, thanks to the patronage of Duke Chao. I estimate that even disregarding assets, I have no less than 400,000 taels of silver in cash. Li Qing pondered, noting that with the decline in silk prices, collecting all the raw silk from Jinling would not require 400,000. Prepare 300,000, keeping 100,000 for continued business. Very well. I shall make preparations upon my return, Zhu Yunwen calculated. The soonest I can manage is in 7 or 8 days. Will that be too late? Not at all. Li Qing smiled. Once you are ready, inform me, and I shall prepare an IOU for you. Ah, splendid. Zhu Yunwen nodded with a smile. I shall take my leave. Allow me to escort you. As the clock struck midnight, a knock resonated at Li Qing's door. Master, it is I, Xiao Liuzi. Li Qing approached the door and inquired. Has the cargo returned? Xiao Liuzi, ever cautious, glanced around before softly replying. It arrived at the hour of the pig. To ensure safety, our family instructed them to proceed further. They have just returned. Li Qing nodded appreciatively. Indeed, your master conducts affairs with great prudence. Hee. We are all working for the emperor. We dare not be negligent. Xiao Liuzi humbly smiled. Li Qing patted his shoulder and assured him, upon your return, I shall certainly speak well of your master before the emperor. Master is too kind. The brothers from the Jinyui have already gone. Let us hurry along. Xiao Liuzi cheerfully suggested. While the night is still quiet, we should swiftly transport the goods. Indeed, let us depart. More than 20 days later, the Ministry of Works suddenly declared that the embankments at the Yangtze River mouth posed a risk and required major repairs, thereby severing the waterway to Suzhou and Hangzhou. Simultaneously, under the pretext of repairing city walls and replacing gates, they sealed off Jinling. With waterways blocked and land routes only allowing entry, exit was utterly impossible. In that moment, Li Qing recognized that the opportunity had arrived. Thus, he stoked the flames further by demanding funds from the Ministry of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue, evading the request with claims of repairs and renovations, ultimately delivered a singular message. There are no funds available. Even if you petition the emperor, the treasury is depleted, as all resources have been allocated for construction. Without waiting for the wealthy gentry to sell their raw silk, Li Qing took the initiative to post a notice. The weaving bureau would no longer purchase raw silk. Ultimately, the enormous bubble Li Qing had inflated was punctured by his own hand. Chapter 73. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits at the Shun residence. A gathering of affluent gentry was enlivened with spirited discussions. The phrase "the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits" aptly described their newfound advantage. Wang Yuanwei was the first to speak. With both land and waterways sealed off, while the land routes allow for entry, egress is fraught with difficulty. Even if one manages to leave, carriages are not permitted to pass. The price of raw silk must revert to its original state. Original state? Zhang Fushan scoffed, Old Wang. You are overly generous. The silkworm farmers have hoarded all the raw silk in Jinling. Many even resorted to borrowing money to stockpile it. Their funds have dwindled. And as far as I know, they owe their workers wages. A cunning gentry chuckled. At this moment, aren't we the ones in control? Indeed. Shen Xian remarked with a smile. Unable to pay their workers, the common folk will tear them to shreds. Without liquidity, they can forget about next year's business. We must lower the price. He added, returning to the original price is impossible. It is merely a matter of how much we will reduce it. I propose at least a 20% cut. Too little, that is a narrow perspective, 30% as a baseline. 40%. A cacophony of voices erupted, revealing their avaricious natures. After intense deliberation, the gentry unanimously decided on a reduction of 45%. They then began to divide the spoils, determining who would receive what, ensuring to establish a clear protocol to avoid harming their allies. The weaving bureau was out of funds. Ultimately, it was they who would seize the opportunity. The excitement among them was palpable, resulting in a raucous debate. After considerable time, they finally settled on a distribution that left everyone reluctantly satisfied. Shen Xian rose and stated, Given the current semi-locked-down state of Jinling, it is unlikely to last much longer. Thus, it is time to apply some pressure. What insights does Master Shen have? Quite simple, Shen Xin replied nonchalantly. First, we issue a statement that our respective households will procure raw silk at the previous year's prices. Then, we disseminate the rumor that the silkworm farmers are out of money, instilling panic among their workers. Next, we can bribe the workers to lodge complaints with the authorities. When that time comes, at the weaving bureau, how goes it? Li Qing reclined in a lounge chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf. It was nearly September, yet the heat remained oppressive. Reporting to the master, the major silk merchants have all issued statements, declaring they will purchase raw silk at last year's market prices. Xiao Yozi said. Should we take action? Original prices? Li Qing chuckled. They would not be so benevolent. Patience is key. The time has not yet come. Xiao Yozi, uneasy, inquired. Master, should we dispatch the brothers from the Jinui to monitor those silkworm farmers? To prevent any missteps? Yes, send some clever brothers to keep watch. But do not interfere. They should only gather intelligence. Li Qing pondered before adding, given this oppressive heat. Provide the Jinui brothers with a heat allowance, 50 when each per day. To ensure a horse runs well, it must be well fed. With funds in hand, they will be more diligent in their tasks. Xiao Yozi nodded with satisfaction, appreciating the integrity of the adults. As soon as he stepped outside, he summoned over 100 Jin Wei. I have an urgent matter for you. If you perform well, each of you will receive a stipend of 40 won daily. Li Qing maintained his composure, confident that he need not intervene, for the wealthy gentry would pave the way themselves. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Li Qing toyed with his teacup, chuckling softly to himself. Let us see who ultimately prevails. With that, he stood up, discarded his fan, and retreated to his air-conditioned room to cool off. The unfolding events mirrored Li Qing's expectations perfectly. Merely 2 days later, the silk merchants congregated at the weaving bureau, each eager to sell their raw silk, expressing their willingness to renegotiate prices. Li Qing did not even show his face. He merely instructed Xiao Yozi to handle the matter. Gentlemen, the weaving bureau is currently short on funds and cannot accommodate your raw silk. Xiao Yozi replied with a veneer of politeness that masked his disdain. Please return. We are not in need of your silk. A flurry of protests ensued. Master, we can negotiate. The price can revert to the original 70% of the weaving bureau's rate. 70% was, in fact, sevenfold the previous market price. Xiao Yozi replied scornfully. We have heard that the silk magnates are offering prices consistent with last year's market rates. Master, they are taking advantage of the situation, one merchant interjected. We invested heavily in procuring raw silk. Even at last year's prices, we would not turn a profit. Indeed, Master, another added. The price of raw silk has escalated due to your actions. You cannot simply disregard this. Xiao Yozi's expression darkened. When the weaving bureau was in need of silk, you were all tight-fisted, refusing to sell. Now that prices have dropped, you suddenly remember us? To put it plainly, the weaving bureau does not lack raw silk at present. Furthermore, did we instruct you to hoard raw silk in the first place? Master, please do not be angry, a portly middle-aged man interjected, attempting to mediate. Regardless of the circumstances, it would be best for the weaving bureau to acquire the silk. After all, there are no secrets that remain hidden. If raw silk enters the bureau by day, only to be whisked away by night, it could lead to unfortunate mishaps. Wouldn't you agree? How audacious of you, you shameless commoner, to dare threaten us. Xiao Yozi fumed, calling for his men. Ah no, we would never dream of threatening you, master. The middle-aged man, startled, quickly defended himself while discreetly slipping a silver note into Xiao Yozi's sleeve. Without a glance, Xiao Yozi flung it back, rebuking, Today, I am in a good mood and shall overlook this. But should you dare to act thus again, prepare to face imprisonment. He cherished wealth, yet valued power even more. Compared to a promotion and raise at the Bureau of Rights, such money was beneath his notice. Historically, if a task could not be accomplished, one could not expect to receive payment. Xiao Yozi was no virtuous man, but he had his principles. He understood the rules of the trade. Had it not been for the necessity of future dealings with these individuals, he would have escalated the situation to assert his integrity. Begone. Do not obstruct our view here. Master. The Jin Wei stepped forward, drawing their blades. The silk merchants, intimidated, did not dare utter a word and retreated in disgrace. The rapid fluctuations in their fortunes had left them reeling. The value of raw silk had soared tenfold, only to plummet back down, a reality they found hard to accept. As the situation unfolded, they remained oblivious to reality, believing that it was merely the weaving bureau and the silk merchants conspiring to suppress prices due to their high costs. It was not until 3 days later, when the laborers lodged a complaint at the local government regarding unpaid wages, that the authorities mandated the settlement of all debts within 10 days and threatened to prosecute them for hoarding. Only then did they grasp the gravity of their predicament. A wave of panic and regret swept over them. How fortunate it would have been had they sold their raw silk at its peak price. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret. It was too late for such lamentations. The government granted them a mere 10 days. Beyond that, they would be held accountable. And at that point, not only their finances, but their very freedom would be at stake. Selling was imperative. Yet they could neither sell at a high price nor navigate the blocked routes to Suzhou and Hangzhou. Desperation gripped them. However, as the price of raw silk plummeted, interest waned. 3 days later, it fell to double the previous year's market price. Yet still, no one showed interest. Even though they claimed the weaving bureau had not purchased their silk, the silk merchants remained indifferent, as anticipated by Li Qing. They merely perceived these individuals as eager to part with their goods. Moreover, the weaving bureau had not ceased operations. 5 days later, the price reverted to its original rate. But the silk merchants who had previously set prices began to nitpick, refusing to purchase on the grounds of inferior quality. The silk traders found themselves in utter despair. The following days saw a continual decline in price, 90%, 80%, 70%. The silk merchants were frantic, yet the raw silk remained unsold. While the silk merchants appeared unperturbed, exhibiting no urgency. Just as these silkworm farmers faced despair and even contemplated drastic measures, Li Qing intervened. Utilizing the imperial guard, he discreetly escorted them to the weaving bureau under the cover of night. With a benevolent demeanor, he proclaimed, "You two have faced hardships. Let us resolve this. Whatever raw silk you possess, the weaving bureau shall procure." "My lord, what price can the court offer?" one dared to inquire. Li Qing replied with a gentle smile, "You are also common folk. The emperor cherishes and cares for his people. The court shall not take advantage of your misfortune. The price shall remain unchanged from previous years. We will buy as much as you have. Long live the emperor. You are indeed a magnanimous lord," they exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude and tears. These days had seen their emotions swing from elation to despair, with some even turning gray from stress, and a few contemplating the unthinkable. This outcome, though far from ideal, was a stroke of fortune amidst their misfortunes, and they could hardly refuse it. Li Qing smiled gently. Chapter 74. The ultimate victor. While the weaving bureau was prepared to acquire all their silk, it came with stipulations. Li Qing added, "However, there are conditions." Upon hearing this, the joy on the merchants' faces froze, and they repeatedly fell to their knees in supplication. "My lord, we have nearly exhausted our resources. We cannot endure any more hardship." "Indeed, my lord, please show us mercy. We are on the brink of collapse." Little Six, slamming his hand on the table, shouted, "Silence! Anyone unwilling to sell their raw silk, leave at once." The crowd immediately fell silent, anxiously casting glances at Li Qing. Li Qing smiled and said, "Rest assured. I shall not impose upon you. The terms are quite simple. Within the next 3 years, half of your raw silk must be sold to the court at the current price. If you agree, we shall conduct our transaction this evening at the weaving bureau." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Of course, should you be unwilling, I shall not compel you. You may sell to the silk merchants instead. As for the prices they offer, well, it is a matter of mutual consent, and although I am an imperial envoy, I cannot interfere." "My lord, I am willing," one of the merchants replied. "The common folk are also willing." In previous years, the silk merchants would not accept raw silk at 70% of the price. Who knows how low they would force the prices now? "If we do not act swiftly to sell our silk, we risk bankruptcy and even imprisonment. We truly have no other options. Next year, the price will remain the same. We may suffer some losses, but compared to the silk merchants, the court has shown great leniency. What is there to hesitate about?" No one voiced a refusal. Li Qing nodded, "Very well." Little Six bowed respectfully, retrieving the prepared documents from his bosom, signing his name, and affixing his seal. "Let us complete the transaction tonight. Once the goods arrive, we shall immediately provide you with silver." The group took the documents, scrutinizing them thoroughly before signing with alacrity. "You may wait outside, shortly." There will be officials to liaise with you. Li Qing gestured. Off you go. Yes, my lord, the group replied, bustling out. Li Qing then addressed Little Six. Tonight, let the brothers of the Jinyui work diligently. It would be best if we could transport all the raw silk before dawn. Inform them that each shall receive 2 taels of silver as a reward for their efforts. Rest assured, my lord, those workers have considerable manpower, and with our Jinyui brothers, the long night will suffice, Little Six assured him, thumping his chest. You may rest easy, my lord. We shall ensure not a single tael of silk is left behind. Indeed, Little Six, you have always been reliable in your endeavors. Thus, I shall take a moment's respite, Li Qing replied with a smile. The Jinyui, under the jurisdiction of the Dongshang, which in turn fell under the supervision of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, found greater effectiveness when Little Six mobilized them rather than Li Qing taking matters into his own hands. He was well aware that Little Six hoped to profit from this situation, yet that was of little consequence. It is impractical to expect one to work without compensation. Brothers, work diligently tonight, and each will receive a reward of 1 tael of silver, Little Six declared, rolling up his sleeves. However, should anyone attempt to shirk their duties, they will find no leniency from me. Rest assured, the others replied. Li Qing remained at the Weaving Bureau's warehouse, safeguarding the gold and silver while awaiting the arrival of the raw silk. As the hour of high approached, shipments of raw silk began to arrive, one cart after another. A substantial quantity accumulated in the warehouse, and by the latter half of the night, the entire space was filled to capacity. Fortunately, Li Qing had prepared in advance, clearing out a dye house and a general store. Yet even so, it was a struggle to contain it all, and by dawn, the raw silk overflowed into these spaces. Due to Li Qing's prior inflation of prices, the silk farmers amassed all the raw silk from Jinling, and even from a radius of several dozen miles beyond the city. The sheer volume of raw silk surpassed previous years by nearly 50%. Li Qing naturally desired more, and with the warehouse insufficient, he piled the raw silk in the corridor of the Weaving Bureau's backyard. Every nook and cranny capable of shielding from the elements was utilized for storing the silk. This was merely a temporary measure. Once the situation settled, he intended to transport these silks to the Weaving Bureaus in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Following this incident, the supply of raw silk in Suzhou and Hangzhou would undoubtedly become strained. The same tactic, if employed a second time, may not yield the same results. Yet Li Qing was already thoroughly satisfied. This silk would at least sustain the Jiangnan Weaving Bureau until June or July of the following year. And combined with half the raw silk from next year's major sericulture households, it would suffice until the end of the year. As for the future, once they had weathered this initial phase, matters would surely improve. In the grand courtyard of the Shun residence, a grand performance unfolded on stage. Beneath it, affluent gentry swayed their heads in delight, basking in the springtime euphoria. Occasionally, a wealthy patron would toss a handful of silver, eliciting coy glances from the performers on stage. In this era, most performers were men. However, the leading actors of the troupe, adorned with makeup and clad in resplendent red garments, wielded their delicate fingers and cast flirtatious glances, their grace rivaling that of women. The extravagance of the wealthy knew no bounds. Lacking in female companionship, they would occasionally indulge in a change of preference, with many harboring a penchant for same-sex affection. At this moment, several gentry had set their sights on the star of the troupe, vying for the title of top patron. Silver coins cascaded down. Xian, however, was not captivated by such frivolities. His focus lay on the raw silk. Today marked the 9th day, with tomorrow being the final deadline. The day after would be the reckoning, and he believed, at the latest by afternoon, those individuals would come knocking at his door. This was the very reason he had invited the wealthy patrons to his residence for the performance. Prior arrangements were one thing, but when it came to collecting the raw silk, it was inevitable that some might attempt to take more than their fair share. He sipped his tea, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Today's brew was particularly delightful. At that moment, the anxious steward rushed in, exclaiming, "Sir, there is trouble." Noticing the gaze of several patrons upon him, Xian smiled and said, "No worries, gentlemen, please continue. I must attend to some matters at home." "Sir, it is not a household issue," the steward insisted urgently. "It concerns all of you esteemed gentlemen." Xian's brow furrowed, and he inquired sharply, "What has happened?" "The raw silk. All of it has gone to the Weaving Bureau." The steward trembled. "I sent someone to investigate, and they began last night, ceaselessly collecting. It is said that the weaving bureau can no longer accommodate the silk. What? The typically composed Shun Xian's face turned pale with shock. How could this be? How could the weaving bureau have funds? The expressions of the others also shifted dramatically, including those vying for the top position, their spirits dampened, faces twisted in dismay. Could it be that the imperial envoy had once again drawn funds from the treasury? Impossible. He has not received a single coin, one wealthy patron refuted. Could it be money allocated from the court? That seems unlikely. Both land and water routes are monitored, and if that were the case, someone would have informed us. Shin Xian snapped back to reality from his astonishment, urgently asking, at what price did they acquire it? I have yet to ascertain that, the steward replied. But it may no longer matter. The weaving bureau is on the verge of completing their collection of raw silk, and even if we wish to intervene now, it may be too late. With a sudden thud, Shin Xian plopped down onto a chair, only to rise again in haste, exclaiming, quick! Hurry and purchase silk at the original price, not at double the cost. Buy as much as you can, go now? Upon witnessing this commotion, the others quickly grasped the situation, their posteriors seemingly ablaze. They rushed out without a moment's hesitation. They had procured a considerable amount of silk from Suzhou and Hangzhou, yet it was insufficient for their workshop's needs, primarily because they had anticipated that the silk from Jinling would fall into their hands. However, with this unforeseen development, if they did not act swiftly to acquire more silk, their workshop would inevitably come to a halt before the new year. No one cared to linger and watch the performance any longer. The once lively courtyard fell eerily silent, leaving only the performers to continue their act. Shun Xian hurriedly made his way outside, shouting for a carriage. No, a horse, for he needed to meet Boss Zhang. Just yesterday, he had dismissed Boss Zhang's attempts to sell him silk, but today he found himself in a position of desperate need. Steward, fetch Madame Jiu from the back courtyard, quickly. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded among other wealthy gentry. Those bearing gifts hurried to deliver them, while others brought money. A throng of affluent patrons, either riding in palanquins or on horseback, frantically heading to the homes of former partners. They were swift, yet alas, they were still a step too slow. By the time they arrived, the silk suppliers had already sold out, leaving not even a single ounce behind. The government's warning about hoarding had frightened them all. Damn it! Shin Xian cursed, stamping his foot in frustration. We've been played. He quickly made a decision. Steward, send someone immediately to Suzhou and Hangzhou to procure silk. Remember, as long as it does not exceed triple the price, acquire as much as possible. But, sir, at such a high price, our profit margins will be minimal. Nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of that? Shin Xian retorted. It doesn't matter if we make no profit. If the workshop ceases operations, the workers will leave. What will we do next year? Hurry along. Get the money approved by the young master. Yes, I shall do so at once, the steward replied, hastily departing. Shin Xian took a deep breath, mounted his horse, and headed to the weaving bureau. What shall I do, my lord? Madame Jiu called after him. Go home. Chapter 75, Cultivating Capital at the Weaving Bureau. Li Qing gazed at the towering stacks of silk, unable to contain a hearty laugh. The bounty exceeded all his expectations, significantly easing the difficulty of reopening the Suzhou and Hangzhou weaving bureau. Truly splendid. Li Qing grinned broadly, unable to hide his delight. At that moment, a member of the Imperial Guard approached and bowed, saying, Your Excellency, someone wishes to see you. Ah, I see, Li Qing nodded, casting one last glance at the abundant hall before contentedly making his way to the front hall. Upon entering, he encountered a stranger, a middle-aged man, which took him by surprise. He had half expected to see Zhu Yunwen. Who are you? I am but a humble citizen, Shin Xian, here to pay my respects to your excellency. Shin Xian performed a grand bow. Oh, so you are the wealthiest in Jinling, Li Qing acknowledged, taking a seat. You may rise. Thank you, my lord. Shin Xian stood, glancing at Li Qing, hesitating to speak. Li Qing smirked. You may speak now. Your excellency. Your keen perception is admirable. I am in awe, Shin Xian replied. Shin Xian began with a flattery, then boldly inquired, Might I presume to ask, was this recent silk incident orchestrated by you, my lord? Li Qing merely chuckled in silence. Shin Xian continued, Do not misconstrue my intentions, for I have come to propose a business transaction. A transaction with me? Li Qing's smile deepened. With such a statement, I could have you charged with disrupting governance. Undeterred, Shin Xian maintained his composure, responding, Please, my lord, Allow me to clarify. I am here to assist you in your predicament. Very well, enlighten me. Li Qing, intrigued by the poise of the wealthy merchant, found himself drawn to this man, for such calmness was rare indeed. Shin Xian expressed his admiration, stating, "Your strategy, my lord, is nothing short of brilliant. In my extensive dealings, I have rarely encountered a rival, yet in comparison to you, I feel akin to a mere child. No more flattery. Please," Li Qing interjected. "Now, tell me how you intend to aid me." Grateful for Li Qing's candor, Shin Xian wasted no time, asserting, "Indeed, you have triumphed in this commercial battle, yet I fear you find yourself in a precarious position." "What do you mean by that?" Li Qing inquired. Smiling confidently, Shin Xian replied, "If my intuition serves me correctly, you are currently troubled by a deficit, are you not?" "You are mistaken." Li Qing shook his head. "Surely, you are not under the impression that I endured exorbitant purchases of silk at 7 or even 10 times the price out of mere obstinacy. Isn't that the case?" Shin Xian questioned, taken aback. Li Qing laughed lightly, regarding Shin Xian with a spark of audacity. To cultivate capital, he mused. This man, the first to approach him, demonstrated exceptional ability and ambition, and as the wealthiest in Jinling, he was an ideal candidate for nurturing nascent capital. Undoubtedly, once this individual flourished, Zhu Qizhan might see him as a threat and act against him, yet that was of little consequence. Before that time, a burgeoning middle class could emerge, propelling Jinling further into industrialization. By then, even if Zhu Qizhan, fearing capital's coercion, were to eliminate this man, the industrial chain would already be established. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, myriad creatures thrive. This thought crystallized almost instantaneously in Li Qing's mind, and while his expression remained inscrutable, he devised a practical plan. "Please, take a seat," he gestured. "Thank you, esteemed commissioner." Shin Xian bowed slightly and settled into a chair, stating earnestly, "I can address your funding issues. I am willing to purchase silk from the weaving bureau at 3 times the price." Li Qing shook his head with a smile. "I told you, you are mistaken." Shin Xian furrowed his brow, summoning his courage to ask, "I have heard that the national treasury is strained. Could this be a mere facade?" He lifted himself slightly from the chair, ready to prostrate himself in supplication, for he knew this topic was fraught with danger. He wagered that if he succeeded, he could sustain the workshops and endear himself to the commissioner. If he failed, he believed the stakes would not be dire. The information was exceedingly well informed. It seemed that those seeking to disrupt governance were not in short supply, Li Qing reflected. Feeling a sudden chill, Shin Xian prepared to kneel in supplication. But upon noticing Li Qing's untroubled demeanor, he hesitated. He found himself unable to gauge this commissioner. Shin Xian sheepishly explained that his family had been engaged in commerce for generations, and though there were literate individuals in his household, fortune had not favored them, and no one had ever attained the status of a scholar. In their humble abode, none had ever held an official position. It was merely hearsay. In truth, there had been a time when a member of the Shun family had held a high-ranking official position in the capital, but that had been procured through monetary means during the era of Yang Shiqi's recommendation system, which was later abolished through the efforts of Li Qing. Consequently, that member was compelled to retire and return home. As it stands, there was indeed no one from the Shun family serving as an official. Li Qing chuckled and remarked, "To speak candidly, the price of raw silk has surged, yet I have not purchased a single tael of it. Hence, I do not face any losses. The high prices you perceive are merely a facade. During the day, I enter the weaving bureau and return the goods in the evening, providing them only with a token of appreciation for their labor." How could they agree to that? Shin Xian pondered, realizing that they firmly believed the price of raw silk would continue to rise. Thus, they were reluctant to sell. A sudden clarity dawned upon Shin Xian, and he acknowledged that the sericulture magnates were not deceiving him. However, it was too late to inquire further about how the weaving bureau managed to sustain production. It was evident that they imported goods from Suzhou and Hangzhou. He replayed the entire incident in his mind and grasped the full picture. The gentleman truly possessed remarkable acumen in the business realm. Shin Xian marveled sincerely, if my humble understanding is correct. The funds for the raw silk were borrowed by the esteemed official in the name of the court from the prominent families of Jinling, correct? Li Qing did not answer directly, but instead stated, "This official's visit serves not only to reopen the weaving bureau, but also to address other matters. Would you be interested?" "Master Shun, your excellency is too kind." Shin Xian, having spent a lifetime in commerce, immediately sensed the underlying meaning in the words and politely gestured. I humbly request your guidance. Li Qing sighed and confessed, to be candid, since the delegation of maritime trade to the private sector, the court's fiscal revenue has been diminishing. Officials and gentry often collude, engaging in deceitful reporting or even failing to report entirely, resulting in a gradual decline in the court's tax income, leading to a state of financial imbalance. Shin Xian listened quietly, still trying to discern the intent of the esteemed official. Li Qing continued, given that no member of the Shun family has served in the court, I presume the Shun family's tax contributions have never been overlooked, am I correct? Indeed. Your Excellency is perceptive, Shin Xian replied, confident in his answer. The choice was straightforward. The Shun family had always paid their taxes in full. Li Qing nodded approvingly, then sighed once more. Yet, across all of Jinling, few can match the integrity of Master Shun. At this juncture, Shin Xian's heart raced. The court was evidently inclined to nurture him. Your Excellency, may I inquire if this notion originates from you or the Emperor? He ventured cautiously. Li Qing smiled. Who does the esteemed official represent? Upon hearing this, Shin Xian's cheeks flushed. Your Excellency, how may I assist you? Astute, Li Qing replied. I prefer to engage with those who possess wisdom. Li Qing smiled and began to outline the favorable conditions. In Jinling, apart from silk and tea, the court will not interfere with other industries. You are free to seize all opportunities. There is no need to fear sabotage, for you will have the court's support. Suppressing his excitement, Shin Xian inquired, what are the conditions? Straightforward, Li Qing replied with a smile. There are two conditions. First, continue to pay your taxes in full. This should not pose a challenge, correct? Paying taxes is the duty of the common folk, and it is an obligation one must fulfill. Shin Xian nodded, asserting that he would not only pay the full tax, but would even willingly contribute an additional 20%. His interest, however, lay not in Jinling itself, but in the boundless expanse of the ocean. The profits therein, one could easily surmise, were immense. May I inquire, esteemed sir, what is the second condition? Shin Xian asked, somewhat impatiently. Li Qing smiled and replied, this is not difficult. You must refrain from associating with those wealthy gentry. Shin Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment and replied, Your Excellency, it is not that I harbor nostalgia for the common folk. Rather, the industries held by those affluent gentry sometimes require cooperation. You can cultivate new supply channels, Li Qing suggested. You are the wealthiest in Jinling. Surely you possess sufficient financial resources. Of course, if you cannot manage this, there would be little point in continuing our discussion, he added. After a brief pause, he continued. Moreover, if you involve them, can you truly absorb all the industries? Shin Xian's mind raced, and after a moment, he reached a decision. The common folk agree. However, those wealthy gentry are not to be underestimated. They hold substantial power. I assure you, the court will send someone to support you, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Thus, Shin Xian solemnly declared, the common folk shall proceed. Chapter 76. Rapid progress that is splendid, Li Qing commended, then added, however, this matter cannot be resolved overnight. It will take at least 3 years, possibly 5. There is no need for haste. The primary concern was that he had yet to inform Zhu Qizhen. Shin Xian inquired, Your Excellency, if the common folk are willing to collaborate with the court, will the court reciprocate? Are you referring to the raw silk matter? Li Qing asked with a smile. Indeed, Shin Xian nodded. To be candid, the common folk have procured a considerable amount of raw silk in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but it cannot be sustained for long. I hope you can allocate some to me so that I may endure this year. Otherwise, the workshops will be forced to halt production before the year ends. That may not be feasible. Li Qing shook his head. Shin Xian was puzzled. Why not? There is an abundance of raw silk. The weaving bureau cannot possibly use it all. Because raw silk is tangible. It is not merely a commodity, Li Qing explained. To be frank, the weaving bureau in Suzhou and Hangzhou will also be reopening, and this raw silk will have significant utility. Shin Xian, feeling helpless, asked, What then should the common folk do? Simply put, you must find a way to purchase raw silk from other major silk merchants. They would never agree to sell. Shin Xian replied, shaking his head. Then consider weaving. At the very least, it will help retain your textile workers, Li Qing proposed, generating yet another idea. Shin Xian chuckled wryly. Let us speak plainly. The common folk do not prioritize immediate profit, even if it means earning less or incurring a slight loss. We cannot afford to lose our overseas market. That is not a concern, Li Qing smiled. In this world, the impoverished outnumber the wealthy, and woven goods will always find buyers. It is a matter of low prices and high sales. Alas, Shen Xian found this difficult to accept. Li Qing's argument was sound. However, the downside was that such actions could lead to the loss of high-end clientele. Yet, considering the court's support, he felt it unwise to contest at this moment, knowing that raw silk would become available again next year. Shen Xian reluctantly acquiesced and asked, "Your Excellency, how will the court specifically support the common folk?" "I have yet to finalize that," Li Qing replied candidly. "I merely sought your opinion first. The specific plans have not been disclosed by the emperor, but rest assured, you will not be kept waiting for long." After a pause, he provided a time frame, stating that by early next year, the court would issue the relevant policies. Li Qing smiled and said, "Before anything else, you must prepare yourself. Opportunities favor those who are ready. If you can endure, then Suzhou and Hangzhou shall also yield to you." Shen Xian was momentarily taken aback, then filled with overwhelming joy. "Does this imply that the court will support only me?" "From your performance, at least for now, it appears so," Li Qing replied. "However, should you prove ineffectual, there is a possibility that others may usurp your position." Shen Xian hastily reassured, "Rest assured, sir, in Jinling, no one possesses wealth comparable to mine, not even the richest in Suzhou and Hangzhou." Although he preferred to keep his wealth discreet, circumstances warranted a little boasting at this crucial juncture of attracting investment and discussing collaboration. Li Qing nodded with a grin. "As your envoy, I can assure you that during this trip to Jiangnan, we shall develop only you." He feared that attempting to cultivate too many at once would be unmanageable, and he worried about Zhu Qizhen's reluctance, as such matters had no precedent and required a gradual approach. "Remember, the court nurtures you for two reasons: tax revenue and job creation. It is imperative that you hold this in mind. Do you understand?" "I comprehend," Shen Xian replied with a solemn nod. He patted his pocket, feeling somewhat awkward for having left without any silver notes due to his hasty departure. Li Qing chuckled, "Do not dwell on such matters. I am not one to covet wealth." Shen Xian glanced at Li Qing, noting his youthful elegance and refinement, and mused, "To be indifferent to wealth is akin to being indulgent in pleasures. Had I known, I would have brought Jiur along." A tinge of regret crossed his mind. Unaware of Shen Xian's thoughts, Li Qing rose and said, "If there is nothing further, you may take your leave, as I have official matters to attend to. As for today's discussion, do not be anxious. I shall provide you with a definite answer before the year's end." After a pause, he added a further reassurance. "I will return to discuss the specific details with you." Shen Xian could scarcely contain his joy. "I shall await your esteemed presence, sir. I take my leave." "Indeed, go," Li Qing replied. As Shen Xian strolled out of the weaving bureau, he was transformed, exuding confidence and elation. He had transcended mere silks. His aspirations soared higher. He sought to become grander and stronger. With his spirits elevated, his perspective on challenges shifted. "So what if I couldn't secure the silk? It is but a minor inconvenience." Mounting his horse, he wore a smile, and even his whip cracked with newfound gentleness. Meanwhile, Li Qing remained occupied, instructing the eunuchs on how to manage and operate the weaving bureau. He had previously undertaken similar tasks, so it was merely a matter of revisiting old routines, which he did with ease. Fortunately, these eunuchs were astute and learned swiftly, surpassing those of the past. This was in no small part due to Zhu Zhangji's efforts in educating them. Zhu Zhangji established the Inner Academy, enhancing the authority of the Directorate of Ceremonial, which could be neither wholly condemned nor entirely praised. At the very least, the eunuchs could fortify the imperial power. As for the corruption within the officialdom, how many virtuous individuals existed there? That day, Li Qing returned to his residence to bid farewell to his master, Li Jinglong, and Zhu Yunwen. Upon hearing the news, Li Jinglong was displeased. "Really, does the Ming dynasty cease to function in your absence? You have barely been here, and already you wish to depart?" "My brother bears the emperor's command. It is unavoidable," Zhu Yunwen intervened on Li Qing's behalf. Li Jinglong scoffed. "The emperor's command, you say?" With his remarkable abilities, imperial commands could hardly restrain him. He simply could not remain idle. Whenever he found himself at leisure, an insatiable restlessness took over, commonly referred to as a restless spirit. Li Qing remarked, "I have lingered in Jinling long enough. The weaving bureau in Suzhou and Hangzhou awaits my attention. October is upon us, and time waits for no one. After so many years of anticipation, what is a bit more time?" Li Jinglong huffed and puffed, but did not insist on keeping him. Go on, go on. When I meet my end, do not forget to visit. How could you say such a thing? Am I that kind of person? Li Qing chuckled. My haste arises from a desire to resolve matters at the Weaving Bureau before the new year, so I may take leave to celebrate the holiday in Jinling. Li Jinglong paused, his expression turning skeptical. Is this truly the case? When have I ever deceived you? Now, let us be off, swiftly. Li Jinglong, unable to contain his eagerness, urged Li Qing toward the exit, eager to finish the tasks and return as soon as possible. Li Qing, exasperated, brushed aside his hand and approached Zhang Lada. Master, I am taking my leave. Go ahead, Zhang Lada replied with his usual calm demeanor, adding, when you return before the new year, we shall celebrate together. Ah, very well. Li Qing left behind 7 eunuchs from the court of ceremonial and nearly 100 imperial guards, before setting off for Suzhou with his companions and a considerable amount of raw silk. Upon arrival, Li Qing immediately mobilized the imperial guards to recruit workers, while sending Xiao Liuzai ahead to Hangzhou to prepare in tandem. Due to the affluent merchants from Jinling vying for the raw silk, prices had skyrocketed, a testament to Li Qing's prowess. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, indifferent to the market fluctuations, for he had an abundance of silk. Drawing from his experiences in Jinling, along with sufficient raw silk and a reserve fund borrowed from Zhu Yuanzhong, the Weaving Bureau was operational within a mere fortnight. Although the workforce was still sparse compared to the scale in Jinling, it had commenced normal operations. Li Qing left behind some eunuchs and proceeded to Hangzhou. Xiao Liuzai, though greedy and opportunistic, possessed the requisite skills, and by the time Li Qing arrived, the Weaving Bureau was nearly functional. After a mere 10 days, as the 12th month approached, Li Qing prepared to return to the capital. Masterly, should we not remain here? Xiao Liuzai inquired, reluctant to depart. As the climate in Hangzhou was delightful, and its prosperity exceeded that of the capital by a third, making it easier to amass wealth. Given your significant achievements this time, it would be unwise not to return, Li Qing replied. What if other officials harbor envy and speak ill of you behind your back to the emperor? Xiao Liuzai felt a chill at the thought and quickly acquiesced. Your words are wise, masterly. It is indeed best that we return. Yet, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. Such a splendid place, with heaven above and Suzhou and Hangzhou below. Li Qing smiled. Once the emperor's rewards are confirmed, I shall advocate for your reinstatement in Jinling to oversee matters. Ah? Xiao Liuzai exclaimed, excitement glinting in his eyes. Thank you, masterly, for your support. He thumped his chest, declaring, we fellows are not without principles. We are bound by loyalty. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. If we decline, we would be unworthy. Li Qing suppressed a chuckle and nodded. Xiao Liuzai, somewhat sheepish, ventured, masterly. Might it be possible for me to hold an official position in Suzhou or Hangzhou? Jinling is directly governed, and there are too many heavyweights. It is difficult to profit without reservations. Li Qing was acutely aware of this, and thus advised, esteemed sir, the prospects in Jinling are far more promising. Once we establish a significant enterprise, what value do the few chairs in the Directorate of Ceremonial hold? Oh, ahaha. Indeed, you speak wisely, Xiao Liuzai chuckled, nodding with a smile. Yes, we have been rather short-sighted. Li Qing smiled in return. Come, let us return to the capital to report. Chapter 77. What is your perspective on this in the capital? The ministers had already learned of Li Qing's exploits. While they were enraged, they were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Li Qing could successfully reopen the Weaving Bureau and, within mere months, establish all 3 southern weaving bureaus. Truly, it was beyond their comprehension. A few prominent figures gathered, engaging in animated discussions. What are the people in southern Jili doing? The court has reopened the Weaving Bureau. What benefits does that confer upon them? Minister of Revenue Wang Ji furrowed his brow. Perhaps they do not wish for it, yet find themselves compelled. Left Minister of the Censorate Wang when interjected, this Li Qing is rather uncanny. Upon reflection, it seems that in every upheaval over the years, his shadow has lingered. We may have underestimated him before. Indeed, with Yu Qian in a close relationship with him and Yang Pu offering repeated assistance, it ultimately reveals our own underestimation. Who would have thought that a mere ministerial assistant could possess such capabilities? Wang Ji sighed. Minister Wang, as the Minister of War, what is your perspective on this matter? What can I say? Wang Ji shrugged. To be frank, my tenure as Minister of War is nearing its end. His words elicited gasps from the assembly. Old Wang, What troubles have you encountered? Ah, what are you saying? I have always been upright and incorruptible. What could I have done? Wang Ji rolled his eyes, exasperated. It is merely because I have led the troops to a great victory, and the emperor has grown displeased with civil officials meddling in military affairs. This is well known. How can the emperor act thus? Wang Wen exclaimed indignantly, "Fear not. I shall have a few censors petition on your behalf." The emperor's behavior is increasingly outrageous. How can he treat a meritorious subject in such a manner? Is this not akin to burning bridges after crossing them? There's no need. Wang Ji waved his hand dismissively. As the saying goes, when the sovereign commands, the minister must comply. The emperor merely intends to relieve me of my ministerial duties. It is of no consequence. Nonsense. Wang Wen countered. How can this be trivial? You have rendered great service to the state. How can you endure such treatment? Wang Zhou cast a meaningful glance at Wang Ji, inquiring, "Old Wang, we are colleagues and friends. Do not withhold the truth. Speak honestly. Has the emperor offered you any other rewards?" Cough. Well, sort of. Wang Ji stifled a smirk. The emperor has promised to bestow upon me a title of earl afterward. Old Wang, you are being foolish. Wang Wen lamented urgently. I speak bluntly. Do not take offense. At your age, how many years do you have left? A title is all well and good, but once dead, what remains? There is no substitute for tangible wealth. Pausing for effect, he added, you are the hope of our civil officials. With you as a linchpin, our influence over the military will flourish. The emperor has decreed it to be a noble title. Wang Ji interjected, unable to contain his pride. If I perish, my son shall inherit, and my grandson as well. As long as the Ming dynasty endures, the Wang family shall persist. This is a long-term guarantee. In the Ming dynasty, there existed only 3 ranks of nobility: duke, marquis, and earl. Although the earl occupied the lowest position, it still surpassed that of common officials. Typically, royal relatives and high-ranking officials seldom received titles. Even Empress Qian's family remained untitled. For Wang Ji, attaining the rank of earl was already a source of great satisfaction. Furthermore, being a native of Baoding in Hebei, with Tianjin port so near, he refrained from engaging in maritime trade, and since he had no access to the commerce of Jiangnan, he remained indifferent to such matters. Ladies and gentlemen, I have come to inform you that you need not summon me for future discussions, Wang Ji awkwardly stated, fearing the emperor might misinterpret his presence. Wang Wen's expression stiffened, and the others also wore grim faces, plunging the atmosphere into an extreme awkwardness. I bid you farewell. With the matter laid bare, Wang Ji felt embarrassed to linger, assuring them, rest assured, I shall treat past events as though they never occurred and will not utter a single word of them. This statement was artfully crafted, conveying to Wang Wen and the others that they should not use past incidents to coerce him, as he possessed leverage over them as well. Henceforth, it would be best for each to pursue their own interests without causing discomfort to one another. As Wang Ji departed, Wang Zhou exclaimed in anger, what a duplicitous and shameless scoundrel. I say, you should never have cooperated so eagerly in the first place. Wang Jin retorted, otherwise. How could he have acted in such a manner? Wang Zhou paused, then countered, what you suggest is akin to warfare, the Ministry of War's documents. The Emperor's edicts. How could I not cooperate? With enough thought, one can always find a way, Wang Jin teased. Aren't you merely afraid of accountability? Afraid of accountability? Wang Zhou fumed. How dare you speak such words? It was you who, upon hearing the emperor's call to repair merchant vessels, exerted every effort to curry favor. Wang Zhou, Wang Jin. The direct address between civil officials typically signaled impending conflict. Wang Wen quickly intervened, urging them to calm their tempers. Let us all take a breath. The reason the Ministry of Revenue has lent its full support is to facilitate our participation in military affairs. The Ministry of Works has indeed repaired the merchant vessels for maritime endeavors, though their numbers are not excessively large. Let us not quarrel among ourselves at this moment. As the head of the censorate, his words still carried weight, yet both men turned away, refusing to meet each other's gaze. Wang Wen felt a headache brewing. The most pressing issue was how to resolve the current predicament, lest the court's policy of setting sail for the West be implemented within a year. What other options remain? We have nearly exhausted all available strategies. Wang Zhou seethed. Why did we not consider eliminating Li Qing, this scourge, earlier? Now he has truly gained a foothold. It is not too late, Wang Jin replied with a huff. After all, he is merely a censor. If we are resolute, I cannot believe the emperor would deny us this favor. Wang Wen sighed. That may not be so easy. He has not been impeached without consequence in the past. Yet the emperor has consistently withheld action. Now that he has achieved merit, the emperor undoubtedly favors him even more. Previously, it was always the censors who led the charge. This time, we shall take matters into our own hands, Wang Ji asserted. Li Qing has opposed us since his arrival. If we do not act now, it may become even more difficult to handle him in the future. Can we succeed? Wang furrowed his brow. Whether we can or not, we shall know by attempting. As long as we are willing to take the risk, success is not beyond our reach, Wang Ji replied. Wang's was slammed the table, declaring, "Then let us give it a try." Wang Wenda. The midday court session is approaching. Let us first make our preparations. At the Fontaine Hall, the ministers, as is customary, entered the grand hall early, whispering amongst themselves while awaiting the emperor's arrival. The supervising eunuchs occasionally attempted to maintain order, yet the ministers offered only a token of respect before resuming their discussions. Ultimately, although the eunuchs had entered the political sphere, they remained insignificant in the eyes of the ministers, who did not heed their authority. Time slipped away, a quarter of an hour passed, then 2. And soon half an hour had elapsed. It was nearly noon, yet the emperor had yet to appear. Wang Ji inquired, "Eunuch, will His Majesty not attend court today?" The supervising eunuch shook his head in confusion. "I am unaware." Yu Qian interjected, "Might you urge His Majesty to come?" "No need for urging," little Liuzi announced as he entered the hall, a triumphant expression upon his face. "His Majesty is currently engaged in discussions with Mr. Li. There will be no court session today. You may all return." The ministers were taken aback, their faces displaying astonishment. "Mr. Li has returned?" The court erupted into a clamor. How can the emperor act thus? What significant matters could a mere junior official have? We have pressing state affairs to attend to. Does the emperor not discern the gravity of the situation? Is Mr. Li more important than the court officials? Little Liuzi, cherishing Mr. Li, could hardly tolerate such remarks and held a poor opinion of these officials. "Silence," he exclaimed sharply. "Should not the envoy returning to the capital be reported to the emperor? Should not His Majesty be concerned with the people's sentiments, particularly in southern Jili? If any of you have matters to present, please leave your petitions for review." He added ominously, "I am quite curious to see who speaks ill of the emperor." The ministers displayed anger on their faces, yet their words betrayed their honesty. Little Liuzi scoffed, "You deride us eunuchs as base, yet you are not any better, merely more educated. We are the true outcasts. You are those who play the harlot while erecting a facade of respectability." In the Qianqing palace, the emperor and his minister faced each other. Li Qing laid bare his thoughts. "Your Majesty, what is your perspective on this matter?" Zhu Qizhen pondered briefly before resolutely replying, "I do not agree." Li Qing, taken aback, responded, "Your Majesty, I have not articulated my point clearly." He elaborated, "This approach could greatly enhance the court's taxation, stimulate employment, and foster the growth of small and medium enterprises." "Your explanation has been understood," Zhu Qizhen interrupted. "But such actions would ultimately give rise to a powerful class of officials and gentry. Jiangnan is a crucial area for taxation, and southern Jili, particularly Suzhou and Hangzhou, holds paramount importance. I am unwilling to take such risks. You could simply discard the burden once it has served its purpose," Li Qing retorted. However, Zhu Qizhen held a different view, asserting, "It is easy to speak of simplicity, yet if it were truly that straightforward, those wealthy gentry would have already been dealt with." Li Qing, exasperated, replied, "Your Majesty, you overcomplicate matters. It is you who underestimate the situation," Zhu Qizhen countered, shaking his head. "At present, the Shun family lacks support. But should they gain influence, officials will inevitably gravitate towards them. Even if they genuinely wish to maintain a low profile, they will find it impossible. They will ultimately ascend into the ranks of gentry, and if they gain control over southern Jili and the regions of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the consequences would be dire." Zhu Qizhen remained steadfast, stating, "There is no need for further persuasion. I shall not agree." Li Qing pressed his forehead, wondering why his words seemed unheard. Ultimately, in Zhu Qizhen's heart, imperial authority reigned supreme. Everything else could yield and compromise in its presence. Yet this was a pivotal moment in the fate of the Ming dynasty, and Li Qing was determined not to let it slip away. "Your Majesty, would you lend an ear to my heartfelt counsel?" Zhu Qizhen felt inclined to shake his head, but his compassion for Li Qing, who had contributed immensely to both him and the Ming dynasty, held him back. "Speak, esteemed sir," Li Qing continued. "Suppose that Shen Xian has indeed reached the point you describe. Eliminating him would not be a challenge. Let us not forget, what was the foundation of his uprising? It stemmed from encroaching upon the interests of other wealthy gentry and officials, which indicates that even if he rises, he cannot please everyone. Zhu Qizhen furrowed his brow. Li Qing countered, since they are not united, what difficulty would there be in your majesty's decision to eliminate him? Your words possess merit, Zhu Qizhen conceded. Yet I still find it lacking in prudence. Nevertheless, he took a step back, asserting, the court will not overtly support him. We cannot open that door. After a pause, he added, of course, the court will not trouble him either. You may persuade him to be self-reliant. Li Qing clicked his tongue. Is that merely wishful thinking? This is the utmost limit of my tolerance. Were it not for you, I would not even agree to this. Zhu Qizhen replied. Li Qing nodded in resignation. Very well. By the way, there is another matter I wish to seek your majesty's approval. Please, go on, Zhu Qizhen urged. I wish to return to Jinling. Zhu Qizhen frowned. With the new year just half a month away, and did you not just return? For the time being, cultivating capital benefits both the nation and its people. I wish to strive diligently, Li Qing replied earnestly. Your Majesty, in nurturing Shun Exine, we simultaneously diminish the influence of the gentry, which must surely be advantageous for the common folk, for the Ming dynasty, and for you, is it not? Zhu Qizhen was momentarily speechless. After much contemplation, he said, then let us assist him just a tad. Your Majesty is wise. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Let us wait until after the new year. Zhu Qizhen suggested softly, rest well at home. Li Qing smiled. Wherever one spends the new year is the same. The sooner we implement this, the greater the benefit for the Ming dynasty. There will be time to rest after our tasks are completed. Very well, Zhu Qizhen sighed, since you are so resolute. I shall grant your wish. Take along Xiao Yozi. He can help lighten your burdens. Good, Li Qing nodded, then added, in addition to Xiao Yozi, I request that your Majesty assign 2 eunuchs from the Board of Rights to supervise the Suzhou and Hangzhou textile factories. Zhu Qizhen instantly grasped Li Qing's intention and praised. What a brilliant strategy. If Xiao Yozi's subordinates were to oversee the textile factories, it would inevitably lead to a monopolistic situation. By dispatching 2 peers now, we can prevent that outcome. Moreover, I have already promised Xiao Yozi that if he performs well for 2 years, he will be promoted to the position of chief eunuch. Under such constraints, he cannot afford to be excessively greedy. If he refrains from greed, he will not tolerate the other 2 eunuchs being corrupt either. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Zhu Qizhen chuckled. It seems you have cleverly helped Xiao Yozi gain merit, revealing yet another layer of meaning. You are truly talented. Li Qing was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Zhu Qizhen to discern his deeper intentions. It appeared that Zhu Qizhen was maturing swiftly. Your Majesty is sagacious. No, it is you who are wise. Zhu Qizhen replied. The air was thick with an indescribable scent, and Li Qing touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Time waits for no man. I must depart early tomorrow, he said. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Zhu Qizhen replied, rising from his seat. Your efforts are commendable. Once this matter is settled, I shall grant you an extended leave. Noticing that Zhu Qizhen did not mention repaying the borrowed money, Li Qing had to broach the subject himself. Your Majesty, regarding the funds I borrowed, the treasury is currently depleted. Zhu Qizhen inquired, shall I have you repay it with treasury notes? Li Qing replied, Your Majesty, a loan repaid is a loan easily renewed. Struggling to suppress his urge to strike him, Li Qing thought of how the recent reopening of the weaving bureau had gone so smoothly, thanks in large part to that money. If trust were to falter, future financial needs would be dire. Very well, Zhu Qizhen conceded. The treasury's funds must be reserved for emergencies. Here is what we shall do. I will draft an edict for you to take to the Ministry of Revenue in Nanjing, from whence you may withdraw the silver. Since the funds are to be used in Nanjing, it is only fitting they be sourced from there. Zhu Qizhen bore an expression that seemed to say, do not look to me for money. I am financially strained, which made Li Qing want to strike him even more. Let us proceed. Your Majesty, please write it swiftly. Li Qing urged. Is there truly a need for such haste? I depart tomorrow. I cannot afford to delay. Li Qing suspected Zhu Qizhen was reluctant to write it, so he walked directly to the desk and began grinding ink. Although Zhu Qizhen was indeed hesitant to write, he could not allow himself to default on his obligations and thus begrudgingly penned a handwritten decree. By the heavens, what is this predicament? Li Qing remarked as he took the decree. I take my leave, Your Majesty. Safe travels, Zhu Qizhen replied, watching Li Qing exit the grand hall with a sense of satisfaction. To have such a person in my employ is akin to adding wings to a tiger. After a moment, he added, promotion aside, perhaps I should compensate him in other ways. A flicker of guilt washed over Yu Qian, but it was quickly dismissed. Upon leaving the palace, Li Qing was taken aback to find a throng of individuals kneeling at the gates. What is the meaning of this? He wondered aloud. Xiao Liuzi approached him quietly, saying, Sir, they are all petitioning against you, urging the emperor to punish you. Let them kneel. Then, Li Qing replied, his curiosity waning. Even wishing to spit at them. The emperor has already decreed for you to return to Nanjing to manage the weaving bureau. Has the emperor truly agreed? I would not dare to speculate. Li Qing chuckled. I shall depart tomorrow. Excellent. Xiao Liuzi exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. I shall remember your kindness, sir. Should you ever require my assistance, merely call upon me. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Upon returning home, it was not long before Yu Qian arrived, leading a donkey. Sir, I am aware of the events at the palace today. They were aimed at me. Li Qing affectionately patted the donkey's head, smiling. You certainly excel at caring for donkeys. This one has grown and plumped up nicely. The donkey, though not overly chatty, seemed pleased to see Li Qing. Nudging his palm and exhaling warm breath onto his hand, warming it. Sir, this is a matter of officials at the ministerial level. We must not be careless. Yu Qian cautioned. It is of no concern. Let them make their noise. I shall be leaving tomorrow, Li Qing replied with a grin. Let us share a drink this evening. By the way, I will need to leave this donkey in your care. That is no trouble at all. Yu Qian waved his hand dismissively. But it is the new year. Must you still be on the move? Li Qing sighed. There is little choice. Official duties are paramount. He refrained from mentioning that his greater desire was to celebrate the new year in Nanjing. Yu Qian's eyes sparkled with concern as he said, Indeed. It has been a hardship for you, my dear sir. It is of little consequence. To me, the world is much the same everywhere, Li Qing replied with a smile. Well then, I shall take a stroll around the city. Do not forget to join me for a drink in the evening. Ah, very well, Yu Qian nodded. Then added with a grin, but this works to our advantage. With you absent from the capital, they possess strength, but lack a means to wield it. I am not fleeing from danger, Li Qing retorted. Do they think they can lay a finger on me? If they provoke me, I shall bury them all. Yu Qian cautioned, Sir, to kill a minister is a grave offense. You must not tread down such a perilous path. Chapter 79. A difficult situation. The capital, having flourished over the years, was now bustling with life. Li Qing dined in a tavern before leisurely wandering the streets atop his donkey. This marked his first return to celebrate the new year since departing Nanjing in the 7th year of the Xuande era. He meticulously selected gifts for his master, Li Jinglong, and Zhu Yunwen, placing great importance on this year of reunion. The vibrant streets were lined with shops, and the once humble city of Beiping was beginning to reveal signs of becoming the foremost metropolis of the future. Witnessing such historical transformation filled him with a sense of achievement, yet it also bore an air of melancholy. The day was bright, the warm sun casting a gentle glow that dispelled his negative thoughts. With the new year approaching, Li Qing endeavored to focus on joy, leading his donkey through the bustling shops, indulging in a shopping spree. After a day of exploration, as the sun dipped to a tangerine hue, he began his journey back. The donkey, laden with goods, was a sight to behold, and Li Qing, unwilling to burden it further, strolled leisurely alongside, basking in the golden twilight, a picturesque scene indeed. In the evening, true to his word, Yu Qian arrived, bringing wine and meat. Their relationship was one of both mentor and friend, with Yu Qian being Li Qing's only familiar face in the court. Without any formalities, they feasted and drank heartily. Sir, at this rate of development, it won't be long before the Ming dynasty returns to the pinnacle of the Xuande era, Yu Qian remarked with enthusiasm. His eyes alight with hope. In 10 years, the Ming will surpass all previous heights, becoming unparalleled in history. Li Qing set down his cup with a smile and sighed. Excessive optimism often invites misfortune. Do not be too blindly hopeful. Yet Yu Qian held unwavering faith in Li Qing, convinced that with him around, the future would undoubtedly unfold favorably. You overestimate me, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. I am neither a sage nor a deity. I cannot extinguish the inherent greed of humanity. Yu Qian chuckled in surprise. Why must you always harbor such pessimism? Because destruction is always easier than construction, Li Qing explained. Reaching for the wine jug, Yu Qian swiftly took it, pouring a cup for Li Qing before serving himself, saying, This may be true, but you possess a long life. You can witness it all unfold. Li Qing offered a weary smile, stating, "The rise and fall of dynasties is an inevitable part of history, beyond human control. Throughout the ages, dynasties have flourished and fallen in the blink of an eye. All I can do is prolong its prosperity, but I cannot alter the course of fate." He sipped his drink and sighed. They say the emperor reigns for eternity, and the nation lasts for 1,000 years. But is that truly possible? Let us not speak of the distant past. Since the time of the first emperor, we have barely 2,000 years of history. Yet how many dynasties have risen and fallen? Yu Qian paused thoughtfully, expressing hope. "Surely, sir, you will find a way." Li Qing shook his head with a chuckle. "Even if I were to eliminate all corrupt officials, what would it change? Such actions have already been taken by our founding emperor, yet the outcomes proved rather fruitless." Sighing, Yu Qian offered some consolation. "At least the present is better, is it not?" He refilled Li Qing's cup with wine and added with a smile, "As for what lies ahead, I cannot foresee, but as you have said, we can strive to alter the current state and prolong the prosperity of the Ming dynasty. Regarding the distant future, we shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate." After a pause, he expressed his empathy. "Alas, it is a burden for you." With a light-hearted laugh, Li Qing shifted the conversation. "How many years has it been since you returned home for the new year?" Yu Qian's brow furrowed, his mood darkening. Since the passing of the late emperor, he had not returned even once. With a wry smile, he lamented that every new year, he sent his son back to pay respects to their ancestors, struggling to balance loyalty and filial piety. "Perhaps in a few years, once the court stabilizes, I will find time to visit." Seeing him like this, Li Qing felt inexplicably uplifted. With a bright smile, he urged, "Come, let us drink." The next day, Li Qing, accompanied by the young Liuzi and 2 eunuchs from the Imperial Etiquette Bureau, set sail down south. Those who were resolutely against him could only stare in disbelief. But with Li Qing gone and the emperor indifferent to their memorials against him, they had no choice but to retreat, cursing him as a coward to vent their frustration. "If you have the guts, don't come back." At Li Qing's insistence, their ship sailed at great speed, stopping briefly in Suzhou and Hangzhou to disembark some of the imperial guards and the 2 eunuchs, before continuing non-stop to Nanjing. They hurried along the way and finally arrived in Nanjing on the 20th day of the 12th lunar month. Li Qing wasted no time. As soon as he disembarked, he ordered someone to inform Shen Xian and then headed straight for the weaving bureau. Shen Xian was particularly eager. As soon as Li Qing arrived at the weaving bureau, he followed closely behind. This time, he brought along his 9th wife. Li Qing found this rather perplexing. Although in this era, concubines were considered personal property and could be given away at will, he could not accept such customs. A man of stature must have someone to attend to him. Shen Xian insisted, promoting her. 9th is skilled and possesses a heart of virtue. "Stop right there." Li Qing raised his hand to halt him. "Send her back. We have serious matters to discuss." "Where will you be residing, sir?" Shen Xian inquired, thinking Li Qing was merely too polite to refuse. "Not so," Li Qing replied, his expression darkening. "If you have business to discuss, let us proceed, but if you have come to deliver a woman, you may leave at once." Young Liuzi chimed in indignantly. "Our family looks down upon such behavior. Is Lord Li a lecherous man?" Shen Xian awkwardly scratched his nose and sheepishly responded, "Your Excellency is right." He then turned and waved his hand dismissively. "Leave now. You are a nuisance here." "Yes, my lord." The 9th wife left, greatly disappointed, as she had fantasized about aligning herself with a powerful figure. Once the woman departed, Li Qing got straight to the point. "The court will support you to a certain extent." Li Qing racked his brain to paint a grand vision. "This means, as long as you do not violate the laws of the Ming dynasty, you may employ any means necessary." Shen Xian listened intently, and when Li Qing remained silent for a while, he inquired, "What else?" This indeed posed a challenge for Li Qing, as Yu Qian was excessively stingy, offering no substantial assistance. Li Qing found himself at a loss, unable to fabricate a solution without the necessary resources. Given the implications for imperial authority, he could not afford to utter grandiose falsehoods. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he inquired, "If you have any difficulties, please feel free to share." The crux of the issue lay in finances. Shen Xian produced a list from his sleeve, stating, "This outlines the additional expenses required for cultivating entirely new suppliers and addressing commercial competition, as per your esteemed directives." During these past days, he had been tirelessly planning for the future. Upon receiving the list, Li Qing's brows furrowed in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Nearly 10 million taels. Why don't you just go rob a bank?" Shen Xian quickly responded, "Please, do not be angered. This amount encompasses the entirety of the process, including most industries in Su and Hang, which collectively require such a sum." He reassured, "Rest assured, I will repay this amount in full, along with a reasonable interest." After a moment, he expressed his confidence in clearing the debt within 10 years and additionally remitting 2 million taels to the court within 3 years thereafter, excluding taxes. He would dutifully pay the taxes mandated by the court without fail. His sincerity was palpable, and he was indeed confident. With the support of the court, he believed he could achieve this and rise to become the wealthiest gentry in the Ming dynasty within 15 years, truly rich enough to rival a nation. Young Lu was oblivious to the emperor's intentions, perceiving Li Qing's predicament as a sign of difficulty. He interjected, "Boss Shun, do you think the court possesses a mountain of silver?" "My lord, esteemed official, you misunderstand," Shen Xian hastily clarified. "I am fully aware of the court's challenges. The emperor carries the weight of the world on his shoulders and cannot prioritize me over others. My proposal is to allocate 2 million taels annually for 5 years. And after a decade, I will repay the court a total of 12 million taels." Young Lu believed this deal was quite advantageous and instinctively wanted to nod in agreement, but refrained from overshadowing the conversation. Instead, he turned to Li Qing, "My lord, what do you think? What do you expect me to think?" Li Qing scratched his head and laughed. "Boss Shun, do not be hasty. Let us discuss this slowly. Eunuch, please have someone bring us a pot of tea." He anticipated that his throat might grow dry during the conversation and wanted to be prepared. The wealthiest individual in Yongle was no fool. Merely painting a rosy picture without offering tangible benefits would not suffice to earn loyalty and dedication to the court. Such a task was indeed formidable. Even with Li Qing's exceptional skills in persuasion, he felt a sense of urgency. Chapter 80. Contemplation and Deliberation, the Longjing Tea. Imbued with a refreshing aroma, soothed Li Qing's throat and alleviated some of his inner turmoil. Shen Xian, keen not to appear overly eager, pressed for further inquiries. The atmosphere in the parlor became more relaxed. However, young Lu grew somewhat impatient, eager to achieve something significant to return and fulfill his role as a pen-holding eunuch. Yet, both the imperial envoy Li Qing and the affluent Shen Xian exhibited remarkable composure, leaving him, a mere intermediary, to patiently accompany the two as they savored their tea. Seizing the moment of tea tasting, Li Qing hastily organized his thoughts. "Boss Shun, I am here." Shen Xian promptly set down his teacup, ready to listen attentively. Li Qing spoke softly. "I possess a certain understanding of commerce. I am aware of the cultivation of suppliers and the fierce competition in business, which can be exceedingly costly. However, you are indeed the wealthiest in Yongle. This so-called sum of nearly 10 million taels of silver." He did not continue, but the sarcasm and displeasure in his tone were palpable. Shen Xian felt a flush of embarrassment on his face and awkwardly replied, "My lord, it is true that I am the wealthiest in Yongle and possess considerable wealth, yet most of my funds are tied up in my enterprises, and I do not have much liquid cash at present." Li Qing scoffed in silence and resumed sipping his tea. Shen Xian sighed inwardly. He had underestimated this esteemed envoy, especially considering the adeptness displayed in their previous dealings. It was indeed challenging to deceive him. The young emperor was rather stingy, leaving Shen Xian with no recourse but to resort to deception. Li Qing took a sip of tea, inadvertently making eye contact with Shen Xian. Both men, feeling a twinge of guilt, pretended to drink to evade each other's gaze. Li Qing represented the emperor as an official envoy, while Shen Xian, despite being the wealthiest merchant in Yongle, felt significantly diminished at the negotiation table. The court had its own difficulties, and as a subject, Shen Xian could not add to the emperor's burdens. He began to negotiate, acknowledging that 10 million was indeed excessive. The common folk of the Ming dynasty have numerous needs for money. After some pleasantries, he finally stated, "I am willing to stake my entire fortune on a grand gamble, but I truly lack sufficient liquid assets." This was the truth. "How much more do you require?" Li Qing inquired. 8 million, Shen Xian responded. "I am here with sincere intentions to negotiate with you, Mr. Shun," Li Qing retorted brusquely. "If you are going to present such terms, then there is no need for further discussion." Seeing Li Qing rise to depart, Shen Xian could no longer remain seated and hastily exclaimed, "My lord, please do not be angered. Allow me to ponder this matter more thoroughly. My family is extensive and prosperous, and there must be overlooked avenues. Li Qing sat back down, his face betraying impatience. I am a straightforward person and detest the art of cunning. However, his tone softened slightly. Mr. Shun, you are destined for great accomplishments. Your vision should not be so limited. Surely, you can distinguish between immediate gains and long-term benefits? Shin Xian involuntarily swallowed, contemplating the future and contrasting it with the present. He realized he had been rather petty. I am indeed destined for great endeavors, he resolved. My lord, I can offer 450,000 taels. Li Qing sighed inwardly. He could see that this figure, while not Shin Xian's absolute limit, was close to it. Yet the crux of the matter was the young emperor's reluctance to part with any funds. Let us set aside the issue of money for now, Li Qing said with a smile, and discuss the challenges that lie ahead. Shin Xian smacked his lips in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he added, apart from financial issues, the greatest challenge is the oppression from officials and gentry. In pure commercial competition, I am unafraid. My concern lies in the understanding that merchants ought not to contend with officials. This principle, my lord, you surely comprehend. Of course, I understand, Li Qing assured him. You need not worry. The Weaving Bureau will support you, and Lord Lu will advocate on your behalf. Shin Xian, surprised, also felt a wave of disappointment. What can a eunuch do for me? Little Lu has managed to establish himself in the palace and possesses considerable talent in reading situations, Li Qing retorted, adopting a more serious demeanor. What? Do you look down upon my family? Certainly not. Shin Xian replied hastily. Shin Xian hastily waved his hand, forcing a smile despite his grim expression. Isn't the esteemed official going to remain here for some time? Li Qing reassured him. Rest assured, the Weaving Bureau is royal, and the 6th prince is from the Office of Rights. With the Weaving Bureau and the 6th prince backing you, even if I were to depart, your position would still be secure. Xiao Liuzi chimed in. In matters of great importance and trivial affairs, which memorial does not pass through the Office of Rights. Without their endorsement, what weight do memorials hold? While this statement held a grain of truth, it was somewhat exaggerated. At present, the Office of Rights did not wield such immense influence and power. They possessed power, but not excessively so. Li Qing supported Xiao Liuzi, asserting that the 6th prince was a prominent figure in the Office of Rights, and with his support, Shin Xian could confidently proceed with his endeavors. Seeing the two dismissing the significance of the officials, Shin Xian felt a surge of confidence and continued, to dominate the market, one must treat it as a battlefield. The court would not fault one for engaging in certain less than noble practices, would they? Rapid ascension requires a certain level of integrity, which is an impossibility. Li Qing understood this principle and after a moment of contemplation, replied, first, no lives must be lost. Second, the common folk must not suffer. Beyond that, you may proceed as you wish. Shin Xian grappled with the implications for a moment before nodding in agreement. With the court backing him and permitting some unscrupulous methods, he felt unburdened. Shin Xian remarked, all other issues can be resolved by a commoner like myself. The only thing I lack now is money. This indeed posed a significant problem, and Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, what is it? He asked tactically, taking a sip of tea before adding with a smile. What insights does Ba Shin have on this matter? What insights? Shin Xian replied, somewhat perplexed. Am I not managing your affairs? Am I not seeking a loan from the court? His face bore a look of confusion as he struggled to comprehend the official's words. Li Qing put down his cup and stated plainly, let me be candid. The court will not allocate a single coin to you. What? Shin Xian shot up, unable to contain his fury. What do you mean no money? Are you jesting? He had wealth, yet he lacked the capacity to confront all the wealthy gentry alone. In the future, substantial financial investments would be unavoidable, and without funds, it would be impossible to navigate the challenges ahead. Were it not for Li Qing's status, he might have unleashed a torrent of curses. Esteemed official, you jest, do you not? Shin Xian forced a smile, but Li Qing maintained a serious demeanor, stating, the court's actions are ultimately for your benefit. For my benefit? Shin Xian was on the verge of losing his composure. Indeed, Li Qing continued earnestly. It is not a matter of scarcity, but of equity. You are not the only wealthy individual in this realm. While you may be the richest in Jinling, there are also affluent figures in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Pray tell, which province in the Ming lacks its own tycoon? Before Shin Xian could respond, Li Qing pressed on. You are a citizen of the Ming, are they not as well? If the emperor were to favor you alone, would the others acquiesce? especially those with connections to officials? In all fairness, if true competition were to arise, could you truly hold your ground against them? The relentless questioning left Shin Xian in a daze, stammering. But I truly do not possess that much wealth. The court. Boss Shun, do not rush. Allow me to elaborate, Li Qing urged. Li Qing chuckled. The court understands your predicament, and you must also comprehend the court's challenges. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. How could the emperor favor one over the other? But listen to me. Li Qing continued. Consider this. If the court were to support the wealthiest individuals in various regions, how much of that fortune would trickle down to you? Furthermore, if that were the case, would you still have the hope of rising? Shin Xian's thoughts struggled to keep pace, yet his reason remained intact. But hear me out, Li Qing reiterated. Let us not stray too far. Take Su and Hang. For instance, the wealthiest individuals in these locales possess resources that rival yours. If you three were to enjoy the same privileges, do you have the confidence to stand out? Currently, the court has bestowed this opportunity solely upon you. Which holds greater significance, wealth or opportunity? Li Qing sipped his tea, soothing his parched throat. Reflect on that. Contemplate it deeply. Shin Xian pondered and, to his surprise, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The court has not treated me poorly. He rose, lifted his robe, and bowed. The emperor's grace is akin to the heavens. It is impossible for a humble citizen like me to repay such benevolence. Xiao Lu was taken aback, hastily stepping aside, while Li Qing also declined the courtesy, moving aside as well. Shin Xian stood, feeling a mix of gratitude and bitterness. The emperor's good intentions are now apparent to me, yet without sufficient funds, it will be arduous for a humble citizen to rise. Where there are problems, we shall devise solutions, Li Qing teased. What is this? You're already losing heart before we've even begun? Shin Xian ruffled his hair. What insights might you possess, my lord? It's simple, borrow. But did you not just mention that the court seeks loans from wealthy gentry? Li Qing interjected. Shin Xian paused, then shook his head. It is difficult to borrow from them. Moreover, should we fall out in the future, what would I do if they demand repayment? He lamented, if funding ceases, I would end up like those former sericulture magnates, subject to their merciless harvesting. Li Qing proposed. You could fix a repayment deadline while increasing the interest rates. Say, repay in 5 years with an additional 20%, in 10 years with a 50% increase. And have officials witness the agreement. I and Lord Lu would also lend our support. Under such terms, they would certainly be inclined to hand over their cash. But what if things turn sour? They might rush to reclaim their principal even without interest. Shin Xian queried. Li Qing smiled. That is easily managed. The promissory note can stipulate that repayment is not required until the due date. When the time comes, should disputes arise, with Lord Lu backing you, even if he cannot hold firm, the matter can be escalated to the imperial censorate, which can directly submit a memorial to the emperor, with such written evidence. What do you have to fear? Shin Xian, momentarily dazed by Li Qing's persuasive rhetoric, soon grasped the crux of the matter. That said, borrowing such a large sum might raise their concerns about my ability to repay. Shin Xian remarked. I must provide them with a reason to believe I can repay both principal and interest on time. Li Qing pondered for a moment, then said, you could claim that you have a relative overseas who wishes to partner with you in business. That sounds absurd. They are not fools. Shin Xian replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Li Qing, however, inquired, what is your surname? I am surnamed Shun. He responded, somewhat puzzled. There was a great wealthy man in the previous dynasty named Shin Fu, known as Wan San, Li Qing noted. He has consulted historical materials and discovered that Shun Wan San is not as closely associated with Zhu Yuanzhang as portrayed in later films and television dramas. In fact, Shun Wan San is a genuine figure from the previous dynasty, having been born and died in that era, with no connection to Zhu. During the tumultuous end of the Yuan dynasty, the Shun family gradually faded into obscurity. Shin Xian awkwardly remarked that the common people are indeed his descendants, specifically from the main lineage. Li Qing expressed surprise and then chuckled, saying that this makes matters much easier. It is widely known that Shun Wansan was as rich as a nation, so if you publicly reveal your identity, it would enhance your credibility. Shin Xian sighed, explaining that while his ancestor was immensely wealthy, most of the fortune was seized by rebel forces during the chaos of the late Yuan dynasty. His great-grandfather managed to preserve only a small fraction before changing his surname and adopting a low profile in Jinling, only restoring the original surname in Shun Xian's generation. This is of little consequence, for Shun Wansan has been deceased for over a century. Who can truly clarify such matters? Li Qing laughed, adding that aside from interest, your assets are roughly equivalent to your debts, making it a guaranteed profit for them, and they will surely agree. While the logic is sound, the issue is that I would incur a loss. As Shin Xian contemplated the 20% interest after 5 years and 50% after 10 years, his heart bled at the thought. Li Qing discerned his thoughts and chuckled, saying that one must risk something to gain something. Mr. Shun, ponder this well. However, if you are unwilling, I shall not force you. The wealthiest individuals in Suzhou and Hangzhou will certainly agree. Shin Xian quickly responded. The price is indeed steep. Yet the potential rewards are astonishing. Compared to seizing all of Jinling, or even the industries of Suzhou and Hangzhou, this cost is entirely bearable. He is well aware of how lucrative maritime trade can be. In due time, he could not only restore his ancestral glory but also surpass it, elevating his status in the family genealogy to the forefront. Let us do it, Shin Xian declared, cupping his hands. I shall prepare immediately, and I kindly ask you, my lord, to assist as a notary. Not a problem, Li Qing replied with a smile. When shall this take place? During the new year, no loans will be made. Perhaps after the Lantern Festival, Shin Xian suggested. Li Qing smiled and agreed. All right, we shall reconvene then. Very well, Shin Xian said, bowing as he took his leave. Take care, Mr. Shun. As Shin Xian exited the weaving bureau, the cold wind struck him, suddenly awakening his senses. This official had rambled on without providing anything of substance. Yet paradoxically, he had helped to resolve Shin Xian's dilemma, placing all the pressure squarely upon Shin's shoulders. The court had contributed nothing but could reap substantial benefits. Shin Xian felt a significant loss, but upon deeper reflection, he realized he might not be at a loss after all. Instead, he was gaining a considerable advantage. After all, such an opportunity is not available to others. Shaking his head to dispel the overwhelming thoughts, Shin Xian resolved to boldly seize the moment. The temptation was simply too great. Chapter 81. I have a lucrative opportunity. Are you interested? Li Qing let out a long sigh of relief. It had been a challenging endeavor, but thankfully, the allure was sufficiently compelling to persuade Shin Xian. Li Qing's success stemmed from his exceptional skill in making enticing propositions, coupled with the irresistible allure of being the wealthiest individual in the Ming dynasty. In comparison, the latter held greater significance. Li Qing adeptly exploited Shin Xian's avarice, fully aware of the potential consequences that might arise as Shin Xian ascends in the future. However, he remained indifferent. Ultimately, the Ming dynasty was a monarchic feudal regime, while Shin Xian was merely an individual. The power of capital, though formidable, was not sufficient to challenge the authority of the emperor. As Li Qing had articulated to Zhu Qixin, Shin Xian's rise was predicated upon undermining the interests of other wealthy gentry, which destined him to remain a non-threat. In the nascent stages, capital proved beneficial to both the state and the common people, yielding substantial profits. Yet, as wealth accrues excessively, it ceases to belong solely to him. From the outset, Li Qing's strategy revolved around harnessing capital effectively, particularly by facilitating Shin Xian's borrowing from the gentry, ostensibly to resolve Shin Xian's dilemmas. He was, in fact, ensnaring other gentry in the process. The expenditure of the affluent heralds fortune for the impoverished, as their spent wealth inevitably flows into the pockets of the needy. In a certain sense, Li Qing's approach bore similarities to the practice of labor relief, albeit at a more sophisticated level. This labor was industrial in nature, not merely menial toil, and was imbued with a pronounced beneficial intent. Ah, how delightful, Li Qing mused with elation. The population of Jinling was approximately 1.5 million, and in the not-too-distant future, nearly 10 million taels of wealth would be unleashed here. One could imagine the transformative impact this would have on the local populace. The more Li Qing contemplated, the more his spirits soared, prompting him to chuckle aloud. In the midst of his laughter, he suddenly sensed an unusual gaze upon him. Upon looking up, he found Xiao Liuzai observing him with a peculiar expression. What is it? My lord, I am truly impressed, Xiao Liuzai replied, a blend of flattery and reverence in his tone. Your eloquence was so convincing that the esteemed Shin even relinquished his monetary demands. Truly remarkable. Ah, really? Li Qing responded with a sheepish smile. There was no choice. The emperor harbored reservations and could not overtly assist him, so I was left with no alternative. Pausing, he added, it is not merely my persuasion, He is the one who aspires for further advancement. Xiao Liuzai smiled silently, interpreting Li Qing's words as modesty. Nevertheless, he understood that he must continue to provide assistance as much as possible. Li Qing, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, Jiangnan is a region burdened by heavy taxation. In recent years, the imperial revenue has been steadily declining. Once Shun Xin rises to prominence, he will generate substantial tax income. The taxes of Jinling will reflect your accomplishments. If this matter is handled well, you cannot evade your responsibilities as a eunuch. Oh, I understand, Xiao Liuzai replied, his eyes narrowing into slits. The emperor summoned me precisely for this matter. My lord, rest assured, regarding the fate of our future, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Li Qing smiled. In that case, allow me to extend my early congratulations to you. Not at all, it is still premature, Xiao Liuzai modestly replied. Though his smile began to take on a more twisted form, Li Qing and Xiao Liuzai exchanged a few more words, after which Li Qing left him to oversee the weaving bureau while he joyfully returned home, laden with gifts, to celebrate the new year. The atmosphere of the new year was palpable, with couplets adorning the doorposts, door gods gracing the entrance, and 2 large red lanterns hanging from the eaves. Embodying the festive spirit, Li Qing wore a beaming smile, having not experienced the joyous atmosphere of the new year for quite some time. Recently, he had stayed here for a while, and the servants were well aware that he was a distinguished guest of their master. Upon seeing him arrive with gifts, they hurriedly came forward to pay their respects. One of the young servants, having met Li Qing before, said, Our master has instructed that you need not announce your arrival. Sir, you may enter directly. The servant was exceedingly polite, urging him to follow. As Li Qing entered, he inquired, Is your master at home? Indeed, replied the servant. And today, Duke Chao has also arrived. Aren't they at the Pear Garden watching a play? Li Qing was surprised. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Even the actors celebrate. The servant chuckled. The Pear Garden is closed as well. The ancients placed great importance on the new year. Even the impoverished would manage to enjoy a hearty meal during this festive period, having scrimped and saved throughout the year for these few days. As Li Qing contemplated, he scoffed. Li Jinglong truly has it easy, living in luxury without a care in the world. He felt a twinge of envy for such a leisurely retirement. However, one must acknowledge that Li Jinglong, being half buried in the earth, surely deserved to relish in such pleasures, did he not? Shortly after entering, Li Qing could vaguely hear the booming voice of Li Jinglong. Indeed, Li Jinglong spoke with a raucousness akin to flatulence, cursing, Damn it. It's already the 28th of the 12th month. I knew it, that wretch. He continued, Old man, I must say, had I taken on such an unfilial apprentice, I would have dragged him back from the capital and hung him from a tree for a good beating. Zhang Lachui, nonchalant, replied, Well, you are not me. Old man, he is indeed unfilial. Li Jinglong persisted, stoking the flames of his rant. Enough with the noise. Qingzi has returned. Zhang Lachui interjected impatiently. Where is he? Right here. Li Qing called out loudly. Soon, the rapid sound of sticks striking the tiled floor echoed, and moments later, Li Jinglong emerged from the moon gate. Upon seeing Li Qing, he initially rejoiced, then rolled his eyes and pouted. Well, if it isn't the esteemed Commissioner Li, what brings you to Jinling? Imitating his playful demeanor, Li Qing retorted, Oh, isn't this Duke Chao? How come you are visiting others on New Year's? Li Jinglong, indignant, exclaimed, Do you know what it means to respect your elders and care for the young? Such a statement, Li Qing teased, is typical of unruly children who are generally unlikable. You scoundrel. Li Jinglong snapped back. All right. What a way to greet each other. You two are something else. Zhu Yunwen stepped forward to take Li Qing's gifts, saying, You needn't have brought anything. Just your presence is enough. Do you want it? Here, take it, Li Jinglong offered. Zhu Yunwen responded, Cousin, it's not without reason that my master scolds you for being unruly. He handed the gifts to a servant with a smile. Come, let us chat in the backyard. With no female guests in the residence, there were no concerns regarding the front or back courtyards. The rooms once occupied by the 3 women had been sealed off, and Zhu Yunwen had merely instructed for them to be cleaned occasionally. With numerous guest rooms in the residence, both Zhu Yunwen and Zhang Lachui typically resided in the room adjacent to the library. The two enjoyed reading, often immersing themselves in the vast collection of texts found in the Yongle Emperor, spending their days in the library when they were not watching plays. A few individuals naturally made their way to the library, where Li Qing admired the book-filled space and playfully inquired, How many books have you read? If only life were longer. Zhu Yunjian's expression turned wistful, fearing he might never finish them in his lifetime. The Yongle Encyclopedia comprises over 10,000 volumes and 37 million characters, and it is not a mere vernacular novel that one can skim through at a glance. Even reading one volume a day would be considered impressive. Li Qing casually picked up a book, flipped through it briefly, and returned it, laughing. I'll show you the real treasures later. Zhu Yunjian scratched his head, confused. What real treasures? The original manuscripts, Li Qing replied. Li Jinglong interjected. Come now. You can't carry that. It is one of Emperor Taizong's significant achievements, and the emperor would never allow you to take it out, at most. You might be permitted to peruse it. Even within the palace, it gathers dust, as the emperor never looks at it. Li Qing remarked that even during Taizong's reign, only a couple of books were placed on the desk for decoration, and no one ever read them. Li Jinglong scoffed. Just because they don't read them doesn't mean they're not valuable. That is a treasure left by Taizong, so don't even dream of it. The emperor would never gift it to you. Li Qing chuckled softly and refrained from further comment. While Li Jinglong's words held truth, he had never contemplated pursuing the matter through proper channels. The Yongle Encyclopedia might be safer in the palace than in his possession. Li Qing did not covet the encyclopedia. He merely wished to protect the original manuscripts from harm. Zhu Yunjian, noticing the two were about to bicker again, quickly diverted the topic. Senior brother, are you here on official business? Indeed, Li Jinglong replied, puzzled. Isn't the weaving bureau already operational? Are you not here to celebrate the new year? That's a matter for after the new year, Li Qing responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Jinglong's demeanor softened considerably, and he sighed, as the saying goes. The capable bear more responsibilities. Don't flaunt your abilities too much, or the emperor might overwork you. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Can't you wish me well? The truth may be harsh, but it is indeed the reality. Li Jinglong shrugged. With your talents, the emperor will surely make full use of you. Cousin, what do you think? Zhu Yunjian, now another silent party to the conversation, merely sighed. Zhang Lada, apart from his occasional visits to the pear orchard, found it difficult to engage in conversation with the loquacious Li Jinglong. He picked up a book and retreated to a nearby chaise to read. Thus, three remained to reminisce. Li Qing called out, Master, I have brought you many rare herbs from Jinling. If you find yourself bored, you can try your hand at alchemy. Very well. Zhang Lada replied, continuing to read. Li Jinglong asked, what gift do I receive? A walking cane and a folding fan. Li Qing replied. Is that all? Li Qing suppressed a laugh. Nothing else could possibly compliment your flamboyance. You rascal. Zhu Yunjian, however, was unconcerned with such trivial possessions. He stood up and said, please, sit tight. I will brew a pot of tea. Isn't there a servant for that? Li Jinglong scoffed. At your age, you should learn to enjoy life. Life is about movement. Idleness is not beneficial, Zhu Yunjian chuckled. Senior brother, where will you stay tonight? I shall have a servant prepare a room. Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, I shall stay with you all. Zhu Yunjian was somewhat surprised. He had assumed Li Qing would choose the room he previously occupied. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhu Yunjian laughed lightly. It seems that senior brother has truly let go. Li Jinglong stretched languidly, leaning back against his chair, and inquired, how long can we stay this time? It's hard to say, at least 6 months, at most a year. This time, Li Jinglong refrained from his usual sharp tone, for Li Qing's stay exceeded his expectations. One must balance work and leisure, while duties are pressing. One should not neglect oneself, Li Jinglong said softly. Li Qing nodded with a smile. By the way, I have a lucrative opportunity. Are you interested? What sort of opportunity? Pig farming. Have you lost your mind? Li Jinglong retorted, somewhat exasperated. The wealthy do not consume this, and the poor cannot afford it. Anything is better than raising pigs. Zhu Yunjun entered with a teapot, laughing as he asked, what are you discussing? Li Qing suggested I raise pigs. Don't you find that amusing? Li Jinglong teased. Then realizing the potential misunderstanding, he added, I mean, pigs for consumption. As he spoke, he mimicked a pig's grunt amusingly. A burst of laughter erupted from Zhang Lada, who had been reading in the distance, filling the expansive study with mirth. The festive atmosphere was palpable. Zhu Yunjun poured hot tea and called out, Master, come over for a cup of hot tea. All right, Zhang Lada replied, stretching before making his way to the tea table. Li Qing, do you believe that if this lad raises pigs, the common folk will be able to afford them in the future? Rest assured, Master, Li Qing responded with a smile. In 6 months, The quality of life for the people of Jinling will surely soar. Beef and mutton are far too expensive for the lower class. But pork remains relatively affordable, making it the ideal choice for improving their livelihoods. Zhu Yunjun, perplexed, asked, "Senior brother, with nearly 150,000 people in Jinling, how can you be so certain?" "Indeed," Li Jinglong echoed, bewildered. "Is the emperor planning to distribute silver to every citizen?" Li Qing replied, "For now, that remains a secret. In due time, you will understand. The facts will undoubtedly unfold as I say." "Certain?" Li Jinglong questioned with skepticism. "Believe it or not," Li Qing rolled his eyes. "All I can say is, heed my advice, and you shall reap rewards. Ignore it, and you may find yourself filled with regret later. Then I shall proceed." Li Jinglong decided, knowing full well that Li Qing would never lead him astray. At his age, money held little value for him. Yet with a large family and many descendants, wealth would certainly be advantageous. Li Qing jested, "The esteemed Duke of Chao is actually venturing into pig farming. Are you not concerned about being ridiculed? I neither steal nor rob, and I do not break the laws of the Ming. What do I have to fear?" Li Jinglong replied nonchalantly. "Besides, I won't be the one tending to them. I'll hire someone for that." Pausing, he curiously asked, "What led you to this idea?" "Naturally, to enhance the quality of life for the common people," Li Qing explained. "When the populace has money, they will undoubtedly seek to improve their living conditions. However, the current supply in Jinling is insufficient to meet demand. Without adequate provisions, prices will inevitably rise. When they have no money, they cannot afford meat. When they do have money, they still cannot afford it. What good is wealth then? Food and clothing are essential for living. Jinling has plenty of clothing, but lacks food, particularly meat. Sweet potatoes and potatoes have resolved hunger. Now it is time to improve their diet. Affordable and high-quality pork is the best option. I vaguely recall experts in later generations stating that the price of pork largely determines the happiness index of the common people." Chapter 82. A warm year. Li Jinglong scratched his head and inquired, "What do you estimate the demand to be?" Li Qing pondered for a moment, replying, "The more you raise, the more you earn. In short, you will certainly not incur losses." In truth, he had contemplated allowing the court to undertake this venture, but it seemed somewhat beneath their dignity. Furthermore, if the court were to manage it, local officials might exploit their authority for personal gain, oppressing the common folk. After all, in this era, medical conditions were rudimentary, and large-scale animal husbandry was quite challenging, if not impossible. If an infectious disease struck a breeding farm, it could wipe out the entire stock and potentially even spread to humans. The most prudent course of action would be to establish a cooperative. Let the common people raise the pigs. With the funding provided by the main stakeholders, both parties would contribute labor and capital, creating a partnership. Li Qing suggested, "You hold a prominent position in Jinling. Personally approach the officials to assist in promoting this venture. Both parties can sign an agreement, with you covering the initial costs and sharing the risks. Once the pigs are ready, your associates can handle procurement and sales." Li Jinglong nodded, though with a hint of skepticism. "The more, the better?" "Indeed, the more, the better," Li Qing affirmed with conviction. "Very well, let us proceed." Trusting Li Qing, Li Jinglong vowed to have preparations underway after the Lantern Festival. Li Qing smiled, confident that this would be a lucrative enterprise, promising him substantial profits in due course. "All right, I shall bring along Xiao Zhu. We will all share in the wealth." Though Li Jinglong had a sharp tongue, he was undeniably loyal. Zhu Yunwen shook his head with a wry smile. "At present, our household cannot afford to spare much capital. We have just settled the workers' wages and now must make significant purchases for the new year, requiring substantial cash flow." "What?" Li Jinglong exclaimed in astonishment. "Has the court not reimbursed its debts yet?" "It will," Li Qing interjected. "After the new year, I shall go to Jili to collect the money." Li Jinglong exaggerated. "Surely not. The emperor cannot be so miserly as to be unable to produce hundreds of thousands of taels." "It is indeed miserly," Li Qing expressed his frustration. "But let us not dwell on that. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Shall we have a drink today?" "Of course." Li Jinglong did not hesitate. "Xiao Zhu, go and have a lavish feast prepared." Zhu Yunwen agreed with a cheerful nod. The gathering continued into the evening, filled with merriment until they finally dispersed. Li Qing savored a long-lost sense of home, feeling genuinely joyful and content, and he slept particularly soundly that night, enveloped in tranquility. The next day, still lost in delightful dreams, Li Qing was forcibly roused by the old man, who dragged him from his warm bed. "Master, it's the new year. Could you not allow me a peaceful slumber? Less chatter. Go prepare the meal, Yongle commanded. Li Qing, resigned, wondered why the household staff could not handle it. They lack your culinary skills, Yongle replied. Fearing disobedience, Li Qing, reluctant to face punishment on such a festive occasion, complied. Kneading dough, proofing it, and preparing the filling for dumplings, he was but a whisker away from being a star chef, save for a white hat. By noon, the three of them indulged in a delightful meal, with Zhu Yunwen praising Li Qing's culinary prowess, claiming it surpassed that of the imperial kitchen. Li Qing suspected he was being overly flattered. In the afternoon, Li Qing was once again dispatched to the kitchen by Yongle to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. I came to celebrate, not to play the cook, he silently protested, yet he rolled up his sleeves and set to work. Only at the end of the Shen hour did he manage to free himself, carrying a basket of offerings to Qishao Mountain. By the time he returned, darkness had nearly fallen. On this New Year's Eve, Li Jinglong did not come. He had grandchildren to attend to. The air was suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder as firecrackers exploded and fireworks illuminated the sky, encapsulating the joyous spirit of the new year. The trio of master and disciples indulged in an extravagant feast, engaging in delightful conversation as they welcomed the new year together. Amidst laughter and merriment, the celebration brought immense comfort, and the master graciously bestowed red envelopes. Li Qing drifted into slumber with a smile upon his face. On the first day of the new year, leisure was the order of the day. Chess was played, martial arts practiced, books read, and tea savored in a state of blissful tranquility. On the second day, Li Jinglong made his appearance, adding to the lively atmosphere with his incessant chatter. His daily visits brought a cacophony of noise, yet further enriched the festive spirit. Time flew swiftly, and before they knew it, the Lantern Festival arrived, where delicious tangyuan heralded the end of the celebrations. A new year had dawned, bringing with it the promise of busyness. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, Li Qing's first task was to journey to Zhili to reclaim his funds. Those were his earnings. And he was not so magnanimous as to donate hundreds of thousands of taels to the court. He was willing to offer his labor, but not his money. The wealth had been acquired through merits, victorious wagers with Zhu Zhanji, or gifts from officials seeking favor, despite his lack of official duties. In any case, it had not come easily. At the Ministry of Revenue, the repeated evasions of the minister thoroughly exasperated Li Qing. I will ask once more, will you repay or not? The minister insisted, of course we will repay, but at present, we lack funds. Rest assured that repayment will occur when resources allow. Li Qing, uninterested in further discourse, interjected. Enough with the excuses, repay me now. The minister frowned, displeased. Li Qing, you are an imperial envoy, and I have shown you due respect. Yet, do not forget, you are merely a seventh-grade official. You represent the emperor and the court. Why should I favor a wealthy gentry? Li Qing chuckled in disbelief. It is a matter of principle to repay debts. You speak of favoritism? You have acknowledged that I represent the emperor. The loan was made by the emperor, and repayment is also the emperor's duty. Your obstructions only reflect poorly on the emperor, and you are defying imperial authority. With a cold smile, Li Qing asserted his right to take action against him. I am an imperial envoy. Address me as your excellency. The minister, visibly flustered, retorted with a dismissive wave of his sleeve. The money will be repaid, but not at this moment. We are currently without funds. Li Qing secretly smirked, seizing the opportunity to establish his authority and bolster Shen Xin's influence. Without further ado, he exited the office. At the Bureau of Weaving, he commanded, go summon the brothers from the Jinyue. I intend to take action against someone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Liuzai bristled with indignation. Who dares to provoke the imperial envoy? The Minister of Revenue, Li Qing replied. Xiao Liuzai was taken aback. He defied the imperial decree? Indeed. Oh, then that is no concern at all. Xiao Liuzai chuckled. Please wait. We shall gather our men immediately. In the afternoon, Li Qing, accompanied by a contingent of Jinyue, stormed into the Ministry of Revenue. What do you intend to do? The officials questioned. This is an imperial investigation. All unauthorized personnel, step aside. Xiao Liuzai exuded an air of authority, declaring that any violators would be treated as conspirators. Upon hearing these words, the guards immediately wilted, obediently retreating to the side. Li Qing led his entourage straight into the back hall of the yamen. The Minister of Revenue was leisurely sipping tea when he saw Li Qing enter with a group of imperial guards. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this?" With a wave of his hand, Li Qing commanded, arrest him. The imperial guards, unconcerned with the details, followed the orders of the imperial envoy, treating it as a matter of utmost political correctness. They promptly subdued the Minister of Revenue, dragging him out with his hands bound behind his back. Release me. Release me at once. The Minister of Revenue fumed. Li Qing, you have the audacity to seek personal revenge. Li Qing paid him no mind, coldly stating, take him to the Zhao prison. Yes, my lord. The imperial guards responded respectfully. The Zhao prison also existed in southern Jili. And return the funds. The Minister of Revenue, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly shifted from anger to fear, trembling as he said, I shall have the silver prepared immediately. Too late, Li Qing sneered. You. The minister, torn between fury and fear, quickly adopted a conciliatory smile, saying, it was all a misunderstanding. I implore you, please forgive me, esteemed envoy. Li Qing, uninterested in his prattling, ordered, take him away. You dare, sir? I will submit a petition to impeach you. The cries of the minister faded into the distance. Li Qing, with a dismissive curl of his lip, turned to the terrified vice minister beside him, asking, can you return the funds? Indeed, absolutely, the vice minister eagerly replied. By tomorrow at the latest. No. Today, before nightfall, the silver will be returned to the Zhu residence without fail. Li Qing nodded, inquiring, what is your name? I am called Wang Mao, the vice minister replied. The title of envoy denoted status rather than an official position, especially since the guards were still present. The vice minister was striving to maintain his dignity as he perceived the unfolding circumstances. Your superior openly defied the imperial edict. It is for this reason that I am taking action against him. Li Qing offered an explanation. He then asked, without him, can you maintain stability? Indeed, a significant opportunity. Wang Mao replied. The 6 ministries of southern Jili operate at a leisurely pace. While there are official documents and duties, they pale in comparison to those in the capital. Fearing that his former superior might not be eliminated thoroughly, Wang Mao seized the chance to deliver another blow. Esteemed envoy, I was just about to impeach him. Last year, during the second half, there were substantial issues with the funds for the dam repairs and city walls, exceeding the budget by over 30%. Is that so? Li Qing expressed surprise. Absolutely true, Wang Mao affirmed. I can provide evidence. The excess portion had not benefited the minister, who had harbored resentment about it. Very well. Provide the evidence, Li Qing instructed. The Ming law states that officials who embezzle over 60 taels shall face severe punishment. If he indeed misappropriated public funds, no one could protect him. As it stands, the law established by Zhu Yuanzhang is virtually unenforceable. Were an investigation to occur, not to mention 60 taels, even adding a zero, over 80% of Ming officials would face execution. Even during the Hongwu period, embezzlers were plentiful, and exceeding 60 taels was commonplace. It was easy to exceed that threshold. By saying this, Li Qing subtly conveyed to Wang Mao that eliminating a single minister would suffice. The broader implications would rather instill a sense of security. Serving in the court, especially attaining the position of vice minister, could not be achieved by the inept. And in an instant, Wang Mao comprehended Li Qing's meaning. Rest assured, Your Excellency, it is my duty, Wang Mao said with a smile. For he harbored a greater desire than Li Qing for the demise of the Minister of Revenue. Li Qing sought to establish his authority, while Wang Mao aspired for promotion. Thus, they found a perfect alliance and effortlessly arranged for the Minister of Revenue of Nanjing to meet his fate. At the Shun residence, a gathering of affluent gentry was underway. The stage was alive with opera, while the guests indulged in fine wines and meticulously prepared dishes, each more exquisite and valuable than the last. Such extravagant living was but a commonplace affair for them. Raise your glass, everyone, exclaimed Wang Yuanwei jovially. Is it yet another banquet accompanied by opera? Pray tell, old Shun, has your concubine given birth to a son? The crowd erupted in laughter. Well aware that was not the case, it was merely a jest surrounding the notion of celebratory wine. Shun Xian picked up a piece of duck tongue and sipped his wine before speaking leisurely. To be frank, I have invited you all here because my brother finds himself in a predicament. Li Fushan inquired curiously. You, the wealthiest man in Jinling, encountering difficulties? What sort of troubles? Financial matters, Shen Xian replied. Upon hearing this, those enjoying their meals and drinks fell silent. Borrowing money? Not a chance. These wealthy men lived extravagantly, but when it came to lending, they became quite stingy. Moreover, the sum requested by Jinling's wealthiest would surely be substantial. Shen Xian had anticipated this reaction. As merchants, They were all driven by profit, and he was not surprised. Gentlemen, to be candid, I have come across a significant opportunity, yet my current funds are insufficient. Shen Xian continued. You all know my character. I would never let my friends suffer. At this, the guests paused their revelry. Wang Yuanwei sighed. Old Shun. That scoundrel of an envoy last time employed deceitful tactics, causing us considerable trouble. Business has grown increasingly challenging this year. My workshop has been idle for 2 months due to a shortage of raw silk. Indeed, after the new year, who knows when we can resume operations? Lu Fushan concurred. With no work, it's becoming difficult to retain workers. I find myself investing more money each month just to keep them. Who isn't facing such predicaments? Shen Xian understood that these gentlemen were not unwilling to land. They were merely waiting for him to state his terms, which they would then consider based on potential profits. He wasted no time, proposing a 20% interest over 5 years or 50% over 10 years. The interest rate was adequate, yet the duration was deemed too lengthy. How about this, my brother? I'll lend you 300,000 without a problem, Zhang Fushan suggested. Minimum of 5 years, Shen Xian insisted. Then the interest must increase. Wang Yuanwei interjected. Old Shun, no offense intended, but with the lucrative maritime trade, your proposed interest is rather insignificant to us. Indeed, our assets have been appreciating rapidly in recent years, Lu Fushan added with a smile. We are all businessmen here. Pursuing profit is not shameful. Our friendship is valuable. But Shun, you are the most successful merchant in Jinling, and this does not require further elaboration, does it? In summary, they demanded an increase in the terms. Shen Xian nodded with a smile, raising his glass. You all know my integrity. Business is built on trust. Have I ever wronged any of you in the past? However, he silently added, but this time, I truly intend to take advantage of you. Old Shun, I have learned that the scoundrel envoy has reached an agreement with the silk-producing magnates, whereby a substantial portion of raw silk will be sold to the weaving bureau in the coming years. Consequently, this will inevitably lead to a shortage of raw silk, allowing those silk producers to inflate their prices. Zhang Fushan sighed, asserting that business would undoubtedly be challenging this year, and it would be prudent to set aside some funds to mitigate risks. In essence, if you want a loan, you must offer a higher interest rate. If not, there shall be no loan. They are all shrewd businessmen, and the underlying message is crystal clear without the need for further elaboration. Shen Xian wholeheartedly agreed, confessing to the others that he could confidently predict that business would become increasingly arduous. The days of effortlessly accumulating wealth are long gone. Attempting to negotiate lower prices? Absolutely out of the question. Lu Fushan remarked that difficulties are merely temporary. In a few days, he planned to venture outside the city to negotiate with farmers to cultivate mulberry trees for him. With mulberry leaves in hand, he could raise silkworms himself, free from any constraints. I share this ambition as well, Wang Yuanwei nodded. Count me in, Shen Xian chuckled, scoffing. After all these years of dealings, there is no need for such pretense, is there? Shen Xian boldly laid his cards on the table, reminding them that the court in Japan are engaging in trade independently. And he had heard that the court is also constructing ships, coupled with the reopening of the 3 major weaving bureaus in Jiangnan, along with the resumption of operations at the official kiln in Jiangxi. The court's intentions are well understood among you all. Shen Xian asserted confidently, mark my words. The market for maritime trade will shrink by at least half, making business increasingly difficult. To put it bluntly, it would be a wonder if you could even maintain the status quo. Expanding business is out of the question. By placing your funds in my hands, you can shield yourselves from risks. Why not seize this opportunity? The wealthy gentleman fell silent. After a moment, Lu Fushan inquired, if business is so challenging, why do you seek a loan? If I am not mistaken, you intend to invest, correct? Shen Xian nodded. What gives you such confidence? Wang Yuanwei teased. Because I have connections overseas, Shen Xian explained. My relative is preparing to establish a workshop abroad, which will significantly reduce costs and yield considerable profits. Who? The Shen family. Shen Xian declared proudly, my ancestor, Shen Wansan. The crowd was not surprised. In fact, they found it rather logical. A newcomer to Jinling, yet within a century, he had risen to become the wealthiest man. By the time of Shen Xian's generation, he had audaciously reclaimed his ancestral surname, prompting long-held suspicions among them. Wealthy, exceptionally astute in business, and sharing the Shen surname. Such qualifications are exceedingly rare. They had even sought confirmation from Shen Xian, but he had always been vague. Now, with his candid admission, their doubts evaporated. Brother Shun, esteemed Shun. The demeanor of the group shifted instantly, becoming obsequious and even respectful. If there are opportunities for wealth, let us join together. Shin Xian did not scorn them. After all, business people often operate this way, himself included. He hesitated, saying, as the saying goes, even close brothers must settle accounts clearly. I am merely sharing the profits, not the one at the helm. Shin Xian took a sip of his drink and boldly declared, Gentlemen, after all this time in business, you know what kind of person I am. I have never spoken falsehoods regarding significant matters. I will simply profit from the price difference, but it is hardly substantial. Old Shun, increase the loan a bit more. Wang Yuanwei urged, thumping his chest. Let me lend you 500,000 taels with an additional 0.5%. Let us add that 0.5%, the others chimed in. Shin Xian's resolve was unwavering. This cannot be added, for I only earn a mere fraction while bearing the risks. Surely, you cannot expect me to work without compensation? Without waiting for others to respond, he continued, we are all astute individuals. I shall not speak in vain. For those willing to lend, let us proceed to the official office to draft a written agreement and notarize it. I, Shun, am willing to use my properties as collateral, which guarantees your profit. Of course, if anyone is reluctant, that is perfectly acceptable. We were friends before, and we shall remain friends after. Setting down his teacup, Shun concluded, I have said my piece. How you choose is entirely up to you. After delivering these words, he ceased to speak further. The wealthy gentlemen exchanged glances, beginning to weigh the pros and cons. They maintained close ties with the government, possessing insights into the court's policies and the prevailing political atmosphere. With the turmoil quelled and the court's decision to re-establish maritime trade with the West already determined, the days of effortlessly amassing wealth were coming to an end. It seemed they would have to scale back their ventures. Although the market was vast, it was not limitless. Future asset growth would undoubtedly take a nosedive. Rather than let their silver languish, investing appeared to be the more prudent option. Shin Xian's proposed interest rate was indeed tempting. Transforming 1 tael of silver into 1.5 over a decade was quite feasible, but turning 1 million taels into 1,500,000 was a daunting challenge. How much do you require, old Shin? Wang Yuanwei was the first to speak up, followed closely by Lu Fushin. We are all brothers. If Shin seeks assistance, I shall certainly lend my support. Count me in. And I as well. Excellent. I shall remember your kindness, gentlemen. Shin Xian expressed his gratitude, thinking to himself, I apologize, dear friends, but this time I must take advantage of you. I truly wish it were otherwise. However, I aspire to become the wealthiest man in the Ming dynasty, to bring glory to my ancestors, and to stand alone at the pinnacle. Chapter 84. The frenzied pursuit. Wang Mao moved swiftly. His desire for advancement was palpable. Although the Minister of Revenue in southern Jili could not be compared to that of the capital, he was still a minister nonetheless. One should not underestimate the significance of such a position. Serving as a minister in the bountiful city of Jinling was no small matter. The benefits were as plentiful as those in the capital, if not more so. Within half a day, evidence was gathered, and the case was solid. Li Qing hardly had to exert any effort. Under Wang Mao's orchestration, the proof was irrefutable. Of course, it was primarily Li Qing's formidable presence that afforded Wang Mao ample operational latitude. Many, witnessing their former superiors' decline, hastily aligned themselves with the victors, eager to demonstrate their loyalty by offering their allegiance. It is a common human tendency to strike when one is down. Li Qing swiftly closed the case, instructing the imperial guards to escort the former Minister of Revenue to the capital, along with witnesses and testimonies, for Zhu Qizhen to adjudicate. Following this maneuver, Li Qing successfully distinguished himself. An imperial envoy was formidable, yet few possessed the courage to apprehend a minister. Consequently, the officials of southern Jili began to adopt a more favorable demeanor, and interactions grew more frequent. After all, no one was without their own blemishes. 3 days later, Shin Xian sought out Li Qing. Your Excellency, everything is prepared on my end, he stated. To allay their suspicions, he requested that the esteemed official make an appearance as a notary. We shall refrain from attending, remarked the indifferent Xiao Li. Shin Xian felt a chill in his heart and quickly forced a smile, saying, How could your Excellency not attend? I was just about to extend an invitation. Internally, he grumbled about the difficulty of dealing with a eunuch, lamenting the injustice of it all. However, his face displayed a mix of respect and flattery, as he vociferously protested his innocence. Little Lu, on the other hand, chose not to engage in such trivial matters, understanding that this was a wealthy patron upon whom they would rely for future favors. Well then, how much did we borrow this time? Li Qing inquired, his curiosity piqued by Little Lu's question. Shin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Nearly 700,000 taels. Such an amount? Li Qing was taken aback. Little Lu's jaw nearly unhinged as he murmured, "Goodness, how much does that entail?" It was not uncommon for wealthy gentry to possess such sums. Shin Xian sheepishly clarified. These individuals have been affluent for generations, and with the current imperial policy promoting maritime trade, it is only natural for them to be able to provide such funds. Indeed, Li Qing replied, feeling reassured. Shin Xian, however, grew anxious and implored, "My lord, I have staked my life and fortune on this venture. Should anything go awry, they would tear me to shreds." "Fear not," Li Qing reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Once we dismantle their enterprises, you shall emerge as the sole beneficiary, reaping abundant profits. As long as you can provide substantial taxes, the emperor will naturally favor you with resources." He smiled, adding, "In business, there must be players. I ask you, between those who evade taxes and those who contribute, whom do you think the emperor would prefer?" Shin Xian felt a sense of relief and hastily reiterated, "I vow to pay the full taxes, not to take advantage of the state in any way." "Excellent. Work diligently. Jinling is merely the beginning. And the future of Suzhou and Hangzhou is promising." Li Qing's grand vision, though not particularly sophisticated, proved exceedingly effective. The wealth of Suzhou and Hangzhou is unrivaled. Should he integrate the commerce of Jinling, Suzhou, and Hangzhou, who could possibly rival him in the future? "Gratitude to the emperor, to you, my lord, and to your esteemed eunuch for your guidance." Shin Xian, having learned a lesson, was careful not to overlook the petty Little Lu. After all, the imperial envoy would not linger long, and in the future, he would rely on this young eunuch. Little Lu's lips curled into a smirk. Eunuchs, often physically impaired, also bore psychological insecurities. They were scorned and thus yearned for respect and esteem. The more one lacks something, the more one craves it. The ambition of eunuchs can often surpass that of civil and military officials, as they seek societal validation and respect. Little Lu's vanity was thoroughly indulged as he emulated Li Qing, patting Shin Xian's shoulder and delivering a grandiloquent speech. His rhetoric was fervent, yet Shin Xian found it somewhat awkward. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to feign gratitude, akin to a novice in the workforce unfortunate enough to encounter a subordinate, who is, regrettably, also a superior. In attendance were the officials from various departments, save for the Minister of Revenue, who had already been dispatched to the capital, all present to witness the legitimacy of this substantial loan. It is easy to imagine the intricate connections among these powerful and affluent individuals. Such a significant loan indeed astonished Li Qing, who, upon observing the numerous promissory notes, began to comprehend the immense wealth possessed by these individuals. It is important to note that this was merely the liquid capital they could present, not their entire assets, and it did not reflect the totality of their cash reserves. After all, no one would lend out all their money without retaining a single coin. As for the wealth amassed by these individuals, it is likely to triple at the very least. The impoverished are indeed destitute, while the affluent are genuinely prosperous, mused Li Qing. They are the creme de la creme of humanity. The loan agreement was jointly drafted by both parties, devoid of any loopholes or linguistic trickery, clear and straightforward. Li Qing hastily perused the document and inscribed his name in the notary section. Subsequently, the 6 prominent figures followed suit, with Shaoli eagerly affixing his signature as well. Finally, both parties to the loan signed and sealed the agreement. Once everything was in order, the wealthy gentry reached a consensus, requesting the authorities to send representatives to witness the transfer of funds. Shin Xian, fearing any misstep, implored Li Qing, the imperial envoy, and Shaoli to dispatch the imperial guards for verification. Given the substantial sum involved, he felt compelled to exercise caution, and at least Li Qing staunchly supported his position. To this, Li Qing raised no objections. The transfer of funds alone consumed 3 days. Once Li Qing concluded these matters, he began to guide Shin Xian in investment and development. In truth, Shin Xian possessed a greater acumen for business than he did. He hardly required Li Qing's oversight. After a few days, noticing that things progressed equally well with or without his involvement, Li Qing decided to let Shin Xian flourish independently. He, in turn, enjoyed a leisurely existence, often visiting the weaving bureau, yet spending most of his time at home, practicing martial arts with his master, playing chess with his junior disciples, and occasionally attending performances at the Pear Garden with them. Though Li Qing appeared relaxed, he remained vigilant regarding the unfolding circumstances. In contrast, Li Jinglong found himself considerably busier, preoccupied with the pig farming enterprise. Despite not having to toil directly, he could not afford to be indifferent to the financial aspects of the business. Half a month later, Shen Xian began to expend funds. He purchased land, constructed workshops, and hired laborers, thus releasing substantial capital, providing numerous citizens with employment. Shen Xian, undoubtedly the wealthiest man in Jinling, possessed countless enterprises. There was no need to start from scratch, merely to expand proportionately. As for the workers, they quickly adapted under the tutelage of seasoned hands. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Just as a general's triumph comes at the cost of countless lives, so too does commerce operate. In early March, as the construction of the workshops progressed fervently, Shen Xian embarked on his monopolistic scheme. He covertly engaged in frenzied procurement of raw materials, fundamentally stifling the industries of other affluent families, not only in Jinling, but also in Suzhou and Hangzhou. He was wealthy, indeed. He was exceedingly wealthy, having borrowed nearly 7 million taels from the gentry. Along with his own 5 million, he possessed over 12 million taels in liquid capital. Spending it was exhilarating, to say the least. April arrived, marking the peak season for raw silk production, prompting the wealthy families of Jinling to begin their procurement. Shen Xian acted decisively, doubling the price of raw silk. The gentry were taken aback. What audacity! Not only the affluent of Jinling were bewildered, those from Suzhou and Hangzhou were equally astonished. Shen Xian, with a far-sighted vision, effectively barred the Jinling gentry from sourcing supplies from Suzhou and Hangzhou, simultaneously obstructing the routes for the gentry of Suzhou and Hangzhou as well. This was a gamble of grand proportions. Even at double the original price, raw silk remained profitable. And while the wealthy grumbled, they naturally followed suit. Shen Xian, consumed by zeal, mirrored Li Qing's initial fervor. For every 10% the others pursued, he raised the price by 100%. Profit was of little concern. The imperative was to eliminate the competition. They were utterly defeated, and the vacated market would become theirs. He was wealthy, yet fearful. Soon, the funds of the affluent gentry of Jinling could no longer withstand the strain. They were not inherently fragile, but they had extended their loans. It was only then that they realized they had been duped. Awakening to the fact that it was a grand deception, Shen Xian had ensnared them. How dare he? This group was incensed. They convened to devise a strategy, ultimately resolving to leverage their connections to exert pressure on Shen Xian, compelling him to repay his debts. In this situation, the advantage lay with them. Some even harbored intentions of cutting off Shen Xian's funds and seizing his assets. Their ties with officials in Zhili were strong, with many being relatives of the officials, thus wielding considerable influence. Soon, Shen Xian was summoned to the magistrate's office. However, he remained unperturbed. After all, the debtor was a distinguished gentleman, and he had the emperor's backing. Faced with a multitude of accusers, Shen Xian calmly stated, "I shall not utter a word until Commissioner Li arrives." Chapter 85. In the court of law in the Zhili magistrate's office, dozens had gathered. Among them were high-ranking officials and wealthy magnates, all members of Jinling's elite. Yet, at this moment, these upper-class individuals displayed none of the grace and composure one would expect. They glared at Shen Xian, their eyes filled with venomous rage, as if they longed to devour him alive. This included some officials whose families had also been embroiled in the matter. What was happening here? Li Qing entered the hall, guided by the attendants, and surveyed the assembly. Were they adjudicating a case? Accompanying him was Xiao Liuzi, who chuckled oddly, remarking, "Ah, members of the 6 ministries have all arrived. This must be a serious affair." "Commissioner Li, my lord," the officials rose to greet him, while the wealthy gentry performed elaborate bows. After the ceremonial gestures concluded, Wang Mao, who considered himself well acquainted with Li Qing, stepped forward to succinctly convey the situation. Upon seeing Li Qing's arrival, Shen Xian felt emboldened, his chin held high, exuding an air of arrogance. "Commissioner Li," he began, "you were present when I borrowed money. This individual refuses to repay." "Master Wang," Shen Xian interjected, "when have I ever claimed I would not repay?" Wang Mao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shen Xian would dare interrupt him, an audacious affront. "Who gave you such audacity?" The emperor, Shen Xian replied, standing tall and resolute. Then repay your debts. Master Wang shouted. It is only righteous to repay what is owed. Now that our esteemed commissioner is here, you remain obstinate. Do you not regard the commissioner, nor the emperor? He clasped both hands in a salute and added, Are you not mindful of the emperor's authority? How could I dare? Shen Xian retorted nonchalantly, I reiterate, the money will certainly be repaid. Then do so. Time is not yet ripe. Shen Xian chuckled. The promissory note is explicit. I implore you to read it carefully before speaking. We demand no interest. Just repay the principal swiftly. Lu, the wealthy gentleman, shouted in exasperation. He had borrowed the most, amounting to a staggering 120,000 taels of silver. Repay us. The others echoed, none faring better than he, all fervently pressing for repayment. At this point, it was no longer merely a matter of interest. If Shen Xian continued in this manner, all their businesses would inevitably fail. Shen Xian, however, remained unfazed and unhurried, assuring everyone that upon the due date, he would repay them in full, principal and interest alike. He boldly declared that not a single penny less would be returned, even if it cost him his life, provided the agreed-upon time was adhered to. Can we not forgo the interest? Someone inquired. No, he replied with unwavering conviction, it is imperative that it be paid. The wealthy gentleman, incensed yet powerless, could do nothing but place their hopes in the assembled officials. The deputy minister of revenue thundered, Shen Xian, in the grand hall of the court. You stand before a mandate officer, yet do not kneel in reverence. For this alone, I possess the authority to penalize you. Without hesitation, Shen Xian knelt, stating, My lord, it is not out of disrespect, but rather because they too have not knelt. The wealthy gentleman, in a flurry, fell to their knees, brightening the hall considerably. The Minister of Rights, with a glint in his eye, remarked, Li Qing, you are dispatched by the emperor to Yongle and represent his majesty. Given this predicament, what do you propose? Li Qing, smiling, responded, Is the minister entrusting me with the decision? The awkwardness of the situation was palpable, as Shen Xian had asserted that he would remain silent until Li Qing arrived. Li Qing continued, I have no objection to overseeing this matter. But will you heed my words? Of course, replied the officials, acknowledging the authority of the imperial envoy. Wang Mao swiftly interjected, eager to cultivate a favorable rapport with Li Qing for future advancement. Indeed, as Li Qing hails from the capital, your judgment would carry significant weight. Li Qing surveyed the other officials, inquiring if they shared this sentiment. Nods of agreement followed, as they were wary of the previous Minister of Revenue's fate. Fearing that any misstep in judgment might give Li Qing leverage against them, they preferred to shift the responsibility onto him. The younger generation often relished the spotlight, allowing this youthful envoy to take center stage, while they could offer him praise, perhaps even sweetening the deal with additional funds to resolve the matter. They were confident that Li Qing would ultimately align with their interests. After all, he was also entrenched in the bureaucratic web and would not jeopardize his standing for a mere merchant. Li Qing did not hesitate, approaching the dais and taking his seat. He struck the gavel, proclaiming, Court is now in session. The hall was filled to capacity, prompting murmurs among the crowd as to who would assert their authority. The official's rank may not have been high, but the ceremonial aspect was quite pronounced, eliciting some light-hearted sarcasm. Li Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite years in service. He had yet to experience the grandeur of a county magistrate. Wang Mao interjected, Li Qing, please hold on. I shall summon the court attendants. There is no need. Li Qing waved dismissively. Let us proceed with the hearing. Pausing momentarily, he addressed the crowd, requesting a representative from the plaintiffs to speak. After a brief exchange among the wealthy gentlemen, they nominated Wang Yuanwei as their spokesperson. Li Qing inquired, What is the nature of your complaint against Shen Xian? My lord, Wang Yuanwei replied, Shen Xian has failed to repay his debts. Do you possess written evidence? Li Qing asked, feigning ignorance. Wang Yuanwei internally scoffed, thinking, as if you weren't present at the time. Yet, he maintained his composure, affirming, yes, indeed. He produced the document, uncertain of who to hand it to. As there were no court attendants present, young Lu stepped forward to accept it and passed it to Li Qing. Li Qing, meticulous in his duties, began to read aloud for all to hear. Upon reaching the part where Shen Xian borrowed 800,000 taels of silver from Wang De, with a stipulation to repay 1,200,000 taels after 10 years, Wang Yuanwei quickly interjected, My lord, we no longer seek interest. We only desire the principal. My lord, this is unjust. Shin Xian stated that the loan agreement was clearly documented, specifying that the commoners would repay the principal along with interest after 10 years. However, he now demands immediate repayment, which constitutes a breach of contract. Thus, the commoners possess the right to refuse. Li Qing nodded and turned to Wang Yuanwei and Wang De, questioning why they would renege when the agreement was plainly written. My lord, Shin Xian is utterly inhumane, taking the commoners' money while undermining their livelihoods. Wang Yuanwei exclaimed with indignation. Tell me, is this the conduct of a decent person? Shin Xian has gone too far. He is not even human. He is a beast. The wealthy gentry echoed his sentiments, cursing and expressing their outrage, some even driven to tears by their fury. Silence, commanded Xiao Liuzi, a former eunuch, his voice resonating with authority. Remarkably, his call quelled the uproar in the hall. Xiao Liuzi continued with a huff. You think you're loud? Even in the imperial court, my voice silences all officials. Though I regret not having a whisk to enhance my presence. Li Qing cleared his throat, stating that the repayment date was explicitly noted in the agreement. You are unjustly pressuring for repayment, which does not stand on legal grounds. My lord, if we are to discuss it. This entire affair has been a deception from the outset, Wang Yuanwei argued. The reason we lent money to Shin Xian was his claim of having a relative abroad in need of financial support. Had we known he borrowed from us to undermine our own livelihoods, we would never have lent him a single coin. Indeed, my lord, it is Shin Xian who has broken his word, added Lu Fushan, with others nodding in agreement. Li Qing gestured to silence them, while Xiao Liuzi cleared his throat once more, restoring order. Li Qing brushed the agreement and remarked, There is nothing written here to support your claims. Mere words lack substantiation. Do you possess any evidence? Yes, do you have proof? Shin Xian retorted coolly. We all heard it. Lu Fushan shouted angrily. If you are a man, stand by your words, Shun. Shin Xian shrugged. Of course, I stand by my words. The issue is, I have not done what you accuse me of. You said it. Wang Yuanwei shouted in exasperation. Who can prove it? Shin Xian mocked. According to the law, one cannot testify against oneself. You. Lu Fushan seethed with rage, his mind consumed by the thought of the substantial sum of 1.2 million taels, reason fleeing him. I'll be damned. I'll take you on. Bang. Shin Xian was taken aback by the audacity of the opponent to strike him in front of the imperial envoy. He received a solid punch, blood streaming from his nose. Touching his face and seeing the crimson, he began to shout, Murder! Help! Bang! Li Qing slammed the gavel with such force that it reverberated like thunder, causing everyone to shrink back in fear, their spirits nearly fleeing their bodies. Outrageous! Li Qing bellowed in fury, appalled that violence erupted in the courtroom. Lu Fushan trembled and quickly bowed. I was momentarily blinded by rage. I beg your forgiveness, my lord. Li Qing ignored him and turned to Shin Xian, asking, How are you? Shin Xian, realizing the gravity of his situation, suddenly collapsed, moaning, Oh, I feel faint. My head is spinning. Before he could finish, his head drooped, and he lost consciousness. The wealthy gentry were infuriated, and the officials wore grim expressions, casting puzzled glances at Li Qing. Yet, Li Qing appeared unfazed, ordering the defendant to be taken home to recuperate, while the plaintiff was to return for now, and the assailant was to be detained in prison. Bang! Once again, a loud crash echoed through the hall as Li Qing set down the gavel, remarking, Withdraw the court. Let the defendant recuperate before we reconvene to question the case. With that, he left without waiting for the crowd's reaction. Chapter 86. Who says money guarantees service? In the weaving bureau, a concerned Xiaolu furrowed his brows. My lord, those individuals will not let this matter rest easily. The outcome of Shin Xian's situation weighed heavily on him, as it was pivotal to his future. Li Qing glanced at Xiaolu with surprise. Even the eunuch had perceived the gravity of the situation. Xiaolu, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled. I have been in the palace since childhood and have lingered long enough in both the inner court and the halls of power to understand their tactics. Li Qing nodded gently. What do you believe their retaliation will entail? They might resort to eliminating Shin Xian, Xiaolu replied. Those individuals are not to be trifled with. Such actions are within their capacity. However, rest assured, we have already dispatched the imperial guards to keep watch. That is prudent, Li Qing smiled. Yet, the likelihood of such a drastic measure is minimal. They have not yet reclaimed their funds and would not hastily eliminate a debtor. Xiaolu scratched his head. Then what do you think their course of action will be? Simply put, they will create trouble, Li Qing stated. Are you suggesting they will sabotage Shen Xian's business? Xiaolu inquired. Precisely, Li Qing nodded with a smile. How many of our men do we currently have? After a moment's thought, Xiaolu estimated, including those from our last venture. There are approximately 800 imperial guards. That is sufficient, Li Qing declared. Assign 100 to monitor the weaving bureau, while the remaining groups of 10 should covertly protect Shen Xian's larger enterprises. Xiaolu nodded. And if we capture anyone, how shall we proceed? According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, we shall handle it as prescribed, Li Qing replied coolly. We must address this matter openly and fairly. It will not conclude until there are no casualties. My lord, we must remain vigilant against their desperate measures, Xiaolu expressed with concern. Mindful of both his future and personal safety, he stood firmly with Li Qing, aware that any attack on Li Qing would not spare him either. Killing an imperial envoy is a grave offense, punishable by the annihilation of one's entire family. Yet, given the previous unrest in Fujian and Zhejiang, it was clear to any observer that such actions were not beyond reach. If they dared to instigate chaos, then assassinating an envoy would be of little surprise. Xiaolu, valuing his life, hesitantly suggested, perhaps we should allocate an additional 100 imperial guards specifically for your protection, my lord. Fear not, for this is Nanzili, a region abundant with high-ranking officials. As one ascends the ranks, so too do their concerns multiply, Li Qing reassured with a smile. If any incident were to occur here, none would escape unscathed. They are adept at inciting others while fearing repercussions for themselves. We are quite safe in Nanzili. Very well, Xiaolu replied reluctantly. Still uneasy but unable to press further. Should we expedite matters and report this up the chain? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Shen Xian, nursing a bruise, remained hidden at home, yet his spending habits escalated alarmingly. He indulged in extravagant purchases, furniture, spices, cosmetics, fine silks, and all manner of foreign trade goods, buying with reckless abandon. He acquired land, established workshops, and hired workers. His expenditure flowed like a raging river, overwhelming in its volume. This sudden release of wealth brought immense joy to the populace. Within and outside Jinling, every able-bodied man found himself with ample work. Many women have thus found their livelihoods, mastering skills such as embroidery, crafting paper fans, and producing oil umbrellas. The seeds of capital have taken root, and prosperity flourishes. Yet, for the wealthy gentry of Jinling, this is utterly unacceptable. Their businesses are faltering, and workers are quietly slipping away, leaving behind nothing but hollow shells. Even more disconcerting for them is that the majority of their cash has been lent to Shen Xian. And even if they were resolute in waging a price war, they lack the funds to sustain it. If this continues, their businesses will inevitably face closure, a foregone conclusion. On this particular day, Wang Mao hosted a banquet for Li Qing and Xiao Yozai. Upon receiving the invitation, Li Qing mused, it seems they intend to extend civility first, resorting to force only if necessary. He accepted the invitation with pleasure, while Xiao Yozai, after some internal conflict, decided to attend as well, bringing the entire entourage of the Weaving Bureau's guards with him. The banquet was attended by prominent officials and wealthy gentry, with a total of 20 tables set. This single feast would undoubtedly cost no less than 1,000 taels of silver. Li Qing and Xiao Yozai occupied the central positions, with the 6 ministers serving drinks. A level of prestige that would rival even a visit from Emperor Yu Qian himself. Throughout the banquet, guests frequently raised their glasses, indulging in flattery. Li Qing relished the feast, accepting every compliment with ease, while Xiao Yozai, initially cautious, gradually relaxed, openly referring to their camaraderie in a manner suggestive of political ambition. As the wine flowed and dishes were served, the moment of truth arrived. Wang Mao clapped his hands, and the dancers withdrew, leaving only the guests. Li Qing, it has been over half a month. Surely Shen Xian's injury must be healed by now? Li Qing nodded. It should be healed. We shall review the case tomorrow. At this, Wang Mao smiled, but said nothing further. Not far away, Wang Yuanwei approached, raising his cup. I toast to the esteemed envoy. Li Qing cheerfully raised his cup to his lips and drank it all. Witnessing Li Qing drink, Wang Yuanwei's heart swelled with joy as he produced a silver note. The largest denomination currently in circulation, 1,000 taels. This mere slip of paper represented a sum that would take Li Qing, with his modest salary as a 7th-rank official, 20 years of frugal living to earn. In the midst of the crowd, Li Qing showed no hesitation, accepting the note and tucking it into his waist pouch. Following suit, Lu Fuxian, Zhang Fuxian, and other wealthy patrons successively approached, each presenting silver notes of the same 1,000-tael denomination. Xiao Yozai, too, received one, albeit half the amount of Li Qing's. He hesitated momentarily, but seeing Li Qing's confident acceptance, he too accepted it, driven by a desire not to be at a disadvantage. In the span of a quarter of an hour, Li Qing amassed over 10,000 taels, while Xiao Yozai collected over 6,000. The feast was enjoyed, the wine consumed, and the money gathered. The tension among the guests dissipated. Lu Fuxian inquired, "Your Excellency, will the case be reviewed tomorrow?" Li Qing laughed heartily, raising an eyebrow. "As the envoy, I shall naturally administer justice impartially." "Oh, haha." The crowd erupted in laughter, calling out, "A just and fair magistrate." Upon returning to the weaving bureau, Xiao Yozai could no longer contain himself. "Your Excellency, will you truly assist them in dealing with Shen Xian tomorrow?" "Deal with Shen Xian?" Li Qing replied, astonished. "Have you had too much to drink? If Shen Xian collapses, how will you continue as the chief scribe?" Xiao Yozai pondered. "But we have accepted their money. Who says that receiving money necessitates action?" Li Qing scoffed. "If they dare to use this as leverage, they can be directly charged with bribery." Xiao Yozai licked his lips nervously. "Isn't this approach rather unethical? After all, the principle of doing business for money has been unchanging since time immemorial. It troubles me that I would accept payment, yet fail to deliver." Li Qing patted Xiao Yozai on the shoulder. "My dear fellow, you are too principled. There is no morality to discuss with such people." After a brief pause, he added, "Tomorrow, bring more Jinui to assert our authority. Anyone who dares to raise objections should be dealt with immediately." Xiao Yozai expressed his apprehension. "My lord, our actions may push them into a corner." "That is of no concern," Li Qing shrugged. "We are the ones in the right. What is there to fear?" Xiao Yozai gazed at Li Qing in astonishment, unable to comprehend how he could utter such shameless words with such conviction. A person like this, he thought, would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. "We shall heed your commands, my lord." In that moment, Xiao Yozai found himself captivated by Li Qing's audacity. He did not consider himself a virtuous man, but Li Qing was genuinely unscrupulous. In the evening, Shen Xian, feigning illness, unexpectedly paid a visit. He got straight to the point. "My lord, I have heard that someone has invited you to a banquet." "Indeed, and they have bestowed upon me a considerable sum of money." Shen Xian immediately panicked and insisted. "Whatever they offer, I shall provide double. I have accepted their money, but that does not imply I will assist them." Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I have no interest in your funds. Just focus on your business." Though Shen Xian remained uneasy, Xiao Yozai grew impatient. "Our future and that of the esteemed Li Qing are in your hands. Would we really betray you for such a trifling sum?" After a moment's reflection, Shen Xian conceded. Yet he still produced 2 stacks of banknotes, saying, "My lord, you have worked hard. A small token of appreciation." Xiao Yozai looked at Li Qing, who warned, "Take it back. This is the first and last time." "Understood," Shen Xian replied, sheepishly retracting the banknotes. "How is business progressing?" Li Qing shifted the conversation. "The situation in Jinling has stabilized substantially. Within 2 months, those individuals' enterprises will be utterly extinguished. The plans in Suzhou and Hangzhou are also taking shape." Shen Xian, brimming with confidence, declared, "In 6 months, I can assimilate half of their operations." Li Qing nodded in satisfaction. "Pursue your ambitions without hesitation. Your success will benefit the court immensely. There is no need for concern." "Yes, I shall obey," Shen Xian replied, leaving with a newfound sense of assurance. Li Qing closed his eyes, concentrating on the potential scenarios that might unfold. Given the current trajectory, it was almost inevitable that Jinling's per capita GDP would surpass that of Suzhou and Hangzhou, and by a significant margin. The rapid economic development of Jinling would likely lead to 2 outcomes. First, the affluent of Suzhou and Hangzhou would be drawn to Jinling, opting to join rather than compete. Second, the wealthy merchants from both regions might unite to wage a commercial war against Shen Xian. Regardless of the outcome, it would ultimately benefit the common people and the Ming dynasty, as encouraging the wealthy to spend is always a superior means of stimulating the economy. Nevertheless, Li Qing preferred to nurture Shen Xian, allowing capital to flourish swiftly and thereby laying the groundwork for industrialization. Chapter 87. It is easier to break the thief in the mountains than the thief within one's heart. The common people are the cornerstone. To stabilize the upper structure, one must secure the foundational support beneath. Paradoxically, while stabilizing this foundation, it often affects and even threatens the upper structure. The reasoning is straightforward. Interests are finite. Those high-ranking officials, accustomed to feasting on lavish meals, would be unwilling to settle for mere soup. Historical precedents abound where officials have pressured imperial authority, forcing emperors to compromise. Li Qing could only strategize, employing both soft and hard tactics. Fortunately, through his efforts over the past few years, Yu Qian has managed to maintain stability in the court, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. By further solidifying the lower strata, the prosperity of the Ming dynasty could be extended for several decades, even close to a century. Though he does not dare to expect too much, as such aspirations are unrealistic, the current state is already commendable. Li Qing speculated that once the pilot project in Yongle succeeds, it would inspire others to follow suit without the court's guidance. The immense Ming dynasty, with just a slight deviation, could chart an entirely different course. If the Ming were truly to embark on industrialization, what marvels might the future hold? Lost in such reveries, he was abruptly interrupted by the entrance of a member of the Jinhui. "Reporting to your excellency, the sixth prince." The Jinhui knelt on one knee, clasping his hands. "The director of the Eastern Factory, Lord Lu, has arrived and is awaiting you both." Li Qing and Xiao Luzher rose simultaneously, expressions of surprise gracing their faces. "Very well. I understand." Li Qing nodded, ready to proceed. The Jinhui bowed before exiting the room. Xiao Luzher, feeling a bit anxious, asked, "My lord, could it be that the emperor intends to replace us?" "The likelihood of that is minimal," Li Qing chuckled. "The Eastern Factory, like the Jinhui, serves as the court's watchdog. The emperor has a great need for them and would not easily allow the Eastern Factory's director to remain in Jiangnan." Indeed, Xiao Luzher felt somewhat reassured. "But what is his purpose for coming?" Li Qing rolled his eyes. "How would I know? We'll find out soon enough." "Lord Lu," Li Qing greeted warmly, clasping his hands. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Lord Lu returned the gesture, replying courteously, "I am honored to meet you, Sir Li." He then kindly assisted Xiao Luzher, smiling. "We are all comrades here, no need for such formalities." Hearing this, Xiao Luzher relaxed, understanding that his position as a scribe, serving the eunuch, was likely secure, barring any unforeseen events. After a round of pleasantries, the three took their seats. Li Qing got straight to the point. "What brings you here, Lord Lu?" "It is as follows." Lu set down his teacup and explained, "The emperor, having learned of your situation in Yongle, fears for your safety and has specially dispatched me to provide you with protection." Xiao Luzher was elated. "How many men have you brought?" "I arrived in haste with only 500 at my side," Lu replied, "but there are another 2,500 on their way and will arrive shortly." Pausing, he added, "The emperor has already dealt with the corrupt Minister of Revenue, Ming, and has instructed that you need not hesitate. Arrest those who should be arrested. Execute those who should be executed. You have the authority to oversee all affairs in Yongle." Li Qing nodded, appreciating the emperor's thoughtfulness. "Such imperial grace," Lu remarked. "Surely you must at least kneel and pay your respects, given such magnanimity." "How audacious of you." Elder Lu smacked his lips, choosing not to dwell on the matter at hand. The emperor had specifically instructed that whatever the imperial envoy, Li, dictated, we shall adhere to. He requested the envoy to provide guidance. Those within the palace are driven by self-interest. Given Li Qing's youth and remarkable accomplishments, his future is boundless. And he would not treat Li Qing as merely a seventh-rank official. Li Qing pondered for a moment and said, "I would appreciate it if you could send someone to oversee Xian's enterprises to prevent any sabotage. We shall first extend courtesy. And should the gentry understand that civility is insufficient, they will certainly resort to force." Lu hesitated, noting, "The issue is, we are unfamiliar with who Xian is, though we are aware of his enterprises." Young Lu chuckled, saying, "We shall accompany you, my lord." Lu replied politely, "Then I am most grateful." It seemed almost certain that young Lu would become a permanent scribe for the eunuch, and it was indeed prudent to establish connections in advance. The two exchanged pleasantries, their camaraderie palpable. With an influx of assistants, Li Qing felt entirely reassured. After a brief discussion, he decided to return home and rest. The following day, Li Qing arose early, practiced Tai Chi with his master for a while, read a bit, and after breakfast, leisurely made his way to the yamen. Upon his arrival, Both the plaintiff and defendant were prepared, awaiting him as the presiding judge. Today, a certain Wang Mao had come. After all, to the officials present, the outcome seemed predetermined, with the advantage clearly in their favor, rendering his appearance unnecessary. To please Li Qing, Wang arranged for 10 bailiffs to stand solemnly on either side of the hall, brandishing intimidating rods. With a resounding bang, Li Qing struck the judge's block and proclaimed, "Court is in session." The atmosphere was imposing. The rhythmic sound of the rods striking the floor resonated, captivating all present. Li Qing finally experienced the exhilarating joy of a county magistrate, a truly delightful feeling. "Who stands before me? With what grievances?" Both parties remained speechless but complied. Wang Yuanjai stated, "I am the representative of the plaintiff." Shen Xian replied, "I am the defendant." Li Qing inquired, "What are the charges?" "The bully Shen Xian refuses to repay his debts," Wang declared. "Your Excellency, you know well who Shen Xian is. He is nothing but a swindler. That scoundrel Shen Xian, return my hard-earned money." Zhang Fushan's face was a mixture of fury and grievance. "Oh, benevolent magistrate, please stand for the common people. Rest assured, I shall not let a villain escape nor wrong an innocent," Li Qing asserted with authority. "Present the promissory note for my inspection." The crowd dutifully offered their documents. Li Qing, maintaining an air of professionalism, glanced over them and struck the block once more. "Shen Xian, do you acknowledge this debt?" "I do, Your Excellency. I have always acknowledged it," Shen Xian replied, somewhat aggrieved. "But is it not still before the due date?" "Then this is easily resolved." Li Qing cleared his throat and addressed Wang Yuanjai and the others. "Rest assured, when the time to repay arrives, should he dare to default or withhold a single coin, I shall ensure he faces severe consequences." With another bang of the judge's block, the wealthy gentry were momentarily stunned into silence. Li Qing's strikes echoed loudly, even causing the 2 rows of bailiffs to involuntarily retract their necks in fear. "Shen Xian, conduct your business properly, earn your money, and repay your debts. Wang Yuanjai and the others, await patiently at home, and when the time comes, count your money diligently." Without allowing the gentry a chance to respond, Li Qing thundered, "Court is adjourned." "Thank you, my lord, but there is no need for such gratitude. It is my duty." Li Qing's clear and resonant voice pierced through the air, leaving listeners momentarily dazed. Soon after, a pack of fierce Jin Yiwei burst in, ruthlessly driving people away. Li Qing paid no heed to the cries of injustice fading into the distance and turned to the accompanying Judge Wang Mao, asking, "Sir Wang, do you find my actions just?" Wang Mao had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Even mountain bandits and tyrants understood the importance of accepting bribes to alleviate others' troubles. Yet Li Qing was shameless, truly shameless. Internally cursing Li Qing's ancestors, he managed to force a smile and replied, "Your Excellency, there must be some hidden circumstances. The written evidence is explicit, devoid of hidden truths," Li Qing asserted firmly. Wang Mao realized that this fellow was simply unscrupulous, consuming everything and denying accountability. "Your Excellency." Wang Mao's expression turned cold. Since soft approaches bore no fruit, he resolved to employ a more forceful tactic. "There exists no wall that does not allow the passage of sound. If yesterday's banquet were to be publicized," he paused, awaiting Li Qing's reaction. Li Qing, however, appeared indifferent. "Go ahead, spread the news. It would be even better if you reported it to the capital, for that would ensure wider dissemination." His arrogance was palpable, as if daring anyone to challenge him. "You." Wang Mao felt a surge of anger but was restrained, knowing the banquet had taken place in his home. Accepting bribes was a grave offense, and as the one who initiated it, he bore the heaviest guilt. "Your Excellency, you are still young, with a promising future ahead. It is not worth it to stand up for a merchant," Wang Mao said blandly. "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. In the realm of officials, one cannot thrive by being an outlier. Blending in with the crowd is the optimal choice." Li Qing retorted coolly, "To me, blending in with the crowd equates to collusion in wrongdoing." Wang Mao narrowed his eyes. "Do not forget, Your Excellency, you are also a civil servant." "What do you mean by that?" "As officials of the same court and fellow civil servants, we should stand together in solidarity," Wang Mao stated ominously. "Otherwise, you shall find yourself ostracized. I urge you to contemplate this carefully." Li Qing scoffed derisively. "That is your way of governance, not mine." Pausing for a moment, Wang Mao, a learned man who had passed the imperial examinations, queried, "Is this the path laid out by the sages?" "The sages?" Wang Mao sneered. gazing at Li Qing with the pity reserved for one who has grasped the essence of martial arts, looking upon a clumsy novice. Such a sense of superiority made him disinclined to continue the conversation. "One day, you will suffer a great loss," Wang Mao declared, flinging his robe sleeve and departing in a huff. Li Qing leaned back in his chair, lost in thought, feeling both helpless and powerless. "This is the root cause of the decline and downfall of dynasties," he mused. He saw the truth, but felt incapable of effecting change. Defeating the bandits in the mountains is easy. Vanquishing the bandits within one's heart is far more challenging. Chapter 88. A desperate situation under Sun Xian's reckless spending. The GDP of Jinling soared, with the circulation of money reaching unprecedented heights, entirely driven by domestic demand. With newfound wealth, the common people began to indulge in consumption, enhancing their diets, purchasing clothing for the elderly and children, and acquiring household items. In this moment, Sun Xian launched yet another price war, not upward, but downward. He relentlessly slashed prices, driving them far below cost, to the point where even the wealthiest could not bear the strain, hastening their demise. Undoubtedly, in this unseen yet fiercely competitive commercial battle, the greatest beneficiaries were the common folk. They found it remarkably easy to amass wealth, while prices experienced a decline, leading to a dramatic rise in the index of happiness. Sun Xian, despite incurring losses, managed to seize a significant portion of the market, effectively undermining his competitors. More crucially, a substantial portion of the money he spent ultimately returned to his own coffers. Although he faced overall losses, he experienced a sense of limitless expenditure. In this model, the wealth of the affluent flowed to the common people. Sun Xian suffered the most, yet his deep-rooted foundation, coupled with the influx of returns, provided him with a continuous stream of financial support. The other wealthy elites, however, were not as fortunate. Their assets paled in comparison to Sun Xian's, and as they lent their resources to him, they were unable to withstand his reckless strategy of inflicting harm upon his adversaries while sustaining his own losses. By late June, their enterprises were shutting down, and many faced bankruptcy. It became evident that when pushed to the brink, people are capable of anything. They resorted to employing desperate individuals to attack, vandalize, and loot Sun Xian's enterprises. However, under the protection of the Jin Yiwei and the Dongchang, the results were minimal. Criminals were apprehended, some executed, others exiled, and several wealthy individuals were implicated. Li Qing showed no hesitation, confiscating properties and imposing exiles without mercy. All confiscated items were seized for the imperial treasury. As for the properties owned by the wealthy, they were sold to Sun Xian, who, in a bid to support him, was not rushed to remit payment, but was instead allowed to issue promissory notes. Previous debts held by the wealthy were also transferred to the imperial treasury. This series of transactions brought the court a profit exceeding 380,000 taels. Li Qing proceeded recklessly, disregarding the consequences. This boldness rendered the wealthy elites compliant. With nothing to lose, Li Qing displayed a fearless demeanor, akin to one willing to topple the emperor, which deterred anyone from challenging him directly. Despite suffering significant setbacks and a massive reduction in wealth, they remained affluent enough to ensure their livelihoods. If truly provoked, this rabid dog would leave nothing behind, even endangering their lives. Ultimately, the powerless elite submitted. Unable to play the game, they chose to withdraw. However, the powerful officials were unwilling to relinquish their positions so easily. Through their machinations, Li Qing's charges quickly reached the imperial capital. The officials in the capital harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Li Qing, rivaling that of the officials in Jinling. They swiftly aligned, launching a fervent campaign of impeachment and even threatening the young emperor to take severe action against Li Qing. Within the palace, in the Qinxing Palace, Zhu Qizhen furrowed his brow tightly, overwhelmed by the intensity of his minister's reactions. Wang Ji cautiously observed Zhu Qizhen's expression and, seemingly inadvertently, remarked that those officials only sought to trouble the emperor. Regardless of whether Li Qing was indeed guilty, their own hands were not clean. "Oh." Zhu Qizhen lifted his gaze to look at him and urged him to continue. "Indeed," Wang Ji pondered before speaking. "As the saying goes, we judge actions, not intentions. And there are no perfect individuals. It is not crucial whether Li Qing is guilty. What truly matters is his contributions to the Ming dynasty." As Zhu Qizhen nodded, Wang Ji continued, stating that since his entrance into the court, the political landscape had been shifting favorably. The power of the civil officials had been significantly curtailed, and their resentment towards him was, in some ways, understandable. The abolition of the recommendation system, the dismissal of military governors, and the reopening of maritime trade were all beneficial developments for the court and the Ming dynasty. Their animosity stemmed from the fact that Li Qing had diminished their authority and obstructed their financial pathways. Wang Ji asserted, with gravity, that it was indeed the emperor's sagacity in employing someone like Li Qing that had brought the Ming dynasty to its current state. They could not dare to harbor hatred towards the emperor himself, thus their ire was directed at Li Qing. Pausing, Wang Ji unveiled his ultimate aim, lamenting, in truth, their hatred extends far beyond Li Qing. Anyone who wholeheartedly supports the emperor is a target of their disdain. Their loathing even extends to the servants. Alas! With a sincere expression, he continued, Your Majesty, they merely wish to undermine those who stand close to you to better confront you. His defense of Li Qing stemmed from the fact that, in a certain sense, they were allies, both despised by the courtiers. Should Li Qing encounter misfortune today, Wang Ji would not escape unscathed tomorrow. It is indeed a case of shared glory and shared downfall. Ultimately, Wang Ji was merely looking out for his own interests. Yu Qian exhaled deeply, feeling a lingering melancholy. He was not unaware of their intentions, yet the court was not solely his domain, despite his status as emperor. He needed to find a means to divert the hostility. Yu Qian pondered for a long while before turning to Wang Ji, asking, Are those people still kneeling at the palace gates? Indeed, they are, Wang Ji replied bitterly. Your Majesty, do not be misled by their loud protests. In reality, it is merely posturing, and they are quite comfortable. Comfortable? Yu Qian questioned. Yes, they have soft cushions beneath their knees, someone holding an umbrella over their heads, and refreshing drinks. They are quite at ease. Wang Ji fumed. They receive their salaries from the court, yet neglect their duties, spending their days idly kneeling at the palace gates, engaging in trivial chatter. Is this not comfort? Yu Qian scoffed. This is utterly absurd. You must send them back to their work. As you command, Your Majesty, Wang Ji replied awkwardly. But what if they refuse to return? Yu Qian raised an eyebrow. What do you think? I understand, Wang Ji responded, steeling himself to comply. Go ahead. Yes, he affirmed. Without explicit orders from Yu Qian, Wang Ji dared not declare it was the emperor's decree. He alone would bear the brunt of the blame. In truth, Wang Ji was aware of this predicament, yet he had no alternative. If he could not shield Yu Qian from blame, he would lose his utility and be promptly discarded. Over the years, Wang Ji had come to understand Yu Qian's character, cold and ungrateful. He had often taken the fall for Yu Qian, and having committed his share of wrongdoings, he recognized that once he lost his influence, he would face dire consequences. This awareness kept him resolutely aligned with Yu Qian. While the officials still had avenues for retreat, the eunuchs had none. The palace was their home. Wang Ji, accompanied by the Jinui, arrived at the palace gates, observing the kneeling crowd. Taking a deep breath, he announced, The emperor has commanded that all dignitaries return to their offices. Until the treacherous are removed, we would rather perish here, declared a Hanlon scholar passionately. Yes, unless the emperor agrees to deal with the treacherous Li Qing, we would rather die than yield, echoed the crowd in fervent agreement. Wang Ji sighed, realizing that gentle persuasion would yield no results. Thus, he resorted to a more forceful approach, ominously declaring, Esteemed officials, do not make my position difficult. The moment these words left his lips, the assembled officials kneeling at the palace gates erupted in outrage. Who do you think you are? A mere eunuch daring to dictate to us. According to the founding principles of the Hongwu era, eunuchs are forbidden from political interference. Wang Ji, your demise is imminent. The emperor is mistaken. The officials hurled vitriolic insults at him, their disdain for Wang Ji surpassing even their contempt for Li Qing. After all, Li Qing, regardless of his shortcomings, was still a dignitary of the Ming dynasty, part of the same system as them. Whereas Wang Ji was nothing more than a servant of the emperor, unworthy of their respect. With a face contorted in shades of red and green, Wang Ji shrieked, Attack! The imperial guards, acting on orders, advanced without hesitation, delivering a barrage of blows. You, a mere eunuch, shall not act so arrogantly. You are nothing but a gelded beast. I vow to have the emperor sever your head. Wang Ji's pride was trampled upon, his face flushed with rage as he commanded, Strike me. Hit me hard, truly strike. Unable to endure any longer, an official shouted, The court is overrun by treacherous eunuchs, and rumors abound. We must purge the emperor's surroundings and quell these slanders to restore the people's faith. This declaration ignited a fervor among the crowd. First, we must eliminate Wang Ji, then deal with Li Qing to restore order. The chorus of "Kill Wang Ji, kill him" erupted as a throng of officials surged forward, eyes ablaze with fury, determined to consume him whole. Wang Ji, taken aback, found himself immobilized, his legs heavy as lead. Panic seized him, and he trembled, shouting, "Stop them! Quickly stop them! Die! You vile eunuch, pay with your life!" A young official, witnessing the approach of the imperial guards, leaped forward, tackling Wang Ji and sinking his teeth into him. Wang Ji let out a cry of despair. The pent-up frustrations of the officials erupted at that moment, completely overwhelming him. With a tearing sound, Wang Ji's robe was ripped apart, exposing his pale chest, as the official spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, preparing to deliver a vicious bite. The scholars, while not trained in combat, were fueled by fury, resulting in a chaotic frenzy of retaliation, striking without any semblance of order, merely seeking to vent their rage. As one official bent down, another leapt upon him, and soon, a cascade of officials followed, burying Wang Ji beneath their collective weight. The imperial guards were left bewildered. They had never encountered such a frenzied assembly of scholars. "Quickly, pull them away. We cannot allow him to perish." Wang Ji's anguished cries jolted them into action. The guards rushed forward, attempting to lift the officials off him one by one, but for every official they managed to extract, another would leap onto him, rendering their efforts futile. The head of the guards understood the gravity of the situation. If Wang Ji were to die, the fate of the other officials was uncertain, but his own would be sealed. With a clang, a blade was drawn, and the head guard shouted, "Cease. All of you stop. Anyone who dares to advance will be charged with the murder of an official." Wang Ji, an insignificant eunuch, was deemed inconsequential. "What audacity you have! You hounds of the court! This group of individuals has completely lost their sanity, descending into utter madness, showing no regard for the once feared Jinui." With a resounding clash, the Jinui, enraged, drew their embroidered spring sabers, positioning themselves protectively in front of Wang Ji. Yet the ministers remained unperturbed, each straining to push forward, knowing full well that the Jinui dared not strike. The crowd was too vast, the ramifications too significant, particularly with high-ranking officials such as the ministers and vice-ministers among them. Unable to fend them off and unwilling to resort to violence, the captain of the Jinui, drenched in sweat, bellowed for the formation of a human wall to block the throng. With that, he stooped down, assisting in dragging the officials off Wang Ji, with the close guards lending a hand. After a considerable effort, they finally managed to hoist the officials, allowing Wang Ji to breathe freely once more. There he lay, straight as an arrow, silent, his face a deep shade of purple, his robe shredded into strips, and his once fair chest marred with claw marks. A large stain of blood at the back of his head. The captain's scalp tingled as if struck by lightning. Stammering in panic, he implored, "My lord, please awaken." The captain was on the verge of tears. If Wang Ji were to perish in this manner, it would spell disaster for him. Just then, a civil official, brimming with malice, stepped forward, intent on venting his wrath on the incapacitated Wang Ji. Enraged, the captain retaliated, forcefully kicking him aside and scooping Wang Ji into his arms, making a dash towards the palace. In his wake, the ministers surged towards the palace as well. The captain, catching sight of this, roared with fury. "Who dares to forcibly intrude upon the imperial palace shall be executed on the spot for treason." His shout restored a semblance of reason among the crowd. The palace was no place to enter at will. Only during court sessions, upon the emperor's summons, or with the emperor's express permission could one gain entry. An unauthorized breach constituted treason. If anyone could simply waltz in, chaos would reign within the palace. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, the captain quickly commanded, "Hurry, lock the doors." The crimson doors of the palace creaked shut, and it took a while for the ministers to regain their composure from their frenzy. In the aftermath, a sense of trepidation began to settle among some, while others contemplated escalating the situation further. "Fear not. With so many of us, can the emperor possibly punish us all?" One declared, "This matter will not end here. We shall take down the eunuchs the emperor is reluctant to execute, and we shall deal with the treacherous officials. We are entitled to alleviate the burdens of our sovereign." Well said. A chorus of voices echoed, faces flushed with indignation, each participant resolute in their determination. They had committed fully to this cause. having exhausted all available tactics without yielding effective results. They resolved to abandon all frivolities and confront the challenge with the simplest of measures. Your Majesty, it is grave. A dire situation has arisen. As Emperor Zhu Qizhen listened to the distant reports drawing near, his delicate brows furrowed, and he set aside his teacup. Suddenly, the duty captain of the Dynasty burst in. A middle-aged man, bloodied and barely clothed, his cheeks still dripping with blood. Before Zhu Qizhen could express his astonishment, the captain spoke first, pouring forth a stream of words. Your Majesty, that group of officials is utterly lawless. Is that Wang Ji? Upon hearing the words of the Baihu, Zhu Qizhen's countenance transformed from shock to anger as he approached to confirm the identity of Wang Ji. The realization that his ministers had openly humiliated him ignited his fury. Where are they now? He demanded. Your Majesty, replied the minister, when I arrived, they attempted to storm the palace, but I ordered the gates shut. The Baihu continued. They should still be at the palace gate. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qizhen proclaimed, summon the guards. The attendants of the Jinui entered, kneeling before him. Your Majesty, what are your commands? Go, arrest those rebellious officials outside the palace gates and confine them under strict surveillance. The Jinui, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded with a respectful affirmation. Zhu Qizhen approached Wang Ji, gently patting his face. Wang Ji. Wang remained unresponsive, his complexion a deep purple, trending towards black. Zhu Qizhen examined his head and found no injuries apart from a piece of his ear bitten off, blood trickling down to the nape of his neck. With a flurry of strikes to Wang's chest, the latter coughed violently, his breathing labored, reminiscent of a broken bellows. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Zhu Qizhen exhaled a sigh of relief. Wang Ji was too valuable for him to lose so easily. Are you all right, Wang Ji? Wang, momentarily dazed, gradually regained focus. Your Majesty, he uttered. The piercing pain jolted him back to reality as he struggled to rise, tears streaming down his face. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me. Do not worry, Zhu Qizhen reassured him. I have imprisoned them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Ji bowed his head in gratitude, though still seething with indignation. He realized he could not demand the execution of all those officials. Such a request was beyond his station. Instead, he feigned vulnerability. Your servant has failed in his duties. I beseech you to punish me. It is not your fault. They have gone too far this time. Rest assured, I will not let them go unpunished, Zhu Qizhen declared, his face etched with fury, which brought Wang Ji some solace and even a hint of gratitude. Your Majesty, do not let your health suffer. I am resilient. I shall take my leave now to tend to my wounds. Zhu Qizhen nodded and instructed the Baihu, escort Wang Ji out of the palace. If anything happens to him, you shall face the consequences. Yes, I shall obey, the Baihu replied, trembling as he assisted Wang Ji out of the hall. With a furrowed brow, Zhu Qizhen sat down at the imperial desk and mused to himself. So they have resorted to such tactics. It seems the civil officials have exhausted their options. This is a positive development, yet their audacity must be curbed. How dare they call for a purge of the court? His expression darkened. Since Zhu Di's reign, the demand for a purge had become synonymous with rebellion, and Zhu Qizhen was understandably enraged. If they dare to call for a purge today, they will surely rebel tomorrow. He struck the desk, raising his voice, issue a decree for Yu Qian to enter the palace at once. Upon receiving the summons, Yu Qian set aside his official duties and hastened to the palace, having gleaned the situation from the young eunuch along the way. Yu Qian felt a heavy heart, truly unable to find a moment of peace. As he entered the Qianqing palace, he lifted his robe and bowed, saying, Your servant pays his respects to His Majesty. No need for formalities, Zhu Qizhen hastily replied, nearly stumbling as he rushed forward. Supporting Yu Qian to his feet, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. How many years had it been since the emperor had addressed him in such a manner? In a fleeting moment, it felt as though he had returned to the days when he served as a tutor to the crown prince in the Eastern Palace. Please, take a seat, teacher. Oh, I thank Your Majesty for the honor, Yu Qian responded, feeling somewhat uneasy. Has Your Majesty summoned me? Is the frontier still secure? Zhu Qizhen inquired. Yu Qian nodded slightly. The frontier is holding well. Although the Tatars are aggressive, they do not dare to invade the Ming. However, the situation on the grasslands is rather grim. Zhu Qizhen's expression grew serious. He had intended to address external stability while dealing with the civil officials, for he now possessed the confidence he lacked in his earlier years. Yet, upon hearing Yu Qian's words, A weight settled in his heart. What is the situation on the grasslands? Zhu Qian asked urgently. It is not optimistic, Yu Qian replied. The Tatars are completely suppressing the Walla. If this trend continues, within 5 years at the latest, the Tatars will unify the grasslands. How can this be possible? Zhu Qian struggled to comprehend and found it difficult to accept. I have provided them with so many firearms. How can they still be at a disadvantage? He exclaimed. Bayan Timur is utterly incompetent. Yu Qian slowly shook his head. The issue likely does not lie there. Zhu Qian paused, gradually calming his agitation, and asked with a tranquil demeanor, what do you mean? In terms of schemes and calculations, Bayan Timur indeed fell short of the Tatar leader. However, the conflicts on the grasslands were primarily a test of true strength, Yu Qian remarked, frowning. In my humble opinion, the problem may very well originate from us. From us? Yu Qian nodded, speaking deliberately. I suspect that someone is smuggling firearms to the Tatars. Zhu Qian's complexion changed abruptly, and he asked in a low voice. Do you have evidence? No, Yu Qian admitted, but I wish to investigate further. No, you cannot go, Zhu Qian firmly rejected. Why not? Yu Qian questioned, perplexed. Your Majesty. This is not baseless speculation. In fact, it is no secret that the soldiers at the frontier have been smuggling oil, salt, and iron pots, essential goods. The profits involved are not inferior to those of maritime trade. Mr. Li once said that human greed knows no bounds. If they dare to smuggle salt and iron, they would not shy away from smuggling firearms. I understand, Zhu Qian repeatedly affirmed. After a lengthy pause, he finally calmed himself. I believe your conjecture. But you cannot go. Yu Qian furrowed his brow. I implore your Majesty to clarify. The military is not akin to the political arena. It is like a powder keg that could explode with the slightest misstep, Zhu Qian replied. If you were to go and find nothing, it would be acceptable. However, if you were to uncover something, you would undoubtedly not return. He did not wish for Yu Qian, with his capability and loyalty, to face peril. They may not dare. Yu Qian expressed his disbelief. Zhu Qian, however, spoke with conviction. They may indeed dare. He rose and paced back and forth, sighing, my control over the military, let alone compared to the founding emperor and the second emperor, is far inferior to that of my predecessor. The imperial troops in the capital are manageable, but the forces at the frontier, alas, they have grown accustomed to their wild ways and are not easily managed, unless I, the emperor, remain firmly at the center. Yu Qian quickly interjected, stating that the court has been unstable. Should your Majesty depart, chaos would surely ensue. Furthermore, the foundation of the nation has yet to be established. It is prudent for your Majesty to remain in the capital. Li Qing has repeatedly advised against allowing Zhu Qian to lead troops in person, and Yu Qian could not afford to disregard this counsel. I understand, Zhu Qian replied, feeling a sense of frustration. It has been several years since his marriage, yet he has yet to father an heir. The imperial physician has indicated that the empress is of a cold constitution and requires gradual nurturing. Yet despite this prolonged care, no results have emerged, causing him great distress. As for matters at the borders, you need not concern yourself, Zhu Qian declared. I shall entrust those affairs to Zhang Fu. Let us discuss the situation in the capital. Taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly. You are aware of the group kneeling at the palace gates, are you not? To some extent, Yu Qian replied. Your Majesty, the number of individuals involved is considerable. We cannot keep them confined indefinitely. I summoned the teacher precisely for this reason, Zhu Qian nodded, affirming that political affairs must not be neglected. Among the 6 ministries, only you, Wang Ji, and Hu Luo remain. It seems the vice ministers have all been implicated. Can you 3 manage? What does your Majesty imply? Zhu Qian responded. If you can handle it, I shall dismiss them all, since they do not obey. What purpose does their retention serve? That is utterly inadvisable. Yu Qian interjected hastily. Your Majesty, the consequences of such actions would be dire. Zhu Qian scoffed. What? Does the teacher truly believe that without them, the Ming would falter? That is not the point. Yu Qian shook his head. Such a sweeping dismissal would position your Majesty and the civil officials in direct opposition, eliminating any possibility for reconciliation. Zhu Qian managed a bitter smile. Leaning back in his chair while gazing toward the heavens, he murmured, at present, reconciliation seems impossible. After a moment of silence, Yu Qian sought to console him. It is still different. Your Majesty can punish them for their transgressions, but a wholesale dismissal will lead new appointees to believe they must follow the same path, thus banding together in opposition. Should your majesty continue to act in this manner, it would create a vicious cycle, making future governance increasingly untenable. Pausing, he continued, Your majesty may dismiss them, but not all at once. It must be done gradually. Gradually, Zhu Qizhan said, his face etched with bitterness. It has already been 10 years of the Zhengtong era. Your majesty is in the prime of life. There is no need to rush, Yu Qian encouraged. Time is on our side, and much has already changed, has it not? Upon hearing these words, Zhu Qizhan's expression softened considerably. He then recalled Li Qing. The significant shift within the court can largely be attributed to Li Qing. With this thought, Zhu Qizhan promptly commanded, Come forth. A small eunuch approached from a distance. Your majesty, take some imperial guards and convey my edict. Summon Li Qing back to the capital to see me. Yu Qian was taken aback, stammering, Your majesty, at present. Mr. Li is engaged in commercial reforms in Jinling. Which is more crucial at this juncture, Jinling or the political situation in the capital? Zhu Qizhan interrupted. Have him return first. I also wish to understand the progress in Jinling. If necessary, we can send him back. Zhu Qizhan addressed the small eunuch. You may go. Yes, I shall obey, the eunuch replied eagerly before departing. Yu Qian opened his mouth, but found it unwise to press further. And what of those officials? He inquired. Regarding the affairs of the 6 ministries, both Minister Wang and Minister Hu and I can manage, but what shall we do about the censorate and the cabinet? Alas! Zhu Qizhan was filled with resentment, yet he had no choice but to acquiesce. A year's salary would be forfeited, he would be confined to his residence. Yet official duties would continue as usual, with a system of meritocracy enforced. The emperor's wisdom was apparent. Yu Qian let out a sigh of relief, lamenting that the court had never known peace, and wondered when it would finally come to an end. The ministers emerged from the prison, each one brimming with confidence. Resembling triumphant generals, radiating an air of authority. The young emperor had finally relented. They rejoiced, firmly believing that the law would not punish the majority. After all, it was merely a year's salary. How many officials of the Ming relied solely on their stipends? As for the confinement and the meritocracy, they perceived it as nothing more than the impotent rage of a young emperor. Wang Ji had already lost his vigor, and now it was Li Qing's turn. In Jinling, Sun Xian relentlessly pursued and ultimately vanquished the wealthy gentry, seizing control of their enterprises. Presently, Jinling was solely under Sun Xian's dominion. However, his ambitions extended far beyond this. After dealing with the affluent gentry of Jinling, he swiftly turned his attention to Suzhou and Hangzhou, employing the same aggressive strategy by initiating a price war based on raw materials. Yet, this time, success proved elusive. The gentry of Suzhou and Hangzhou were not easily subdued. They formed a united front, leaving Sun Xian at a loss. One day, Sun Xian approached Li Qing, seeking a loan from the court. Li Qing decisively declined. One cannot achieve success in a single bite. Overreaching can lead to failure. After a thorough counsel, Li Qing succeeded in persuading the elder Sun to reconsider. Consolidate your current position first, establish your operations, engage in production and sales, and profit from the margins. That is the path to success, Li Qing advised. Once your wealth accumulates, you may then strike at them, yielding greater results with less effort. Sun Xian nodded and inquired, Your Excellency, what portion of the overseas market can the court allocate to the commoners? I cannot promise you that, Li Qing replied, shaking his head. However, at present, your potential for growth is substantial. Sun Xian was about to express further thoughts when a small eunuch strode in with a self-important demeanor, causing him to halt. Master Li. The little eunuch approached cheerfully. I have come with a message. Your servant is too kind, Li Qing responded, rising. Has the emperor sent you? The eunuch nodded, indeed. The emperor has instructed you to return to the capital at once. Li Qing suddenly paused, turning to Sun Xian. You may depart now. Ah, yes, Sun Xian rose awkwardly, feeling uneasy at the prospect of Li Qing's departure. If the imperial envoy were to leave, fear not, there are still eunuch Lu and others, accompanied by thousands of guards and nearly 1,000 imperial guards. No one would dare lay a hand on you, Li Qing reassured him, waving his hand. Focus on your business, pay your taxes, and you will encounter no danger. Then I shall take my leave, Sun Xian said as he departed. Once he was gone, Li Qing inquired, what transpired in the capital? The little eunuch recounted all he knew. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's brow furrowed in concern. If they dare to act against Wang Ji so brazenly, what will they do to someone of my rank? a mere 7th-grade official. Li Qing recognized the animosity directed towards him. Those individuals harbored a deep-seated hatred. The notion of resolving problems by eliminating those who posed them seemed both crude and effective. Li Qing pondered, should I bury them all? Upon reflection, he relinquished the thought, not out of kindness, but because such actions would only serve to further complicate the situation, rendering them utterly meaningless. Those capable of addressing his problematic nature were beyond his reach, for the multitude of issues loomed too large, even if every issue were resolved. New challenges would arise with each successor. He could only confront the problems themselves. Your Excellency, is the Emperor in a great hurry? Inquired Li Qing. Indeed he is, replied the young eunuch, nodding. The vessel is prepared. Please, Your Excellency, accompany us immediately back to the capital to meet His Majesty. Li Qing furrowed his brow. Shall we not take the land route instead? I fear the waterways may harbor ambushes. There are countless paths on land. Even if they intended to lay a trap, the likelihood of encountering it would be minimal. However, the land route would delay us significantly, the young eunuch insisted. If we are tardy, the Emperor shall not be lenient with us. I beseech you to understand. With a sense of resignation, Li Qing replied, My good man, if they dare to strike at even the chief eunuch, do you truly believe we are safe? The young eunuch paused, then shook his head. Rest assured, Your Excellency. We are accompanied by over 100 imperial guards, and as we are both envoys of the Emperor, any rational individual would not dare to act against us. Having heard this, Li Qing felt it futile to press further. Ultimately, he harbored little fear. Even if an ambush were laid, he could safeguard himself. Very well. Grant me an hour to make arrangements. The young eunuch reluctantly agreed. But do hurry, Your Excellency. Have no worries. Li Qing briefed his companions, Lu Gong and Xiao Yozi. Then bid farewell to his mentors, Zhu Yunwen and Li Jinglong, before returning to accompany the eunuch back to the capital. The journey by water was swift and comfortable, and they encountered no disturbances. After more than 10 days, Li Qing and his party arrived safely in the capital without incident. All signs indicated that his concerns had been unfounded. Li Qing did not return home, but proceeded directly to the palace to meet Zhu Qizhen. Minister Li Qing, I pay my respects to Your Majesty, he proclaimed loudly upon entering the Qinqing Palace. As anticipated, before he could even kneel, he heard the young emperor's command to rise. You have traveled a long way, esteemed scholar. Zhu Qizhen greeted warmly, stepping forward. Please, take a seat. Attendants, serve tea. Li Qing, unceremonious, settled into a chair and addressed Zhu Qizhen. Your Majesty, is there a pressing matter that necessitated my swift return? Indeed, there are some matters, Zhu Qizhen acknowledged, then paused. But let us not rush into that. What news from Jinling? The results are excellent, Li Qing responded. Next year, from Jinling alone, we anticipate over 1 million taels in commercial taxes. Once stabilized in 2 years, we expect annual revenues to surpass 2 million taels. Such a figure? Zhu Qizhen exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qing nodded with a smile. In truth, since maritime trade was entrusted to the populace, commercial taxes have remained substantial, though often evaded by the wealthy gentry. Zhu Qizhen nodded slowly, then added, Yet we must not allow profit to cloud our judgment. Should it grow unchecked, it could lead to significant troubles. Your Majesty's concerns are well-founded, Li Qing sighed internally. It was clear that in Zhu Qizhen's eyes, imperial authority was paramount. It appeared that complete industrialization might remain an elusive dream, leaving only a semblance of it attainable. It cannot be said that Zhu Qizhen was at fault. The power of capital is overwhelming, capable of compelling the imperial authority and exploiting the common folk. This truth is well understood by Li Qing. He merely sought to find a balance between the two, striving to cultivate prosperity for the Ming dynasty. Li Qing, feigning ignorance, inquired, Your Majesty, have the ministers once again besieged the palace? It is more than just a siege, they are on the brink of rebellion. Zhu Qizhen was infuriated, yet felt utterly helpless. Sir, when will this turmoil come to an end? Li Qing sipped his tea and replied, Only time can wear them down, gradually tempering their hearts until they adapt. He paused, continuing, In truth, there is little to worry about. I have perused the annals of the Taizu and Taizong. They too faced similar trials. It is not unique to our Ming dynasty. Throughout history, harmonious relations between sovereigns and ministers have been rare. Your Majesty, you are not an exception. Is there nothing you can do, sir? Zhu Qizhen asked, his tone tinged with disappointment. Li Qing smiled wryly. What can be done? The positions of sovereign and minister differ, and so do their pursuits, making harmony elusive. The emperor seeks the benefits of imperial power, while the ministers seek personal gain. This is inherently contradictory. Li Qing set down his teacup, reflecting, in their eyes, the emperor should honor the worthy and govern collaboratively, relinquishing power to them. Ideally, he should have no personal opinions, allowing collective decision-making. In your majesty's view, they are mere employees, receiving stipends to fulfill their duties without ulterior motives. Ideally, they should remain incorruptible, selfless, and avoid actions detrimental to the realm. Leaning forward, Li Qing queried, "Is this not the essence of the matter, your majesty?" Zhu Qizhen fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, "Indeed. Therefore, do not feel weary. In truth, no accomplished monarch finds ease in their reign." Li Qing took a sip of tea and jested. What monarch is without fatigue? A smile tugged at Zhu Qizhen's lips. His gloomy disposition suddenly lifted. Indeed, those who claim solitary power are never free from weariness. The shadows of his discontent dissipated as Zhu Qizhen remarked, "Your words have brought me much comfort." Li Qing chuckled, leisurely sipping his tea, awaiting Zhu Qizhen to expand on the topic. Zhu Qizhen stated, "At present, we hold an undeniable advantage. Their attempts to subdue Wang Ji demonstrate their lack of alternatives." Indeed. Li Qing nodded. "However, your majesty should not be complacent. This does not imply they will forever remain powerless. Caution is still warranted." "Of course," Zhu Qizhen agreed. "I have no concerns for myself, mainly for your well-being. Are you worried they will treat me as they did Wang Ji?" Li Qing inquired. "Yes." Zhu Qizhen furrowed his brow. "Though they are currently confined to their homes, we cannot maintain this indefinitely. Court sessions must continue." Li Qing chuckled. "No need for concern. I shall return to Jinling, where there are matters awaiting my attention. You need not fret, your majesty. Will you continue to evade this situation?" Zhu Qizhen teased, reluctant for Li Qing to depart. While Jinling was significant, the capital held greater importance. Even with his current advantage, he desired to keep Li Qing by his side, as it would provide him with much-needed reassurance. Zhu Qizhen was acutely aware that such dependence was not a commendable habit for an emperor. Yet he found himself unable to suppress these thoughts. At the tender age of 13, Li Qing had entered the court to assist him in restoring order. And over the years, his feelings for Li Qing had transcended the boundaries of sovereign and subject. Moreover, given that Li Qing was a talent bestowed upon him by the late emperor, Zhu Qizhen had come to regard Li Qing as akin to family, a figure of elder authority. Rationally, he still recognized Li Qing as a minister, but reason often falters in the face of emotion. Emotions are devoid of logic. The dilemma was that his presence here was of little utility. Li Qing shrugged, noting that the current political landscape favored the emperor significantly, at least for now. Their adversaries were bereft of strategies. After a moment's pause, he added that the worst-case scenario would merely involve a repeat of past upheavals, though such a possibility seemed remote, as they had already failed when caught off guard. "The situation on the grasslands is dire," Zhu Qizhen remarked. Li Qing furrowed his brows in concern. "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Qizhen recounted the words spoken by Yu Qian on that fateful day. Li Qing's frown deepened, ultimately forming a pronounced crease on his forehead. "What are your intentions, your majesty?" he inquired. "I wish for Zhang Fu to undertake a journey under the pretext of inspecting the border troops on my behalf," Zhu Qizhen responded. Li Qing shook his head. "This would merely be an exercise in futility. While Zhang Fu is indeed capable, the border troops will not reveal their strategies without provocation. What I mean is," Li Qing pondered, "to ascertain the situation of the border troops, it would be far more direct and efficient to inquire with the Walla, who are well aware of any smuggling activities involving the Dada." Zhu Qizhen's eyes brightened. "You speak wisely. Very well. I shall send someone to the Walla shortly and request that Boyan Timur come in person. Let him come under the guise of a tribute visit. That would be more palatable." Li Qing added, "Agreed. We shall proceed as you suggest." Upon exiting the palace, Li Qing made his way to the Ministry of War. As he was merely a junior official, his time spent at the ministry was limited, resulting in the clerks having little recollection of him. They even inquired whom he was seeking. Li Qing sheepishly revealed his identity, clocked in, and then departed. In the evening, Yu Qian arrived with food and drink, inquiring about the developments in Jinling and updating Li Qing on the current state of affairs in the capital as they dined and conversed. "Shall I bring the donkey to you tomorrow?" Yu Qian proposed. "No need. You should keep it for now," Li Qing replied. "It is not safe here with me." Yu Qian paused, then chuckled. Surely, they wouldn't stoop to quarreling with a donkey. Better to be cautious than to regret, Li Qing smiled, appreciating Yu Qian's concern. It is of little consequence. Yu Qian waved dismissively. Though the political situation is indeed tense, it has stabilized to some degree. Our so-called opposition does not truly alter the status quo. Indeed, my presence here is little more than a waste of time, Li Qing sighed ruefully. If only the emperor would permit my return to Jinling. Yu Qian reflected, in truth. The emperor is not entirely in favor of your endeavors and may even harbor some reservations. What are your thoughts on this? Li Qing asked. Yu Qian set down his wine cup and pondered. In the short term, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. In the long term, the disadvantages overshadow the advantages. There has never been a purely mercantile individual. Once a merchant grows substantial, they invariably gravitate towards the bureaucratic system. Even if merchants do not take the initiative, officials will come knocking. Li Qing concurred. Indeed, the intertwining of power and wealth is inescapable, ultimately leading to a common destination. Then why does the gentleman proceed in such a manner? Yu Qian inquired, perplexed. As you have said, the benefits currently outweigh the drawbacks, do they not? Li Qing replied with a smile. Rest assured, I possess the capability to elevate it. Just as I can bring it down, I will ensure it remains under control. Pausing for a moment, he continued, what concerns me most at present is the situation on the grasslands. Are you aware of the current state of the Walla? The two great tribes have been at odds for more than a year, yet Walla consistently suffers losses. Yu Qian sighed. Despite the court's relentless assistance, Walla has never managed to gain an advantage over the Tartars. So, you suspect that someone is smuggling firearms to the Tartars? Li Qing queried. Yu Qian replied solemnly. It would be an understatement to call it suspicion. It is nearly a fact. I am aware of this, but now is not the time to act against the military. Li Qing stated. One cannot employ the same tactics used against the civil officials with the military. A more conciliatory approach is required. Yu Qian sighed and nodded gently. Sir, do you believe the emperor can maintain control over the military as Emperor Taizong or Emperor Xuanzong did? It is exceedingly difficult. Li Qing shook his head. The political landscapes differ. Taizong's decisive victory in the Jingnan campaign not only secured a loyal army, but also gained the recognition of the established military. As for Xuanzong, his foundation was far too solid. Taizong was nurtured for military affairs from a young age, immersed in the army during his youth, and had numerous campaigns against the northern deserts. He was also cultivated by the benevolent Emperor Renzong, with a mentor as astute as the venerable Dao Yan. How could the current emperor possibly compare? But the current emperor has you, Yu Qian remarked. Li Qing rolled his eyes. How highly do you regard me? After a moment of silence, Yu Qian asked, if the emperor were to personally lead the troops in a battle, would that not yield better results? No, absolutely not. Li Qing firmly rejected the notion. That would be absurd. Not to mention the historical precedents. Given the current situation, a personal campaign would surely destabilize the court. With an unstable rear, what kind of expedition could one hope for? During the reign of Zhu Zhanji, he led campaigns because he commanded the respect of all officials. Zhu Qizhan cannot instill such confidence. It is a pity for this name. Yu Qian cautioned, the emperor must not lead an expedition. This is a matter of utmost importance for the entire Ming dynasty. Li Qing's tone was unusually grave. Yu Qian, puzzled by Li Qing's insistence, wondered why the current emperor could not undertake such a task when both Taizong and Xuanzong had done so repeatedly. Sir, may I inquire why? The rear is never stable. What if the rear were secured? The rear can never be secured, Li Qing asserted sternly. Yu Qian found Li Qing's stance overly dogmatic, but seeing his serious demeanor, he decided to relent. Since you have returned, do you have any specific plans? Yu Qian changed the subject. Li Qing chuckled lightly. I have accomplished what I can. Now, I simply await the inevitable. But do you have no plans? What plans are there? Li Qing replied, exasperated. They have been driven to the point of violence. Do you expect them to take their own lives? Yu Qian, taken aback, could only respond with silence. Indeed, since Li Qing's return, the majority of civil officials, nay, one might say, the overwhelming majority of officials, have found their lives increasingly arduous, even miserable. The magnitude to which their power and interests have been affected is simply outrageous. Their desire to tear Wang Ji apart is indicative of the profound anger that simmers within them. Wang Ji, after all, is merely a scapegoat for their frustrations. In truth, their dissatisfaction is directed at the emperor, as Yu Qian cautiously pointed out, reminding them to remain vigilant. Their willingness to act against Wang Ji suggests they would not hesitate to take action against you as well. Li Qing, unfazed, responded, "Do you believe I would be afraid? If it is possible to avoid confrontation, then it is best to do so." Yu Qian, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked that once chaos erupts, it would take a long time to quell. It is not a significant matter. You have not witnessed the time of the great ancestor, when taking lives was as commonplace as slaughtering chickens. Li Qing laughed, noting that many officials appeared well when leaving for court, but found themselves unable to return upon entering the palace. Yet this is not the era of the great ancestor. Yu Qian interjected. Li Qing shook his head with a smile. In truth, the situation is far less dire than you imagine. With the imperial troops present and the guards in place, as long as the emperor remains in the capital, it bears little difference from the time of the great ancestor. Yu Qian sighed. He still wished for a stable and composed resolution to the issues at hand, hoping to avoid any unforeseen complications. However, it now seemed impossible to sidestep such complications. "O Emperor, why summon the gentleman back? Do you not realize that his involvement would cause a seismic upheaval? What was he thinking?" Nothing at all." Yu Qian understood that he could not dissuade Li Qing, primarily because he lacked methods superior to those of Li Qing. Although he was averse to resorting to violence, it appeared that, at present, there was no alternative. Besides, it was the adversaries who first sought to resort to force. Cheers. Cheers. With Li Qing back in the capital, he spent his days in idleness, neglecting court meetings and merely clocking in at his office, resembling a retired elder. Zhu Qizhan disapproved of this demeanor and thus summoned him to the palace, bestowing upon him 50 taels of gold and 2 bolts of silk. Expecting that this reward would inspire a more diligent work ethic in Li Qing, Zhu Qizhan was taken aback when Li Qing displayed no reaction whatsoever. Days later, Zhu Qizhan lifted the restrictions on the ministers, and the court was finally bustling once more. Yet, Zhu Qizhan's magnanimity did not engender gratitude among these officials. Instead, they became increasingly audacious. On the first day of court, they urged the execution of Wang Ji and the beheading of Li Qing. Naturally, Zhu Qizhan refused, prompting them to adopt the familiar tactic of kneeling in protest, declaring that unless the emperor executed the 2 traitors, they would perish on the hall floor. Zhu Qizhan retorted, "If you wish to die kneeling, then do so." The Fengtian Hall was not the palace entrance. The doors would be locked at the appointed hour. Ultimately, the ministers were forced out by the imperial guards after kneeling until evening. A group of officials, expelled from the palace, found themselves filled with indignation. But with the palace gates locked, they could do nothing. Wang Ji, having previously lost half an ear in an altercation, was both furious and genuinely frightened. Appearing rarely in public, although the ministers could not locate him, their pent-up frustration was difficult to release, leading them to deliberate a visit to Lianjiaten. If they could not find Wang Ji, they would settle for Li Qing. Their animosity toward Li Qing was no less than that toward Wang Ji, and they harbored a desire to consume his flesh and wear his skin. As dusk descended, Li Qing stretched lazily, rising from his recliner, and was about to enter the house when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. "Is Li Qing at home? Li Qing, come out." The cheerful Li Qing approached the door, opening it with a smile. "Oh, esteemed gentlemen, what brings you here during such leisure? Please, do come in," they replied with insidious grins as they stepped into the courtyard. This time, there were no imperial guards. With so many of them, it would be child's play to dispose of a delicate young man. As the group entered the courtyard, they found Li Qing still peering outside. One of them inquired, "What are you looking at?" "Oh, just checking to see if anyone is trailing behind," Li Qing responded. "There's no one left. Come over here," the man urged, attempting to keep his tone gentle to prevent Li Qing from fleeing. Seeing that indeed no one was around, Li Qing shut the door and locked it. The officials were perplexed. Why did he lock the door? They wondered. Yet, at least it was a relief. There was no fear of Li Qing escaping. In such a confined courtyard, with the door locked, they believed he could not possibly evade capture. "Come on. Are you going to die or not?" One official sneered. "Li Du, come here and answer." Another official, grinning maliciously, rolled up his sleeves, confident that this time there would be no unforeseen complications. "Li Qing, you certainly do not possess the good fortune of Wang Ji," they thought, as they prepared to enact their deadly scheme, waiting for Li Qing to step into their trap. Oblivious, Li Qing approached. "Do you gentlemen have something to discuss? Come a bit closer." They beckoned, and Li Qing complied, leaning in almost to their face. The man clenched his fist and suddenly shouted, "Take this." Bang! Ouch! He crouched down, clutching his nose as blood poured forth. 2 of his front teeth had been knocked out, and tears streamed down his face. Li Qing, astonished, asked, "Why did you strike me?" "Hit him." The man lamented in fury. Li Qing's expression changed in shock as he stumbled back a few steps and trembled. "Esteemed gentleman, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning?" One sneered, "It means we want your life. Go ahead and scream. No one will come to your rescue. Do you think we can be easily bullied?" The group rolled up their sleeves, menacingly advancing to encircle Li Qing. "Let us all attack together and ensure he doesn't survive." Though these scholars were cunning, they were inexperienced in combat and rushed in haphazardly without any strategy. In contrast, Li Qing struck with lightning speed, his attacks fierce. A left kick, a right back fist, sweeping strikes, side kicks, elbow strikes, throws, palm slaps, gut punches, waist strikes. In grappling, each foe received a unique punishment. Within moments, they were all down. Li Qing brushed off his hands, perplexed. "Gentlemen, were you here to spar with me?" "Ouch!" They cried in pain, cursing him. "Li Qing, how dare you assault officials of the court? You are guilty of a capital crime. Do you understand? Is that so?" Li Qing responded with a grin, stepping forward. "I recall that the Ming law states that if someone enters a home without cause at night, the homeowner may kill them without consequence. In other words, you invaded my home and assaulted me. Even if I were to kill you, I would be blameless. This is merely self-defense. You scoundrel." A group of individuals, consumed by rage, longed to rend Li Qing asunder, yet the slightest movement brought them excruciating pain, rendering them incapable of rising. Li Qing had no intention of sparing them, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he taunted, "Scream all you like. Even if your throats are torn, no one will come to your rescue." With that, he advanced and crushed one man's hand beneath his boot, twisting mercilessly. A pained gasp escaped the victim until he succumbed to unconsciousness, at which point Li Qing lifted his foot and retreated into the dwelling. Moments later, he emerged with a large lantern, hanging it under the eaves before beginning to torment another. The sickening sound of bones shattering filled the air as Li Qing continued his grim task. Then, he unsheathed a knife from his waist, seizing the first man who had dared to strike him. "Do you have any last words?" he inquired. "Li Qing, I don't believe you dare to kill me," came the defiant retort. Blood gushed forth as Li Qing struck. The man clutched his throat desperately, unable to utter a single word. Moments later, his hand fell limp, blood spurting forth as his body convulsed violently. Silence enveloped the scene, a deathly hush that rendered them oblivious to their own pain. This spectacle was a visceral shock, the aura of death surrounding Li Qing instilling terror in their hearts. Wiping the blood from his face and shaking his knife, Li Qing remarked nonchalantly, "To take a life, one must be prepared for the possibility of losing one's own." The group was paralyzed with fear. They had never anticipated that Li Qing would truly take a life. "Li Qing, you are still young. Do not tread further down the path of crime. Indeed, as the Buddha said, abandon the butcher's knife, and you shall become a Buddha. Do not cling to ignorance. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is salvation." Li Qing scoffed, "Didn't you just shout for my life? Look, I haven't killed you yet." One man, filled with indignation, retorted, "You have merely frightened us, while we have been beaten to this state. Who truly suffers, and who gains?" "Very well, you shall be the next," Li Qing declared, advancing upon him and raising his blade. With a swift motion, blood splattered as Li Qing wiped his face, revealing a gleaming smile. "Now, let me see who I shall choose next." "Li Qing, no, Master Li, I was misled," cried a scholar, tears streaming down his face. "I do not wish to die. Spare me, I beg you. I have an elderly mother and young children reliant upon me." "Master Li, I was coerced," pleaded an official, weeping profusely. "Please grant me a chance to live. I promise I will never cross you again." The terror of witnessing vibrant life extinguished before their eyes transcended their capacity for endurance. This fear defied description, rendering all else insignificant. Power, wealth, beauty, all could be forsaken. They would willingly face dismissal, imprisonment, or exile should it mean survival. In the face of life and death, nothing remained worthy of remembrance. The instinct to survive overshadowed all desires. "We were wrong, we were wrong. I implore you, spare our lives." "Spare your lives?" Li Qing replied, pulling out a chair and sitting down with a smile. "Very well, here's the deal. You will each denounce the unlawful actions of one another. Whoever reveals the most heinous crime will be the first to leave. However, if you fabricate tales, then you shall experience the sharpness of my blade. I denounce. I, too, shall accuse. As midnight approached, Li Qing found himself burdened with a plethora of accusations, including embezzlement, bribery, exploiting his power for personal gain, and advocating for the wealthy. In the era of Old Zhu, each of these charges would undoubtedly have led to severe consequences. After signing the documents and affixing his seal, Li Qing approached the door and unlocked it. Standing at the threshold, he rotated a bloodied kitchen knife in his palm, murmuring ominously, "I am but a solitary man. Without father or mother, without son or daughter, as long as I am fed, my household shall not suffer. Humph. Anyone who dares to cross me henceforth shall find themselves at my mercy." Upon hearing these words, a palpable tension gripped the throats of those present, and a chill crept down their necks. Previously, they might have dismissed such threats with laughter, but the circumstances had shifted dramatically. In their eyes, Li Qing had transformed into an embodiment of malevolence, a harbinger of death. They held no doubt about the veracity of his words. He was indeed a ruthless individual, a truly formidable force. "Leave at once, before I change my mind," Li Qing commanded. "Yes, yes, we are grateful for your mercy, Lord Li," the group cried, tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed with an unexpected sense of gratitude. God knows how they had endured the past hour. Li Qing's strikes had been severe, leaving many unable to rise, yet they crawled out of the small courtyard, eager to escape without delay. 15 minutes later, the courtyard was finally quiet, save for two lifeless bodies. Li Qing paid them no mind and strode into the house, sinking into a deep slumber. The next day, he was awakened by the genie Wei. Reluctantly rising, he opened the door. "What brings you here, Lord Li?" "It has come to our attention that some events transpired here last night, and His Majesty has ordered me to investigate," the genie Wei officer replied courteously. Given the magnitude of the events, it was unfathomable for the court to remain uninformed. Otherwise, the entire department would be rendered obsolete. "Come in," Li Qing said, stepping aside to allow the genie Wei into the courtyard. The officer turned to his trusted subordinates, instructing, "Xiao Zhang, Xiao Lu, accompany me inside. The rest shall wait outside." With that, he led his confidants into the courtyard and shut the door behind them. Upon recognizing the deceased, the officer's expression sharpened. Zhongde, the director of the Ministry of Revenue, Wang Wenlu, the assistant of the Ministry of Personnel, he exclaimed, astonished. In truth, Li Qing did not know these individuals at all. The other two genie Wei members gasped in shock, casting a reverent glance at Li Qing. The audacity of a mere 7th-rank official to slay a 5th-rank and an honorary 5th-rank official without batting an eye was a testament to a resolve they found daunting. Li Qing sighed inwardly, reflecting on his past within the genie Wei, where he had dared to confront even the prince consort. Now, it seemed the genie Wei had devolved into a mere pawn of the Eastern Bureau. "Were they killed by you, the director Li?" the genie Wei officer asked. Swallowing hard, fully aware of the implications of his inquiry, Li Qing readily admitted, "They broke into my home with intent to kill me, and I defended myself." The officer nodded, gesturing for Li Qing to continue. Yet Li Qing replied, "That is all I have to say." The officer countered, "Your reticence complicates matters for me. Do you have nothing further to add, Director Li?" the genie Wei officer pressed. Li Qing shook his head. "As I have stated, they came to kill me, and I killed them in return." Cough, cough. "Allow me to analyze the situation," the officer replied, striving to piece together the narrative. He rested his chin upon his hand, his gaze brimming with wisdom. "Surely, it had transpired as follows last night. They initiated the assault, and you bravely resisted. In the pitch-black darkness, the specifics eluded your sight. However, I had hung a lantern," Li Qing remarked. The captain of the genie guards looked up and indeed saw the lantern swaying beneath the eaves. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "You two, fetch that lantern for me." "Yes," replied the two guards, stepping forward to form a human pyramid to retrieve the lantern. The captain resumed his role as an investigator, stating, "Now that the lantern is gone, I shall continue my analysis. Let us see if I am correct." Indeed, without the lantern, your vision was obscured. Faced with the menacing crowd, fear gripped you intensely. The captain of the genie guards racked his brain for justifications, suggesting that you had seized a knife from the kitchen, wildly wielding it in an attempt to deter them. Your intention was merely self-preservation. You had no desire to kill. However, in the chaos of the moment, as the individuals jostled against one another, Two unfortunate souls collided with your blade, leading to their untimely demise. The captain gazed at Li Qing with a glimmer of hope. Is that not the case? Speak up, affirm it. He fixed his gaze on Li Qing, who appeared to be running out of ideas. Yes, Li Qing nodded. At that moment, I was utterly terrified, and then those two. They crashed into your knife. Yes, Li Qing repeatedly nodded. Despite his usual fearlessness, he felt compelled to acknowledge the assistance offered to him. With a sigh of relief, the captain turned to his subordinates. Did you all comprehend this? The two Gene guards promptly echoed. We heard clearly. An intrusion occurred at Lord Li's residence, resulting in two individuals colliding with his knife and meeting their end. In the pitch darkness, do not overlook this detail, the captain added. The guards responded in unison. Yes, indeed, the incident transpired under such conditions. Very well, let us conclude this matter. Yes, my lord. One guard produced paper and ink, while another retrieved an inkstone and seal. The captain dipped his pen in ink and swiftly penned the confession. Let Lord Li take a look. If there are no objections, please sign and seal it. Li Qing accepted the document. The confession was concise, comprising just over 50 characters. Without hesitation, he signed and pressed his thumbprint, completing the task with efficiency. The captain waved his hand, returned to the palace to report. He also instructed them to take the two corpses away, a considerate gesture. Li Qing washed his hands and relocated his lounge chair under the shade of a tree, picking up a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms to pass the time. Following this episode, it was likely that two scenarios would unfold. Either the ministers would intensify their malice, escalating the palace intrigue, or they would swallow their grievances, allowing him some respite. Li Qing was uncertain which outcome awaited him, yet he was confident that further confrontations would be unlikely, unless they sought their own demise. Judging by their behavior last night, it was evident they did not wish to perish. Stretching comfortably, Li Qing mused aloud. At present, there are no pressing matters. Shun Xian possesses a remarkable acumen for business, and with support from Shao Liuzi and others, his enterprise is bound to flourish, requiring no concern from me. As for these court officials, their tactics will likely mirror past strategies, which hardly constitutes a significant inconvenience. A faint smile graced his lips. Long-planned endeavors could finally be set into motion. He had been coveting the Yongle Emperor for quite some time, ever since the day it was completed. As the saying goes, one fears not the thief, but the one who covets. If Zhu Qian were to discover Li Qing's intentions, one could only wonder if the coffin lid would hold. The young emperor displayed little interest in the grand tome. Throughout the years of his reign, he had never once been seen perusing it. The two volumes resting on the imperial desk were merely collecting dust, serving solely as ornamental pieces. Contemplating this, Li Qing couldn't help but smile. There was no way around it. If he could avoid thievery, he would. Yet, how could he resist such a treasure as the Yongle Emperor? No matter how much Zhu Qian favored him or relied on him, he would never part with the original. Such an impossibility was not something Li Qing would dare to hope for. Rather than relying on others, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. With a determined mind, Li Qing promptly penned a covert letter and dispatched someone to Jinling, requesting Zhu Yunwen to return with some volumes of the Dadian. Direct theft was out of the question. Given time, it would surely be discovered. He would need to exchange a counterfeit for the genuine article. In truth, while the content of the counterfeit was identical, its significance and value differed vastly. The historical importance of the original was irreplaceable, and Li Qing was unwilling to see such a jewel fade away into the annals of history. After a fortnight of rest at home, Li Qing noted that the civil officials had become rather subdued, at least on the surface. They attended court punctually and refrained from dissenting or plotting against the throne. From an outward perspective, all seemed tranquil. One day, Li Qing entered the palace to seek an audience with Zhu Qian. Your Majesty, I have a modest request, he began. Do not hesitate to speak. Zhu Qian replied generously. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall acquiesce. Upon hearing the 4 words of consent, Li Qing nearly rolled his eyes. You see, I am an avid reader, yet my finances are rather strained. Are you unable to afford books? Zhu Qian queried. No. I wish to visit the Wenyuan Pavilion. Taken aback, Zhu Qian asked, You wish to view the Yongle Emperor? Li Qing nodded. Very well, Zhu Qian said after a brief pause. However, do exercise caution while handling the tome. It is a treasure left by the Taizong. Of course, Li Qing readily assured him. I shall take my leave now. Wait. Zhu Qian called after him, proposing a condition. You must attend court regularly from now on. That is acceptable, Li Qing conceded, willing to risk everything for the sake of the Dadayan. The Wenyuan Pavilion, the repository of the Yongle Dadayan, was an eerily quiet place, with only a few young eunuchs tasked with its daily maintenance. This was largely due to Li Qing's prior efforts in publishing and establishing a library for the sale of the Dadayan. In truth, the dissemination of the Yongle Dadayan was quite extensive. It was not a rare gem, yet neither was it easily obtainable. In the initial phase, the volumes authorized for sale by the court were numerous, and the subsequent hand-copied versions circulating among the populace were staggering. However, most copies were kept as collectibles, thereby losing their intrinsic value. The reason was simple. The Dadayan was too vast and complex for the average person to fully comprehend. While the content for the imperial examinations was mainly drawn from limited texts such as the Spring and Autumn Annals and the Great Learning, human attention is finite. Thus, despite the widespread circulation of the Yongle Dadayan, the dissemination of its content remained quite limited. Within the literary hall, apart from Li Qing, there were only a few young eunuchs present. Li Qing had become quite the prominent figure in the palace, and virtually no one was unfamiliar with him. The young eunuchs dared not offend him. They merely cautioned him not to damage the books, and then refrained from further interruption. Li Qing found himself with ample freedom to maneuver. As he gazed upon the beautifully handwritten characters, each stroke a product of meticulous craftsmanship, a smile of contentment graced his face. Although the content remained unchanged, the aesthetic appeal was vastly superior. In early October, Zhu Yunwen had sent 3 large chests filled with the printed editions of the Grand Encyclopedic Compilation. After categorizing them meticulously, Li Qing commenced a systematic exchange, one for one. The young eunuchs, fearing to provoke Li Qing, did not dare to search him. Their routine inspections merely consisted of a cursory glance at the bookshelf to ensure no books were missing. They had never considered that Li Qing might resort to stealing books. After all, who would dare to pilfer within the imperial palace, especially treasures bequeathed by the great Emperor Taizong? The eunuch's negligence unwittingly afforded Li Qing the opportunity to commit his thefts. As the weather grew colder and clothing became bulkier, Li Qing found it increasingly convenient to conceal his stolen treasures. On occasion, a single outing would yield several volumes. His sleeves, pant legs, bosom, and even the folds of his trousers transformed into his sanctuaries for stolen books. One after another, he pilfered in glee, making multiple trips each morning and afternoon. Time flew by, and before he knew it, December had arrived. Li Qing had successfully stashed all the printed books in the Wenyuan Pavilion, while the originals had been entirely appropriated by him. Gazing at the 3 overflowing chests, Li Qing felt a profound sense of accomplishment. However, with the replicas now depleted, the risks of outright theft loomed large, prompting him to pause his book-stealing endeavors and venture to Jinling for further supplies. In the Qinqing Palace, what? You wish to take leave again, returning only after the new year? Zhu Qijian's frustration erupted. Do you not feel a sense of obligation towards your stipend? Your Majesty, I assure you, my journey to Jinling is for the sake of the court, Li Qing interjected, his loyalty palpable. Oh, you simply wish to return home for the new year, do you not? Zhu Qijian teased. No, I truly am acting on behalf of the court, Li Qing fervently denied, asserting, Your Majesty, have you forgotten the investigation into the wealth of the gentry in Jinling? That Shin Xian still owes the court several million taels of silver. Oh, really? Zhu Qijian's anger transformed into delight. Very well then, go and retrieve the money for me. And what of my leave? I grant it. Zhu Qijian, too, had a fondness for wealth. Chapter 95. Li Jinglong is no fool. Li Qing successfully secured an extended leave, laden with several large chests of the Yongle Dadayan as he journeyed to Jinling. Upon his arrival, he found the festive season nearing its climax. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, he was greeted with distressing news. Li Jinglong was ill. In an instant, Li Qing's joy dissipated, and he hurriedly inquired for details. Zhu Yunwen sighed. The master has already been examined. It is said his lifespan has reached its end, beyond the remedy of medicine. Is there no hope? Attempts have been made, replied Zhang Lada, who was practicing martial arts nearby. At his age, such a condition is quite natural. Li Qing fell silent, reflecting on the relentless passage of time. I shall go to see him. Brother, I will accompany you, Zhu Yunwen offered. I frequently visit the Duke of Chao's residence, and the household is familiar with me. Li Qing nodded. Then let us proceed. At the Duke of Chao's residence, Li Jinglong lay upon his bed, his pallid face etched with deep lines of weariness. Unbeknownst to him, The tall, elegantly handsome man, with striking features and an air of noble grandeur, had aged considerably. Upon the arrival of Li Qing, a hint of color returned to Li Jinglong's pale visage. "I knew you would come," Li Jinglong remarked with a smile. "You all may leave. I wish to converse with an old friend." "Yes, father," responded the Li family descendants as they withdrew. "How is it?" Li Jinglong raised an eyebrow. "Are you envious of my many descendants?" He still possessed his characteristic boldness. Li Qing spoke softly. "When did you fall ill? Why didn't you write a letter? Aren't you busy?" Li Jinglong retorted with a playful roll of his eyes. "I wouldn't dare distract you." Li Qing, lacking the spirit for banter, reached for his wrist, and after a moment, gently released it. "Your internal organs are failing." "Well, my brother, at my age, I can certainly consider myself long-lived. Death would merely be a joyful farewell, nothing to lament," Li Jinglong replied nonchalantly. Li Qing forced a smile, jesting, "I had intended to share a drink with you, but now it seems that may not be possible." "Spare me," Li Jinglong replied with a hint of irritation. "That tactic is not effective." Li Qing offered an awkward smile, his demeanor turning serious. He quietly inquired, "Brother, is there any unfulfilled wish you harbor?" Li Jinglong pondered for a moment, then stated earnestly, "In my lifetime, I have few regrets, but there is one matter that has lingered like a thorn in my throat, troubling my heart." He glanced at Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yunwen quickly interjected, "That is all in the past. I have long since moved on. Do not dwell on it. I bear no resentment towards you." "No, that is not what I mean." Zhu Yunwen looked puzzled. Li Qing asked, "Is it about the Jingnan campaign?" Li Jinglong nodded, "Indeed. The court's army of 500,000 besieged Beiping City and failed to capture it. How disgraceful. If this were to be chronicled, I would be doomed to die again in the annals of history. Even the romance of the Three Kingdoms would not dare to depict it so." Zhu Yunwen reassured him. "I will clear your name." Li Qing added earnestly, "Li Jinglong is certainly no fool. Well, while I may not measure up to Lan Yu, I am at least a reasonable man," Li Jinglong remarked. "To be remembered in history is one thing, but to be regarded as a cautionary tale is quite another." Li Jinglong placed great importance on his reputation, not out of vanity, but because it was a matter of honor in ancient times. 500,000 to 10,000. A mere dog could win such a battle, yet he still faced defeat. Should this tale be passed down, he would undoubtedly be remembered as the greatest fool of all. Li Jinglong admonished, "Do not claim I betrayed Jiang Wen. I refuse to carry the stigma of disloyalty." "Then how should I phrase it?" Li Qing scratched his head. "Just say that I had always been at odds with Jiang Wen and that I was aligned with Zhu Di from the very beginning. I did not switch sides halfway through." Zhu Yunwen questioned, "Are you truly indifferent to the feelings of those involved?" After giving his instructions, Li Jinglong felt a twinge of embarrassment, saying awkwardly, "Cousin, you won't be upset with me for saying this, will you? I am, after all, nearing death." "I will not be," Li Qing assured him. "That's good." Li Jinglong smiled in relief, adopting a sorrowful tone. "Cousin, you truly cannot blame me for this. If anyone is to be held accountable, it is Zhu Di, for he chose not to reveal the truth in order to glorify his own prowess. Everything seems to have turned out well. He has become quite impressive, while I find myself rather foolish." Zhu Yunwen remarked, "I am the true fool." "Very well, I shall follow your instructions," Li Qing assured. With Li Qing's promise, Li Jinglong felt a profound sense of relief, free from any lingering regrets. "Let us not dwell on that any longer," Li Jinglong said, his spirits lifting. "You know, the last time I took your advice on pig farming, I actually made quite a profit. The citizens of Jinling have indeed become prosperous, and they are now willing to spend. Business across various trades has flourished." Pausing, he added, "However, if this trend continues unchecked, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. Keep an eye on Shun Xian. We must not allow the situation to spiral out of control." Li Qing nodded. "Rest assured, I am well aware." "Yes, I find comfort in your assurance," Li Jinglong smiled, then suddenly inquired, "Li Qing, do you think you will die?" "Eventually, yes," Li Qing sighed. "Is there anyone who escapes death? It is merely that my time has not yet come." "Knowing that you will die is a relief." Li Jinglong exhaled deeply. "I cannot fathom the suffering you would endure if you were to exist indefinitely." Li Qing chuckled softly. "In truth, it is not too terrible. I am nearing the point of acceptance." Li Jinglong grasped Li Qing's hand and gently patted the back of it, wishing to articulate something, but ultimately, it transformed into a mere sigh. He felt Li Qing's anguish, and Li Qing understood his thoughts. Their eyes met, and the silence spoke volumes. After a prolonged pause, Li Qing broke the stillness. Let me help you with your health. Be sure to rest well and spend more time with your descendants. Indeed, that sounds good. Li Jinglong agreed. Li Qing took a deep breath, channeling pure vital energy into Li Jinglong. How pleasant. Li Jinglong squinted his eyes in enjoyment. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing withdrew his hand, and Li Jinglong had fallen into a deep, sweet slumber. We should return now, Zhu Yunwen whispered. Yes. With the new year approaching in just 2 days, the servants busily prepared for the celebrations. The courtyard was adorned with red decorations, radiating the festive spirit. Yet, Li Qing could not share in the joy, for his dear friend was soon to depart from him. Zhu Yunwen patted his shoulder. Brother, try to look on the brighter side. As you have said, who among us can escape death? It is merely a matter of timing. I understand, truly, Li Qing nodded. Forcing a faint smile, Zhu Yunwen changed the subject. Brother, what are these boxes? Are they the Yongle Encyclopedia? Let us take a look. Zhu Yunwen opened the boxes and discovered indeed that they contained the Yongle Encyclopedia, exclaiming in astonishment, how could you have read it all so quickly? What is there to see? He said with a chuckle, yet he still picked up a volume to examine. This is the Yongle Encyclopedia, nothing particularly special. Wait, no? What exquisite calligraphy! Zhu Yunwen marveled. This is even better than the characters I wrote during my reign as emperor. It is clear that a master of calligraphy has penned these works. Suddenly, he realized something, his face a mask of shock. Brother, is this the genuine article? Shoo! Li Qing placed a finger to his lips and whispered, the servants are not far off. Speak quietly. Is it truly the original? Zhu Yunwen lowered his voice, genuinely astonished. Of course. Did I not mention I would show you the authentic item? Li Qing replied with a smile. Zhu Yunwen could hardly conceal his astonishment. How could this be? He murmured, is it possible that the emperor would allow you to take things out? I stole them, Li Qing replied. Zhu Yunwen responded, all right. Let us first move them to the study. You keep an eye on them, do not let them get mixed up. After Li Qing finished speaking, he turned to find his master, leaving Zhu Yunwen in a state of confusion amidst the wind. Master, is there truly no hope for Li Jinglong? Li Qing asked anxiously. Zhang Lada sighed bitterly. Why ask what you already understand? Truth be told, I do not wish for his demise. Although the lad is quite loquacious, his presence brings a certain joy. Alas, I have exhausted every method, yet his organs are failing, and his time is drawing near. There is nothing I can do. Pausing for a moment, he continued, do not be too sorrowful. He has lived a long life. In the entirety of Jinling, over 90% of the populace does not reach his age. Li Qing nodded gently, comprehending the truth, yet unable to suppress his profound sadness. The youth who once strolled through the brothels with a gilded fan, his face partially obscured, was so vibrant and full of life. That scene felt as if it had occurred only yesterday. Now, however, a somber shadow loomed, and the curtain was about to fall. Li Qing had often lamented the slow passage of time, yet in moments of farewell, he found himself wishing it would move more swiftly. Ah, the human condition. So riddled with contradictions. Master, are you in good health? Fear not. I still have a few years left, Zhang Lada chuckled. Li Qing rubbed his nose and forced a smile. Then shall we share a drink, master and disciple? Indeed, young Zhu has grown older. Drinking with him is less enjoyable. Zhang Lada said, loosening his belt. Come, let us go to the study and drink. In the study, while the master and disciple enjoyed their drink, Zhu Yunwen busied himself with arranging books, eschewing the servants, and personally placing each tome upon the shelves. It was only after Li Qing and Zhang Lada had consumed 2 jars of wine that he completed his task. Master, senior brother, Zhu Yunwen said as he sat cross-legged, pouring himself a drink. My tolerance for alcohol is limited, so I shall partake only a little. One should act according to one's capacity, Li Qing replied, clinking his cup with Zhu Yunwen's. You must ensure these books are well preserved. I have stolen them for the sake of safeguarding them. I understand. Zhu Yunwen furrowed his brow. But the question remains, does the emperor know? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Look at what you're saying. If he knew, would it still be called stealing? Zhu Yunwen smiled wryly. What I mean is, are you not afraid of being discovered by the emperor? Not at all. He does not concern himself with such matters. Li Qing assured him. These grand texts have been gathering dust in Wenyuan Pavilion for ages. He has never even glanced at the 2 volumes on the imperial desk in the Fengtian Hall. Zhu Yunwen smacked his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Lada interjected. Qingzi, from your demeanor, it seems you intend to steal the entire collection? Indeed, Li Qing nodded with a smile. I initially planned to exchange our pirated version for the palace's authentic set. Yongle responded. With so many volumes, how long do you anticipate this endeavor will take? Li Qing calculated carefully. If I work diligently, it should take about 3 years to retrieve them all. The following day, Li Qing visited the weaving bureau to assess the current situation before heading to the Shen residence. Upon learning that Li Qing had come to request funds, Shen Xian immediately began to lament his circumstances. My lord, the common people are currently in a stage of development and require substantial financial support. Shen Xian forced a smile and said, after the new year, by the latest next year, I will repay the money in full. That is unacceptable. If you do not repay the money, I will have difficulty reporting back, came the stern reply. Shen Xian, with a sorrowful expression, pleaded. It amounts to several million taels of silver. I truly cannot gather it all at once. Could I perhaps repay a portion first? That is acceptable. I understand the significance of cash for you, especially at this critical juncture. Let's do this. Repay 1 million taels first, and settle the remainder by the end of next year. Very well. I am grateful for your understanding. Shen Xian sighed in relief and then asked, Sir, if I take action against Suzhou and Hangzhou in the future, the court will support me, won't it? That will depend on your capabilities, Li Qing replied vaguely. After a pause, he added, however, my advice is to first stabilize Nanjing. Oh, Shen Xian seemed unconvinced, yet he was confident, thinking that if one were to act, it should be done grandly. Wouldn't you agree? Li Qing was left speechless. The issue is that your ambitions may be too vast. The young emperor may not tolerate your endeavors. Chapter 96. Li Qing, do you wish for a son? On New Year's Eve, as dumplings were eaten and fireworks lit up the sky, the air was thick with the festive spirit. Zhu Yunwan, now of considerable age, could hardly endure the midnight vigil and retreated to his room for sleep. Meanwhile, the master and disciple took a moment on a bench in the pavilion, enjoying the scenery and engaging in conversation. The moon hung high, casting a brilliant glow over the starry sky. The soft moonlight enveloped them, elongating their shadows. Time truly flies. Li Qing mused, wrapping his arms around himself as a chill suddenly struck him. Nanjing was indeed a bit cold this year, but it was nothing compared to the frigid winters of the capital. Even amidst the icy landscape, he had never felt this way. Ultimately, Li Qing's chill was not physical, but rather a sensation of the heart. Yongle chuckled. It is not that time passes swiftly, rather, your memories are predominantly centered around the festivals, hence this feeling. Perhaps, Li Qing replied with a smile. The white vapor from his breath dissipated into the air, vanishing swiftly. Li Qing's eyes flickered as he inquired, Master, do you sense that the temperature in Nanjing has dropped somewhat compared to the Hongwu period? It seems so. Yongle nodded slightly, then added with a laugh. Weather is unpredictable. Each year's climate differs, so what is so strange about that? Li Qing scratched his head, muttering to himself, I hope that is the case. He shifted closer to his master, and the chill lessened significantly. Yongle's snow-white eyebrows twitched as he squinted his eyes, radiating warmth and kindness as he gently patted Li Qing's back. The two of them gazed up at the sky, reminiscent of their days at the small Taoist temple on the mountain. Unbeknownst to them, midnight passed, marking the arrival of the 11th year of the Zhengtong era, a new year. On the first day of the new year, before dawn, Li Qing was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. Rising to the courtyard, he saw the old man practicing martial arts, his movements alternating between slow and slower, yet imbued with an indescribable charm. The firecracker sounds echoed around him, and the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder which, while cool and slightly pungent when inhaled, was a fragrance Li Qing found delightful. Master, let me join you, Li Qing said cheerfully as he stepped forward to practice alongside him. Stay a bit farther away from me. It's the new year, and I wouldn't want to injure you, Yongle cautioned lightly. You do not strike me intentionally. How could things improve otherwise? Li Qing maintained a slight distance. The martial styles of the master and disciple were starkly contrasting. Yongle's movements were natural and fluid, akin to flowing water, while Li Qing's punches were forceful and domineering, yet possessed a remarkable aesthetic quality. After practicing for a short while, a bead of sweat appeared on Li Qing's brow. He stretched his limbs and remarked, how refreshing it is to move about. The foundation of a day's plans is laid in the morning. You are simply too lazy. Yongle halted, dusted off his robe, and made his way towards the side room. Breakfast is about to be served. Where are you going, master? Yongle raised his hand without looking back. I shall indulge in a brief nap and forego breakfast. After their meal, Li Qing and Zhu Yunwen visited the residence of Duke Chao. On the first day of the new year, it is customary not to visit others. But with Li Jinglong's time drawing to a close, each passing day was precious, and Li Qing cast aside such conventions. Upon their arrival, Li Jinglong expressed great joy. I thought you two would not come today. Li Qing replied with a smile. It's rather dull at home. I thought I would come to see you. The sun was splendid today. Let us converse outside. Li Jinglong attempted to rise from his bed, and Li Qing quickly offered his assistance. Zhu Yunwen exited the room and shortly returned with a wooden wheelchair. The two helped him into the chair and wheeled him to a sunlit area in the courtyard. The descendants of the Li family were remarkably filial. During this era, children from prominent families were raised with Confucian values, benefiting from the blessings bestowed upon them by their ancestors. From the 50-year-old son to the 2.5-year-old great-grandson, they lined up to pay their respects to Li Jinglong. The joy of having grandchildren surrounding him filled Li Qing with envy, yet he dared not indulge in such aspirations. Li Jinglong retrieved a delicate jade pendant from his robe and waved it before his great-grandson. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed it is. The child, innocent and carefree, completely disregarded his mother's warning glance from afar and exclaimed in a babyish voice, "Is it a gift from great-grandfather to me? Honor, you must not behave like this." The daughter-in-law of the Li family stepped forward with a respectful bow, attempting to pull away her ill-mannered son. It is quite rude for juniors to request gifts from their elders. While elders may give, juniors ought not to directly ask. Furthermore, with the Li family being so numerous, other branches would inevitably gossip. No matter, Li Jinglong waved his hand. I am giving a gift to my great-grandson. Who would dare to speak ill of it? Indeed, the daughter-in-law acquiesced and withdrew. She discreetly shot a warning glance at her son before leaving. Li Jinglong sighed. With so many people, there are many matters to consider. A large family brings forth numerous complications. The division of inheritance becomes an issue. I must prepare in advance, for I do not wish for my descendants to quarrel over wealth after my passing. Li Qing, you are full of clever ideas. Lend me your counsel, Li Jinglong inquired. How do you think the inheritance should be divided? It is not about scarcity, but about fairness. Let it be divided equally, Li Qing replied with a smile. The court has explicit regulations stating that regardless of birth order or age, all heirs are entitled to an equal share of the inheritance. Zhu Yunwen interjected. This regulation is now scarcely observed. Even during the reign of Emperor Xuanda, it was merely a facade, disregarded in practice. Indeed, Li Jinglong lamented, society does not acknowledge it, and I cannot afford to be a maverick. As he spoke, he patted his great-grandson's head. Go play for a while. Great-grandfather will call for you again. All right. The little one joyfully scampered off. Li Qing furrowed his brow and remarked, regarding this matter, I will revisit it later. It must be firmly implemented. Let us set this aside for now. Li Jinglong retorted with irritation, I may not live to see that time. Let us discuss the present instead. Well, absolute fairness is unattainable. Let us settle for relative fairness, Li Qing suggested. The position of duke should naturally be inherited by the legitimate eldest son, while the family fortune can be divided into several portions. The legitimate and illegitimate sons can then choose in order of their birthright. Zhu Yunwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, this seems relatively fair. Although he was born a bastard, he felt deep down that he was not a true legitimate son, despite being later legitimized. Drawing from his own status as a bastard, Zhu Yunwen advised, they are all your descendants. Regardless of their legitimacy, they all carry your blood. Indeed, that holds true. Li Jinglong acknowledged with a gentle nod. This idea appears quite promising. Very well, I shall consolidate it shortly. I would appreciate your input. Both men nodded in affirmation. Li Jinglong gazed up at the rising sun, comfortably squinting his eyes. Observing this, Li Qing placed a hand on his wrist, intending to channel some vital energy to him. Not just yet. Your method tends to make me drowsy, and on such a splendid day, I have no desire to sleep. Li Jinglong withdrew his hand and inquired. Li Qing, do you wish to have a son? Li Qing, taken aback, replied, what do you mean? Look at my great-grandson over there. He gestured towards the child playing alone in the distance. Li Qing's expression remained unchanged. Were it not for your impending demise, I would surely give you a good thrashing. One cannot take advantage like this. I speak earnestly, Li Jinglong said with an unusual seriousness. What do you think of him? Not much, Li Qing rolled his eyes. If I desired a son, I would have already fathered one myself. Zhu Yunwen interjected. What he means is that if you do not have a reliable heir, it will become exceedingly difficult for you to alter your identity and re-enter the court in the future. Ah, at least my cousin understands me, Li Jinglong chuckled. Nodding in agreement, Li Qing fell into silence, sighing. I am uncertain how things will develop in the future. It is possible I shall not return to the court. Come now, do I not know you? Li Jinglong scoffed. Can you truly remain a passive observer? Abstaining from the court does not equate to having no influence. Li Qing countered. Yet entering the court is undeniably the most efficient and direct approach. There is no alternative. Indeed, my cousin speaks wisely, Li Jinglong stated earnestly. We shall all grow old. Even the old master may not be able to match your capabilities. After a pause, he continued. Even if you genuinely do not intend to return to the court, you must still possess some form of identity, correct? Quite so. Zhu Yunwen chimed in. You cannot simply become an old rogue like your master. If that were the case, you would find yourself utterly incapable of accomplishing anything. My brother, have you forgotten the promise made to the founding emperor? Li Qing reproached, somewhat exasperated. Am I indebted to your Zhu family? You do not act solely for the Zhu family, Zhu Yunwen countered. Li Qing fell into deep contemplation. Although this era was not like later times, where one could not accomplish anything without an identification card, the issue of household registration remained quite significant. Unless he wandered the world like Zhang Laoda, indifferent to worldly matters, or returned to his small temple to become a Taoist priest, achieving anything would prove exceedingly challenging. Identity is indeed a formidable obstacle. Chapter 97. Adopted son Li Qing pondered for a long time before slowly shaking his head. Brother, do you understand why I do not desire offspring? Indeed, it is the fear of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one, is it not? Li Jinglong chuckled. Although he bore the surname Li, he was not of your lineage, Li Qing. He had his own biological parents, so you need not harbor such concerns. The reasoning stands, yet alas. Li Qing sighed. This is merely one reason. More importantly, my actions have antagonized many, and I fear it may bring misfortune upon him. Li Jinglong laughed. You need not worry about that at all. Do not forget, he is the descendant of my esteemed Duke Chao. Who would dare set their sights on him? Zhu Yunwen inquired. Senior brother, you possess the imperial amnesty token from our founding ancestor, do you not? Indeed. Zhu Yunwen smiled. This makes it even simpler. If you bestow the amnesty token upon him, the problem is resolved, is it not? Besides, with your prowess, you need not rely on such things. As long as you wish to live, no one can slay you. Precisely, Li Jinglong concurred. This will certainly avert any unforeseen circumstances. Li Qing forced a smile. Amnesty tokens are limited in number. Each issuance is meticulously recorded. It is not as simple as you suggest. Ah, but you are mistaken, Li Jinglong retorted. Do not forget. My father is the direct nephew of our founding ancestor. Is it not entirely reasonable to issue an additional amnesty token? I shall document this in our family genealogy, claiming it was never made public. Even if it is later discovered, we shall have evidence. After all, the token itself is genuine, so what is there to fear? Li Qing scratched his head. It seems that way indeed. Well, since the issue is resolved, let us proceed. Li Jinglong smiled and called out, Honger, come here. The child turned, confirming it was indeed his great-grandfather calling him, and dashed over, leaping into Li Jinglong's embrace, calling out, Great-grandpa. Oh, what a delightful great-grandson, Li Jinglong exclaimed, rolling his eyes in jest, and kindly said, Honger, come, call your uncle. Little one is quite charming, Li Qing remarked with a smile. Li Hong, is it? Yes, uncle. The child responded, a bit shy. Li Jinglong patted the little great-grandson's head. Honger, would you like to recognize him as your godfather? Godfather? The child's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Does that mean I will receive 2 red envelopes every year? Very clever, Li Jinglong replied, playfully tapping his nose. So, would you be willing? I would. The child, being quite young, understood little of the significance of having a godfather. His innocent mind only grasped that he would receive an additional red envelope each year, along with gifts during festivals. Li Jinglong called for someone. No rush, Li Qing interjected. Such matters require the consent of his parents. This is the most fundamental respect. Li Jinglong considered this, and then patted his great-grandson's head. Go, fetch your father and mother. All right. The little one joyfully scampered off. Li Jinglong turned back and chuckled. I have thought it through. From now on, we shall address each other accordingly. You shall call me brother, and I shall call you grandfather. Li Qing frowned. Do you wish to meet your end right here? Look at you, why so stingy? Li Jinglong rolled his eyes. Cousin, do you think there is merit in what I say? I do not believe so. I am not like you. I still have my life to live. Zhu Yunwen averted his gaze, aware that if he agreed, his senior brother would likely retaliate. With Li Jinglong's time drawing near, he felt free to speak his mind without fear of consequences. Little Li Hong returned, leading his parents, his excitement palpable, though his parents appeared less than pleased. It is not merely due to the son recognizing a godfather. Rather, it is that the individual he wishes to acknowledge as such is entirely outside their social circle. Grandfather, grandson, granddaughter-in-law, please extend your greetings, the couple said with utmost respect. With the division of inheritance imminent, it is only natural to curry favor at such a crucial juncture. Li Jinglong nodded. Honger has conveyed everything to you, I presume? Indeed, they replied. Do you have any objections? The couple exchanged glances, hesitant to voice any dissent. Zhu Yunjian, perceiving their thoughts, chuckled. The assets under my name will ultimately belong to Li Qing. Upon hearing this, the couple's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again as they considered that Li Qing was still in his 20s and would surely have his own children in the future. At that moment, Li Jinglong ominously remarked, he harbors a hidden ailment. Li Qing clenched his fist, tempted to send him on his way. His words were insufferably toxic. We are agreeable. The couple reiterated, their tone markedly different this time. Li Jinglong nodded. Upon my demise, I shall bequeath you an additional sum, but he cautioned. Li Qing is no ordinary individual. His future achievements are immeasurable. Honger will undoubtedly prosper under his guidance, but do not let greed cloud your judgment, for it will only adversely affect Honger. Do you understand? Yes, we comprehend, they replied obediently. After all that would eventually belong to their son would also belong to their grandson and great-grandson, and that sufficed. As for themselves, the inheritance alone would ensure a life of luxury until old age. In any calculation, they were the ones profiting immensely, an extraordinary bargain. Honger, quickly bow to your godfather, the couple urged. Oh, the little one complied obediently, bowing and sweetly calling out, hello, godfather. Yes, very well. Li Qing lifted the child, searching his pockets but finding nothing prepared. Ultimately, he removed a protective charm from around his neck, saying, this is for you. Brother, may I have it? Zhu Yunjian's eyes gleamed with fervor. He knew such a request was impolite, yet the charm held profound significance, a gift from his royal grandmother, Empress Ma. What do you want with a child's possession? Li Jinglong retorted, displeased. This is a gift from Li Qing to his godson, a token for my great-grandson. Why do you interfere? Zhu Yunjian felt his cheeks flush but was unwilling to concede, whispering to Li Jinglong. Is that truly the case? Zhu Yunjian chuckled bitterly. I have no shame left. Would I deceive you? Honger, let your great-grandfather see this charm, he instructed. The little one slipped down from Li Qing's arms and handed it to his great-grandfather. Li Jinglong accepted it, examining it closely, exclaiming, indeed, it is a relic from that era. As he spoke, he intended to adorn himself with it. You are nearing death. What need have you for such trinkets? Zhu Yunjian quickly interjected, chuckling awkwardly. Li brother, just let it be mine. I implore you. Li Jinglong held his head high. Beg me. I beg you. Very well. Li Jinglong had merely sought to tease his old cousin, and upon achieving his aim, relinquished it. Zhu Yunjian, having fulfilled his desire, felt both joy and a tinge of embarrassment. Brother, if you cherish it, keep it. I shall prepare another gift for my godson on another occasion. The young couple was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the extraordinary value of a seemingly trivial object. It was no wonder that grandfather wished for Honger to acknowledge it as a godfather. This was indeed a remarkable gain. Although the couple could not discern the worth of this talisman, which appeared akin to street vendor merchandise, it was evident that such significance warranted the attention of Master Zhu, who was eager to claim it for himself. Very well, you two take the little one and step aside. I wish to converse with my old friend, he said. The couple responded respectfully, and the man invited, Brotherly, shall we step aside for a drink? In his understanding, the old friend referred to Master Zhu, Zhu 1. However, Li Jinglong retorted with irritation, do not be deceived by his youth. He is a direct disciple of the venerable Zhu family. Have you not noticed how even Zhu's younger brother addresses him as senior brother? Off with you. He is due to attend to my ailments shortly. Ah, indeed. Grandson takes his leave. Farewell, great-grandfather, the little one waved, adding, goodbye, godfather. Farewell, Li Qing replied with a smile. The courtyard now held only 3 individuals. Li Jinglong spoke. Brother, this shall be the final favor I can bestow upon you. Li Qing's eyes glistened with emotion, for Li Jinglong had always been exceptionally generous towards him. The debt of gratitude I owe you cannot be repaid. Li Qing sighed. I assure you, young Honger will forever enjoy prosperity. I do not seek this in return. You need not feel pressured, he continued. I understand, Li Qing replied gently. For me, this is not a burden. Li Jinglong nodded appreciatively, stating, we are not mere plants. Having a spiritual anchor is quite beneficial. Do not live too harshly. Understood, Li Qing sniffed, forcing a smile. You must be weary. Allow me to assist you. Very well, came the reply. Chapter 98. It turns out he can still cry indeed. Li Jinglong was exhausted. He fell asleep halfway through the energy transfer. Li Qing gently ushered him into the room and onto the bed, then spoke with the Li family members who had followed him before departing with Zhu Yunwen. Throughout their journey, Zhu Yunwen played with the talisman, revealing his genuine fondness for it. If you cherish it so, why not mention it to your senior brother? Li Qing inquired. If you speak, I shall certainly oblige. This was a gift from the Empress Dowager. I feel too embarrassed to ask for it, Zhu Yunwen explained sheepishly. Li Qing teased. You have already snatched it from a child. How could you still feel shy? Zhu Yunwen stammered. Its value lies in its significance, not in its material worth. To a child, it is merely trinket. Li Qing smiled and nodded. You have received the gift. Now think of a fitting present for the little one. Not a problem, Zhu Yunwen readily agreed, grinning. After all, it is your money being spent. Li Qing retorted. When did you learn to adopt Li Jinglong's manner of speaking? One becomes influenced by their surroundings, Zhu Yunwen quickly replied. Senior brother, I am no longer a child. Do not treat me as such. Li Qing remarked. The new year is a time of joy, yet it can also be dull. Finding himself with nothing to do, Li Qing sought to test his own abilities and ended up receiving a sound thrashing. It became apparent to him that surpassing his master in this lifetime was an impossibility. It was not that he lacked strength, but rather that his master was exceptionally formidable. While he made progress, so did his master, making it impossible to bridge the gap in time. The next day, the supervisor of the Eastern Depot, Gong Lu, paid a visit. Sir Li, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Li Qing smiled and returned the salute, thinking to himself, I have no red envelopes to offer you. Is there something important regarding the visit from the elder eunuch? Eunuch Lu nodded. The emperor has commanded that our household return to the capital after the Lantern Festival on the 15th. Oh, Li Qing scratched his head, puzzled about how this concerned him. He then heard Eunuch Lu continue, stating that the emperor had instructed that our household accompany Lord Li. Well, I thought as much. Li Qing rolled his eyes, for the emperor had previously promised me that I would return only after the new year. Yet indeed, the emperor had conveyed this to us. Eunuch Lu replied solemnly, stating that we must return by the 16th of the new year. Li Qing resolutely expressed disbelief, asking if there was any evidence. Oh, there is. No need to show me, I will not look. After much entanglement, Li Qing ultimately agreed that he was unwilling to return, should the emperor be angered. He would bear full responsibility, and thus the chief eunuch departed. This young emperor is even more unprincipled than his father, flip-flopping on promises. Li Qing was incensed, deciding to intensify his efforts to pilfer the Yongle Encyclopedia upon his return. Upon reflection, among all the emperors of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Qizhen proved to be the most miserly and ungrateful. Despite Li Qing's numerous contributions, which could be said to have straightened the crooked path of the Ming dynasty. What was the outcome? He had not received a single promotion, though he was indifferent to that. However, the lack of an increase in salary was unacceptable, after all. He may not attend court, yet he accomplished considerable work. If there was no raise, so be it, but to have his salary docked was intolerable. Although Zhu Di and Zhu Zhanji had also engaged in such practices, they promptly compensated for any deductions by other means, unlike this grandson who truly withheld funds. The rewards were meager as well, merely 20 taels of silver and 2 bolts of silk. Who else could match such paltriness? Not to mention, even when compared to previous emperors. Li Qing shook his head in disapproval. He muttered to himself, this pretense of leave is firmly established. I shall not depart before the new year. Regardless of who may come, I stand by my word. In the days that followed, Li Qing's routine was quite orderly. He rose early to practice martial arts with his master, and after breakfast, he would visit the Duke of Chao's residence, where he would remain for the entire morning. Engaging in conversation with Li Jinglong, he provided treatment while also interacting with the little one. Li Qing suddenly realized just how fond he was of children. He adored the chubby cheeks of the infant, the pure innocence and vivacity radiating from the child. Even the lingering scent of milk was delightful to him. Listening to the child call him godfather, he found immense joy in it. The parents of little Li Hong hailed from a prominent family, well-educated and genteel. Yet they also exhibited a degree of mercantilism, shaped by the subtle rivalries and strategies fostered among family members since childhood. Overall, they were quite agreeable. While he could not claim to like them, neither did he harbor any dislike. With the little one as a bridge, Li Qing's regard for the couple was somewhat favorable. Li Jinglong maintained a remarkably positive demeanor, cheerful and playful like a mischievous old child. However, he did not outwardly display his discomfort. His ailing body had deteriorated, and despite Li Qing's genuine care, he could not escape the torment of his afflictions. Yet, he presented a facade of ease, even praising Li Qing's medical skills, claiming he felt no discomfort at all. In truth, Li Qing was well aware of the reality. As a physician, how could he be oblivious? Li Jinglong, not wishing to evoke concern, feigned ignorance, and even wore a self-satisfied demeanor, thereby honoring Li Jinglong's earnest intentions. Time is indeed a wondrous entity, nurturing the growth of children while robbing the elderly of their physical and mental vitality. On the Lantern Festival, a day traditionally filled with joy and the savoring of rice dumplings, the residence of the Duke of Chao was shrouded in solemnity and sorrow. In the midst of Li Qing and Zhang Lada's combined efforts, the long unconscious Li Jinglong finally stirred from his slumber. He gasped for breath as if drawing air from a ruptured bellows, his pallid visage adorned with a faint, sickly flush. It was Zhang Lada's stimulus that rekindled his final flicker of life, granting him the time to address his remaining affairs. "How do you fare?" Li Qing grasped his hand, nervously posing a question he already knew the answer to. After a prolonged struggle for breath, Li Jinglong replied, "Brother, I truly cannot endure any longer. It is of no consequence. Death is the fate of all. I am neither the first nor the last to succumb," Li Jinglong said with a carefree smile, seeking to console his companion. "You need not grieve. There is still Lan Yu on the other side. I am not alone." Pausing for a moment, he lamented, "Yet, ultimately, I have failed to meet my father's expectations. In this lifetime, I have accomplished nothing grand or noteworthy." "Who says otherwise?" Li Qing's voice trembled as he retorted. "Had you seized the city of Beiping, how could the Ming dynasty be as it is today? Over there, whether you meet the old duke or the founding emperor, you could stand tall and boast." With a bitter smile, Li Jinglong replied, "The founding emperor would likely have me executed." "Nonsense. Even if you were to execute someone, it would be Zhu Di. You are of little consequence to him," Li Qing reassured him. Zhu Yunwen added, "What truly concerns the founding emperor is the destiny of the Ming dynasty, not a mere grandson. His choice of you was for the greater good. Do not presume otherwise. He would not blame you." With a sigh, Li Jinglong felt a weight lift from his heart and, with regret, said, "Yunwen, I have wronged you the most. You have done well by the Ming. That is sufficient," Zhu Yunwen softly replied. "As for me, I never desired the throne. You have not wronged me. Rather, you have lifted a burden from my shoulders. Am I not correct? I could tell from the outset that you were not suited to be emperor." Li Jinglong, filled with pride, quipped, "Then how shall you express your gratitude to me?" Zhu Yunwen replied, "You. Cough, cough. Are you all right? I have matters to attend to. I am nearing my end." Li Jinglong stifled a cough. "Go, summon those children outside. I must finalize my affairs." Zhu Yunwen nodded, rising to exit with Zhang Lada. Li Qing helped him sit up comfortably, allowing him to lean against his embrace while fervently channeling his vital energy. Although Li Jinglong's body was riddled with wounds, incapable of retaining even a trace of vital energy, this act provided him with a modicum of relief. "Brother, I can accompany you no further," Li Qing said, tears welling in his eyes and streaming down his cheeks. "It seems you still possess the capacity to weep, even at your advanced age," Li Jinglong teased. "I must conserve my strength to finalize my affairs." Li Qing, with reddened eyes, smiled. "You, when you reach the other side, let us see if your tongue remains as sharp. I wonder how Lan Yu will receive you." Li Jinglong chuckled, and upon hearing your words, his anticipation grew. However, one could never be certain who would be the recipient of the blows. "You seem quite self-assured." Naturally, as they spoke, a torrent of Li family descendants surged into the room, numbering over 40 in total across several generations. Upon entering, they fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. "Do not rush to weep," Hold it in until my last breath, for then your lamentations will surely resonate more profoundly. Even in his final moments, Li Jinglong maintained his dark humor. Chapter 99. Farewell, brothers. The Li descendants stifled their sobs, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. This is how it should be, Li Jinglong said with a smile, retrieving the will he had meticulously prepared from beneath the covers. Eldest. Father, the eldest son of the Li family knelt forward. His eyes read, I am here. The estate of the Duke of Chao will henceforth be entrusted to you, Li Jinglong stated solemnly. I do not expect you to achieve great progress. Merely maintaining the status quo will suffice. Yes, son understands. The eldest son of the Li family nodded earnestly. It is an unwritten rule that in imperial families, the eldest son inherits, while in common families, the eldest carries on the lineage, and there was no dissent among them. Li Jinglong patted the head of his eldest son and added, Second, come here for a moment. Yes, the second son of the Li family knelt forward. What is it? Father? Li Jinglong opened his mouth, but abruptly said, It's a bit cramped. Eldest, make way for your brother. Yes, father. The eldest son shifted aside. Second, you shall take charge of the family's largest tavern, Li Jinglong instructed. Do not aspire to expand. Maintaining the current state will ensure your continued prosperity without unnecessary risks. Do you understand? Yes, I shall remember. Li Jinglong nodded with satisfaction. You two may return and make room for your third brother. Understood. The two complied and stepped back. Li Jinglong took a breath and noticed his third son hesitating to approach. He scolded, You rascal, do I need to invite you to come forward? You foolish boy. Li Jinglong berated. Why are you so reluctant when it comes to receiving your share? Father, I was wrong. The third son of the Li family knelt forward. You shall inherit two smaller taverns, Li Jinglong stated succinctly. Now step back. Yes, father. Fourth, I am here. The pig farming business belongs to you. Yes. Eldest youngest son. Step forward. Second's youngest son, come here. Li Qing suspected that Li Jinglong, due to his age, could not remember all his descendants' names, hence the hierarchical summons. With over 40 individuals present, Li Qing found it quite bewildering. Li Jinglong did not fully heed Li Qing's suggestions, opting to make the decisions himself rather than allowing his descendants to choose, as such selections would likely lead to disputes, and the outcomes might not satisfy everyone. By taking control, he ensured a relatively fair distribution. Although the illegitimate sons did not receive prime assets, they were granted considerable wealth, far exceeding their expectations. The legitimate heirs had their grievances, but were not excessively resentful. Among the 40 individuals, even the youngest, Li Hong, received a substantial sum of 10,000 taels of silver. After a little more than half an hour, Li Jinglong let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He murmured, It was not easy. At last, it is all settled. As the tension in his nerves dissipated, the breath that Li Jinglong had been holding escaped him, and his condition visibly deteriorated. His pallor becoming increasingly pronounced. Li Qing continued to channel his vital energy, yet it proved futile. The reason Li Jinglong was able to endure this moment was not due to miraculous elixirs, but rather the last flicker of life. Relying solely on vital energy was insufficient. Do not exert yourself any further, Li Jinglong gasped, suggesting a brief respite. I am not weary, Li Qing softly replied. I am exhausted, so very exhausted, Li Jinglong murmured, his voice dwindling to almost an inaudible whisper. I am so tired. Li Qing's heart ached, his eyes reddening with sorrow. Li Qing, I am here. I am cold. Li Qing trembled slightly, tightening his embrace. Why has the day grown so dark? He asked. Indeed, the darkness has fallen, Li Qing responded gently, but it will shine again. Oh. After a prolonged silence, Li Jinglong's barely audible voice returned. Brother, farewell. Li Jinglong's eyes gradually closed, his head tilting to one side. He had departed. Li Qing's mouth fell open, his lips quivering like a fish out of water, struggling for breath, his chest feeling as if it might burst. Father, grandfather, great-grandfather. The entire Li family was engulfed in profound grief, their wails echoing around them. Li Qing, dazed, stepped out of the house, the cries of his kin piercing his heart like daggers. He yearned to join their lamentations, yet his body seemed to have grown immune to such expressions, though his spirit felt an unbearable weight. In the courtyard, Zhu Yunwen wiped away his tears, and Zhang Lada sighed heavily. Upon seeing Li Qing emerge, they approached him. Zhu Yunwen wished to offer words of comfort, but his own sorrow rendered him incapable of soothing Li Qing. Zhang Lada placed a hand on Li Qing's shoulder. Let us go home. Yes, home, Li Qing replied numbly. The following day, Li Qing and Zhu Yunwen visited the Duke of Chao's residence to pay their respects, presenting a mourning banner. After a night of rest, his grief had somewhat lessened, yet a heavy gloom still enveloped him. The lamentations of the Li family stirred within him an impulse to flee. The Li family's influence in Jinling was immense, drawing numerous notable figures to the wake, which was crowded to capacity. Overwhelmed by the atmosphere, Li Qing did not linger long. He performed the necessary rites and then retreated home. In the days that followed, Li Qing wandered in a daze. 7 days later, Li Jinglong was laid to rest. The funeral was modest, adhering to Li Jinglong's wishes for simplicity. Li Qing accompanied his dear brother to the grave, personally offering 3 cups of wine in tribute before leaving in a state of numbness. Afterwards, he visited the tomb of Lan Yu, speaking to himself for hours, unaware of what he was saying. Upon returning home, Li Qing did not venture out again. Remaining indoors in a state of lethargy, he would wake to eat, then fall back asleep, living like a salted fish for 5 or 6 days. As the new month approached, Li Qing finally began to shake off his despondency. He visited the weaving bureau and the Shen family, ultimately returning to the Duke of Chao's residence, concerned that his brother's passing might incite disputes among the heirs regarding the inheritance. The Li family members were all exceedingly busy during this time. They had previously been occupied with the arrangements for their ancestor's funeral, and now they were preoccupied with the division of the estate. The foundational assets of the Chao family are inherited by the legitimate eldest son of the Li lineage, while other branches either take over the family business or inherit wealth. With the change in the head of the family, the other branches began to relocate in succession. Fortunately, the division of the estate proceeded smoothly, and there were no quarrels among the relatives. Xiao Lihong's parents, being the most junior of the illegitimate sons, did not receive any substantial properties, only a considerable sum of money. This young couple, lacking in capability and business acumen, decided to invest a significant amount in purchasing a residence directly across from the Li Qing family, channeling their efforts into nurturing their relationship with them. They frequently visited the estate, occasionally allowing their son to stay overnight. Li Qing was aware of their intentions but remained unperturbed, for having acknowledged the boy as his godson. He would naturally entrust the family fortune to him in the future. Such a vast estate required management, and this was a way to extend support to his brother's offspring. Li Qing's wealth was already substantial, and with the diligent management by Zhu Yunwen over the years, complemented by Li Jinglong's assistance, his total assets had surpassed 1 million taels, primarily in high-quality real estate, presenting minimal risk. Initially shy, the young boy quickly grew comfortable, his charming demeanor and innocent fragrance providing an unintentional solace to Li Qing. Before anyone realized, it was already mid-February. Zhu Qizhen, annoyed, dispatched a messenger to hasten his return, a journey of 600 miles. Li Qing, feeling he had not yet had enough time, found it difficult to openly defy the imperial edict. He had enjoyed a lengthy respite, exceeding his leave, and could not overstep further. Moreover, the Yongle Emperor awaited his attention. Reluctantly, he approached his master, Zhu Yunwen, to bid farewell, simultaneously loading a cart filled with pirated copies of the Yongle Emperor, preparing for a grand scheme. Li Qing felt no remorse towards Zhu Qizhen, the unscrupulous proprietor. You withhold my salary. I shall pilfer your grand work. Let us mutually inflict harm. Godfather, are you leaving? The young boy expressed his reluctance, having developed an emotional bond with Li Qing over their time together. Children are often driven by their feelings, acting without consideration for consequences. I want to go with you. Ah, your godfather will visit often, Li Qing reassured him, discreetly signaling to Li Hong's father. Unexpectedly, Li Hong's father suggested, since Hong wishes to accompany brother Li, why not take him back to the capital? When he wishes to return, we shall send him back. Li Qing sighed. Children's whims are fleeting. He may wish to return halfway. Li Hong's father crouched down to inquire. Hong, do you desire to live in the capital with your godfather? Yes, but you must not return halfway, he cautioned, at least stay until summer. Have you made up your mind? I have, the young boy declared, extending his tiny finger for a pinky swear. Pinky swear with your godfather, urged his father. Godfather, pinky swear. Li Qing was left speechless. Zhu Yunwen, however, encouraged, brother. What harm is there in taking him along? When he wishes to return, we shall send him back. As he spoke, he produced a package from the ground. Everything is in here. There will be no issues. Realizing it was a decree of immunity, Li Qing no longer hesitated. "Let us go, little one." "Hooray!" the child exclaimed joyfully, leaping in delight. Chapter 100. Repaying debts at the port of the Yangtze River. Upon his arrival, Li Qing found Shin Xian already waiting. Upon observing the arrival of the group, Shin Xian promptly stepped forward with a smile, saying, "My lord, 100,000 taels of silver are ready for your perusal." "No need." Li Qing waved his hand. "I have full confidence in Shan's credit." He continued, "The outstanding taxes and remaining debts should be settled by the end of the year." "Of course," Shin Xian quickly assured. "I guarantee it will be delivered to the capital by the end of this lunar year." Understanding that pleasing the court would garner its support, which in turn would enable his further expansion, Shin Xian had grasped this principle quite well after tasting its rewards. Li Qing gestured for the silver to be moved onto the ship, and they set sail. The water route was not only swift, but also quite comfortable. Along the way, the curious young lad incessantly inquired about everything, brimming with liveliness. And Li Qing felt a sense of relaxation as he answered the child's questions about the birds soaring above and the fish swimming below, filling their journey with joy. After more than 10 days, they arrived at the capital, just as March began, marking the season of blooming flowers. The capital was pleasantly warm, a perfect escape from the lingering cold. "Godfather, where is home?" the child asked. "Not far. We will arrive soon," Li Qing reassured, gently patting the boy's head. "I must first visit the palace. Would you mind playing with this little eunuch for a while?" "All right." The boy nodded reluctantly, adding, "But you must come back quickly." "Indeed," Li Qing replied, turning to the young eunuch. "I appreciate your assistance." The eunuch quickly waved his hand. "No trouble at all, esteemed sir." Due to Wang Ji's prior instructions, Li Qing was to be treated with courtesy, as it was essential to maintain good relations, especially after the incident where Li Qing had turned the tables on his adversaries, which had provided Wang Ji with a sense of vindication. Both men shared a mutual disdain from the court, thus fostering a bond between them. In the Qinqing Palace, Li Qing directly brought the silver inside. Whether it was to be accounted for in the Ministry of Revenue or the Imperial Treasury was left to Yu Qian's discretion. As he gazed at the glimmering silver, Yu Qian was initially elated, but soon his smile faded as he furrowed his brow, asking, "Why is there only this little amount?" Li Qing explained that Shin Xian was currently unable to produce a larger sum, though he had guaranteed that all taxes and debts would be settled before the end of the lunar year. Yu Qian expressed his displeasure, stating, "With such a vast enterprise, he cannot even settle his accounts? I cannot believe that. If he truly cannot, why wouldn't he liquidate some assets? Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain." Li Qing remarked that the maritime trade in Jinling was monopolized by Shin Xian, leading to substantial initial expenditures. Yu Qian frowned, but gradually relaxed his expression upon contemplating the prospect of significant future revenues. "It is best to keep the business in our own hands," he declared. "By next spring, the number of merchant ships should exceed 100, and we must prioritize the expedition to the west." After a pause, he added, "This is something the ministers have anticipated. What do you believe their response will be?" "I cannot say for certain," Li Qing replied, "but no matter their tactics, they cannot impede the court's expedition to the west." "Haha, it seems great minds think alike," Yu Qian responded with a chuckle. Yu Qian, having attained enlightenment, believed that the most he could achieve was to quell a rebellion once more. What further waves could they possibly stir? Li Qing nodded in agreement, stating that the foremost challenge lay not in embarking on maritime voyages, but in the commodities themselves. The current situation differs vastly from the Yongle era, when foreign trade was monopolized by the imperial court. Now, however, maritime commerce has been decentralized, and with the trade stagnation of recent years, current productivity cannot keep pace. It is imperative to cultivate the supply chain to achieve self-sufficiency. Yet, this requires capital. Yu Qian sighed, a look of concern etched upon his face. Li Qing retorted, "Is there any business that does not require investment?" Yu Qian, holding a silver ingot, shifted it from one hand to the other, inquiring if the implication was to establish another textile bureau. "Indeed, let us set it up at Tianjin port," Li Qing suggested, noting that the port's proximity to the capital would allow the emperor to gain a direct understanding of maritime trade. Yu Qian nodded slightly, pondering, "In the future, there may be further unrest. We cannot expend too much money. Let us focus on silk for now and temporarily set aside other endeavors." "Your wisdom is admirable," Li Qing affirmed. "I propose we implement a mulberry cultivation policy in the Liaodong region. where land is abundant and population sparse, alleviating concerns over grain supply. This initiative could substantially increase income and is well suited for that area. Zhu Qizhen nodded in agreement, declaring, I shall handle this. You will oversee the textile bureau. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Your Majesty, is it customary to delegate tasks so freely? Sir, am I not justified in my requests? Have you not grown accustomed to this? Zhu Qizhen countered, feigning sincerity. Look at you. Your attendance in court barely spans 2 months a year. And when you take leave, it lasts 2 months. Yet, I have not withheld your salary. Should I then express my gratitude? Li Qing retorted, Indeed, I may not frequent the court, but have I done less work? Zhu Qizhen felt a flush of embarrassment, awkwardly responding, All of this is for the greater good of the Ming. Let us refrain from comparing workloads. You seem to understand the concept of shamelessness, Li Qing remarked. As the saying goes, those who toil more reap more. Does your Majesty not agree? Why then? Is there a need for money? Zhu Qizhen felt a twinge of displeasure. I hold you in high regard. Why do you only seek financial recompense? Enough of this banter. Will you grant it or not? Li Qing, equally displeased, retorted, I have already sought this from the founding emperor. What nonsense are you spouting? The two stood in a tense stalemate until Zhu Qizhen broke into a smile. Your efforts are commendable, and I am not one to be miserly. With that, he opened a box. Li Qing's eyes brightened at the rare generosity of the frugal Zhu Qizhen. Approaching with restraint, he was about to exchange pleasantries when Zhu Qizhen abruptly thrust 2 ingots of silver into his hand, saying, Spend this first. Li Qing, sensing Zhu Qizhen's sudden flush of realization that the amount was indeed insufficient, inquired, Is this sufficient, Your Majesty? Zhu Qizhen added another ingot. How about now? Li Qing, uninterested in quibbling over small change, replied coolly, I am weary from my journey. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Rest for a couple of days, Zhu Qizhen instructed, but be prepared to work afterwards. Such behavior may lead to my absence, Li Qing replied, maintaining a stoic expression. Just as he turned to depart, Zhu Qizhen called out, Sir, please wait. What now? Li Qing's voice rose, startling Zhu Qizhen. Nothing at all. Zhu Qizhen timidly remarked, but soon recollected his status as emperor, straightening his back with newfound resolve. Clearing his throat, he said, I have heard that you have taken a godson in Jinling, a child from the Duke of Chao's household. Li Qing inquired, Shall I bring him to meet your Majesty? That is unnecessary, Zhu Qizhen replied, shaking his head. What then is the purpose of your summons? I am merely curious as to why you would adopt a godson. He continued, resting his chin on his hand and scrutinizing Li Qing. Do you harbor some unspeakable secret, sir? If that is the case, why are you rolling up your sleeves? Zhu Qizhen realized that Li Qing intended to strike him. Strangely, he felt only fear, unable to summon any anger. Zhu Qizhen retreated repeatedly, ultimately failing to cry out, Protect the emperor. Li Qing cornered him against the imperial desk, lifted a teacup, and drained it in one gulp. Giving Zhu Qizhen a look that conveyed, Mind yourself, young man, before turning to leave. It was only after Li Qing vanished from sight that Zhu Qizhen came to his senses, exclaiming in exasperation, What is the meaning of this? Please clarify who is the sovereign and who is the subject. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, feeling embarrassed by his earlier demeanor. He muttered under his breath, This is outrageous, truly outrageous. No wonder you cannot rise in rank. A 7th grade position is the best you can attain. Godfather, you have finally returned. The little one came bounding in, leaping into his embrace. Li Qing lifted him, affectionately brushing his nose, and casually retrieved a silver ingot. Thank you, my lord. You are too kind. It is quite unnecessary, the young eunuch replied, discreetly tucking the silver into his waist pouch. Then we shall return to the palace. Walk slowly. My lord, Li Qing smiled, carrying the little one indoors. Are you hungry? He asked. The child rubbed his belly and nodded. I am hungry. Godfather will prepare something delicious for you. The arrival of the child added to the household, bringing both challenges and warmth. Li Qing could not carry the little one everywhere, so he sought the assistance of 2 maidservants. Yu Qian also returned with the donkey. Following the previous incident, the minister's fear of Li Qing had deepened, and no one dared to plot against him any longer. The donkey, seemingly intelligent, recognized Li Qing, nudging his hand and displaying great cheer. With the addition of a few more people, the donkey's presence brought a lively atmosphere to the home. The vibrant domesticity significantly alleviated his sense of solitude. 5 days later, Zhu Qian visited and instructed him to go to Tianjin port to oversee the construction of the weaving bureau. Li Qing was reluctant, saying, "Your Majesty, several weaving bureaus have already been established. The Ministry of Works has detailed blueprints. If you are concerned, you could have the Eastern Depot or the Jinui supervise. There is no need for me to go." Zhu Qian thought to himself, "Surely, you cannot remain idle at home forever. My funds cannot be squandered. Is my idleness such a burden to you?" Li Qing found himself exasperated. "Your Majesty, have you made any preparations regarding the matter I previously mentioned?" "What matter?" Zhu Qian inquired. "The salvation of the great Ming's currency." Li Qing replied. "We have been trading with Japan for quite some time now. Surely, copper has been transported back in abundance?" "That is indeed the case." Zhu Qian nodded, then hesitated, saying, "According to your reasoning, this minting of currency is nothing but a losing venture, and it cannot be directly spent. It requires individuals to exchange it for precious notes. Is this not too disadvantageous?" Li Qing inquired. "Your Majesty, do you believe that exchanging copper for paper is a loss?" "Isn't it?" Zhu Qian retorted. Li Qing sighed, placing a hand to his forehead. "You are the emperor. If you harbor such thoughts, then the fate of the great Ming's currency is truly dire. Yes, on the surface, it appears to be a losing endeavor, akin to throwing money away, but this is aimed at salvaging the great Ming's currency. However, what?" Li Qing teased. "When you initially issued the currency, did you not consider this? As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. It is time to repay the debts you owe. While resources are still available and the currency can still be saved, now is the opportune moment to act. If this opportunity is missed, you will surely regret it later. I wish to express my thoughts. It is not that I am stingy, but I am concerned." "What are you worried about?" Li Qing asked. "The resurgence of turmoil." Zhu Qian replied. "Warfare is the most costly endeavor. Now that we have finally acquired some silver, we must establish minting facilities and undertake the cost of minting copper coins." "What if?" "There is no need for concern," Li Qing assured. Shin Xian still owes the court over 2 million taels of silver. Along with the accumulated trade taxes from last year, by the year's end, his contribution alone to the court will not be less than 5 million taels. The funds will certainly suffice. After some internal deliberation, Zhu Qian gritted his teeth and consented. "Very well. Let us mint copper coins to restore the credit of the great Ming's currency. You shall be responsible for this matter." Li Qing smiled faintly. "I shall obey your command." Thus, the strategy to salvage the great Ming's currency was finally set in motion. Chapter 101. By what right? "Godfather, what are you drawing?" The little one stood on tiptoe, craning his neck to peer closer. Li Qing lifted him onto his lap, unconsciously displaying a gentle demeanor, and spoke softly. "Godfather is designing copper coins. Do you recognize these for characters?" Young Lihong pointed at one character, unaware of the others. "This is pronounced Tong. This one Tong as well, and the last is Bao," Li Qing patiently explained, continuing to sketch while engaging the child in conversation. The child, lacking understanding of the world, was filled with curiosity, embodying a spirit of endless inquiry. Li Qing remained patient, never finding it tedious. "Godfather, we already have copper coins. Why must we create new ones?" Previously, the majority used precious notes, while copper coins were relatively scarce, Li Qing replied. "As for the redesign, it is for anti-counterfeiting purposes, to prevent forgery." The child nodded, somewhat understanding. "So, were there counterfeit precious notes?" "Initially, yes, but not anymore." "Why?" "Because those caught counterfeiting would face execution. Their entire family would be executed." Li Qing explained patiently. "Additionally, our great Ming's currency has excellent anti-counterfeiting measures. The paper for the precious notes is specially made, and furthermore, the designs, seals, ink, numbering, and other aspects have all incorporated security features. For instance, if the same precious note lacks the great Ming currency seal, the seals of the Currency Supervision Office, and the Minting Bureau, it is rendered invalid. These seals contain hidden marks, including the components of ink and seal paste. In short, counterfeiting is exceedingly difficult." In truth, there was another reason that Li Qing did not disclose. Due to the rampant proliferation of paper currency, purchasing power has diminished significantly, rendering the production of counterfeit notes an unworthy endeavor. The young lad nodded thoughtfully, pondering why, in light of such challenges, there was still a need to redesign copper coins. Li Qing gently patted his head and replied with a smile. "It is because paper currency is not easy to preserve." He told a small fib. For matters of politics were not suitable for a child's ears. Moreover, The large denomination of the Ming dynasty's paper currency allowed ample space for anti-counterfeiting measures, unlike copper coins, which could not accommodate stamps or designs. The child seemed to grasp the concept a bit better, nodding adorably. Li Qing chuckled. Now, off you go for a nap. When you awaken, your godfather will take you for a stroll in the market. All right, the child agreed. Li Qing had deceived Zhu Qizhan, as the influx of copper coins into the market would undoubtedly prompt many citizens to exchange their paper currency. This, in turn, would lead to a predominance of copper coins in everyday transactions, further diminishing the credibility of paper currency. On the surface, this appeared to be a losing venture that would drive paper currency to the brink of collapse. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Li Qing's true aim was not to salvage the Ming paper currency, but rather to protect the integrity of the entire monetary system. He claimed to be concerned for paper currency to capture Zhu Qizhan's attention, for the allure of printing more money was far too enticing for an emperor to ignore, especially when it risked the loss of credit in paper currency. From the current perspective, industrialization seemed a fanciful dream, yet a semi-industrialized future remained a hopeful possibility. As maritime trade continued to flourish, the handcrafting industries of the Ming would undoubtedly improve, with early signs of burgeoning capital emerging, promising a brighter future. Nevertheless, the foundation of economic prosperity rested upon the stability of currency. Should the currency lose its credibility, chaos would not only ensue but also threaten the very fabric of the Ming dynasty. In a broader view, paper currency was indeed the optimal choice in the long run. The court could regulate the economy through the printing and collection of Ming paper currency. However, the issue lay in the fact that the Ming paper currency was solely printed without sufficient collection efforts, and the emperor's enthusiasm for printing only exacerbated the decline in purchasing power. It was only through Li Qing's repeated admonitions that the situation was mitigated. Without his counsel, the previous emperor would have plunged the realm into chaos with reckless printing. In the afternoon, Li Qing and the young lad leisurely rode a donkey through the capital. The donkey, now fully grown, bore the weight of both with ease. The child nestled against Li Qing's chest, one hand clutching a candied hawthorn skewer while the other held a toy ball, brimming with joy and curiosity at the sights around him. It was not that the capital was more prosperous than Jinling. Rather, the child, at merely 3 years of age and rarely having ventured beyond the duke's residence, found everything to be a delightful novelty. After wandering for over half an hour, Li Qing stopped at a tavern to order some takeout and also procured some snacks along with 2 small jars of wine, planning to share a couple of drinks with Yu Qian later that evening. Upon returning home, Li Qing set down the food and led the child to visit Yu Qian's household. Yu Qian's grandson was of a similar age to little Li Hong, and the 2 boys quickly bonded in play. In the past, Li Qing's parenting philosophy had been revered by Yu Qian, and under this new approach, the children thrived, displaying a vivacity and cheerfulness far surpassing that of their fathers at the same age. "Sir, is this your adopted son?" Yu Qian inquired. Li Qing nodded. "Yes, indeed." "What of it?" Yu Qian shook his head, pondering. Why not give birth themselves? What could they possibly be thinking? No, nothing at all. He deftly shifted the topic, saying, "I have heard that the emperor intends to mint a considerable amount of copper coins." "Indeed, that is the case," Li Qing replied with a smile. "These coins will not be directly circulated, but will allow the common folk to exchange their banknotes. Rest assured, it will not lead to a drastic inflation of prices." Upon hearing this, Yu Qian felt a sense of relief. That is indeed splendid. However, with this approach, the populace will surely rush to exchange their notes. Will there be an adequate supply? You are alluding to the concern of scarcity versus inequality, aren't you? Li Qing inquired with a chuckle. Yu Qian's expression turned serious. It would be fine if no one exchanged their notes. However, if some do while others do not, discontent is sure to arise. Let us mint the coins first, and once we accumulate a certain quantity, we will gradually open the exchange, starting from the capital and radiating outward, Li Qing assured him. "Do not worry. I have meticulously planned this." Yu Qian nodded. "There is still one issue to address." "What is it?" "The cost is excessively high, to the point of being unbearable," Yu Qian said, his brow furrowed. "From the 8th year of Hongwu until now, the number of banknotes issued is beyond reckoning. If we were to exchange them, even 10 copper mines would be insufficient." "You are overthinking this," Li Qing shook his head. "We certainly cannot exchange at the original standard, otherwise the copper coins would lose their value. Then how will the exchange be conducted?" Yu Qian inquired. "A standard banknote will only be exchanged for 101, nothing more," Li Qing replied, laughing. Even so, there will still be those eager to exchange. That is indeed the case, Yu Qian said, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. He contemplated, a sudden reduction by tenfold may be manageable for the court. However, will the emperor agree? In my recollection, the young emperor is not particularly generous. I do not agree. I absolutely do not agree. In the Qianqing palace, Zhu Qizhen exclaimed with fervor, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. There must be limits. If all banknotes are redeemable, how much would that entail? Your Majesty, please do not be agitated. Allow me to explain. I will not listen. Zhu Qizhen covered his ears. Both Li Qing and Yu Qian were left speechless. Zhu Qizhen was understandably upset. Why should I bear this? The banknotes were not solely issued by me. Why must I shoulder the burden alone? I have only issued a fraction. He was indignant and resentful. Yu Qian looked helplessly at Li Qing. See, I told you. The emperor will not consent. Li Qing scratched his head. Your Majesty, as the old saying goes, debts incurred by the father should be repaid by the son. It is only just. Fine, fine, Zhu Qizhen replied with a dark expression. I will accept those issued by the previous emperor. Is that satisfactory? Li Qing's brow furrowed. Your Majesty, does this mean you do not recognize the notes issued by Renzong, Taizong, and Taizu? In truth, the young emperor had not issued many notes. His reign was rather brief, and compared to his predecessors, it was a mere trifle. However, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di, the father and son duo, had issued a significant quantity, especially Zhu Yuanzhang. Before the theory of 5 oranges came to light, he had minted freely, while the nation was experiencing a period of rising power and did not encounter inflation. It must be said that the purchasing power of the Ming banknotes had sharply declined, for which he bore undeniable responsibility. Zhu Di also minted extensively. Just the large-scale issuance that Li Qing recalled amounted to tens of millions of guan. Certainly, during that time, maritime trade brought in substantial silver. Yet the long intervals of voyages to the west were a considerable drawback. Though each expedition yielded immense profits, it could not offset Zhu Di's extravagant spending. The southern expedition to Jiaoji, the 5 campaigns against the northern deserts, the smooth navigation of the Grand Canal, the establishment of the new capital, and the compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia, all these expenses were so exorbitant that they could not be covered solely by maritime trade. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to printing money. However, although Zhu Di was the emperor who spent the most in history, his expenditures were not for personal indulgence, but rather for the construction of the Ming dynasty. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Qizhen, curling his lips in disdain. It was akin to the ancestors building a house, with later generations residing in it comfortably, yet ignoring the craftsmen who came to collect the owed wages. Your Majesty, this debt cannot be overlooked. Chapter 102. The Emperor's hardship. Li Qing had accurately gauged Zhu Qizhen's character. Zhu Qizhen was exasperated but dared not retort. After all, they were his ancestors. If he denied them, he might as well relinquish his title as emperor. I do not have such vast sums of money, Zhu Qizhen scoffed. I will first redeem the currency printed during the previous emperor's reign. The matters concerning the founding emperor can be discussed later. Absolutely not. Yu Qian interjected. Your Majesty, since you have made this decision, you must see it through to the end. Otherwise, what becomes of the legacies of the founding, the second, and the benevolent emperors? Zhu Qizhen shouted, spend it all. Let every last coin vanish. I cannot continue living like this. It is unbearable. Your Majesty, please do not react this way. Yu Qian stammered. Zhu Qizhen retorted, do you comprehend how much money is at stake? Do you understand? We are dealing with the precious notes from several dynasties. Do you know the magnitude of the amounts involved? He was on the verge of losing his composure, having thought that only the currency from the Zhengtong period needed addressing. Yet Li Qing was audacious enough to demand a complete exchange. Your Majesty, by doing this, future sovereigns will be at ease. If you do not act, it will be even more challenging for those who come after you, Li Qing asserted earnestly. Surely, you do not wish to leave a mess for your descendants for generations to come? There is no money. I have no money. Zhu Qizhen roared. Li Qing wiped the spittle from his face and replied, it is indeed impossible to produce such an amount at once, but we can stagger the payments. If 1 year proves insufficient, we can extend it to 2, and if 2 years are still not enough, then 5. So, does this mean I must repay for a lifetime? Zhu Qizhen, in a fit of rage, protested. It is unfair, utterly unfair. How could I be the only one to bear this burden after printing so little? Li Qing attempted to reason with him, but Zhu Qizhen remained obstinate. Feeling he was being treated unjustly, Resigned, Li Qing remarked, "Your Majesty, you cannot focus solely on the present. Nor can you only consider the gains and losses during the Zhengtong era. Take the second emperor as an example. During his reign, not only was there no savings, but the treasury was nearly as empty as one's face. Many times, taxes had not yet reached the capital, yet he had already spent them, even using next year's funds for this year. Yet, the national strength of the Ming dynasty continued to flourish." Li Qing continued earnestly, "Consider the Grand Canal. After its dredging, the grain transport significantly increased, lowering transportation costs and indirectly fostering the development of numerous industries. Not only did it render the Ming dynasty more prosperous, but it also augmented tax revenues. Furthermore, regarding the northern campaigns, yes, they did require considerable expenditure, but they also brought peace to the Ming dynasty. In recent years, whether against the Tatars or the Walla, who among them dared to invade the Ming, how much military expenditure has been saved in this regard?" Zhu Qian's expression softened slightly as he reluctantly remarked, "The achievements of Emperor Taizong are indeed indisputable, but Your Majesty, please allow me to speak." Li Qing, ever the sycophant, extolled the emperor's brilliance, asserting that it rivaled that of Taizong. "Yet, can your wisdom ensure that your descendants will also be wise? While this matter may seem trivial in your hands, it may not be so flawless in the hands of future rulers. If you endure some hardship for the sake of the great Ming dynasty, what a profitable venture that would be." Li Qing stood there, unperturbed, as the burden of hardship was not his to bear. "Your Majesty, the common people will remember your goodness," he added. Yu Qian chimed in. "The emperor's benevolence and love for the people are evident to heaven and earth. Through the ages, the people will recall your kindness." As a product of the imperial examination, Yu Qian's words flowed with poetic rhythm. Ultimately, Zhu Qian acquiesced. The treasury's funds were untouchable, as future complications could arise. With reluctance, Zhu Qian replied, "For money, consult the Ministry of Revenue." "Then Your Majesty must issue a decree," Li Qing insisted. Zhu Qian, with a stern demeanor, nodded. "Very well, I shall write one for you." After completing the note, he tossed it to Li Qing and inquired, "Is there anything else?" "I take my leave, Your Majesty." In the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Qian remained in a state of anger. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard, Li Qing and Yu Qian reveled in merriment, their laughter echoing joyfully. 3 days later, Li Qing had finally designed the new copper coin, enhancing the original design with a prominent border and adding 12 vertical stripes around the edge. Although seemingly trivial, this improvement elevated the craftsmanship significantly. At the Ministry of Revenue, Li Qing flung the decree onto the desk. "Minister Wang, the Emperor has granted approval for all the copper brought from Japan, and additionally, I request 1 million taels of silver." "Copper is manageable," Wang's replied, smiling obsequiously. "But as for silver, the ministry is out of funds. Perhaps I could speak to the Emperor about printing more banknotes?" Li Qing firmly declined, asserting that the purpose of minting copper coins was to balance the banknotes. Printing more would negate the significance of the coins. "I require silver. Word has it that the Vice Minister Li returned from Jinling with 1 million taels of silver," Wang's feigned ignorance. "Once the funds enter the ministry, I shall immediately allocate them to you." Li Qing replied coolly, "The silver cannot enter the ministry. It has gone to the treasury." "I see," Wang's said, enlightened. "Then why doesn't Vice Minister Li seek the Emperor's approval? Have you not heard the saying?" Li Qing scoffed, teasingly. "Why not eat meat porridge instead? If the young emperor were inclined to allocate funds, why would I come to you?" Wang's felt a flush creep across his face, awkwardly responding, "Vice Minister Li, you know how impoverished the Ministry of Revenue is. Just tell me, will you provide the funds or not?" Li Qing's countenance darkened as he leaned forward, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made Wang's retreat step by step. "I shall ask you once more, will you give it or not?" Wang's face paled. Li Qing instilled a fear that suggested refusal could lead to dire consequences. The memory of that fateful night sent shivers down his spine. Li Qing's audacity and arrogance left an indelible mark on his mind, instilling a fear that penetrated to his core. Not just him, but after that night, Li Qing became a nightmare for their group, haunting their dreams with visions of being mutilated by him. "I will provide it, I will," Wang's exclaimed, his heart racing, attempting to awaken Li Qing's civility. "Let us speak amicably. We are all civil officials." Li Qing withdrew his intimidating presence and replied, "Then I appreciate your assistance, Minister Wang." "No trouble at all, no trouble at all," Wang's stammered. Wang's exhaled deeply, managing to muster a smile. Li, please accompany this official. In the subsequent days, Li Qing took the little one to the Baoyuan Bureau to oversee the minting of copper coins. However, due to advancements in technique, progress was sluggish. Most of the minted coins failed to meet the standards, necessitating repeated improvements to the molds. After tirelessly working for over half a month, they finally achieved some progress. With a bit of free time at last, Li Qing took the little one out for some relaxation. Over the days spent together, the child grew increasingly fond of him. Yet being so young and away from home for an extended period, he began to yearn for his hometown. Godfather? Yes, I want to go back, the little one said timidly. Li Qing chuckled. Wanting to return is nothing to fret over. Why the long face? The time we agreed upon hasn't arrived yet, and I've broken my promise. The child pouted, expressing his concern. Not to worry, Godfather will take you back, Li Qing said affectionately, playfully pinching the tip of his nose. It's all right. Upon hearing this, the child visibly relaxed and cheerfully inquired, when will Godfather return to Yongle for a long stay? Li Qing pondered for a moment. At least not until the new year. I'll prepare a big red envelope for you then. Great. Little Li Hong extended his tiny finger for a pinky swear. Pinky swear? What? Taking another leave? Zhu Qian was taken aback. Sir, are you suggesting that you no longer wish to continue? Of course I do, Li Qing replied. However, I cannot rest easy without personally escorting such a young child back. What is there to worry about? Zhu Qian countered. I can have the Jinui escort him back. Is it necessary for you to do it yourself? Li Qing shook his head. You have no children. You wouldn't understand. Upon uttering these words, he was momentarily stunned. Did that come off as somewhat hurtful? Indeed, Zhu Qian's expression shifted from shock to fury, his face reddening with anger. Impudent. Li Qing, you are being impudent. Li Qing quickly offered an apologetic smile. Your Majesty, I am knowledgeable in medicine. I can assist you with a diagnosis. Get out. I am not ill. Zhu Qian bellowed. I could examine the Empress, Li Qing suggested. The court physicians have been unable to discern the issue after so long. Perhaps I might succeed? Just you? Zhu Qian mused. It wouldn't hurt to try. Li Qing smiled. What if I succeed? Zhu Qian eyed him suspiciously. You're not attempting to deceive me just to obtain a leave. Are you? How could your Majesty think such a thing? Li Qing feigned hurt. Zhu Qian huffed. My suspicion arises from your character. If you prove ineffective, I cannot hold you accountable. You may deduct my salary, Li Qing replied. That meager salary of yours? I am indifferent to it. Then no deduction it is. Li Qing said cheerfully. I shall take my leave. 2 years deduction, and I shall grant you only 10 days. This is my final concession. The choice is yours, Zhu Qian declared. Very well, Li Qing acquiesced. Observing this, Zhu Qian hesitated. Do you truly possess medical knowledge? Li Qing's determination regarding his salary was known to Zhu Qian. Wagering 2 years' worth ignited a flicker of hope within him. Ordinary citizens fret over leaving a legacy. How much more so for an emperor? He dreamed of having a son. Chapter 103. The cause of illness. A journey of 10 days from the capital to Yongle and back was utterly implausible. Yet, Li Qing did not engage in haggling. He chose to proceed first and discuss later, aiming to make haste. He spread a soft mattress inside the carriage and prepared some fruits and snacks. Hunger. We shall travel day and night henceforth. It will be quite arduous. I am not afraid of hardship, he declared, patting his small chest. If you grow weary, I shall drive the horses. In his young mind, controlling the carriage merely required a flick of the whip, which he believed to be a trivial task. Li Qing chuckled. Sit tight, we are off. Yes, indeed. Li Qing changed horses without pausing, traveling relentlessly day and night, scarcely stopping, and even so, it took them 10 days to reach Yongle. After entrusting the little one to his biological parents and paying a visit to his master, he intended to return to the capital. However, Zhang Latu insisted, I shall accompany you. Li Qing was taken aback. Master, what purpose do you have in that place? To steal the Yongle encyclopedia. Zhang Latu chuckled. Such an intriguing endeavor. How could I possibly miss it? Li Qing responded with delight. That makes it even better. With you around, our efficiency will surely increase. As if that needed stating, Zhang Latu rubbed his hands together, already anticipating the journey. Let us also bring some counterfeits. Disciple. Time is of the essence. We shall discuss that later, Li Qing replied. I must return to the capital post-haste. Zhu Yunwen furrowed his brow and inquired, why the urgency? Has something occurred in the court? No, it is just that the young emperor has granted me a 10-day leave. Exceeding it would result in a salary deduction. How outrageous. Zhu Yunwen remarked on Li Qing's behalf, asking, how much would they deduct? 2 years' salary. After calculating, Zhu Yunwen laughed. That is not a significant amount. Our family does not lack for such sums. Li Qing shook his head. It is different. Working without pay leaves me utterly drained. Zhang Lada suggested, in that case, you should return first. I will leisurely make my way with the counterfeits. Very well, Li Qing instructed. Master, take some money. There are hardly any requirements for travel permits now, but should the situation become stringent, lacking a permit could indeed be problematic. You are not an official. You will need funds to facilitate passage. I am aware of that, Zhang Lada nodded. You return first. I shall follow soon. All right, Li Qing smiled. Master, junior brother. I shall take my leave. Zhu Yunwen nodded. I will escort you, senior brother. Upon exiting the residence, they encountered the parents of young Li Hong, who were leading their son over. Upon seeing Li Qing, Li's father exclaimed in surprise, is brother Li departing? Yes, I still have a multitude of matters to attend to. I must return swiftly. Li's father, feeling a bit awkward, said, I had hoped to foster a closer bond between Hong'er and brother Li. But it seems I have inadvertently troubled you instead. It is hardly a trouble. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time with the little one, Li Qing replied with a smile. Bending down to address young Li Hong. Godfather is leaving now. Young Li Hong, reluctant, said, Goodbye, Godfather. You must return for the new year. We have made a promise. Indeed, I shall return for the new year. He patted the little one's head, mounted his horse, and with a flick of the whip, he set off. Goodbye, Godfather. Young Li Hong's voice gradually faded. Li Qing, traveling solo, swiftly made his way back to the capital in less than 7 days. He hurried to the palace to clock in, but was abruptly halted by Zhu Qian. Sir, have you forgotten something? What? Li Qing asked, confusion etched on his face. Zhu Qian exclaimed, Indeed, you are deceiving me. Li Qing was taken aback and suddenly recalled. Oh, I remember now. Is Her Majesty available? Zhu Qian replied in a muffled tone. Of course, Xiao Linzi, go summon the Empress. Yes, the young eunuch responded and hurried away. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Empress Qian, dressed in her customary attire, arrived. This humble servant pays her respects to Your Majesty. With an external minister present, Empress Qian was exceptionally courteous, bowing alongside a young palace maid. No need for such formalities. Why the excessive courtesy? Zhu Qian smiled as he stepped forward to assist her in sitting down. Li Qing is knowledgeable in medicine. Let him examine you. Li Qing is knowledgeable in medicine? Empress Qian turned her gaze toward Li Qing. Somewhat, Li Qing nodded, then lifted his robe to bow. This humble minister pays his respects. No need for formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Qing gracefully halted his movements and stepped closer. Allow me to take your pulse first, if I may. Empress Qian nodded, extending her delicate wrist. Although she had worn a red veil during her wedding, she was aware of Li Qing's role as the matchmaker, and her husband often mentioned him. Despite having seen Li Qing only a few times, she felt quite familiar with him, recognizing that he was a trusted aide of her husband, holding the rank of a 7th-grade official. I apologize for the trouble, Li Qing. Empress Qian said politely. Li Qing smiled. Your Majesty is being too kind. As he took her wrist, he instinctively lowered his gaze and narrowed his eyes. Zhu Qian, overwhelmed with anxiety, dared not interrupt Li Qing's examination and paced nervously. After a considerable time, Li Qing withdrew his hand, his brow furrowed. Sir, what are your findings? Zhu Qian asked, growing increasingly anxious. Li Qing did not respond directly, but turned to Empress Qian. Your Majesty, if I may be so bold. Your health was normal before your marriage, correct? Empress Qian understood the underlying implication, her face flushing as she nodded. This is indeed the case. The young empress has evidently been secretly drugged, which explains her inability to conceive, Li Qing noted with a gentle nod. Sir, what is the conclusion? Zhu Qian was genuinely alarmed. Li Qing glanced around. Everyone, please withdraw. Zhu Qian commanded. Yes, the young eunuch and jeûner, who had accompanied Empress Qian, promptly exited. Now, may I speak freely? Li Qing nodded. To be direct, Your Majesty, the Empress is not ill. What do you mean? Zhu Qian asked, bewildered. Are you suggesting I am unwell? Your Majesty is in good health. Empress Qian softly interjected, seeking to defend her husband's dignity. Li Qing sighed. Your Majesty, let me be frank. The Empress has been administered medicine to prevent conception. What? Zhu Qian rose in shock, his disbelief and boundless fury overwhelming him. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Li Qing reassured him. Empress Qian appeared relatively composed, first struck by astonishment, then gradually realizing the gravity of the situation. Who is responsible? Zhu Qizhen growled. Little Qian, tell me who it is. I shall annihilate her entire clan. Is it really necessary to guess? It is clearly your mother. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Empress Qian slightly shook her head. I am also unaware. She then looked at Li Qing. Sir, could there be a mistake? She wished to keep the matter from escalating. Li Qing sighed inwardly, understanding that avoiding confrontation would only bring harm to her. He merely smiled and turned to Zhu Qizhen. Your Majesty, this matter is not difficult to deduce. You should be able to figure it out. Zhu Qizhen paused, and after a moment's reflection, he grasped the truth. A handsome visage contorted into a grimace. Very well, you have caused me to lose my son, and I shall ensure you lose your father. Sun Zhong must perish. None shall be spared. The current predicament, when scrutinized, does not stem from the Sun family's desire to extinguish their offspring, but rather from the discord between the Qian and Sun clans. Had the Qian family been united like Zhen'er, their son would have fled long ago. The Sun family aims to elevate a daughter-in-law who shares their ambitions, thereby sustaining their position for the long haul. In this era, particularly within the royal court, a lack of heirs renders even a legitimate wife incapable of achieving greatness. Zhu Qizhen trembled with indignation, taken aback by the Sun family's despicable actions. Li Qing, having been immersed in politics for some time, had grown somewhat accustomed to such treachery. After all, Wu Zetian had even slain her own progeny. In the realm of politics, one must accept the ruthlessness that prevails. It can only be said that the Sun family harbors lofty aspirations. While her thoughts may not be entirely outrageous, her intent to dominate the inner court is glaringly apparent. After a considerable pause, Zhu Qizhen regained his composure and urgently inquired, Sir, what of the Empress? Quite difficult. Li Qing replied candidly. The likelihood of the Empress bearing children is exceedingly low, and even if she were to conceive, retaining the fetus would prove challenging. Zhu Qizhen felt as though struck by lightning, and Qian Empress's countenance turned pale. Just tell me if there is any possibility, Zhu Qizhen implored, his eyes reddened. There remains a chance, Li Qing assured him. Then that as well. Zhu Qizhen's expression brightened considerably, grasping the Empress's hand. Little Qian, do not fret. We shall have sons. Qian Empress nodded despondently, forcing a smile. Zhu Qizhen turned back, asking, Do you possess any remedies? Not at this moment, Li Qing replied. As long as the Empress maintains a healthy diet, in due course, her condition will improve, and I shall prescribe medication then. After a moment's hesitation, he added, It is prudent for His Majesty to act with utmost discretion. The royal household must embody benevolence and filial piety. Zhu Qizhen clenched his teeth, understanding completely. Chapter 104. The grandson kills the grandfather. Zhu Qizhen, in despair, waved his hand, dismissing all. Leave me. I wish to be alone. The subject, this humble servant, takes their leave. Li Qing and Qian Empress exited the grand hall. Zhu Qizhen reclined in his chair, fists clenched, veins pulsating at his temples. Despite his repeated attempts to suppress it, the fury within him grew uncontrollably wild. He was the emperor, sovereign of the realm, the ruler of all. As his anger surged, reaching a critical point, it consumed the remnants of Zhu Qizhen's sanity. With a crash, the imperial desk was overturned, documents, paperweights, and inkstones scattered across the floor. Such a commotion startled the young eunuchs outside, who rushed in, scrambling in alarm. Bring forth Wang Ji. Summon Wang Ji. Zhu Qizhen exclaimed frantically. Yes, yes. The young eunuch hurriedly entered and exited. Zhu Qizhen paced restlessly, his visage nearly twisted in rage. In less than a quarter of an hour, Wang Ji burst into the grand hall, panting heavily. Your servant pays homage to your majesty. Wang Ji, sharp-witted, bowed while signaling the accompanying eunuchs to retreat. The emperor's fury undoubtedly implicated significant matters. Zhu Qizhen's chest heaved violently, and after a prolonged moment, he managed to quell his anger, asking coolly, Is Sun Zhong still present? As Wang Ji was able to respond, he immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind the words spoken, and hastily added, still uncertain. My humble self believes he may no longer be here after being imprisoned for so long. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Zhu Qizhen's expression. Then let us ascertain the truth. Zhu Qizhen replied coldly, I do not wish to hear the word perhaps. The implication was unmistakable, and Wang Ji understood it all too well. His heart sank, for this task was far from favorable. After all, This was the father of Empress Sun. He was acutely aware of how formidable the Sun family was, and he could never afford to offend the emperor, whose power stemmed from the throne. However, he also knew that the Empress Dowager was not one to be trifled with. "Dare I inquire, Your Majesty, if it is your intention for Sun Zhong to disappear?" He did not wish to bear this burden, for it was too great for him to shoulder. "You would not have asked this in the past," Zhu Qian replied, his gaze icy and his tone measured. "Is the position of the chief eunuch to be relinquished to the youth?" Wang Zhen's heart trembled, and he quickly bowed his head in submission. "I shall comply, Your Majesty." "I understand." Choosing the lesser of two evils, he resolved that if he must offend someone, it should be the one whose interests were less detrimental to him. He had no other choice. The emperor wished to avoid infamy, and thus, it fell upon him to carry this burden. "Go," Zhu Qian commanded. "Yes, I take my leave." Upon exiting the grand hall, the ingratiating smile on Wang Zhen's face vanished, replaced by a countenance of distress. In the prison, Sun Zhong occupied a solitary chamber, furnished with a large, soft bed, neatly arranged quarters, and a table laden with fruit. Two maidservants attended to him, massaging his shoulders, kneading his legs, and warming his bed. This was no prison, it was a life of luxury. Yet, despite these comforts, Sun Zhong remained unsatisfied. For him, no matter how high the standard, it was still a prison, far from the ease of home. "Open the door." Hearing the commotion, Sun Zhong, who had been feigning sleep, opened his eyes to see Wang Zhen entering. He waved away the attending maidservants, rose from his chair, stretched, and smiled. "Master Wang, has the emperor come to restore my freedom?" "It is indeed to restore your freedom, for no one perishes in this prison," Wang Zhen replied with a smile. "How have you been, my lord?" "Not well," Sun Zhong grunted. "Look at this. Is this a life for a man? My lord has endured much. And we are also persuading the emperor," Wang Zhen said with a beaming smile. "The emperor's stance has softened recently. It is likely that you will be released soon." "Is that so?" Sun Zhong, while feeling disappointment, also experienced a flicker of joy, promising, "Master Wang, do not tire yourself. Once I am free, the Empress Dowager will not forget your kindness." "Indeed, we are loyal to the Empress," Wang Zhen replied with a sycophantic grin, engaging in small talk to elicit hearty laughter from Sun Zhong. After this prelude, Wang Zhen took his leave. Once outside the prison, he summoned an absolute confidant who had accompanied him into the palace. Wang Zhen spoke gravely. "Tonight, Sun Zhong must die." "What? But that is the Empress Dowager's father. The emperor's maternal grandfather." The chief eunuch doubted his own hearing and quickly cautioned. "You heard correctly. Now the grandson must kill his maternal grandfather." Wang Zhen rolled his eyes. "Follow the orders as given. Do not question why. If you succeed, I shall ensure you become the chief eunuch." The chief eunuch hesitated. "But what if it leaks? Then I shall find someone else." No, I will do it." The chief eunuch, even more imposing than Wang Zhen, incessantly referred to himself as a father figure, suggesting the involvement of the two maidservants. Wang Zhen pondered for a moment before shaking his head in disapproval. "No need for that. Keeping them alive will better illustrate that Sun Zhong's demise was an unfortunate accident." The dull-witted son requested guidance from his godfather. "You fool," Wang Zhen scolded. "Simply administer some poison in his food, and while he is in a deep slumber, suffocate him. Moreover, stuff his mouth with food so that it appears he choked to death. This task falls solely on your shoulders." "Ah, wise godfather, I comprehend," the son replied. "Very well. Off you go." In the Ning palace, Sun's brow furrowed as the flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows across her face. "Zhener, why has the emperor dismissed you from serving the empress?" "I do not know, my lady." Zhener shook her head. "Not just me, but all the maidservants attending the empress have been replaced by eunuchs from the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs." Upon hearing this, Sun's frown deepened. "Has anything unusual transpired today?" Zhener contemplated briefly before responding. "Oh, indeed, the emperor summoned someone to examine the empress today. From the Imperial Medical Institute?" "Nay, my lady. It was an external minister, the prominent Minister Li Qing from the Ministry of War," Zhener explained. Over the years, Li Qing's actions had been conspicuous. Despite his attempts to conceal his ambitions, his reputation was well known. After all, those surrounding the palace were astute individuals. How peculiar. Could it be that a political mastermind like Li Qing possesses medical expertise as well? Sun marveled, though she had scarcely interacted with the previous Li Qing. The name resonated with her from her childhood within the palace. Her brow twitched involuntarily as she anxiously inquired, "What did he discern?" "I know not, my lady," Zhener replied. At that moment, the emperor ordered everyone to leave. Only he, the empress, and Minister Li remained in the hall. Sun's expression fluctuated, her heart filled with an ominous premonition. Jinner, speak honestly. Was anything discovered during the placement? No, my lady. Jinner hastily shook her head. I have adhered to your instructions. Only a minuscule amount each time. It would not be detected. Jinner continued. If it were to be discovered, given the emperor's temperament, my life would be forfeit. Upon hearing this, Sun's demeanor softened slightly. But soon her expression shifted drastically as she rose to rush outside. Where are you going, my lady? To the prison, Sun replied without turning back. A strong sense of foreboding gnawing at her heart that her father might be in peril. Jinner caught up with her, saying, My lady, the palace gates are locked. You cannot leave. The palace doors are secured at night, and without a grave occurrence, even the emperor cannot open them, as per ancestral decree. Hearing this, Sun felt despondent. She truly had no justification to unlock the palace gates. Restlessness enveloped her, and she could only pray that her apprehensions were unfounded. As Jinner had mentioned, if discovered, her son's nature would certainly not allow her to remain safe. With this thought, Sun's agitation gradually subsided. One night will not matter. That night, Sun Zhong slept soundly, only to suddenly feel as though he could not draw a breath. Strangely, he remained unable to awaken. Just as he approached the brink of suffocation, he violently emerged from his slumber, eyes wide open. Before him stood a large eunuch, pressing a quilt over his mouth and nose. A malevolent expression etched across his face. Sun Zhong, utterly drained of strength, could no longer summon a voice, and could only make futile attempts to rouse the maid at the foot of his bed, who warmed his feet. To his astonishment, she stirred awake. The chief eunuch leapt back in shock. The pressure upon Sun Zhong intensified as he bore down upon him, growling, You shall perish. With a sickening crack, the force was so overwhelming that it shattered the old man's nose, blood surging into his throat, exacerbating his suffocation. In mere moments, he was beyond salvation. Even in death, Sun Zhong could not fathom why this chief eunuch would dare to take his life. He never managed to awaken the maid who warmed his feet. Chapter 105. Silencing witnesses. How could you fail at such a simple task? What use are you to me? Wang Ji bellowed, his fury unleashed as he hurled insults, kicking and striking in a fit of rage. Father, please listen to your son. The chief eunuch pleaded hastily. The two maids did not awaken. And aside from accidentally breaking Sun Zhong's nose, I made no other blunders. You fool, that is the gravest blunder. Wang Ji retorted angrily. We ask you, was there any blood on the bedding? Who would break their nose in bed? Wang Ji sneered. And how could he possibly eat with a mouth full of blood? What shall we do? The chief eunuch stammered, clearly panicked. Wang Ji scolded. We wanted you to create the illusion that Sun Zhong choked to death while trying to eat in the middle of the night. What in the world did you do? Seeing Wang Ji's ire, the chief eunuch truly panicked, hastily kneeling and bowing his head. Father, I followed your instructions precisely. Although there was a mistake, enough. Wang Ji's expression darkened, his voice sharp. Do you wish to drag us both down? I would never. Enough, go. We shall find a way to handle this. Wang Ji waved his hand dismissively. Yes, I take my leave. The chief eunuch exhaled in relief, blissfully unaware of the murderous intent simmering within Wang Ji's gaze. The following morning, at dawn, Sun Shi exited the palace, making her way straight to the dungeon. There, she beheld the lifeless body of her father. Who did this? She cried, her defenses shattered. She had anticipated the possibility of such an outcome, but the reality struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her unable to accept it. Just one night had passed, and her father had been snatched away from her. At that moment, she was engulfed by regret. If only she had dared to open the palace gates last night, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. But now, it was too late for any lamentation. Sun Shi suspected her son was behind this, yet without proof, she could not make such allegations publicly. Her pride forbade it. Slap, slap. Seeing the two maids still sleeping soundly, she struck them across the face. Soon, the two maids were jolted awake, their bleary eyes widening in horror upon seeing the furious Empress Dowager and the corpse of the old man on the bed, alongside the prison guard kneeling outside the cell. Their faces drained of color as they hastily knelt, begging, Your Majesty, spare us. At that moment, a distant guard spoke up. Your Majesty, I have information to report. Last night, Lord Zhang paid a visit. Upon hearing this, Sun Shi abandoned her anger towards the maids and swiftly approached the guard, her voice cold and commanding. Continue. Yes. The prison guard swallowed hard, recalling the instructions from above, and spoke. Master Zhang has been visiting the Lord frequently, claiming to be carrying out orders from Lord Wang. Last night, it was my duty to patrol, and Master Zhang rewarded me with a jar of wine, after which I lost consciousness. Wang Zhen, Sun bit her teeth in anger, her body trembling with rage. You, go summon him to come here at once. Yes. The guard hurriedly bowed and rushed away. Sun scanned everyone present, her face a mask of fury. Until the matter was clarified, none could leave. A group of people shivered in fear, not daring to utter a word. 2 young maidservants, their lips pale, felt their lives were forfeit and wept pitifully. Sun, already irritable, felt her temper flare upon seeing their tears. Bring me these 2 wretches and cut out their tongues. Your Highness, spare us. The maidservants cried out in desperation. The guards, feeling the weight of their predicament, saw an opportunity for action and rushed into the prison, dragging the 2 maidens out. Your Highness, they can be considered witnesses. They might still be of use, Jeanne advised. Sun considered this and, with a wave of her hand, dismissed them. Very well, let them go back. Yes, Your Highness. The guards retreated, kneeling obediently. The maidservants covered their mouths, tears brimming in their eyes, daring not to make a sound. Jeanne glanced at them, lowered her head, and fell silent. Sun approached the bed, gazing at her father's tragic state, her rage boiling over. She had her suspicions about who was responsible, but with only one son, she felt powerless and had no reason to seek vengeance for her father. Zhu Qizhan had no sons. If anything were to happen to him, she, as the Empress Dowager, would become a laughingstock. Not only would she lose her position, but the future ruler would have no blood relation to her. Furthermore, even if she were to risk everything, it might be futile. Her son treated her with as much suspicion as one would a wolf, leaving her no opportunity to act. About half an hour later, Wang Zhen arrived in a flurry, his anguished cries echoing before he even approached. Who did this? Who plotted against the old lord? He stumbled forward, falling to his knees, sliding a foot or more before looking up, his face streaked with tears and snot. Your Majesty, you must punish the murderer and avenge the old lord. Sun smirked coldly. Wang Zhen, have I ever wronged you? Your Highness has treated this servant with immense kindness, and I am eternally indebted, Wang Zhen replied, wiping his tears. With bitterness. He added, rest assured, I will find the culprit. Enough nonsense. Who is this Master Zhang? Sun was not swayed by Wang's theatrics. He hesitated, asking, may I inquire which Master Zhang? The Master Zhang from the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, the guard reminded him. Is it him? Wang Zhen paused, then erupted in fury. He killed the old lord? However, his expression shifted as realization dawned. There was no enmity between him and the old lord. Suddenly, another thought struck him, and he turned to the 2 sobbing maidservants in the corner. Did that Master Zhang bully you? The crowd was taken aback. A eunuch? How could he bully them? The 2 maidservants appeared utterly bewildered, shaking their heads in confusion. Foolish and infuriated, Wang Zhen clenched his teeth and sought to clarify. Was it that they were unaware, or simply ignorant? One young maid, choking back tears, recounted that she had felt overwhelmingly drowsy after dinner the previous night, falling into a deep slumber the moment she touched the bed, and upon awakening, found the situation as it was. Another maid sobbed in agreement, affirming her ignorance. Alas! Regret gnawed at Wang Zhen as he struck his thigh, lamenting to the Empress that she was unaware of the long-standing lust of that wretch for the maidservants by the side of the old Marquis. His face was a mask of indignation. This was the failure of a servant, yet who could have anticipated his sheer madness? The eunuchs, though lacking in certain attributes, did not lose their interest in women, a fact well known to Sun Shi. In the palace, the pairing of eunuchs and maidservants went beyond mere companionship for meals. The salacious deeds carried out in secrecy, hidden from outsiders, were all too familiar to Sun Shi, the matriarch of the harem. However, even if what Wang Zhen claimed were true, it did not necessarily implicate her father as the victim of that eunuch Zhang. A mere attendant eunuch daring to slay a marquis, particularly one who was her own father's progenitor? Sun Shi scoffed. Enough of this chatter. Summon that eunuch Zhang to me at once. I shall conduct the interrogation personally. Though she could not reach her son, if she could intimidate and eliminate Wang Zhen, controlling the head eunuch of the Ministry of Rites would become significantly easier. In such a scenario, her power would undoubtedly swell. Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall fetch him immediately, Wang Zhen declared, exuding an air of menace. Hold on, No one is to leave this place, Sun Shi interjected coolly. Zhener, you go summon him from the Ministry of Rights. Yes, Your Highness, Zhener replied, bowing respectfully, preparing to head towards the ministry when a shrill voice interrupted. Godfather. It's terrible. Eunuch Zhang has hanged himself. A small eunuch rushed in, panting heavily. Upon seeing Sun Shi, he quickly bowed. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Sun Shi ignored him, her expression darkening to an almost palpable gloom. She was not naive enough to overlook the implication of this act, an execution to silence him. Swift action indeed, Sun Shi hissed through clenched teeth. Wang Zhen, you truly are something. Your Highness, what do you mean? Wang Zhen, bewildered and aggrieved, felt tears welling up, exclaiming, do you suspect that I orchestrated this? Surviving in the imperial palace was no small feat, and achieving a position of prominence, especially as the head eunuch of the Ministry of Rights, was no mere fluke. Wang Zhen had operated with impeccable discretion. Regardless of the fierce undercurrents of courtly strife or palace intrigue, there existed an obligation to adhere to the established protocols in public. Everything required substantiation. One could not act on a whim. Chapter 106. All schemes and stratagems. Sun Shi gazed at Wang Zhen with an intensity that made her wish she could kick him to death. Yet, Wang Zhen was no ordinary eunuch. The power wielded by the chief eunuch of the Ministry of Rights surpassed that of a mere minister, even as the Empress Dowager. She could not simply enact a death sentence at will. In days gone by, Empress Dowager Zhang had the authority to eliminate Wang Zhen due to her regency, a privilege Sun Shi could not claim. To execute Wang Zhen, she would need a compelling rationale. To deal with insignificant matters, one may act recklessly, driven solely by personal whims. However, when confronted with powerful individuals, one must abide by established rules. Taking a deep breath to quell her rising anger, Sun spoke calmly. Wang Zhen, even if what you say is true, why did that eunuch Zhang not resort to drugging the old marquis instead? Would that not have been a far more prudent course of action? Furthermore, how could he so casually administer poison to those two maidservants? A father should not perish without purpose. At the very least, he ought to take down a high-ranking official, thereby instilling fear in his son and ensuring that the next chief eunuch would treat her with deference. This time, I am resolved to eliminate Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen, in tears, pleaded, Your Highness, allow me to explain. I believe that man did not intend to commit murder. He lacks the courage and the motive. Initially, he merely sought to take advantage, but in his panic, he inadvertently caused the old marquis's demise. As for why he didn't drug the marquis, that is even simpler. Given the marquis's advanced age, he feared unforeseen consequences. Your Highness may not know this, but he was responsible for the marquis's daily meals. Thus administering poison to the two maidservants was quite effortless. Sun clenched her teeth in frustration. Who appointed him in charge of the marquis's daily provisions? It was I, Wang Zhen admitted bluntly. Your Highness, in the beginning, he served the marquis well, but as time passed, perhaps due to increased familiarity, he developed ill intentions towards the maidservants. He lamented, I am guilty. Please punish me, Your Highness. This matter was beyond concealment. However, this singular transgression did not warrant his execution. Wang Zhen was acutely aware of the intricate web of rules and interests at play. The young emperor required him to act as a buffer against the ministers, to take the blame. Even if Sun genuinely sought his life, her argument would be untenable, and the emperor would not consent. As long as he refrained from self-sabotage, his life would be spared. Both were cunning foxes, well aware of each other's game. Yet, Sun was unwilling to relent. If this matter concluded thus, her father's death would be an egregious loss. Wang Zhen, do you truly believe that I cannot punish you? Do you still wish to intimidate me? Wang Zhen smirked inwardly, his outward demeanor one of profound sorrow. Your Highness, the old marquis has departed, and I am deeply grieved. My life is of little worth. If it can bring you solace, I would gladly embrace death. Your Highness, please execute me. Wang Zhen extended his neck, inviting Sun to strike. With so many witnesses present, how could Sun truly bring herself to act? Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhen continued, Your Highness, I have been advising the emperor during this time. As the days have passed, his anger has subsided, and he has agreed to grant the old marquis his freedom shortly. Such bold claims you make. Sun retorted, incredulous. If your Highness does not believe me, you may inquire of them. Wang Zhen gestured towards the two maidservants. Sun turned her gaze, and the maidservants nodded in affirmation, confirming the truth of his words. They regarded the chief eunuch with a semblance of respect, for at least, thanks to this uproar, their lives were spared. Your Majesty, I too have heard, chimed in a jailer. Initially, the accusation against Wang Ji stemmed from the fact that yesterday, Eunuch Wang brought joyous news to the old marquis, who was overjoyed and remarked that upon his release, the Empress Dowager would reward him. What Eunuch Wang said was indeed true. Another jailer corroborated. In no time, everyone claimed to have heard it. Some genuinely did, while others merely followed the crowd, aiming to shift all blame onto the deceased. Sun was nearly beside herself with rage, firmly convinced that this matter was a fabrication. However, if she were to confront Yu Qian, he would undoubtedly cooperate to demonstrate that he harbored no intentions of harming the old marquis. Under Wang Ji's machinations, ultimately, only a minor eunuch met his demise. And not at the hands of Sunday. Unable to swallow her indignation, she realized that if this issue were to be resolved in such a manner, her influence and status would inevitably plummet. Wang Ji, you shall await your reckoning, Sun declared with a fierce tone, then instructed, inform the Sun residents to come and retrieve the old marquis. With the man deceased, it was only fitting that he be taken away. He could not be left to rot in the prison. The guards complied, and Sun cast a resentful glance at Wang Ji before turning to leave. Wang Ji hurried to corroborate his statement with Yu Qian, closely following her, but after only a few steps, he was halted by Sun's sharp voice. The death of the old marquis rests squarely on your shoulders. Do you wish to flee in guilt? I dare not, Wang Ji replied, forcing a brave front. Sun coldly scoffed. Jinner, keep an eye on him. Yes, my lady, Wang Ji lamented internally, realizing that these two women were likely plotting against him, and he was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Yet the little maid stared at him intently, unblinking. He found himself without an opportunity to send word to Yu Qian. What is your name, dear sister? Wang Ji inquired, feigning ignorance. Responding to the esteemed eunuch, the maid replied, my name is Jinner. A lovely name indeed. You appear to possess a kind heart, dear Jinner, Wang Ji flattered, advancing slowly while obscuring a piece of gold within his sleeve. However, she refused to accept it, repeatedly waving her hands and taking a few steps back. Wang Ji felt his temper flaring. How could this little girl be so obstinate? He cast a sharp glance at the guards, who promptly lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze, appearing as if they were deaf and blind. Wang Ji smiled with satisfaction and gently reassured, Sister, I am not a villain. This is merely a misunderstanding. As he spoke, he produced a finely carved jade from his waist, lamenting its loss. This is a rare treasure brought back from the West by the esteemed eunuch Sanbao. With this, you can ensure a life of comfort once you leave the palace. Look, as you can see, they will not speak of this outside. Feel free to accept it. Yet she still refused, taking another step back. Wang Ji's lips twitched in frustration, as though struck by a blow. Had this been any ordinary maid, he would have resorted to violence without hesitation, but before this one, he dared not. To be forceful risked complaints. To be gentle, however, was futile with her. Wang Ji was filled with schemes, yet found himself utterly outmatched by such an innocent soul. Anyone else might have faced the same challenge. Sincerity often proves to be a lethal weapon. Jinner continued to fix her gaze upon Wang Ji, unwavering. In a fit of exasperation, he exclaimed, Must you watch me even when I need to relieve myself? Jinner hesitated for a moment before nodding. Indeed, I must. Wang Ji found himself utterly defeated, slumped despondently on the ground, inwardly beseeching, Your Majesty, you must not heed your mother's ramblings. I am loyal to you. In the imperial study, Yu Qian was engaged in state affairs with members of the cabinet when a young eunuch hurriedly entered to report, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has arrived. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sun Shi burst into the room. Your subjects pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. The cabinet members, led by Yang Pu, promptly set aside their memorials and bowed respectfully. Yu Qian furrowed his brow but ultimately rose, acknowledging the arrival of his mother. Sun Shi regarded her son with a gaze reminiscent of one confronting a sworn enemy. Sensing the tension, Yang Pu and the others quickly addressed Yu Qian, saying, Your Majesty, we take our leave. It was best to refrain from meddling in royal family matters whenever possible. Sun Shi retorted sharply, Did I bid you rise? She intended to voice her grievances before the assembled officials to further her own agenda. The ministers exchanged uneasy glances, their brows twitching, and had no choice but to kneel once more. All of you may rise, Yu Qian instructed. At 75, Yang Pu's health had deteriorated significantly since the new year, and the strain of rising and kneeling took a toll on him, leaving him struggling to regain his feet. Zhu Qian cast a sidelong glance at Sun Shi and inquired coolly, "Is there a matter for which you have come, Empress Dowager?" Sun Shi fixed her gaze on Zhu Qian and spoke deliberately. "Sun Zhong is dead, murdered." "Sun Zhong is dead?" Zhu Qian instinctively wanted to smirk, but managed to suppress it. He felt no sorrow. Rather, he was elated, and feigning grief proved to be a challenge. Zhu Qian could only pretend to be outraged, for while Sun Zhong had his transgressions, the emperor had yet to pass judgment upon him. Who was responsible for his death? "Wang Ji," Sun Shi exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to pin the blame on him while he was absent. By implicating Wang Ji, she sought to coerce Zhu Qian into assigning guilt. Once Zhu Qian declared him guilty, those imprisoned would surely follow suit. "Your Majesty, Wang Ji's audacity knows no bounds. He has flouted the law." The minister's eyes gleamed with anticipation, sensing an opportunity to call for Wang Ji's execution as a deterrent to others. Yang Pu, finally managing to stand, looked disheartened as he noticed his colleagues still kneeling. "Please, do not carry on this way. I cannot keep up." Chapter 107. Hearts black as coal. Sun Shi secretly reveled in the minister's disdain for Wang Ji, knowing their mutual goal aligned. Eliminating him would be remarkably efficient. Zhu Qian, however, was not easily deceived. Having developed keen insight from a young age, he had navigated the treacherous waters of power for many years. He understood that Wang Ji would not betray him, as it did not serve Wang Ji's interests. Zhu Qian chuckled lightly. "My esteemed ministers, please be seated. Empress Dowager, you two may take a seat. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Should it indeed be Wang Ji's doing, I will ensure he faces the full weight of the law." With the emperor's words, the ministers felt it inappropriate to press the issue further. Their expressions softened as they rose and took their seats. Yet Sun Shi, feeling a twinge of anxiety, urged, "Your Majesty, the most pressing matter is to apprehend Wang Ji at once, lest he flee in fear of retribution." Yang Pu, gasping for breath, finally settled into his chair, relieved at last. With this respite, his intellect regained its upper hand. "Rest assured, Empress Dowager, where could he possibly escape to? Your Majesty, while Wang Ji deserves punishment, this matter requires careful deliberation." Yang Pu was acutely aware that Wang Ji's crimes warranted death 10 times over. Yet in the present circumstances, he could not be allowed to perish. "Why do you speak thus, esteemed scholar Yang?" Sun's expression darkened. Could he truly be killed for slaying a marquis? Several grand scholars discreetly curled their lips, for they were astute enough to realize that Wang Ji would never dare to murder Sun Zhong without cause. Such a situation could only arise from two possibilities. Either Sun was fabricating accusations, or it stemmed from the emperor's directive, though they too wished for Wang Ji's demise. Their motives diverged sharply from those of Sunday. Sun sought to eliminate Wang Ji to intimidate the imperial censorate, thereby bolstering his own influence in preparation for the next head eunuch. In contrast, the civil officials harbored a deeper animosity, not solely towards Wang Ji himself, but towards the entire institution of the imperial censorate. Merely disposing of Wang Ji would not resolve the underlying issue. Their ultimate aim was to dismantle the entire department. Thus, despite sharing a common goal, their purposes remained irreconcilable. Grand Scholar Chao Nai respectfully declared, "I concur. This matter requires thorough investigation. Wang Ji must perish, but it must be connected to the entire imperial censorate." He had devised a plan to ally with the censors and officials, determined to relentlessly impeach Wang Ji. After voicing his thoughts, Chao Nai cast an admiring glance at Yang Pu, acknowledging, "Truly, Grand Scholar Yang's wisdom surpasses all. Wang Ji must not be allowed to die so easily." Yang Pu smiled silently, indicating his involvement from a higher level of strategy. "I agree," echoed Chen Sun, Miao Zhong, and Gao Yi in unison, united in purpose. Meanwhile, Sun was bewildered and perplexed. While she possessed considerable cunning, she lacked the years of experience in the court that these seasoned ministers had. "Your Majesty, Wang Ji has slain my venerable father-in-law, your own maternal grandfather." Sun attempted to play the familial card. Regardless of how much Zhu Qian loathed Sun Zhong, he could not escape this familial tie. "Let us discuss matters without invoking old familial ties," Zhu Qian replied, somewhat displeased. "Even if I were to execute Wang Ji, it would merely appear as an act of personal vengeance rather than a legal judgment." Sun was taken aback. She had not anticipated her son could articulate such a convoluted rationale, leaving her at a loss for a rebuttal. "What does the emperor mean by this?" Sun resorted to a blatant tactic, inquiring, "Will you or will you not handle Wang Ji?" Zhu Qizhen replied coolly, "I have stated that this matter requires thorough investigation. Summon Wang Ji." Sun's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She was confident that Wang Ji would not dare to accuse her of deceit. A short while later, Wang Ji hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Sun, surrounded by the disapproving faces of the cabinet members, a heaviness settled in his heart. "Wang Ji, the Empress Dowager claims you have unlawfully slain Sun Zhong. Is there any truth to this?" Zhu Qizhen's tone was gentle. Hearing this, Wang Ji felt a sense of relief and quickly seized the opportunity to acquiesce. "I am wrong, Your Majesty," he exclaimed, kneeling and bowing deeply, tears welling in his eyes. "From beginning to end, I was entirely unaware of this matter." "Preposterous." Sun slammed the table, rebuking, "Are you suggesting that I am falsely accusing you? Isn't it indeed a false accusation?" Wang Ji felt a surge of indignation but dared not voice it aloud. "Your Majesty, it is all a misunderstanding. It is my fault for failing to clarify while imprisoned. Allow me to explain once more." Wang Ji meticulously recounted the events that transpired, detailing every nuance with precision, leaving no room for doubt. At most, he could be guilty of poor judgment in personnel decisions. The crime of negligence is indeed a grave transgression. Yang Pu spoke solemnly, his tone stern. Upon hearing this, Chao Nai and the others could not help but be slightly startled. What has come over the esteemed scholar Yang today? Has he been so overwhelmed by kneeling that he has lost his clarity? By uttering such words, does he not imply that Wang Ji's offenses are to be classified as negligence? It would not only jeopardize the imperial secretariat, but would also place Wang Ji in a precarious position. Chen Sun hastily intervened, stating, "Your Majesty, this is ultimately but Wang Ji's solitary account, which lacks sufficient credibility. In my humble opinion, the matter should be subjected to a joint inquiry by the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Supreme Court." "I second that." Chao Nai clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this incident is indeed egregious. Although Sun Zhong bears a guilty conscience, he remains a member of the royal family. A prince committing a crime is equivalent to a commoner's transgression." Zhu Qizhen interjected, "Is it merely a matter of being royal?" "Ah, indeed, Your Majesty, your impartiality is commendable, and I hold you in the highest esteem." Chao Nai flattered, then continued, "However, addressing the matter at hand, Wang Ji is suspected of unlawfully executing individuals without a definitive sentence, and this cannot simply be dismissed." "I concur." Gao Yi clasped his hands and noted, "There are many rumors circulating among the populace, claiming that Wang Ji, as the chief eunuch of the imperial secretariat, has been abusing his power outside the palace, committing heinous acts, and wreaking havoc in the countryside. I propose that this matter also be included in the investigation." Miao Zhong added, "It is rumored that the rank within the imperial secretariat is determined by the amount of money one offers Wang Ji. I earnestly request, Your Majesty, that this matter be taken into account as well." Chao Nai spoke gravely, "Your Majesty, the heinous acts of accepting bribes and engaging in the sale of official positions must be thoroughly investigated, whether it be those who receive or offer bribes, or those who sell or purchase offices, none should be spared." The scope of the inquiry rapidly expanded, elevating the focus from Wang Ji to the entirety of the imperial secretariat. Should the emperor consent to a thorough investigation, eliminating the imperial secretariat would become significantly easier for them. Sun was stunned. Unlike the other ministers, she did not desire the downfall of the imperial secretariat. The reason was simple. The imperial secretariat served the royal family and was a vital department governing affairs beyond the palace. Without it, her influence would be confined solely to the inner court. However, should she gain control over the chief eunuch of the imperial secretariat, her power would greatly increase. Since the imprisonment of her family, the bond between mother and son had completely fractured, leading Sun to realize that it is preferable to hold power in one's own hands. In this regard, both Sun and Zhu Qizhen shared a common objective. Neither wished for the demise of the imperial secretariat, yet their intentions diverged. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the civil officials each harbored their own schemes. There exists conflict, yet it is not entirely discordant, resembling a tangled mass of threads. Wang Ji, on the other hand, was filled with trepidation. The allegations of accepting bribes and engaging in the sale of positions, while not as exaggerated as portrayed by the cabinet, nonetheless reflected a grim reality. Although he had not resorted to exploiting men, his dominion over women was indisputable. Though his methods were relatively mild, should matters escalate, he could not evade culpability. Wang Ji was acutely aware of the tactics employed by the civil official faction. Once a thorough investigation was initiated, both truths and fabrications would inevitably surface, solid and unyielding. The machinations of court politics are predominantly orchestrated by those with ruthless hearts and hands, a description that aptly applies to Wang Ji himself, fueling his fear. The crux of the situation now hinged upon Yu Qian. If Zhu were to relent and permit a comprehensive inquiry by the three judicial bodies within a month, the charges against Wang Ji and his entire clan would be unearthed. Conversely, should Zhu remain obstinate, another episode of palace intrigue would surely unfold. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Wang Ji cannot possibly demand that Yu Qian refrain from investigation. He can only cry out in protest. Qiao Nai secretly chuckled, anticipating his cries for justice. Your Majesty, since Lord Wang protests his innocence, it is all the more imperative to conduct a thorough investigation, Qiao Nai proclaimed with righteous fervor, turning to Wang Ji. Rest assured, the three departments will clear your name. The innocent shall remain untainted, while the guilty will expose themselves, Gao Yi remarked with a sinister smile. Fear not, Lord Wang. If this is indeed a miscarriage of justice, it shall be rectified. Sun Shi furrowed her brow. Your Majesty, it is an undeniable fact that Wang Ji unlawfully executed your maternal uncle. There is no need for extensive investigation. Simply execute him. The Empress Dowager's assertion was misguided. Without gathering evidence and witness testimonies, how could one hastily reach such a conclusion? Qiao Nai disagreed. Qiao Nai, Gao Yi, Chen Sun, and Miao Zhong rose in unison, lifted their robes, and knelt to beseech. We implore your Majesty to investigate this matter rigorously, to quell rumors, to restore the people's faith, and to serve as a deterrent. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Yu Qian felt overwhelmed, glancing at Yang Pu, who was trembling as he rose. Over the years, Yang Pu had discreetly assisted him significantly. Yang Qing, what is your perspective? Yang Pu replied, the pace of events is too swift. I can hardly keep up. Chapter 108. Yang Pu's retirement. Yang Pu rose with great difficulty, kneeling down, and tremblingly said, Your Majesty, I am aged. I humbly request your grace to allow me to retire to my homeland. He truly was aged, at times struggling to recall thoughts clearly. Having served since the Jiangwen era, it had been over 40 years, and he was indeed weary. Yang Pu's resignation took everyone by surprise. None had anticipated he would voice such sentiments at this critical juncture. Qiao Nai and the others felt a surge of joy. Who would not covet the position of the head of the cabinet? With the position now vacant, they saw an opportunity. However, the matter at hand regarding the Ministry of Rights remained paramount. Your Excellency Yang, you have yet to respond to His Majesty's inquiry. Qiao Nai kindly reminded him. Chen Sun, Miao Zhong, and Gao Yi echoed. Indeed, Your Excellency Yang, please share your thoughts. Yang Pu raised his gaze, only to find Yu Qian staring intently at him. Why must so many of you demand I make a decision? Is it fair to bully a 70-year-old man? Yang Pu felt exasperated. Regardless of the outcome, someone would be offended. The lines were clearly drawn. Siding with the emperor would tarnish his reputation, while siding with the cabinet might jeopardize his retirement. As for Sun Shi, he had not even factored her into his considerations. What could he do? Yang Pu's aged mind raced, nearly overheating. Finally, he conceived a thought: abstention. After a moment of silence, Yang Pu uttered those three words, then swayed and collapsed onto the cold floor, unconscious. Yang Qing, Scholar Yang, Yu Qian, and the cabinet were taken aback and rushed forward, inwardly lamenting. Could you not wait to faint after you finished speaking? This wretched interruption. Summon the imperial physician, quickly. Yu Qian cried, shaking Yang Pu and shouting towards the outside. Yang Pu's eyes remained tightly shut, his expression slightly pained. Your Majesty, please be gentle. I do not wish to meet Ren Zong and Xian Zong so soon. Yang Qing, I cannot be without you. Yu Qian lamented, his display of grief somewhat exaggerated, making it appear theatrical. Qiao Nai immediately discerned the ill intentions of the young emperor and hastily inquired, Your Majesty, how shall we deal with Wang Ji? I implore you to make a decisive resolution. Chen Sun, Gao Yi, and Miao Zhong spoke in solemn tones. Sun Shi scoffed, why complicate matters? Simply execute him. Do you possess no conscience? Yu Qian bellowed. While Yang Qing is in such peril, you squabble here without a care. Sun Shi and the cabinet fell silent. It seemed he was the most vociferous among them. Yang Qing, oh Yang Qing. Yu Qian shook Yang Pu, exclaiming, "I cannot be without you." Yang Qing felt deeply touched. However, had the emperor spoken more softly and refrained from shaking him so vigorously, his emotions would have soared even higher. By the time the imperial physician arrived, Yang Pu had indeed fainted, truly overwhelmed by Zhu Qian's vigorous shaking. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Qian employed a delaying tactic, stating, "Let us address everything once Yang Qing awakens." Chao Nai and the others were ushered out of the imperial study, while Sun Shi, indignant, sought to argue further but was dismissed with a curt, "We shall discuss it later." Infuriated, she gritted her teeth, yet the emperor's countenance displayed a facade of benevolence towards his ministers, rendering her speechless. One may evade the initial confrontation, but not the subsequent reckoning. The literati would not let this opportunity slip by easily. With a cold huff, Sun Shi swept away. Once all had departed, Wang Zhen's anxious heart began to ease. "Your Majesty," he ventured. "Yes," Zhu Qian waved dismissively, reassuring him, "as long as I am here, no one shall harm you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wang Zhen felt a wave of gratitude and relief, yet apprehension lingered. What if they persistently pursue us? The memory of his previous brutal beating sent shivers down his spine. How could he not be afraid? He still bore the mark of that encounter. One of his ears would never fully recover. Zhu Qian also found this matter troubling and mused. An investigation is indeed necessary. Wang Zhen queried. "Fear not. I shall assign trustworthy individuals to lead the inquiry." "Oh." Wang Zhen's expression softened as he asked, "Does Your Majesty mean to involve the Eastern Depot and the Jinui?" Zhu Qian replied curtly, "How could that be? Both the Jinui and the Eastern Depot are under the jurisdiction of the Grand Secretariat. They would be reluctant to comply." Wang Zhen's momentary joy froze as he timidly suggested, "Should we then let the 3 judicial departments handle it?" "Why do you fear so?" Zhu Qian raised an eyebrow, retorting, "As the saying goes, a virtuous person fears not even a crooked shadow. It seems you are feeling guilty." Indeed." Wang Zhen hesitated slightly, confessing, "Your Majesty, I admit I have overstepped at times and shall refrain in the future. Yet, should the literati conduct the examination, you are aware of their tendencies. They are more adept at framing and plotting than the Eastern Depot or the Jinui." He grimaced, saying, "In that case, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, I would not suffice to withstand their scrutiny." "Enough. Rest assured, you shall not meet your demise," Zhu Qian replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was aware of Wang Zhen's transgressions, although not in their entirety. However, he paid them little mind. What concerned him was whether Wang Zhen's actions would be beneficial to his overall control. Clearly, following this incident, Wang Zhen would be compelled to serve him with even greater zeal. Initially, it may have been a matter of power, but now the stakes had risen to encompass his very life. For only Zhu Qian could offer him protection and to secure that safeguard. Wang Zhen had no choice but to fulfill every expectation placed upon him. With this turn of events, the discord between Wang Zhen and the civil officials only deepened, making him increasingly reliant on Zhu Qian. Wang Zhen was well aware of this predicament, yet he found himself with no alternative. The officials harbored a profound animosity towards him. And with Empress Dowager's son now seeking his demise, his only recourse was to steadfastly follow the young emperor. After more than half an hour, under the ministrations of the imperial physician, Yang Pu awakened with a faint sigh. "Your Majesty, how do you feel?" Zhu Qian inquired as he stepped forward. "I am truly unable to continue, Your Majesty," Yang Pu replied with a bitter smile. "I beseech you to grant this old minister permission to retire to my homeland." Zhu Qian sensed his frailty and longing for home. Turning to the physician, he asked, "How is Yang's health?" "Your Majesty, the elder Yang is indeed aged and frail. He can no longer bear the burdens of his duties," the physician replied. Zhu Qian nodded slightly. "Very well, I grant it." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness," Yang Pu exclaimed, nearly brought to tears. He had spent the majority of his life within the halls of power, and the years had drained him of all vitality. What remained was merely exhaustion and weariness, devoid of the initial fervor and ambition for authority. Finally, he could return home, and his face bore an expression of profound relief, as if a colossal weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Without delay, he set out that very day, leaving even his colleagues and friends uninformed. Inside the carriage, Yang Pu lifted the curtain and gazed at the receding imperial city, softly murmuring, "In my next life, I shall not return here." After decades of navigating the treacherous waters of court intrigue, filled with scheming and factional disputes, he felt utterly fatigued. Having achieved the highest degree in the second year of Jiangwen, he entered the Hanlin Academy as an editor, believing that after a few years of perseverance, he could return to his hometown as a county magistrate. However, he was unexpectedly caught up in the Jiangwen's reduction of feudal lords, soon followed by the outbreak of the Jingnan campaign. After the tumultuous changes, he was chosen by the Taizong and became a member of the crown princess retinue, initially believing that serving the prince would lead to a bright future, only to find himself imprisoned by Taizong. Life is often filled with dramatic twists. He had experienced both decline and glory, yet upon reflection, it all culminated in a mere shell of a body. He softly recited, leaving home as a youth, returning as an elder, my accent unchanged, yet my hair is gray. Children who meet me do not recognize me, laughingly asking where I hail from. This poem, while not entirely fitting, resonated with significant similarities to his own experience. Yang Pu felt an overwhelming loneliness. His former colleagues and friends had long passed away, and the once mighty three Yangs were reduced to but a single remnant of their former selves, with no one left to correspond with or share heartfelt conversations. The joy of his retirement faded into melancholy. With a heavy heart, he sighed, what is there left to contend for? Yang Pu departed. Yet the struggle for power surrounding the imperial palace continued unabated. At the Baoyuan Bureau, Li Qing supervised the minting of coins, spending his days engrossed in this task. Having failed to secure a copy of the Yongle Emperor, he felt a sense of unease. Now that the coin production had entered a stable routine, his presence was no longer essential. Leaning back in his chair, Li Qing mused softly, I must find an opportunity to speak with the young emperor. It is time to return to the court. Until I procure a copy of the Didayan, I feel restless. At that moment, a high-pitched voice called from outside, Lord Li. Is Lord Li in the room? Li Qing rose to open the door, asking, what is it? The young eunuch, with a beaming smile, replied, the emperor requests your return to the court. Very well, Li Qing responded. Li Qing smiled and nodded. Please wait a moment, your majesty. I shall address a matter. This truly was a case of thoughts manifesting into reality, and Li Qing felt elated. Yet, he overlooked the fact that each time Zhu Qizhen summoned him, it was seldom for good tidings. Chapter 109. 3 sentences, 100 taels of silver in the palace. Within the central hall, Li Qing entered with an air of formality, proclaiming, I, your humble servant Li Qing, pay my respects to your majesty. He had uttered his greeting even before nearing the throne. Be at ease. Zhu Qizhen dismissed the formalities with a wave of his hand. Please, take your seat. As Li Qing settled down, he smacked his lips and remarked, I find myself rather parched after my journey. Zhu Qizhen gestured for tea to be served. Thank you, your majesty, Li Qing smiled. I presume you wish to inquire about the affairs of the Baoyuan Bureau? Not so hastily, Zhu Qizhen replied. I have summoned you back to assign a task. Li Qing's smile faltered. What task? It concerns Wang Ji. Zhu Qizhen began to outline the situation. He is of great utility to me, and he cannot perish. You must devise a means to ensure his safety. Li Qing retorted, somewhat irked. Your majesty, I am merely a 7th-rank official. Do you not overestimate my capabilities? Should you succeed in this matter, I shall reward you with 100 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver, truly? You dare suggest such a sum? Li Qing shook his head slightly. My abilities are limited. Perhaps you should seek someone more capable. Aside from you, I have no one more suitable, Zhu Qizhen insisted. I understand the burdens you carry. Thus, I will grant you an additional month of leave for the new year. This proposition was not entirely unappealing, and Li Qing's expression softened slightly. Your majesty, this matter is rather challenging. It is precisely because it is difficult that I entrust it to you. I do not have faith in others, Zhu Qizhen replied with a smile. Li Qing felt exasperated, inwardly cursing. How can this young emperor not comprehend the subtext? Is he truly oblivious, or is he merely feigning ignorance? I have practically increased the reward on my forehead. Your majesty, I may manage to persuade the ministers. But what of the empress dowager? Zhu Qizhen grimaced at the mention of his mother. He was both vexed and helpless, bound tightly by the virtue of filial piety. You need not concern yourself with that. I shall devise a strategy. Your only task is to ensure Wang Ji's survival, Zhu Qizhen stated. Li Qing nodded and began to stipulate conditions. Your majesty, the official duties have become exceedingly burdensome. After resolving the matter of Wang Ji, I would like to have the freedom to attend court as I please. This so-called freedom meant he could choose to attend or abstain from court sessions. Previously, He had promised to attend regularly in order to gain access to the Yuan pavilion, and now he sought to reclaim that privilege. Zhu Qian appeared somewhat irritated. Is my generosity not sufficient, sir? How can it be considered sufficient? Li Qing muttered under his breath, loud enough for Zhu Qian to hear. You. Zhu Qian was momentarily speechless. After much contemplation, he could not pinpoint where he had fallen short. Despite all Li Qing's efforts, he remained merely a seventh-rank official, a fact that Zhu Qian himself struggled to reconcile. Very well, I concede, Zhu Qian huffed. During this process, do you have any requests? Would you require a special sword or a token to facilitate your tasks? Not necessary. Li Qing shook his head. I had no intention of taking action myself. You do not plan to deceive me, do you? Zhu Qian was genuinely angered. Li Qing smirked. Your Majesty, whoever you assign will not fare any better. Yet you nodded in agreement just a moment ago? I shall find a solution. Li Qing smiled and said, I can resolve this matter without taking action. Conversely, taking action may lead to failure. Zhu Qian realized his misunderstanding and, feeling somewhat sullen, replied, Please elaborate. They suggested that the 3 judicial offices jointly investigate the case, which aligned with their desires. However, before Li Qing could finish his thoughts, he was interrupted. Zhu Qian frowned and said, No, that would surely lead to Wang Ji's demise. Can you allow me to finish? Go ahead, Li Qing replied earnestly. In the realm of politics, adhering to others' rules may lead to survival at best, but victory is unattainable. Upon reflection, it is not Wang Ji they truly resent, but rather the Ministry of Rights. They have finally seized an opportunity, and those individuals will not relinquish it easily. Thus, regardless of the approach, acceptance will be difficult. To break this deadlock, one must not conform to their rules. Zhu Qian vaguely recalled that the late emperor had once expressed similar sentiments and nodded, saying, Your reasoning is sound, but what should we do specifically? It is quite simple. The 3 judicial offices will jointly investigate the case, while the factory guards will also participate in the inquiry. They will scrutinize Wang Ji, while the factory guards investigate them. Li Qing scoffed. How many within the political sphere are truly untainted? When both sides are entangled in each other's transgressions, neither can claim innocence. With a hint of authority, Li Qing proclaimed, This is what we call a system of checks and balances. Zhu Qian, who usually exuded confidence, felt a twinge of disbelief but recognized the merit in Li Qing's straightforward, effective strategy, conceding that he could not devise anything superior. Then let us proceed as you suggest. Zhu Qian nodded. What of the silver? 3 words, and you demand 100 taels of silver from me? Why not simply rob it? Zhu Qian retorted. Isn't it you who has remained inactive? Li Qing laughed in exasperation. When I spoke, your father certainly paid in gold. Young man, your vision is rather limited. Very well. I shall take my leave, he said. Please wait, sir. Zhu Qian finally decided against hurting Li Qing's feelings, promising to send the silver later. All right. By the way, how is the Baoyuan Bureau? Zhu Qian inquired. Overall, it is progressing quite smoothly, Li Qing responded. By the time Li Qing returned home, it was already evening. He prepared a simple meal and, after dining, comfortably lay on his bed, contemplating how to pilfer the grand ceremony. Lost in thought, he soon drifted into slumber. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly sensed a tightening in his chest. Abruptly awakening, he found an aged hand pinching his nose. What audacity! Li Qing sprang up with a quick motion, executing a side kick without even glancing back. Blocked. Li Qing was taken aback, and then a fist rapidly expanded before his eyes. At that moment, he finally broke free from his daze and shouted, Master, please show mercy. The fist halted abruptly, as if a speeding car had been suddenly put on pause, remaining completely still in midair without a tremor. After all these years, you still haven't shown much improvement. Zhang Lotsa retracted his fist, his aged features coming into view as he grunted, Your vigilance needs enhancement. Li Qing forced a bitter smile. Master, with your skill, how could I ever compare? You still need to practice. Indeed. Li Qing sat at the edge of his bed, putting on his shoes while asking, Master, I remember locking the door. How did you manage to enter? What do you mean, how did I manage? I came through the front door, Zhang Lotsa replied, giving him a light tap on the head. You can walk through walls. Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Not at all. How else would I have entered? Li Qing asked. Intrigued, Zhang Lotsa wore an air of arrogance as I forcefully broke the lock. Li Qing, the palace. After a tender exchange of sweet nothings between Emperor Zhu Qian and Empress Qian, he, vigorous and robust, teased. I alone cannot bear the burden, your majesty. Perhaps it is time for you to take more concubines. Zhu Qizhen playfully interrupted her, kissing her for a considerable moment before gently whispering, we shall have our own children. Do not lose heart. Empress Qian smiled and remarked, setting that aside, your majesty, as the supreme ruler, it is only natural for you to have a multitude of consorts. Zhu Qizhen blinked. You wish for me to select more wives? Indeed, Empress Qian replied with a hint of melancholy. My inability to bear offspring may lead others to believe I am proud and jealous, disregarding the ancestral temple and state. Let them talk, Zhu Qizhen scoffed. Who dares to gossip? I shall silence them. Empress Qian sighed. This is not merely idle gossip. The heir is the foundation of the nation, and this cannot be taken lightly. Very well, Zhu Qizhen acknowledged. At the prime age of manhood, he found himself fond of Qian, yet did not dismiss the idea of having more women. This was a time-honored tradition among emperors, and he bore no psychological burden, with Qian accepting this as a matter of course. In this secular era, where laws permitted, a man having many wives was not deemed a cad. When will your majesty take concubines? Empress Qian inquired. I am not in a hurry. Why are you? Zhu Qizhen chuckled. Rest assured. Even if I father a son with a concubine, he will merely be a prince. Our son will be the crown prince. Qian smiled knowingly, aware of her own circumstances. The emperor should plan ahead. There is no rush. There are numerous matters to attend to. Zhu Qizhen sighed. Shall we discuss this after we have settled our affairs? Empress Qian's eyes flickered. Are you worried about the Empress Dowager? Zhu Qizhen nodded solemnly. I truly have little sway over her. I have avenged you by taking her father's life, yet she is no simple adversary. I fear she may conjure more mischief. Chapter 110. Mutual harm. Stop sleeping. Rise and work. Yongle tugged at Li Qing's ear. The old man was not here for leisure. In the dead of night, Li Qing retorted. Then why are you here? To steal the Yongle encyclopedia, Yongle replied. Li Qing remarked, however, the dead of night indeed presents a prime opportunity. As his drowsiness faded, Li Qing rubbed his hands. Master, have you brought the forgeries? They are all in the courtyard, Yongle replied. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed swiftly. Understood. Upon reaching the courtyard, Yongle opened a chest and retrieved a dark cloak, donning it. You are well prepared, master, Li Qing commented as he slipped into the garment. Indeed, Yongle replied with pride, recalling his youthful exploits of robbing the rich to aid the poor. How impressive, Li Qing flattered. Quickly changing into his attire and began filling a sack with books. The night was silent. The vast palace was patrolled by merely a dozen eunuchs, carrying lanterns as they meandered about, making encounters infrequent. Within the palace, the vigilance of the patrolling eunuchs was not high. It was merely a formality. The master and disciple, one over 100 years old and the other beyond 200, could be said to be well versed in the arts of cultivation and transformation. Under the influence of true energy and the veil of night, they moved as if through an uninhabited realm. Soon, the pair leaped through the window into the Wenyuan pavilion. Yongle, in a state of carefree leisure, meandered through the collection of books, having come to seek amusement and excitement, leaving the arduous tasks to Li Qing. After a short while, Li Qing completed the switch, meticulously returning the forgeries to their rightful places and marking them for future reference. Master, everything is in order. Shall we depart? Yongle rubbed his belly. I am feeling a bit hungry. Let us head to the imperial kitchen. Li Qing, overwhelmed, cautioned. This is, after all, the imperial palace. If we are discovered, no amount of explanation will suffice. What is there to fear? Master, we are thieves, replied Yongle nonchalantly. Li Qing, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead. A thief must possess the awareness of their role. Do you truly not understand the meaning of fear? Noticing that Yongle remained unfazed and even eager for adventure, Li Qing quickly suggested, how about this? Once we return, whatever you desire to eat, I shall prepare for you. A full Manchu Han imperial feast, if you wish. What feast? Li Qing slapped his own face in realization. If we allow the Manchu army to cross the borders, then, as a time traveler, I might as well hang myself alongside Chongzhen. Never mind, whatever you wish to eat, I shall make it. Li Qing, feeling guilty for his thievery, wished to leave without delay. Yongle reluctantly nodded. All right, when I awaken tomorrow, I expect to see a feast. Rest assured, it will be delectable and abundant, Li Qing hastily promised. Upon returning home, Li Qing carefully stored the stolen books. And by the time he finished, dawn was nearly breaking. Zhang slept soundly, while Li Qing dared not rest. If the old man awoke to find no food, he would surely be in trouble. In the kitchen, Li Qing busied himself, for this era lacked gas and electric stoves. Juggling frying and boiling was no easy task. As dawn broke, he finally removed his apron, having completed breakfast. Noticing his master still deep in slumber, he left a note and took the donkey to the market to procure ingredients for lunch. Zhang had no other passion than his love for delicious food, and as his disciple, Li Qing felt it was his duty to show filial piety. After all, this was his only family in this world. Selecting vegetables, buying ingredients, and even purchasing a lock, Li Qing returned as the sun had fully risen. Zhang was practicing his Tai Chi, the movements fluid and serene, bringing a sense of tranquility to the observer. Li Qing waited patiently until the old man finished his exercises, then approached. "Master, have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet," Zhang replied, stretching his limbs. "Eating alone is rather dull." "Oh, you've brought back quite a bit of food." With a smile, Li Qing shared. "The butcher Wang's cow fell, so I bought 2 pounds of beef, along with lamb and carp. For lunch today, we shall have a fish and lamb soup." "That sounds delightful," Zhang replied, pleased. "By the way, do you not attend court?" Li Qing answered with satisfaction. "I have a degree of freedom. I go when I wish and refrain when I do not. The pay for a month is meager, so there is no need to overexert myself." "Indeed," Zhang conceded, feeling relieved. Century-old delicacies such as century eggs with lean meat porridge, fluffy steamed buns, crispy pickled vegetables, and fried delicacies, paired with Longjing tea eggs, may not be abundant in quantity, yet they are splendidly diverse and exquisitely crafted. "How could I have overlooked your remarkable culinary skills?" Zhang appetite surged. "In those days, you were so wildly spirited that you hardly remembered such details." Li Qing chuckled and remarked, "If my master desires these dishes, I shall prepare them for you every day henceforth." However, Zhang shook his head. "I cannot linger here for too long. I must also attend to my junior brother. Unlike you, he is advanced in years and requires more consideration." Li Qing's expression dimmed slightly as he nodded in agreement. After their meal, Li Qing tidied up the dishes, while Zhang reclined in a chair beneath the shade of a tree, engrossed in the stolen Yongle encyclopedia. The sunlight was perfect, and a donkey lazily rested on the ground, munching on high-quality fodder, filling the small courtyard with warmth and vitality. In such moments, Li Qing wished time could linger a little longer, flowing more slowly. Once the dishes were cleared, Li Qing proceeded to change the lock, adding wooden slats to the wide gap in the door to prevent the mischievous old man from slipping through and breaking the lock. It was baffling how he could easily leap over the courtyard wall, yet chose to damage the lock instead. After securing the lock, Li Qing began washing and preparing vegetables for lunch, occasionally exchanging a few words with his master. The donkey would interject with its own sounds, contributing to a warm and inviting atmosphere. In stark contrast to the cozy courtyard, unrest loomed both inside and outside the imperial city. The 3 departments had taken action, and the imperial guard followed suit, both aiming for each other's vitals with lethal intent. The palace itself was rife with tension. Sun's family, witnessing Wang Ji's continued survival, felt an intense frustration and sought compensation from elsewhere. Sun knew full well who was responsible for her son's demise. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence could deduce the perpetrator. Yet none dared to speak the truth, not even the most embittered of the sons. After all, he was her only son. However, as Yu Qian had anticipated, the Sun family was not to be trifled with. In Kuan Palace, Sun leisurely sipped her tea, speaking softly. "How many years has it been since Jun married?" Yu Qian, keeping his gaze low, replied nonchalantly, "For years." Time had indeed flown, she lamented. "When might I finally hold a grandchild?" Yu Qian's expression hardened, a surge of anger igniting within him, prompting Empress Qian to gently restrain his hand, signaling him to maintain decorum. She then stood and curtsied. "It is our fault for not being fruitful. I have advised the emperor, and he has consented to select more concubines once this tumult subsides." With a smile, she added, "Mother will surely hold a dragon grandchild." "Indeed, a woman should not be excessively jealous," Sun retorted. "Otherwise, how could Jin still be without offspring?" Yu Qian chuckled. "It is true that a woman should not be overly envious. Speaking of which, I have suddenly recalled that empress who from the Xuande era has been deceased for several years without posthumous honors. What do you believe would be a fitting tribute?" Sun's expression shifted abruptly, and she scoffed. She was already deposed during the Xuande reign. What significance does this discussion hold now? Zhu Qizhen mused. The late emperor regretted this matter before his passing, mocking it as a youthful folly. Empress Qian tugged at his sleeve. Zhu Qizhen remained unmoved, steadfastly asserting, "What title does the Empress Dowager believe should be conferred?" Sun, watching with a cold gaze, retorted, "Does His Majesty truly wish to bestow a title? A woman must possess magnanimity, wouldn't you agree?" Zhu Qizhen smiled, yet there was a distinct lack of mirth in his eyes. The irreconcilable rift between them had deepened. Sun had poisoned Empress Qian, while Zhu Qizhen had avenged his father and son by slaying Sun Zhong. How could reconciliation be possible? Ironically, their relationship was that of mother and son, rendering them unable to truly harm one another, and thus they could only inflict pain upon each other as vulnerabilities. "So be it," Sun said, flicking her sleeves and taking a few brisk steps before turning back, "since His Majesty wishes to select a consort. I have a suitable candidate in mind." Zhu Qizhen, however, remained silent. Noticing the atmosphere had grown excessively tense, Empress Qian inquired, "Who does the Empress Dowager refer to?" "Zhener," Sun called out loudly. After a brief moment, Zhener timidly entered the grand hall. The Zhener of today was no longer the innocent girl of yore, in her prime. Her beauty and figure were exemplary, rendering her more than qualified to become a concubine. In the selection of consorts, the emperor of the Ming dynasty did not regard noble lineage. Zhener, born of a palace maid, had precedence of maids ascending to the rank of concubine, as Sun herself had once been a maid. This servant pays her respects to the emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress. Zhener knelt and performed the customary greeting, her heart racing intensely. It was not the surprise of being favored, nor was it sheer panic. Rather, she was terrified, acutely aware that the matter of poisoning was likely known to the emperor, although it had been at the behest of the Empress Dowager. She was the one who had executed it. The emperor could not harm his biological mother, but eliminating a mere palace maid would be exceedingly simple, especially given his deep affection for the empress. Zhu Qizhen narrowed his eyes and said blandly, "Could I possibly take a maid as a consort?" Pausing, he added with veiled disdain, "A maid remains a maid. Even if she were to soar to great heights, she could never transform into a phoenix, nor could she ever compare with a legitimately wed empress. A concubine will always be a concubine." Sun, perceptive to the implications of his words, scoffed with irony. "Being of humble birth is not a disgrace. It is far more honorable than a petty individual who eats with a bowl in hand, yet puts down the chopsticks to curse his mother." "Huh," Zhu Qizhen scoffed. "What a commendable display of integrity. Your Majesty, I am feeling somewhat unwell," Empress Qian interjected forcefully, fearing that the mother and son might escalate into a conflict. Should the emperor and the Empress Dowager engage in a quarrel, especially given that the Dowager was the emperor's mother? Such an incident would lead to Zhu Qizhen facing universal scorn. Empress Qian's gaze bore a plea. Zhu Qizhen took a deep breath, with reason gradually prevailing. He lowered his gaze to Zhener, stating, "To be a consort may be too much to ask. Serving me as a maid could still be acceptable." A murderous intent began to stir within him. Chapter 111. There are villains among the scholars. Zhener had entered the palace at a tender age, and under the influence of this grand dying vat, her exterior was no longer as innocent. She understood all too well that once she embarked upon this path, there would be no return. She could perish in a well, succumb to despair, and hang herself, or suffer an accidental fall and sustain fatal injuries. In any case, death was inevitable. In this moment of life and death, Zhener shed her usual docility, speaking with an earnest tone, "This servant is clumsy and unskilled. How could I possibly serve the emperor? Your Majesty is of invaluable worth, and I am but a lowly servant, unworthy of such fortune." Zhu Qizhen responded, "I have declared that what I desire, I shall have." "The Empress Dowager?" Zhen Eyre blinked fervently, revealing her urgency. Sun Shi also realized that the emperor's son intended to commit murder, having served her faithfully for such a long time. She naturally did not wish for any harm to befall Zhen Eyre. Thus, she said, "Since His Majesty looks down upon Zhen Eyre, let her serve me instead. I lack a maid like her." Zhu Qizhen replied, "I hope the Empress Dowager can bear to part with her." Sun Shi shook her head. "I will not part with her." Zhu Qizhen wished to speak again, but Empress Qian hastily grasped his arm, saying, "Your Majesty, I am unwell." With that, she turned to Sun Shi and bowed. "Mother, I take my leave." Zhu Qizhen was half dragged away by Qian, casting a fierce glare at Zhen Eyre before departing. Zhen Eyre turned pale with fright, and as the couple moved further away, She hurriedly knelt and pleaded, "Your Highness, please save your servant. Do not be afraid." Sun Shi replied calmly, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall not perish." "Yes, Your Highness, your great kindness is etched in my heart," Yongle said, bowing deeply, though anxiety gnawed at her, for she was merely a maid. She was well aware of her mistress's nature. If the situation grew dire, she would undoubtedly abandon her without a second thought. Yongle resolved to find a way to save herself. At the Chao residence, several grand scholars, including Chao Nai, Chen Sun, Gao Yi, and Miao Zhong, gathered to discuss the current situation. "It seems the three law offices are in a precarious state," Chao Nai remarked, his brow furrowed. "The factory guards are like mad dogs. They are under immense pressure, and many have lost their resolve." "What a clever tactic to surround Wei and save Zhao," Chen Sun exclaimed, slamming the table, his voice filled with malice. "What a formidable figure Wang Ji is. It is unlikely that this scheme originated from Wang Ji." Gao Yi interjected, "Though that eunuch has some education, he is merely a failed scholar. Such cunning tactics clearly stem from an experienced hand in politics." Miao Zhong sighed with a bitter smile, lamenting, "There are indeed nefarious individuals among the civil officials. That is of little importance now. The urgent task is to stabilize our own morale while instilling caution in the factory guards," Chao Nai pondered. "With the numerous personnel in the censorate, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court, their hearts are already disunited, and the factory guards' interference has scattered them like loose sand. We must provide them with a dose of encouragement." "What insightful thoughts do you have, Brother Chao?" "Strike at the root. First, let the emperor apprehend Wang Ji," Chao Nai suggested. "Once Wang Ji is imprisoned, the factory guards will naturally restrain themselves to secure their own futures. The people of the three law offices will then regain their confidence." "A splendid idea. But the execution will be challenging," Chen Sun replied with a wry smile. "This is akin to a mouse hanging a bell around a cat's neck. Sounds brilliant, yet utterly impractical. Until there is undeniable evidence against Wang Ji, the young emperor will never agree. The key is, if this turmoil continues, the three law offices will dare not investigate. Even if they uncover something, the factory guards will hold the reins, and they will not dare to expose it. The resolution is urgent," Chao Nai stated with a smile. "It is clear that our cabinet cannot speak on this matter, but what if we enlist the military department's involvement?" "Yu Qian?" Gao Yi's eyes brightened as he praised, "Excellent. Though Yu Qian is somewhat unconventional, he shares our strong aversion to eunuchs meddling in governance." "Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Yu Qian has long been held in high esteem by the emperor, and Wang Ji from the Ministry of Personnel is his close confidant. Thus, his words carry substantial weight." Miao Zhong nodded in agreement. Chen Sun, observing Chao Nai's silent smile, inquired with suspicion, "Could it be that Brother Chao is not referring to Yu Qian? There exists a figure within the Ministry of War, not holding a lofty position, yet immensely trusted by the emperor, whose presence is felt in both significant and trivial matters over the years." Chao Nai shook his head. "Li Qing." The three spoke in unison. Throughout these years, Li Qing has maintained a commendable low profile, yet in this assembly of astute individuals, how could he possibly remain unnoticed? Otherwise, the incident of civil officials being ambushed and subsequently counterattacked would not have transpired. Given the previous tensions, would he extend his assistance to us? Chen Sun furrowed his brow, recalling that during his visit to Jinling, Li Qing had been quite close to the Directorate of Ceremonial and the Imperial Guard. But people are inherently driven by profit. As long as we offer enough, there is no reason for him to decline cooperation. Chao Nai expressed great confidence, adding, "Moreover, public opinion is in our favor. Wang Ji is already viewed as a villain among the populace. Eliminating him would undoubtedly elevate Li Qing's reputation." He chuckled, "Such a mutually beneficial arrangement. Why would he refuse?" This was indeed a valid point, and the others nodded in agreement. Gao Yi hesitated. "However, Li Qing is a favored figure before the emperor, often receiving bountiful rewards. I fear we might not be able to provide a sufficient temptation. Certainly, it cannot solely be our financial backing. If we were to undermine the Directorate of Ceremonial, all civil officials would benefit, and they too must contribute." Chao Nai remarked, "With so many officials, if each contributes a little, it would surely entice him." Miao Zhong, ever the impetuous one, decisively stated, "Agreed, let us proceed without delay. We must quickly gather the funds." "I shall go to the Ministry of Justice," Gao Yi declared. Chen Sun also rose. "I will visit the censorate." In a quaint courtyard, a creamy fish and mutton soup wafted with the fragrance of scallions and cilantro. Its rich aroma soothing to the soul. A generous bowl of Yongle-style stewed beef bubbled invitingly, and a single whiff could easily ensnare one's senses. Additionally, there were century eggs with cucumbers and refreshing seasonal vegetable dishes, creating a bountiful spread on the dining table. "Master, dinner is served," Li Qing called out. Zhang, lounging under the shade, stretched lazily before entering the guest hall. Upon seeing the table laden with delectable dishes, his face lit up with joy. "From now on, let us maintain this standard. Master enjoys such feasts." Li Qing stifled a laugh and nodded, serving him a bowl of rice while adjusting the ice cubes closer to him. "Those who practice martial arts are unperturbed by heat or cold. We do not require such luxuries at home." Zhang waved dismissively. "With this money, one could buy an additional 2 pounds of meat instead. Using it during meals is quite pleasant as well," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Our family is affluent. There's no need for such meticulous calculations." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Li Qing's smile faltered momentarily as memories of the thrifty Hongxiu surfaced. In years past, when he was merely a Jin E1000 household, the girl would only allow the use of ice to cool off when he was at home. "What's the matter?" Nothing at all." Regaining composure, Li Qing smiled. "Master, do sample my culinary skills." Zhang picked up a piece of beef from the steaming broth, merely blowing on it before popping it into his mouth, savoring the flavor. Delicious." Li Qing urged. "Please eat slowly. Do not burn yourself. Rest assured, I am shielded by true energy, unfazed by the vicissitudes of temperature." Zhang, indeed, fears not the heat. He exuberantly praises. "Qingzi, your culinary skills are such that opening a restaurant would surely yield fortune. With such prowess, you shall thrive regardless of future circumstances." He felt joyous and reassured. Even in the face of his eventual demise, even if his disciple were to encounter misfortune, a disciple endowed with such skills could still carve out a livelihood. For elders, the greatest filial piety lies in ensuring that their juniors are free from worry. "May Master live to the ripe age of 500. Henceforth, your disciples shall prepare your meals daily," Li Qing joyfully proclaimed. Zhang merely smiled, refraining from dampening the mood during their meal. In truth, his time was limited. Had he not made further strides, he feared he would have already returned to the earth. Yet, even with his advancements, he approached his limits. He was no deity. To live a century is already remarkable, yet here he was, 2 centuries old. This vast reservoir of pure and profound energy could not guarantee his immortality. Otherwise, the heavenly master's estate at Longhu Mountain would not endure through generations. Even a figure like Zhang Daoling ultimately succumbed to the relentless passage of time, did he not? A quarter of an hour later, Zhang contentedly belched and declared, "I must prepare for my nightly escapade of book thievery. I shall retire now." "Very well," Li Qing replied, rising to clear the table. After tidying up, he fetched fodder to feed his donkey brother, of course, engaging in a bit of light-hearted chatter. The donkey, accustomed to his ramblings, munched away while listening to him. After a while, noticing that the donkey had dozed off mid-lecture, he muttered, "Even a donkey takes an afternoon nap. How absurd." Feeling drowsy himself, he made his way to a lounge chair beneath the shade of a tree and reclined, gazing up at the lush greenery above. Dappled sunlight graced his face, enhancing his youthful and handsome demeanor. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the shimmering light to dance around him, reminiscent of an ethereal being. Such was the essence of a handsome man. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed since entering the court, and as he had mentioned to Zhu Qian, he was now in his 30s. Li Qing mused to himself, "It is time to pay heed to my appearance. From this day forth, I shall begin to cultivate my beard." The breeze whispered softly, the crisp sound of colliding leaves was delightful, and Li Qing, succumbing to drowsiness, gradually drifted into slumber. In the palace, Zhen'er had cast aside her previous transparent persona, opting instead for a more ostentatious demeanor, exercising authority over the other palace maidens. In this royal abode, the most unscrupulous often flourished. Her transformation yielded positive results, as numerous maidens began to curry favor with her, eager to align themselves with her. Zhen'er, with the smirk of a sycophant, boasted, "My sisters, I am favored by the Empress Dowager. Those who accompany my lady shall enjoy the finest of luxuries." Though it had been only a few years since the passing of the Empress Dowager Zhang, and Sunshire had not yet fully established her dominance, Zhen'er's actions while appearing to consolidate support for Sun Shi, were fundamentally driven by a desire for self-preservation. If she, the trusted confidant of the Empress Dowager, were to perish, who would remain loyal to Sun Shi? The latter's aspirations to gain absolute control over the harem would become exceedingly arduous. In this palace, naivety was not tolerated. Intrigue and treachery were the norm. Beneath Zhen'er's innocent facade lay a keenly honed sense of palace intrigue. She harbored no grand ambitions. She merely wished to survive. And if possible, to live in comfort. Chapter 112. A Shared Encounter. The time was nearing the end of the Shen hour. Li Qing awoke softly. The mottled sunlight no longer harsh but gentle, and the breeze caressing her cheek was no longer stifling. Stretching her limbs, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. The remnants of her previous hysteria fading away as she slowly sat up. I seem to have slept for quite a while, she mused, twisting her waist before beginning to prepare dinner. Engaged in fetching water, washing vegetables, and chopping ingredients, her efforts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Is Li Qing at home? The motion of washing vegetables paused as Li Qing wiped her damp hands on her apron and approached the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to find Chao Nai and several members of the cabinet standing before her. They too seemed astonished. It was unexpected for a dignitary to be found in such a domestic role. After all, Li Qing was a recognized official of the court, personally preparing a meal. Oh, how diligent of you, Li Qing. Chao Nai stammered, struggling to find the right words to initiate the conversation. Li Qing, intrigued, inquired, "Do you gentlemen have business here?" "Indeed, we do," Miao Zhong replied half-jokingly. "Wouldn't you invite us in for a chat?" With a smile, Li Qing gestured, "Please, come inside." The group entered the courtyard, and Gao Yi turned to close the door behind them. Observing this, Li Qing realized their visit was of significance and likely accompanied by gifts. "My relatives are visiting and resting," she said with a smile. "Since it's not too warm, shall we converse in the courtyard?" "As you wish," Chao Nai replied politely. "Before asking, might I inquire about your relatives, Li Qing?" "Oh, just an elderly gentleman, with no connection to the official realm," Li Qing explained. "Let us keep our voices down so as not to disturb him." Upon hearing this, Chao Nai and the others ceased their probing. Li Qing was particularly attentive to her esteemed guests, retrieving several chairs from the guest hall for them to sit around a stone table. As they settled, their astonishment at the modest courtyard deepened. While the salaries of Ming officials were modest, a person of Li Qing's standing should not be living in such simplicity. "Oh, I see. He seeks to cultivate a reputation," they understood, bolstering their confidence regarding the discussions ahead. After some brief pleasantries, Chao Nai transitioned to the main topic. "What is your opinion of Wang Ji, Li Qing?" Li Qing pondered before responding. As the Grand Eunuch presiding over the Ministry of Rights, his power is immense. One might even liken him to a prime minister. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the eyes of her companions, and Chao Nai seized the opportunity. Li Qing, having been away, may not be fully aware of court affairs. Wang Ji's malevolence is beyond what an ordinary person can comprehend. One could speak for 3 days and nights without exhausting the topic. "Let us be succinct," Li Qing replied, growing impatient and eager to expedite the matter. Since the establishment of the Ministry of Rights, the eunuchs have grown increasingly brazen, forgetting their servile status, particularly that Wang Ji, who is utterly lawless, Miao Zhong exclaimed passionately. "Indeed, according to the founding principles of Hongwu, eunuchs are forbidden from political involvement," Gao Yi added. "By this alone, he has set himself on a path to destruction." Chun Sun's voice turned grave. "National affairs are to be governed by both sovereign and ministers, yet Wang Ji, a mere eunuch, dares to meddle in state matters. How audacious!" With such overt implications laid bare, Li Qing could no longer feign ignorance. "The matter concerning Wang Ji has reached my ears, yet the truth is far more grievous than what you have heard," remarked Chao Nai. Li Qing sighed and said, "But I am merely a 7th-rank official. Even if I have the will, I lack the power. Why should a 7th-rank official belittle himself?" Chao Nai laughed. "The Emperor holds you in high esteem. If you are willing to lend us your support, your name shall be renowned throughout the ages. In the future, you will enjoy high office and substantial salary, with the promise of wealth for your wife and children, which would indeed be splendid." Chun Sun chimed in, "Indeed, splendid." Noticing Li Qing's silence, Chun Sun inquired, "Does Li Qing have any difficulties? I am but a 7th-rank official, struggling to manage my own affairs. How can I concern myself with others?" Li Qing replied, self-deprecatingly, "Look at what my life has become." Chun Sun was momentarily taken aback. exchanging glances with Chao Nai and the others, and then a smile broke on their faces. We are aware of Li Dejishi's challenges. Serving in the same court is akin to sailing in the same boat. We ought to assist one another. As he spoke, he produced a stack of silver notes. Knowing that Li Dejishi's life is rather frugal, as a senior in the officialdom, I ought to provide support. This is but a small token. You need not be modest. Dear brother. Subsequently, Chao Nai and the others also took out silver notes, smiling as they pushed them towards Li Qing. Li Qing cast a glance and noted they were all 100-tael denominations. Collectively, the amount exceeded 5,000 taels. It was indeed a substantial sum, far surpassing the rewards he had received since entering the court. Li Qing hesitated, saying, I am merely a 7th-rank official. I fear I cannot repay such generosity. Dear brother, do not take offense. Chao Nai feigned displeasure. We are all family. Why speak of such formalities? Indeed, if you refuse, it would imply disdain for your elder brothers. Miao Zhong added with a smile. The shift in address from titles to brotherly terms indicated that an agreement had been reached between them. They were accustomed to Li Qing's reluctance to accept gifts. After all, scholars were like this, and they too behaved similarly. Was this bribery? No. Scholars did not call it that. It was merely human relationships and social customs. If Li Qing were to act differently, it would rather seem out of place. Since it is freely given, I shall accept graciously. Li Qing smiled, gathering the notes into his embrace, filled with righteous indignation. Wang Ji is so lawless. As a member of the Dejishi, it is my duty to impeach him. Chao Nai and the others rose in reverence, clasping their hands together. Li Dejishi, undaunted by power, acts with righteousness. I admire you, brother. Oh, ha ha ha. After bidding farewell to a few benefactors, Li Qing returned to the eastern kitchen. Continuing his work while humming a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted. A short while later, Zhang Lada yawned as he approached, grumbling. Who was here just now? Making such a racket? A few officials with too much money. Li Qing chuckled. Master, go wash your face. The meal will be ready shortly. Those who came to give money. Zhang Lada muttered, his mood lightening considerably. After dinner, the master and apprentice sat beneath the eaves, sharing their thoughts. Qingzi, does this count as corruption? It does, but I never conduct business for money, Li Qing replied proudly. Thus, strictly speaking, I remain an incorruptible official. Zhang Lada asked, will they cease their efforts once they realize they have been deceived? I am not worried. Li Qing smiled and remarked that bribery is indeed a grave offense, and they would not risk their lives over such a trifling sum. At most, they would resort to slandering him behind his back or uttering curses, which would not cost them anything. He wore an expression of indifference, asserting that had curses been effective, he would have perished during the Hanwu era. Zhang Lada inquired, surely, they wouldn't be cursing someone related to them? Li Qing chuckled, of course, it's inherently personal. Otherwise, would it even be considered a curse? Share half of the money with me. That night, the master and disciple, laden with their burdens, set forth once more, enjoying yet another fruitful evening. Upon returning, Li Qing prepared breakfast, went to buy groceries, and repeated the morning's routine while preparing lunch, mirroring the day before. The grandiose proclamations about eliminating corrupt officials had long since been cast aside. After lunch, Li Qing pondered for a moment and decided to pay a visit to the palace. In the central hall of the imperial palace, Zhu Qizhen stated, they sought you out and even provided you with money? Indeed, but your majesty need not worry. Li Qing replied earnestly, though I accepted their coin, my allegiance remains with you. How can you say that? Zhu Qizhen found it hard to accept. It felt akin to a beloved returning from a rendezvous with another, declaring their love for you nonetheless. That's rather despicable. Sir, are you truly so enamored with money? Zhu Qizhen challenged. Why refuse something given freely? Li Qing replied with a grin. Yet, what of your principles? Li Qing rolled his eyes, deeming such concerns trivial and unnecessary. However, Zhu Qizhen was infuriated. Is the money I provide you not sufficient? Alas, it truly is not, Li Qing shrugged. Your Majesty, I can hardly afford a maid at present. You. Zhu Qizhen trembled with rage. What of the ill-gotten gains? I intend to save it for gradual expenditure. Li Qing responded. Zhu Qizhen was both amused and exasperated. How could you utter such words with a straight face? What other option is there? It must be returned, absolutely. Why should I surrender the fruits of my labor? Li Qing was incredulous. Had it not been for the little emperor's suspicious nature, he would not have spoken thus. It seemed, however, that even honesty could lead to trouble. Your Majesty, One must be magnanimous. How can any minister confide in you if you act this way? You risk losing my trust, Li Qing admonished. Return half. Zhu Qizhen retreated a step. Li Qing shook his head vigorously, jesting. The little old man just took half. If you take another half, what would be left for me? Chapter 113. Freedom to act. Zhu Qizhen, displeased, said, You claim poverty, and I empathize with you. Yet you must also consider the court's difficulties. Our treasury is not affluent at present. Li Qing preferred not to engage in such a debate. For as he had previously stated, within the confines of another's rules, one could only strive to avoid loss, never to achieve victory. Thus, he skillfully redirected the conversation. Your Majesty, how much copper coin has the Baoyuan Bureau minted thus far? Li Qing inquired. Approximately 10 million, I suppose. Speaking of this, Zhu Qizhen grew agitated. Based on the prevailing exchange rate of 100 yuan per tael, one could only convert it to a mere 100,000 taels of currency. Given the accumulation of such sums over the years, it seemed unlikely he would ever repay it within his lifetime. It is absolutely repayable, Li Qing asserted confidently. As long as we open the maritime trade routes, we shall certainly clear the debt within 20 years. Li Qing remarked, Your Majesty, you cannot regard this matter in such a simplistic manner. The repayment of debts does not necessarily imply that one must earn an equivalent amount of currency. The court merely requires copper and manpower, which is far less arduous than you envision. Moreover, this endeavor is not a losing venture. Stabilizing the currency will facilitate smoother economic circulation, enriching the populace and consequently increasing tax revenues. A virtuous cycle indeed. If this task is executed properly, Your Majesty's accomplishments will stand as unique within the Ming dynasty. With a dismissive smile, Zhu Qizhen retorted, Spare me the flattery. What of the matter concerning bribery? I have yet to take action. That still constitutes accepting bribes, Zhu Qizhen interjected. Li Qing, in a moment of defiance, declared, Do as you will. If it comes to it, you may relieve me of my position, and I shall return to my homeland to till the land. Zhu Qizhen, taken aback by Li Qing's obstinacy, softened his tone and conceded, This is ultimately not the behavior befitting a wise minister. I shall overlook this instance. But let it not become a precedent. Li Qing responded earnestly, Your Majesty, I do not consider myself a wise minister. What do you mean? Zhu Qizhen inquired. I am a capable one, Li Qing stated. I can assist you and the Ming dynasty in resolving pressing issues. But I do not possess the noble character you may expect. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing added, Should Your Majesty employ the manipulative tactics of an emperor to govern your ministers, then our collaboration shall inevitably falter. Frustrated by Zhu Qizhen's ungratefulness and the multitude of matters at hand, Li Qing found his patience waning. Had it not been for Zhu Qizhen's awareness and willingness to heed advice, he might have already severed ties. The importance of talent was evidently lost on Zhu Qizhen. Zhu Qizhen's expression darkened as he harbored resentment, yet dared not voice it, fully aware of Li Qing's capabilities. Especially given the current instability of the court and the many challenges that lay ahead, he could not afford to dismiss Li Qing. Acknowledging his shortcomings was out of the question. At best, he would soften his stance and utter some flattering words. Clearing his throat, Zhu Qizhen remarked, Does your conscience not ache when you speak thus? Among the ministers of the Ming, who truly desires to attend court, who can frequently request leave, spending nearly a third of the year in absence, who receives reward so often? Upon hearing the word reward, Li Qing could not help but scoff. Is that meager sum truly a reward? What is that expression on your face? Zhu Qizhen retorted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The funds I provided you should suffice for your expenses. Ah, yes, indeed. I cannot possibly exhaust it, Li Qing replied. After a moment of silence, Zhu Qizhen ultimately relented. Very well, I shall not dwell on this matter. In the future, do not shy away from challenges. Li Qing countered, Your Majesty, when have I ever shied away? What I mean is to be more diligent. Zhu Qizhen corrected. Agreed. However, Li Qing asserted, Do you trust me, Your Majesty? Naturally, Zhu Qizhen nodded. Li Qing continued. If I were to ally closely with the Empress Dowager, the civil officials, and the Directorate of Ceremonies, would you still place your trust in me? Confounded, Zhu Qizhen asked. Why would you associate so closely with them? It is solely to better address the issues at hand, Li Qing clarified. I am but a seventh-rank official with limited authority. Without your empowerment or the ability to leverage influence, what can I achieve? Li Qing jested. You wish for the horse to run yet not graze. Your Majesty, do you believe this is feasible? After a brief pause, he continued. Of course, I am not seeking an official position. To be candid, I have little desire for it. However, to address issues more efficiently and conveniently, I cannot adhere strictly to conventional methods. Zhu Qizhen fell into silence. Li Qing pressed on. Let us take this opportunity to speak candidly. If your majesty trusts me, I shall act according to my own methods. Should you find this unsatisfactory, I will return to my duties in the Ministry of War and ensure my daily attendance at court. You may choose. The young emperor's desire to retain power while expecting him to perform, all the while holding him to lofty moral standards, was quite unreasonable. Even Zhu Yuanzhang would not stoop to such pettiness. A mere seventh-rank official, if he were to remain compliant, could achieve nothing significant. Li Qing, unwilling to bear such burdens, opted for a straightforward approach, shifting the pressure onto Zhu Qizhen. Although Zhu Qizhen admired and appreciated Li Qing, he also felt a tinge of fear towards him. Yet he could not do without Li Qing. Am I truly as heartless as you suggest? Zhu Qizhen softened his tone and countered. When you previously went to Jinling, did I not delegate authority to you? Did the factory guard not answer solely to your command? Does this not illustrate my trust in you? Li Qing unflinchingly exposed the fallacy, asserting that the plenipotentiary was inherently granted such powers, and true delegation required acknowledgement from all, not merely a temporary title. Zhu Qizhen fell silent once more. In truth, he had three options. The first was to reinstate Li Qing as a typical minister of war, but this was unacceptable, so he dismissed it outright. The second was to promote Li Qing and grant him authority, the most direct and effective approach, yet fraught with risks. The third was to allow Li Qing to operate freely, which also bore risks but was comparatively less perilous. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhu Qizhen made his decision. What you say is unfounded. I have always trusted you. You make a valid point. Henceforth, let us proceed according to your methods. I shall not interfere nor impose further requirements, as long as you can manage the significant affairs. Li Qing smiled. Your Majesty is indeed wise. From that moment, he was free to act according to his own discretion. The relationship between the two transformed from one of subordination to one of collaboration, undoubtedly granting Li Qing considerable operational latitude. He could now legitimately form alliances. Following this exchange, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, prompting Zhu Qizhen to smile and say, "Today, as official business is light, let us share a drink." Li Qing, having achieved his objective, felt elated and nodded with a smile. It would be my honor to comply. As the food and drink were served, the two raised their glasses in camaraderie, gradually dissipating the earlier tension. Neither wished to create discord. Despite their differing ideologies, they shared a common goal for the betterment of the Ming dynasty. As they feasted and laughed, their bond grew closer, exuding the harmonious image of a wise ruler and a capable minister. Just as they were reveling in the moment, Sun entered. Upon seeing the two sharing a table, she was taken aback, especially by the gentle smile adorning Zhu Qizhen's face, which truly astonished her. She had not seen such a son in a long time. This Li Qing was indeed remarkable, which led Sun to contemplate. Noticing Li Qing about to rise to pay his respects, she quickly interjected. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat. Li Qing, who had been putting on an act, seated himself without hesitation upon her invitation. Sun, feeling at ease, approached and sat beside Zhu Qizhen, smiling as she spoke. Your Majesty, I have already initiated the process of selecting a consort, and I anticipate we will have some prospects by the Mid-Autumn Festival at the latest. Zhu Qizhen furrowed his brows. Why did the Empress Dowager not inform me in advance? Sun replied in surprise. Did you not agree to it? Traditionally, matters of marriage are decided by the parents. It is not customary for the emperor to arrange his own selection of consorts. But rest assured, you will ultimately have the final say in the choice. Zhu Qizhen found it difficult to argue, as this was indeed the truth. Mr. Li, is there still a chance for the empress to recover from her illness? Zhu Qizhen recalled this matter. Being of illegitimate birth, he aspired to establish a legitimate heir. Historically, emperors have always prioritized legitimate sons, considering illegitimate ones only in their absence. Moreover, Zhu Qizhen held a particular fondness for the Qin family. To say this in front of your mother is quite bold. Do you not fear for the troubles your wife might endure? Li Qing responded with a pained expression. Forgive me for my frankness, but the likelihood is quite slim. Sun felt a surge of joy within. This statement nearly amounted to a declaration that the Qin family would have no further chances of pregnancy. After all, in the political arena, no one would speak in absolutes. This presented her with the opportunity to recruit a new daughter-in-law and nurture a future grandson. She feigned regret. Mr. Li, since you possess medical knowledge, do exert more effort. This is a matter of great significance for the ancestral temple and the state. Upon seeing her demeanor, Zhu Qizhen suddenly realized he had misspoken and ceased his inquiries, adopting a melancholic expression. Li Qing could not help but sigh inwardly. Life is challenging, relying entirely on pretense. In Chapter 114, Fairness for All, the mother and son engaged in a battle of wits, and Li Qing, unwilling to involve himself, decisively exited. However, just upon leaving the palace gates, he encountered Chao Nai, who evidently had come prepared to confront him. Chao Nai glanced around and whispered, "May I have a word?" Li Qing nodded and followed him to a secluded spot. "Did Li Dugong enter the palace?" Chao Nai inquired. "Indeed. Did he impeach Wang Ji?" "Yes, that is correct. It lasted for a full half-hour." Chao Nai sniffed the air and frowned slightly. "Why is there a scent of alcohol?" He brushed aside this concern and urgently asked, "What did the emperor say?" "The emperor is quite hesitant," Li Qing replied ambiguously. "It is still uncertain whether he will take action against Wang Ji, but he has shown some signs of wavering." "Thank you for your hard work, Li Dugong," Chao Nai said politely. He did not expect immediate success, but the emperor's uncertainty greatly bolstered his confidence, prompting him to think the money was not wasted. With the court of imperial sacrifices still a malignancy, we must strive harder. Chao Nai lamented, "I hope Li Dugong will remain vigilant. The emperor holds you in high regard. Persist, and you will surely succeed. Should the need arise, we will lend our assistance." Through his words, he had effectively passed the entire responsibility onto Li Qing. Accompanied by a grand ambition, should we manage to obliterate the imperial censorate and eradicate the malevolent Wang Ji, the reputation of Brother Li shall echo throughout the realm, earning him the veneration of countless souls. Li Qing hesitated and remarked, "I have no qualms about this. However, what?" Chao Nai inquired, astonished. "Have you encountered difficulties?" "Not at all," Li Qing replied, rubbing his hands together with a dry chuckle. "Esteemed Scholar Chao, the endeavor to dismantle the imperial censorate and eliminate Wang Ji cannot rest solely upon my shoulders, correct?" Chao Nai nodded. "Rest assured. I have said that we shall intervene when necessary." "There seems to be a misunderstanding," Li Qing clarified. "What I mean is, since this is a collective undertaking, should we not contribute according to our means? Those with wealth should offer riches, and those with strength should lend their might." Chao Nai retorted, "Did I not already provide you with funds? A substantial sum of 6,000 taels of silver, an amount you could scarcely amass in a lifetime." His expression darkened. "As a court official, you ought to be content. Such wealth should suffice for a life free from worries." Pausing, he added with a hint of menace, "If word of this were to spread, I, as an esteemed member of the cabinet, would bear the consequences, but as for you, Brother Li, I fear that your position as a favored courtier would not only be jeopardized but could lead to severe punishment." Li Qing, unfazed, remarked, "In that case, let this matter rest. You have contributed financially, and I have exerted my efforts. We are even. 6,000 taels is not mere chump change. Do you think this is a simple transaction?" Chao Nai, exasperated, nearly lost his composure. "I have never encountered such audacity. Brother Li, is this your first day in office?" Chao Nai managed to suppress his frustration. "Not at all," Li Qing countered, shaking his head. "Yet, this is fundamentally a transaction. You have provided funds, and I have rendered my services. If you wish to continue this partnership, we may proceed. If not, we shall part ways." Li Qing maintained an air of nonchalance, asserting that business should remain honorable and fair. Chao Nai, bewildered by such shameless reasoning, took a moment to regain his composure before issuing a final threat. "Li Qing, do you truly believe our money is easily acquired? I shall reiterate, this is voluntary. If you wish to proceed, bring forth the funds. If not, let us end it here." Li Qing's demeanor darkened as he retaliated, "If you persist in your bluster, I shall ensure your demise tonight." In contrast to Chao Nai's threats, Li Qing's approach was brutally straightforward, yet far more effective. Having witnessed Li Qing's ferocity, Chao Nai dared not confront him further, begrudgingly preserving his dignity. "We are all officials of the court. How can one behave in such a manner?" "What did you say?" Chao Nai, angered yet restrained, was genuinely apprehensive that Li Qing might seek him out at night. The shadow of that evening would haunt him for a lifetime. In the face of life itself, these matters seemed trivial. Why must I resort to violence to be heard? Li Qing's murmurs faded into the distance, leaving Chao Nai with a complexion that oscillated between green and red. At the Ministry of War, within the inner hall, Yu Qian expressed surprise. Sir, what prompted this sudden interest in the ministry? Are you mocking me? Ah, not at all. Yu Qian chuckled awkwardly. You have come here for official business, I presume? Li Qing nodded. Regarding Wang Ji, the court's initiative to venture to the west must be prioritized. What influence do you wield at present? Yu Qian forced a smile and remarked, other matters may be manageable, yet when it comes to issues that infringe upon the interests of officials and gentry, I truly find it difficult to rally many influential voices within the court. Is that so? Yu Qian nodded with a sense of shame and sighed. Ultimately, those who are selfless and impartial are but a minority. Li Qing, with a hint of resignation, sighed. If that is the case, we shall have no choice but to involve the Grand Secretary. Yu Qian frowned slightly and inquired, Sir, are we truly to elevate the eunuchs to such a position of power? Are you concerned? Once eunuchs gain substantial influence, the repercussions could be dire. History has shown us the precedents during the Han, Tang, and Song dynasties, which bodes ill. Yu Qian's expression turned grave. Li Qing shook his head with a smile. Fear not. The eunuchs of the Ming dynasty will never compare to those of the Han or Tang. They are merely the emperor's mouthpiece, nothing more. However, we must not allow ourselves to be hindered by such considerations. Li Qing interjected, the welfare of the common people and the stability of the Ming Empire must take precedence. All else can be sacrificed. You must understand that a significant role of the eunuchs is to curtail the power of the ministers. Yu Qian nodded reluctantly, his thoughts in turmoil. Li Qing patted him on the shoulder. Do not trouble yourself with those vexations. I shall keep watch. In due course, I will be more active in court affairs. You need only to stand by my side, without seeking the limelight. Yu Qian was taken aback and exclaimed, Sir, do you intend to formally engage in court disputes? Not merely to engage, but to lead, Li Qing replied. The foundational stability is now established. It is time for further reform, beginning with a renewed focus on maritime expeditions. Yu Qian nodded slightly, and then asked, will Wang Ji align with you, sir? Are you concerned that, following this incident, he may become timid towards the civil officials and thus yield? That possibility cannot be dismissed, Yu Qian said. Last time at the palace gates, he nearly met his demise. Since then, he has scarcely shown his face. Though Wang Ji is arrogant and domineering, he is also fearful for his life, and given the enormity of this upheaval, he may very well concede. You are mistaken. He has no room to yield. Even if he wishes to, Li Qing countered, do not forget why the emperor employs him. Yu Qian pondered, have you considered the scenario where Wang Ji reconciles with them? The Grand Secretary, alongside the majority of ministers, could feasibly oppose imperial authority. The likelihood of such an event occurring is virtually non-existent. The discord between the ministers and the Grand Secretary is irreconcilable, Li Qing asserted. For the ministers, no matter how cooperative the Grand Secretary may be, it is far preferable to have him directly eliminated. For the Grand Secretary and Wang Ji, to curry favor with the civil officials means losing the emperor's favor. Once that is lost, a mere gesture from the officials could lead to their utter obliteration. Thus, the Grand Secretary will not conspire with the officials. And you need not worry on that front. Yu Qian furrowed his brow and remarked, your reasoning is sound, sir. Yet that group of eunuchs may not perceive things in such a manner. Among the civil officials, there are many skilled in persuasion, so we must not be overly optimistic. Do not underestimate the eunuch's cunning. A little foolishness does not detract from their intellect, Li Qing chuckled. Furthermore, since the establishment of the inner study hall, many eunuchs have taken to reading and writing. Even if we were to entertain the notion that Wang Ji harbors such intentions, it would not be a concern. Such indifference? Yu Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qing replied nonchalantly, if he were to entertain such thoughts, he would lose his utility, and I would have no qualms in disposing of him. Sir, it is wise to refrain from excessive violence, Yu Qian cautioned. Yu Qian felt a twinge of concern for Li Qing, expressing that one's treatment of others often reflects how one is treated in return. It matters not. Should they attempt such tactics against me, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, Li Qing retorted with a smirk. Yu Qian inquired, sir, when do you anticipate this will commence? I wish to prepare in advance and possibly secure a couple more advantages. I shall make a visit to the sea Li Jian shortly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should take place tomorrow at noon, Li Qing replied. Such speed? Yu Qian was taken aback, questioning how one could expedite matters so rapidly when such significant issues concerned Wang Ji. Li Qing chuckled, isn't it fortunate that I am here? Chapter 115. Misleading Wang Ji. Yu Qian furrowed his brow, expressing doubt. Could it truly be accomplished in just one day? That seems rather implausible. His skepticism was not towards Li Qing's capabilities, but rather the tight timeline seemed rather unfathomable. Li Qing replied with a smile. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Do pay close attention. Please, enlighten me. Yu Qian nodded, keenly attentive. The political arena is treacherous, and human hearts are intricate. Thus, one must engage in subtraction, Li Qing elucidated. Yu Qian scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean by subtraction? Identify the most essential point and shatter it. Li Qing declared. While adhering to protocols and advancing step by step is prudent, one must also assess the circumstances. After the abolition of the recommendation system and the removal of military governors, the imperial authority has been significantly reinforced. There is no longer a need for excessive caution. Yu Qian began to grasp the concept, albeit incompletely, and thus inquired, what is your intended course of action? It is quite simple. We must break the current stalemate. Li Qing explained. At present, both parties are amassing evidence detrimental to the other, with some success, yet both harbor reservations. Yu Qian slowly nodded. It appears to be a psychological game of chess, though it seems we have only just begun. Indeed, to resolve the matter swiftly, one must overturn the table. Li Qing remarked with a grin. The question remains, will Wang Ji acquiesce? He will, Li Qing asserted with certainty. At the Li Jian, Li Qing was received personally by Wang Ji. On the surface, Li Qing appeared to be merely a seventh-rank official, a somewhat influential censor, while Wang Ji was a bona fide prime minister. Thus, there seemed to be little need for such formalities. However, Wang Ji was acutely aware of Li Qing's true capabilities, especially as they aligned with Emperor Yu Qian, both being targets of the court's scrutiny. Mr. Li, what brings you to my humble abode? Wang Ji greeted with a warm smile, shedding the usual airs of authority. Li Qing replied, I come, of course, with a purpose. A purpose? Wang Ji's heart skipped a beat, sensing the potential involvement of the emperor. He dreaded the thought of the emperor yielding to pressure and targeting him to quell the noble's fury. Rest assured, your majesty has no intention of implicating you. Li Qing reassured him. The more Li Qing spoke, the more anxious Wang Ji became. Instinctively, he felt that Li Qing had been dispatched by the emperor. In the past, the emperor would issue directives directly to him, but now, it seemed he had entrusted Li Qing with the message, which spoke volumes. Sir, my loyalty to the emperor is as evident as the sun and moon. Wang Ji stammered, his face betraying his panic. As Yu Qian had noted, Wang Ji was indeed a man who feared for his life. There is no need for alarm. Li Qing smiled gently, sipping his tea. The emperor still holds you in high regard. Upon the utterance of those words, it became almost unequivocal that Li Qing was the emperor's envoy tasked with conveying directives. What shall we do? Wang Ji inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. Li Qing remained silent, casting a glance around him. With a decisive wave of his hand, Wang Ji commanded, everyone, withdraw. No one is permitted to enter without my express permission. Understood, foster father. The group of foster sons complied and retreated. Turning his attention back, Wang Ji, with a facade of affability, urged, please, enlighten us, esteemed sir. Currently, a multitude of treasure ships have been forged, and the expedition to the western seas must be prioritized, Li Qing stated. However, the crux of the matter lies in your inability to resolve the impasse with the civil officials, which is severely hampering the promulgation of national policies. A chill ran down Wang Ji's spine as he pondered the emperor's implication. What does His Majesty intend? He queried. I am merely a representative of personal interests. Li Qing clarified. Wang Ji, unwilling to accept this notion, felt an unsettling sense of abandonment by the emperor. With a mournful tone, he expressed, I have truly devoted myself to serving His Majesty with utmost diligence and meticulousness. Li Qing, disinterested in such reassurances, interjected, such words will not alter your fate. Only you can save yourself. Wang Ji's countenance darkened as he implored, please, sir, provide clarity. As I previously mentioned, you must expedite the conclusion of this conflict to prepare for the Western expedition, Li Qing advised. Do not allow this to linger any longer. Wang Ji, now disoriented and stripped of his subjective judgment, sought guidance from Li Qing. What should we do? He asked. It is simple. Turn the tables, Li Qing suggested. The factory guards have uncovered incriminating evidence against the officials, have they not? Wang Ji nodded. Then, present this evidence publicly to the emperor, ideally during tomorrow's morning court session. Li Qing instructed. The more evidence, the better, The urgency of the Western expedition cannot be overstated, and you must comprehend this. Wang Ji hesitated. Is this truly prudent? They possess leverage over me as well. Such actions could lead to mutual destruction. Li Qing retorted, there is a saying, the barefoot have no fear of the shod. If you fear them, they fear you even more. They are encumbered by families, businesses, and descendants, while you stand alone. One that is well-fed does not suffer for the hungry. I am a latecomer to this life and have my own wife and daughter. Wang Ji hesitated to voice, muttering, if this escalates, it is the emperor who will be most troubled. It will not escalate, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. When they came to my home under the cover of night, intent on my demise, I ended up killing 2 of them. How did they respond? They remained utterly silent. Did they not? He chuckled. Was it not that they dared not utter a single word? This matter had become an open secret, and Wang Ji was well aware. Having previously endured the brutality of a mob attack himself, that incident had nearly cost him his life. And Li Qing's subsequent retaliation had indeed granted him a sense of vindication, often bringing him amusement in retrospect. Thus, Li Qing continued, as long as you are prepared to take risks, they will eventually comply. They are burdened by greater concerns and fear, but you must demonstrate a resolve for mutual destruction. It is difficult to be an official, and even more so to ascend to high office. How many have found it easy to reach their positions? Li Qing countered. Do you think they are eager to perish alongside you? Wang Ji's understanding crystallized, and he nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is sound, yet rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, one certainty remains, the emperor will not harm you. Li Qing's assertion was resolute, providing Wang Ji with a sense of reassurance. It is an undeniable truth that Zhu Qizhen could not execute Wang Ji. Should he do so, future eunuchs would be deterred from confronting the ministers due to the fear of becoming a cautionary tale. To preserve both man and land is to retain existence. To lose men while keeping land results in a complete forfeiture. Zhu Qizhen comprehended this principle. While he might eventually dismiss Wang Ji from his position, he would never resort to his execution. Wang Ji, with a mind as quick as lightning, swiftly weighed the pros and cons. He was indeed a villain, yet not a fool. He recognized his value lay in shielding the emperor and managing the ministers. Should he lose this significance, his very existence would be rendered meaningless. The worst fate he could envision would be to guard the tomb of the great founder at the southern Shaoling, but he would endure for the sake of his family. Li Qing smiled, noting that their numbers, while formidable, also rendered their hearts divided. As long as Wang Ji could rise above his fears, they would inevitably tremble in his presence. I understand, Wang Ji replied earnestly. Please convey to His Majesty that I shall not be intimidated by that crowd and will continue to serve him. Rest assured, Li Qing nodded with a smile. Under his subtle guidance, Wang Ji had consistently interpreted his words as imperial directives. Upon leaving the Directorate of Ceremonial, it was already late in the afternoon. Li Qing, not daring to linger, mounted his donkey and hurried back, aware that delaying would deprive his master of dinner. No matter how crafty he might be, it would be futile against the old man, who was not one to reason with. A swift application of Tai Chi would swiftly teach him humility. In the face of raw and unrefined force, all embellishments were rendered superfluous. Upon returning home, Li Qing began heating oil in a pan. The sizzling sound of the cleaned scallions, ginger, and garlic met his ears, the collision of water and oil creating an aromatic symphony that filled the air. He inhaled deeply, reveling in the delightful scent, for he cherished this essence of life. This warmth of the kitchen provided him with a sense of home and belonging, soothing the turbulence within his heart. Outside the window, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the lush foliage, radiating warmth. Beneath the tree, the old man reclined in a chair, lazily fanning himself while savoring the enticing aroma of the food. The donkey, contentedly chewing on high-quality fodder, squinted its large eyes, occasionally shaking its golden, glossy coat, embodying a picture of tranquility. This idyllic scene painted their humble abode with a sense of warmth. Li Qing busied himself with the cooking, his life feeling rich and satisfying. Late at night, the master and disciple shouldered their bundles, venturing further down the path of lawlessness. Upon returning, Zhang Lada resumed his slumber while Li Qing prepared breakfast. After finishing the morning meal, Li Qing removed his apron, contemplated for a moment, donned his official robes, and mounted his donkey once more, heading towards the palace. In contrast to the secrecy of the previous day, this time he approached with an air of transparency. The donkey, having been cooped up for too long, bolted forth as soon as they exited, its speed rivaling that of a warhorse. Only upon reaching the stables did it lower its proud head, ensuring it did not appear too out of place. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, it had been so long since his last visit that Li Qing felt an unfamiliarity wash over him. The Minister of War, serving as a mere 7th-rank official, could enter the court, yet remained at the periphery, unnoticed by those around him. Li Qing's reputation was poor, and the 6 other officials in attendance chose to disregard him. Unperturbed, he relished his solitude, becoming akin to an invisible figure. However, one individual stood in stark contrast, capturing the attention of all present: Wang Ji, the chief eunuch of the palace ceremony. Indeed, Wang Ji had arrived today, taking over the duties of the usual attending eunuchs and personally overseeing the proceedings. The courtiers glared in disapproval, questioning the audacity of this eunuch. Undeterred, Wang Ji was ready for confrontation, eager to see who would falter first. He touched the scar on his ear, fueling his ire. Today, he resolved to challenge them all. Reassured by Li Qing's promises, he felt no trepidation. After Li Qing's previous counterattack had unnerved the civil officials, Wang Ji's confidence surged. In truth, he was reluctant to act so boldly, but he had little choice. Having offended many, and with the incident's roots tied to the Empress Dowager's father, he recognized that flattering the emperor was essential for survival. Even if he survived the scrutiny of the civil officials, the Sun family would not easily forgive him. Thus, he resolved to stake everything on proving his worth to the emperor to navigate this perilous situation. Yu Qian cast a glance at Wang Ji before turning his gaze toward Li Qing's position, already formulating his plans. It was time to venture into the west again. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Qian entered the grand hall, dressed in a dragon robe that accentuated his youthful vigor, exuding an aura of authority. Upon seeing him, Wang Ji immediately approached with obsequiousness, bowing as he made his way to the dragon throne. Yu Qian, somewhat perplexed, was unaware of the details since Li Qing had not informed him. Wang Ji assumed that Li Qing would relay the information, hence he had not briefed the emperor. Misinterpreting Yu Qian's inquisitive glance as a confirmation, Wang Ji nodded vigorously, displaying a countenance of fearless resolve. Yu Qian, further baffled, thought to himself, "Why are you not staying hidden in the palace ceremony? What business do you have here, and what is this madness?" Unable to inquire further at that moment, he suppressed his curiosity and made a grand turn to take his seat upon the throne. The courtiers bowed deeply, performing the ritual of reverence. Long live the emperor. As the officials rose, they returned to their places, casting unfriendly glances at the temporary attending eunuch, Wang Ji, unabashedly displaying their hostility. Wang Ji seemed oblivious to their animosity, cleared his throat, raised his feather fan, and proclaimed loudly, "If any officials have petitions, let them be presented. If none, the court is dismissed. I have a matter to address, Your Majesty." A resounding voice echoed through the hall. The courtiers expressed surprise and turned towards the source of the sound, which came from outside the hall. This was intriguing. Generally, officials had the right to attend court, but only those within the hall were permitted to deliberate. Such a situation constituted a breach of protocol, and curiosity stirred among the courtiers regarding the identity of the newcomer, most adopting a spectator's mindset. Yu Qian's eyes flickered with astonishment as he inclined his head slightly towards Wang Ji. "Let them enter to speak," Wang Ji sang loudly, his expression playful. After a brief moment, a robust middle-aged man, clad in a flying fish robe and with a physique reminiscent of a mantis, strode into the grand hall, approaching the emperor. It was none other than Ma Shan, the commander of the Jinui. His presence elicited astonishment among the gathered officials. While the commander of the Jinui, holding a third-rank official title, certainly had the right to attend court, such occurrences were rare, as the Jinui primarily served the emperor in private matters. It had been a long time since such an overt display had graced the court. Could it be that significant news had emerged from the border? The officials speculated among themselves. Yu Qian, too, was intrigued and inquired about the matter at hand. "Your Majesty, the Jinui possesses the authority to oversee all officials, and I have uncovered numerous instances of corruption among them," Ma Shan reported respectfully. A hush fell over the assembly, and the expressions of the officials shifted as their gazes fixated on Ma Shan, then darted towards Yu Qian, before glancing at Wang Ji. The Jinui, now under the control of the Eastern Depot, which was a subordinate of the Directorate of Ceremonial, had lost much of its former autonomy since the early Hongwu era. It had become a mere lackey of the directorate, serving its interests. The decline of the Jinyue was attributed to the actions of Ji Gang, the commander during the Yongle reign, who had colluded with the civil officials, leading Zhu Di to distrust the Jinyue. With the establishment of the Eastern Depot, it was granted oversight over the Jinyue. Later, Zhu Zhangji established the Directorate of Ceremonial, making it the direct superior of the Jinyue. However, this did not imply that imperial authority had been undermined. In fact, in terms of loyalty, the eunuchs constituted the most devoted faction. At the moment Zhu Qizhen displayed an expression of astonishment, the officials were certain that this was orchestrated by Wang Ji. Fury welled up within them. How dare this eunuch act in such a manner, presenting accusations first? Each official was aware of their own shortcomings. Yet it was clear that Wang Ji was in the wrong, and yet he had initiated this offensive. Moreover, he had come out swinging. Was this not the very definition of a malicious accuser? Zhu Qizhen quickly grasped the peculiar nature of the situation. It dawned on him that Wang Ji, feeling cornered, was preparing to strike preemptively. Nevertheless, he could not comprehend why Wang Ji had suddenly adopted such a bold stance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Qizhen momentarily set aside his doubts and commanded, "Speak freely. Do not hesitate regarding any person or matter." "As you command," Ma Shun replied, opening his mouth to reveal the details. Lu Zhongqing, the head of the Ministry of Revenue, accepted bribes from local landlords, concealing the true acreage of cultivated land and evading commercial taxes from restaurants and shops, with irrefutable evidence. Among the 13 supervising censors of the censorate, officials from Jiangxi, Henan, and Shandong provinces all engaged in bribery, shielding local officials from scrutiny. The examination overseers of the Ministry of Rights were implicated in leaking examination questions during last year's imperial examination, and a rigorous investigation is underway. Lu Hong, Tang Guang, and Song Jishu, officials from the Ministry of Works, embezzled public funds during the construction of treasure ships and withheld wages from shipbuilders. When the craftsmen demanded their due, they resorted to whipping them, severely tarnishing the court's reputation and bringing shame upon your majesty. Numerous shipbuilders are willing to testify on the spot, and should their claims prove false, they are prepared to face punishment themselves. Ma Shun's memory faltered, and unable to recall further details, he hastily concluded his report. In the midst of rising tensions, reports of corrupt activities emerged from various institutions, including the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of War, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Works, the Censorate, and the Supreme Court. Ma Shun, with a somber tone, declared, "I am diligently investigating these matters, and I possess ample evidence to support my claims." With a thunderous clap on the table, Zhu Qizhen's anger surged, exclaiming, "How audacious!" Ma Shun, bowing respectfully, implored, "Your Majesty, I request permission to detain those involved to facilitate the investigation." Approved. Zhu Qizhen responded coldly, "Act swiftly and decisively. I demand results within 3 days." "Yes." The accused knelt in desperation, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am innocent." They trembled, for the implications of their situation were dire. Under the laws of the Ming dynasty, even a mere 60 taels of silver could lead to a gruesome punishment. Chun Yi, the right censor, interjected, "Your Majesty, the Jinyue are known for extracting confessions through coercive means. We cannot disregard the possibility of torture for the sake of political achievements." "I second that," remarked Wang Ji, the Minister of Revenue, suggesting that the Ministry of Justice, Censorate, and Supreme Court jointly handle the case to ensure fairness and justice. Subsequently, Jean Lian, the current Minister of Justice, requested, "I concur, and I propose we associate this case with Wang Ji for simultaneous processing. The implications were unmistakable." "I second that," echoed other officials, voices of agreement reverberating throughout the chamber. Zhu Qizhen furrowed his brow, realizing the situation had escalated beyond control, veering into unpredictable territory. Chapter 117, Psychological Warfare. The ministers knelt, their accusations directed at Wang Ji, the mastermind behind the turmoil. At that moment, Wang Ji turned and, with a respectful gesture, stated, "Your Majesty, I am willing to cooperate with the investigation." This unexpected declaration astonished the assembly, even leaving Zhu Qizhen momentarily stunned. What was transpiring? A sense of unease enveloped him. The circumstances were evidently amiss, yet the reasons eluded him. The unknown always breeds fear, steeped in uncertainty. Zhu Qizhen grappled with the implications of the unfolding events. torn between the potential benefits and pitfalls. Just then, Li Qing stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have a petition." Seeing Li Qing's emergence provided Zhu Qizhen with a semblance of relief. Approved. It was only then that the senior officials noticed Li Qing's self-presence in the court that day. "I propose that, since the Jinyui's claims are substantiated, a thorough investigation is essential." Li Qing exchanged a reassuring glance with Zhu Qizhen, adding, "As for Lord Wang, he is eager to cooperate. Why not grant him that opportunity?" Upon meeting Li Qing's meaningful gaze, Zhu Qizhen realized this was orchestrated by him. A wave of relaxation washed over him, mingled with irritation. "I have just begun to delegate authority, and you take it upon yourself to act without consultation, creating such a commotion. Do you not regard me?" he thought, feeling justified in his frustration. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the assembly. "What are your thoughts, gentlemen?" "I second that," they replied in unison. Determined to remove the troublesome Wang Ji before deliberating further, the Ministry of Justice possessed its own tools of punishment, after all, and it was merely a race against time. Just as silence fell over the assembly, Ma Shun spoke again. "Your Majesty, I have another petition." Zhu Qizhen, still preoccupied with his grievances towards Li Qing, was in a foul mood. "Your Majesty, forgive me." Ma Shun hesitated, stating that his side had indeed received reports from the 6 ministries, the imperial censorate, and the Supreme Court regarding high-ranking officials who had violated the law, but lacking substantial evidence, he dared not report it. Yet now he felt emboldened to do so. In response to the emperor, Ma Shun awkwardly continued, "The head eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial can detain and interrogate without conclusive proof of crimes. I believe our Jinyui can do the same." He paused momentarily before adding, "Among the 6 ministries, there are certainly ministers and vice-ministers implicated. And both the imperial censorate and the Supreme Court are involved as well." At this revelation, the faces of the courtiers changed dramatically once more. They finally comprehended that Wang Ji was determined to fight to the death against them. It was only at this moment that Zhu Qizhen fully awakened to the intricate web of schemes unfolding. Yet, he remained perplexed regarding Li Qing's ultimate objective. Zhu Qizhen turned to Li Qing, who remained silent, inciting his irritation as he thought, "You should be concerned about whether I will withhold your salary." Wang Ji had completely thrown caution to the wind. With the emperor's backing, he felt there was nothing to fear, as serving the emperor should not lead to his demise. "Your Majesty, from my humble perspective, it would be best to arrest them all and conduct a thorough investigation. Once verified, those deserving execution should be executed. Those deserving confiscation should have their properties seized, and those deserving exile should be exiled. We must not show leniency towards any of them." As he spoke more fervently, tears streamed down his face, and he declared, "For the sake of a just governance in the Ming dynasty, even if I were to unjustly perish in prison, what do I have to fear? I beseech your Majesty to make a decisive judgment." Zhu Qizhen, however, felt no sense of empathy and was even inclined to curse in frustration. This time he faltered. The number of individuals involved was too great, and the ranks of the implicated officials too high. Should a thorough investigation be pursued, chaos would immediately ensue in the court. Yet he could not refuse, for displaying weakness before the courtiers would only embolden them further. "Why can't we handle this one by one?" Zhu Qizhen inwardly raged, feeling as though he was being forced into a corner. Observing Zhu Qizhen's change in expression, Wang Ji mistakenly believed he had profoundly moved the young emperor and thus intensified his fervor. "Bring forth the guards. Lock them up," Wang Ji shouted, fully engrossed in his role. "When Chun Dushi and Minister Jin leave court, do not forget to interrogate them as well." Chun Yi and Jin Lian's faces were ashen. Not only them, but the high-ranking officials from the 6 ministries also appeared troubled. The current situation was glaringly clear. If they insisted on taking down Wang Ji, they would also be implicated. They were utterly unwilling to perish alongside a eunuch. Yet, this was the predicament they faced. They recognized Wang Ji's resolve to take them all down with him. At this juncture, they held no doubt that he was intent on dragging everyone into the abyss. Fortunately, they still had a chance. The emperor had yet to speak. The courtiers could only hope that Zhu Qizhen would not act recklessly. If Zhu Qizhen were to relent, Wang Ji's efforts would be rendered futile, and he would inadvertently harm himself. At this moment, all pressure converged upon Zhu Qizhen, leaving him in a state of turmoil. To retreat would mean certain death for Wang Ji, and he would lose any psychological advantage in future dealings with the courtiers. To stand firm would lead to immediate chaos in the court, as most officials would be implicated. In this moment of intense internal conflict, Zhu Qizhen felt as though his heart was being scorched, and he glanced once more at Li Qing. This is a scheme devised by Li Qing, who firmly believes that he will bear the consequences. Unfortunately, Li Qing shows no regard for him whatsoever. Zhu Qizhen is on the brink of despair, unable to comprehend the rationale behind Li Qing's actions. Meanwhile, Wang Ji throws himself wholeheartedly into the situation, exclaiming, "Why has no one come to apprehend us yet? Commander Ma, come, take us into custody and then hand us over to the 3 judicial offices." Turning his head, he adds, "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." Zhu Qizhen is nearly driven to madness, muttering, "This is outrageous." The court ministers are equally alarmed, their eyes fixed intently on Zhu Qizhen, experiencing an even greater agony than he does. After all, Zhu Qizhen is merely facing a chaotic court while they stand to lose everything, including their very lives and the annihilation of their families. This psychological battle of wits has stretched both sides' nerves to their breaking point. Yu Qian, perspiring, recognizes that the urgency of this situation is the most harrowing he has experienced since entering the court. One misstep could lead to fundamental upheaval. Li Qing remains silent, and while the ministers have witnessed Wang Ji's determination, they have yet to perceive the emperor's resolve. Only by utterly dismantling their psychological defenses and convincing them that Zhu Qizhen would indeed resort to extreme measures against them can the ambitious strategy of reinvigorating maritime expeditions be successfully implemented. The court is filled with astute individuals. Informing Zhu Qizhen in advance would make it difficult to conceal the truth from everyone. The turmoil evident on Zhu Qizhen's face, his conflict, struggle, pain, and hesitation, would not be as convincingly portrayed if he had been forewarned. Zhu Qizhen is not merely acting. Thus, the ministers genuinely feel a sense of panic. Yet, they are gambling on the notion that Zhu Qizhen will not, like Wang Ji, abandon all restraint. Li Qing is also wagering that Zhu Qizhen, with his strong-willed and rebellious nature, will not yield. Fortunately, he wins this gamble. With a resounding thud, Zhu Qizhen slams his palm onto the imperial table, the sharp pain coupled with psychological torment painting his face crimson. In a near-manic outburst, he declares, "Every individual, every matter, shall be thoroughly investigated without exception. Once verified, immediate action will be taken." The faces of the ministers turn ashen, their spirits seemingly drained in an instant. Their bargaining power in this game with the emperor has been the stability of the court and the ability to perform their duties effectively. If the emperor obeys, I shall serve diligently. If the emperor defies, I shall make him suffer. However, in reality, should the emperor decide to execute someone, they possess no means of resistance. Presently, the young emperor clearly disregards the consequences, intent on their destruction. To plead for mercy signifies weakness, akin to self-incrimination. To stubbornly endure means facing imprisonment, which is tantamount to certain death. They have lost this gamble utterly and disgracefully. Wang Ji has resolved to abandon hope. The young emperor has resolved to enact retribution. And the ministers are truly terrified. They regret their decisions, but it is too late. They wish to amend their errors, but do not know where to begin. At this critical juncture, Li Qing finally speaks, "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." Zhu Qizhen, irate, retorts, "What is the point of presenting it now? I might as well have leapt off a cliff. What significance does halting serve now?" Ignoring him, Zhu Qizhen insists, "Bring forth the matter at hand." "Your Majesty, this is a matter of utmost urgency that allows for no delay." Li Qing boldly interrupted Zhu Qizhen. Presenting his thoughts without permission, the Ministry of Works has constructed an abundance of ships solely for trade with Japan, which are of little use, in my humble opinion. It would be far more beneficial to engage in trade with the Westerners to maximize their utility. Li Qing spoke with remarkable speed, noting that the silk produced by the Weaving Bureau could not be fully absorbed by Japan. Each day we delay venturing to the West is a significant loss to the court. Zhu Qizhen was momentarily taken aback, and the gathered ministers were equally stunned. However, their eyes soon lit up. Was this not an opportunity for restitution? Zhu Qizhen finally grasped Li Qing's true intentions. Chapter 118. The emperor is not as anxious as the eunuchs. Your Majesty, I believe that what Minister Li has stated holds considerable merit. Chun Yi was the first to express his opinion. The number of individuals involved in the censorate was substantial. More than half of the 13 supervising censors were implicated. And should a thorough investigation be conducted, the censorate would be rendered ineffective. Moreover, The national policy of re-establishing trade with the West was evident to all. Its implementation was merely a matter of time. They exhibited a strong sense of resistance, yet were psychologically prepared, indicating that it was not entirely unacceptable. At least, when compared to their official careers and personal safety, this matter seemed relatively less significant. One must choose the lesser of two evils. If there were fewer benefits to be had, so be it. I second this motion, Wang's quickly concurred. Subsequently, the Ministries of Works and Justice urged the matter forward. Zhu Qian, with a crooked smile, thought to himself. Finally, the advantage was on his side. This matter could be deliberated at a later time. Zhu Qian began to put on a show, angrily declaring, I have long felt that the corrupt practices within the bureaucracy must be rectified. It is truly excessive that so many officials harbor illegal suspicions. The torment Zhu Qian had just endured was now replaced with immense pleasure. Li Qing secretly scoffed, thinking, enough of this. His mouth is stretched to his ears. Does he think the ministers are fools? Yu Qian felt a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. The current situation was beyond his wildest imagination, and fearing further complications, he hastily petitioned, Your Majesty, these are merely suspicions. The specifics require further discussion. But the urgent national policy of re-engaging with the West cannot be delayed. There must be both a villain and a hero in this drama to ensure it unfolds smoothly. The ministers understood that the young emperor was bargaining, yet felt powerless. After all, they had lost the gamble. I second the words of the minister, another minister chimed in. Your Majesty, the re-establishment of trade with the West cannot afford to be postponed. The shipyards, the maritime customs, and the tax officials are in dire need of personnel. I implore you to consider the greater good. Your Majesty, the disturbances caused by the Japanese pirates in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, as well as the unrest in Luchuan, Myanmar, and Siam, stem from the unmet demands of maritime trade, which has led them to entertain nefarious thoughts. Re-engaging with the West would not only bring wealth to the court, but also alleviate the disturbances from neighboring countries, thus achieving a dual benefit. I concur. Commerce has turned pirates into merchants, and the closure of markets has turned merchants into pirates. The urgency of re-engaging with the West is pressing, Your Majesty. A chorus of voices arose, raising the urgency of re-establishing trade with the West to the level where any further delay would jeopardize the nation itself. The court's vigorous promotion of maritime trade significantly impacted them, a matter they despised, yet they found themselves compelled to pursue it, leading to evident inner turmoil. Zhu Qian resembled a newlywed bride, coyly hesitant, yet simultaneously inviting. Ultimately, should the emperor refuse, I would kneel to my demise in the hall of Fengtian. Compelled to reluctantly acquiesce. It felt as though I had suffered a great loss. After the court was dismissed, Zhu Qian's long-suppressed excitement was completely released. In the inner palace of Qianqing, he playfully rolled on the bed with Qian, whose hairpin had come loose, her charming face flushed with embarrassment. She expressed her discomfort with the day, capturing Zhu Qian's mischievous hand, pleading, Your Majesty, can we wait until evening? It is quite embarrassing in broad daylight. Zhu Qian, not wishing to press her, merely planted a gentle kiss on her lips and smiled mischievously. Very well, then let it be in the evening. Qian sighed with relief and softly inquired, Your Majesty, is there a joyous occasion today? Indeed, it was a moment of great joy. Zhu Qian awakened from his carnal reverie. Now immersed in visions of a bright future, an expedition to the West was to be reinstated, and this time with the support of the ministers. Is that truly so? Qian exclaimed in disbelief, genuinely admiring him. Your Majesty, you are truly remarkable. No man can withstand the adoration shining in the eyes of his beloved. And Zhu Qian was no exception. He naturally attributed all credit to himself for Li Qing's accomplishments. Of course, one must consider who my husband is. Managing the ministers is merely child's play, nothing extraordinary, Zhu Qian boasted arrogantly. Qian, not fully understanding, took it at face value, rewarding him with a shy smile. Zhu Qian was utterly enchanted. At that moment, two soft coughs echoed from outside the hall, followed by Wang Ji's voice. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. After a brief pause, he added, Mr. Li has been waiting in the central hall for quite some time. There is a saying, the emperor may be unhurried, but the eunuchs are anxious. The emperor's conjugal life is subject to limitations, and the Jing Fang among the eunuchs oversees this aspect to prevent the emperor from being drained of vitality. Although the Ming emperor's consorts were few, far from the exaggerated throngs of 3,000 beauties, the emperor could still indulge in any woman within the palace, barring those favored by his predecessor. Thus, eunuchs are necessary to monitor and prevent the emperor from becoming enraptured by female charms at the expense of state affairs. However, the true authority over the emperor's conjugal relations lies with the empress dowager. Every favor granted to a consort must be documented and reported to her, for a lax eunuch may face severe repercussions. This is the fundamental reason for their anxiety. However, this scrutiny mainly applies to the emperor and his consorts. The lives of the empress and emperor are generally left undisturbed by eunuchs, except for those of Wang Ji's rank, who dare to speak on such matters. Understood. Yu Qian called out gruffly to the door, "You do talk too much." Wang Ji outside recoiled, not daring to respond further. "Your Majesty, matters of state are urgent," Qian urged, feeling quite embarrassed, pushing him along. Yu Qian nodded reluctantly, feeling as though he had caught nothing and instead returned with a pungent odor, which left him quite vexed. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Wang Ji, caught off guard, tumbled directly into Yu Qian's arms. Infuriated, Yu Qian forcefully shoved Wang Ji away, delivering a hard kick for good measure. Wang Ji, having narrowly escaped punishment, brushed off the dust from his clothes and approached with a feigned smile, expressing his grievances. "Your Majesty, such are the palace regulations. One must not only listen but also remember." Yu Qian, gripping the edge of Wang Ji's partially severed ear, rebuked him. "Is this the same for the concubines as well as for the empress? Should there be a next time, you may as well forfeit this ear altogether." "I am deeply remorseful, Your Majesty. My apologies," Wang Ji fervently pleaded, already having lost a portion of his ear and wishing to avoid complete loss. "In truth, I had no choice, for Mr. Li was quite insistent," he explained awkwardly. "Insistent? Why should he be so?" Yu Qian scoffed. Li Qing, of course, was anxious. His home lay far from the palace, and as midday approached, he knew that if he delayed further, the old man would be swift and severe in his displeasure. Yu Qian had summoned him to the central hall for a discussion but had yet to arrive, causing Li Qing to consider leaving. "Damn it," he muttered, draining his cup of tea. "I can't wait any longer." He strode purposefully towards the exit, only to encounter Yu Qian arriving. "Where are you off to, sir?" Li Qing, irritated, disregarded formalities. "Your Majesty summoned me to the central hall, yet you tarry." Wang Ji wished to intervene and explain, but the ferocity of Yu Qian's gaze silenced him. It was indeed a delicate matter. One could hardly say, "The emperor is preoccupied with the empress, kindly be patient." To articulate such a thought would surely cost him his ear. "Let us proceed inside," Yu Qian declared, leading the way into the grand hall. Once inside, Li Qing resumed his seat and, getting straight to the point, stated, "Your Majesty wishes to discuss the endeavor of re-establishing maritime trade, correct?" "Not entirely," Yu Qian replied. "The issue of corruption within the bureaucracy has long been known to all, yet few dare to address it. This presents an opportunity that I do not wish to squander, though I am concerned about jeopardizing overseas trade." He adopted a serious tone. "The balance must be struck carefully, and I seek your counsel." Li Qing nodded thoughtfully, momentarily setting aside his concerns about meal preparations to ponder the matter. "Your Majesty's concerns are indeed valid. However, in my humble opinion, we should prioritize maritime trade and not allow minor issues to hinder significant gains." After a brief pause, he continued, "I suggest a rigorous investigation into officials of the 5th rank and below, with severe penalties for those found culpable. As for those above the 5th rank, we might afford them leniency for now, only to revisit the matter once trade with the West is firmly established." "Would that not be too lenient?" Yu Qian queried, somewhat dissatisfied. "I believe it necessary to make examples of a few prominent figures." At that moment, Wang Ji, who had been attentively listening, interjected, "Your Majesty, I may have a plan." Both Li Qing and Yu Qian turned to him in surprise. "You have a plan?" Wang Ji, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, flushed with embarrassment but pressed on. "What I propose is that Your Majesty first address the officials of the 5th rank and below. Once that is concluded, the progress of the investigations could be deliberately slowed, creating the impression that Your Majesty is diligently scrutinizing the situation while allowing the officials to gauge their standing based on their conduct." Wang Jindao remarked, "In this case, their concerns will only intensify. To ensure their safe passage through this ordeal, they will undoubtedly act with utmost sincerity, abandoning any duplicity or schemes." A flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Qian's eyes as he chuckled. "I must admit, Wang Ji, You possess quite the acumen. Li Qing felt a surge of admiration, realizing that in the court, few were truly inept. Wang Ji indeed had his merits. Your Majesty, do you find my plan feasible? Wang Ji's face lit up with joy. Certainly, it is indeed a splendid strategy, Yu Qian praised generously. This matter shall be entrusted to you to lead. Wang Ji nodded eagerly. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly and strive to meet your expectations. Yu Qian nodded, admonishing, as for the previous accusations against you by the ministers, let that be forgotten this time. However, should there be any further transgressions, I cannot consistently protect you. Keep this in mind and avoid any disgrace. Yes, I shall remember. Wang Ji replied sheepishly. May I take my leave now? Go ahead. Yu Qian waved his hand. After Wang Ji departed, Yu Qian revisited the national policy regarding maritime ventures. What suggestions do you have concerning maritime trade, esteemed sir? Your Majesty must already have a notion in mind, Li Qing inquired. I wish to hear your perspective. Li Qing, dropping formalities, replied directly, a division of 70-30 would suffice. Why only 70%? Yu Qian frowned, believing that at least 80 or even 90% should be allocated to the court. Such a lucrative endeavor should naturally be centralized within the imperial domain. As for the gentry, a mere morsel would suffice. Granting them 30% is already quite generous. Li Qing stared at Yu Qian in astonishment, stammering, Your Majesty. 70% belongs to them. What? Yu Qian was taken aback. Are you suggesting they receive 70% while I take 30? Indeed. You jest. Yu Qian was vexed. Please clarify who is the emperor and who is the subject. If they receive 70% and I only 30, what becomes of me? Li Qing wiped the spittle from his face, exasperated. Your Majesty, might I urge you to refrain from such impulsive reactions? As the emperor, composure and calmness should be your hallmark. Enough of this trivial discourse, Yu Qian coldly retorted. Pray tell, why should I take 30 while they take 70? Li Qing elaborated. First and foremost, the current state of maritime trade is vastly different from that of the Yongle era. During Yongle's reign, maritime trade was just beginning. The profits were substantial. Yet the scale was nowhere near what it is today. Pausing, he continued, over the years, the maritime trade market has expanded significantly. While profits are not as overwhelming as they once were, it ultimately yields greater earnings than before. Regardless, 30% is far too scant. In fact, it should be the reverse. Yu Qian was dissatisfied with the profit distribution, believing that allowing them a portion of the profits was already a considerable concession, and that they should not be indulged. Li Qing sighed. Could you allow me to finish? Proceed. Yu Qian muttered, though it was clear he was not fully receptive. Li Qing explained, in truth, even a 30% share yields considerable profits, as the market has expanded. However, with this expansion comes a significant increase in the number of participants in maritime commerce compared to the initial stages. While 70% may appear substantial when divided, it amounts to little. Li Qing remarked, the court retains 30%, while the people share 70%. This ratio is already quite substantial. Pray tell, what is the actual tax rate? Yu Qian shook his head. Is that comparable? It is indeed different, yet both paths lead to the same destination. Li Qing continued, Your Majesty, if you exploit them too harshly, they will seek to compensate for their losses from other sources, leading to a myriad of complications. Furthermore, permitting the populace to benefit is not inherently a negative course of action. A cold smile crossed Yu Qian's face. You speak from a position of comfort. Li Qing furrowed his brow in confusion. What leads Your Majesty to such a conclusion? You speak of benefits. Do you have any notion of the debts I owe? Do you comprehend how long it will take for me to repay them? Yu Qian's emotions surged. It is a heavy burden to repay a generation's debts with the resources of 5. He aspired to strengthen his reign, yet according to Li Qing's reasoning, he would be repaying until the end of time. Why are you so enamored with money? Li Qing retorted, the Ming dynasty belongs to you. What need do you have for such wealth? Yu Qian, agitated, countered, what of the obligations of the treasury? Does the military not require funding? Should disaster relief not be addressed? Must salaries not be dispersed? Tell me, how can one function without money? Look at you. Why are you becoming agitated once more? Li Qing offered a wry smile. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the combination of taxes and an additional 30% for maritime trade will suffice. Yu Qian rebutted. But I do not wish to spend my life repaying debts. I desire to leave a substantial legacy for my descendants. Is that a fault? Li Qing, feeling helpless, acknowledged that Zhu Qian's stance was not entirely erroneous. However, the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep, and excessively squeezing officials is ultimately counterproductive. It is unrealistic to expect officials to conduct themselves with utmost propriety, refraining from taking any extra earnings and remitting every single tax to the treasury. The only feasible approach is to strike a balance that officials can reluctantly accept, ensuring they do not resort to unscrupulous methods and then implement it. The current dilemma lies in Zhu Qian's dissatisfaction with the monetary allocation, leaving Li Qing with no choice but to compromise. Your Majesty, how much do you desire? 90%. Let us converse sensibly. Do not play games of compromise with me. Li Qing was rendered speechless. Zhu Qian felt a rush of heat to his face, grumbling. I shall take 70, and they shall take 30. This is my bottom line, with no room for negotiation. You are asking too much. This could lead to trouble. Li Qing frowned. How about a 40-60 split? No, Zhu Qian replied. Consider it a favor to me. Li Qing urged. The situation is currently favorable. Do not let minor matters lead to significant losses. After much inner turmoil, Zhu Qian reluctantly conceded. Very well, I grant you a favor. Let it be 60%. Your Majesty, I meant they shall receive 60%. Zhu Qian stood frozen for a considerable time, tremblingly extending his hand, shouting in exasperation, Get lost. Li Qing felt exasperated. The inequity of distribution remained a perennial challenge. This is difficult. Li Qing sighed, feeling a headache coming on as he glanced at the sun above. Tom was slipping away, and he hurried back. The donkey complained. Hey, I am still in the stable. Lunchtime arrived. Yongle, with a hearty appetite, relished his meal, while Li Qing found little enjoyment in his food. What troubles you, Qingzi? Are you worried about something? Just a little. Li Qing set down his chopsticks and briefly explained the situation. Yongle pondered for a moment before inquiring. Could this lead to significant unrest? It is unlikely. After their previous debacle, they have learned a lesson, though we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility, Li Qing replied thoughtfully. If unrest were to occur, would the young emperor be able to suppress it? That should not pose a challenge, Li Qing remarked. Yongle further asked. Is it difficult for the emperor to eliminate those officials? Not at all, Li Qing responded. Yongle chuckled. Then that settles it. If they dare to act recklessly, they can be dealt with decisively. They are not in a position to overturn the order, so what is there to fear? I believe the young emperor is justified. Throughout history, every capable emperor has shown strength. Li Qing shook his head, saying, One cannot generalize. Governance must adapt to the times and circumstances. Moreover, those assertive emperors were either founders of dynasties or military sovereigns. A ruler maintaining the status quo must consider balance. I see, Yongle mused. The old man may not grasp this, but you need not dwell on it too much. If the young emperor can manage them, a major catastrophe is unlikely. Let us hope so, Li Qing thought, feeling uncertain. Having spent considerable time in the court, he understood the intricacies of the situation, as well as the nature of the people involved. Let us eat, Yongle said with a smile. Not everything goes as one wishes. Every individual possesses their own independent thoughts. Besides, he is the emperor. His willingness to accommodate you is already commendable. If he were to cater to every whim, it would suggest he lacks decisiveness. In contrast, this young emperor is rather commendable. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. Master, your perspective does hold merit. One must learn to be more open-minded. Yongle took a mouthful of rice and suddenly remarked, Qingzi, is there something missing at home? Is there? Chapter 120. Zhen'er has a request. The next morning at court, in the Feng Tian Hall, Zhu Qian announced the allocation of market shares. A 3-7 split. The ministers had little objection, as they were in the wrong. 7 parts to the emperor, 3 to them? Would that not reduce them to begging on their knees? Even if they were to kneel, it would be accepted, for he is the sovereign and they are his subjects. However, begging was out of the question. That was their bottom line. The emperor is singular, while countless individuals in the Ming dynasty relied on maritime trade for their livelihood. Such a division hardly yielded any profit, especially with Shun Xin and Jinling, causing chaos. The repercussions affected Suzhou, Hangzhou, and even the entire Jiangsu region. Now, with Zhu Qian's actions, it felt as if their very lives were at stake. Naturally, the ministers were unwilling. They spoke eloquently about prioritizing the people's welfare. Yet, no matter how much they pleaded, Zhu Qian remained unmoved. He possessed the strength to withstand opposition, The worst outcome would merely be a repetition of past mistakes, and even then, he had means to quell dissent. Moreover, he was well aware of the vulnerabilities of the ministers, who would dare oppose him. He could easily deal with anyone who did. Having reached this point, Yu Qian was unwilling to compromise. As he anticipated, the ministers found themselves without recourse. After all, they did not wish for their own demise. Yu Qian was elated. He had finally achieved a complete victory without any compromise or middle ground. For him, this was a milestone breakthrough. Yet, Li Qing found it difficult to experience joy. Matters were far from simple. After the morning assembly, he sought a private audience with Yu Qian, attempting to reason with him. But the outcome was less than satisfactory. Yu Qian, emboldened by his capabilities and confidence, saw no need for concession. His arguments were compelling, rendering Li Qing's lofty principles a mere reflection of weakness. "Sir, you are excessively cautious," Yu Qian remarked, still grateful towards Li Qing and speaking courteously. While caution is indeed a virtue, excessive caution is not commendable. Li Qing could only manage a bitter smile. "You are now lecturing me. It seems you've become rather conceited." This time, Yu Qian did not heed his counsel. Li Qing lacked sufficient grounds to persuade Yu Qian, and thus, the conversation ended in failure. Upon exiting the gates of Qianqing Palace, a wave of regret washed over Li Qing. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have rushed to orchestrate this matter, or perhaps he should have considered such circumstances beforehand. Ultimately, human capacity is limited. How could Li Qing anticipate every possible outcome? He decided to take things one step at a time. With a sigh, he was about to leave the palace when a voice called out to him, "Mr. Li, please hold on." Li Qing paused, taken aback by the arrival of a familiar figure. "Do you remember me, sir?" she inquired. "I recall. Your name is Zhener, is it not? They say that the noble forget their affairs, but it seems that rumor is unfounded." Zhener smiled and nodded, a hint of flattery in her demeanor. "Might you spare a moment to speak?" Li Qing hesitated briefly before acquiescing. The two retreated to a secluded spot beneath the shade of a tree. Zhener glanced around to ensure they were alone before performing a graceful bow. "I have come to speak with you, sir. No need for such formality." "You were sent by the Empress Dowager, were you not?" Li Qing inquired. Zhener nodded, "Indeed, but not entirely." "Oh," Li Qing responded, intrigued. "What do you mean by that?" Zhener had her own request of him. Li Qing chuckled, finding it quite unusual. "Very well, let us first discuss the matter of the Empress Dowager." "The Empress Dowager wishes to cultivate a relationship with you," Zhener explained. "If you agree, there will be benefits." "Very well," Li Qing nodded, prompting her to continue. "That is all. Now we must discuss my matter," Zhener said, urgency creeping into her voice. Li Qing was at a loss for words. "You are quite the messenger. However, I am uninterested." With that, he turned to leave. Zhener hurriedly stepped in front of him, arms outstretched, imploring him to hear her request. "You seek to survive, do you not?" Li Qing scoffed. "I cannot assist you. From the moment you administered poison to the Empress, you should have anticipated this outcome. In the depths of the palace, one is not master of their own fate. Who is born a villain?" Zhener replied with a bitter tone. "As someone of my humble status, I am merely a tool for others. Whether good or bad is beyond my control." Li Qing understood her plight, yet he saw no reason to aid this palace maid. "I regret, but the Emperor is deeply devoted to the Empress. I am unable to assist. To speak frankly, what grounds do you have for asking for my help?" Li Qing stated. "I possess certain advantages," Zhener asserted, puffing out her chest. Li Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I concede that you possess some beauty, but you are overestimating your worth." Zhener was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment as she whispered, "Sir, you misunderstand. That is not what I meant." "Not that." Li Qing touched his nose, feeling awkward. "Then what do you mean?" "The maidservant is a favored figure by the Empress Dowager," Zhener remarked. "As long as the Emperor does not execute me, I can provide him with intelligence regarding Her Majesty the Empress Dowager." Li Qing pondered and nodded. "This indeed serves as a valuable bargaining chip. But your betrayal of the Empress Dowager is akin to courting death, is it not?" "I have calculated the risks. They exist, yet they are not substantial," Zhener asserted resolutely. "I am willing to take the gamble." Li Qing scrutinized her, suddenly intrigued. "Indeed, the people within the palace are quite remarkable. Pray, elaborate on your reasoning." "Certainly." With little choice left, Zhener endeavored to satisfy Li Qing. "The Emperor is well aware of my position as a confidant of the Empress Dowager. As long as he wishes to maintain a grip on her movements, he would not condemn me to death. Thus the risks I face are minimal. That is a valid point. Li Qing nodded, yet he still found it somewhat perplexing. Since you are a confidant of the Empress Dowager, she should have no reason not to protect you. Logically, you ought to cling tightly to her support for your survival. I have indeed done so, Zhen'er replied. I even boast about being her loyal servant to compel her to safeguard me, but I have lost faith in her. Quite intriguing, Li Qing mused while stroking his chin. Nodding. Please, continue. Zhen'er resumed. The emperor is overly domineering and powerful. Even the Empress Dowager could not contend with him when a significant incident concerning her own father occurred. Furthermore, the scheming ministers have been suppressed by the emperor, and even the chief of ceremonies, Lord Wang, remains unharmed. All these signs indicate that if the emperor is resolute in his intent to eliminate me, even the Empress Dowager would be unable to protect me. Alas! Li Qing could not help but exclaim. This young girl, though not of age, possesses considerable cunning. This level of scheming reveals that the palace is indeed a den of hidden talents. In terms of guile and intellect, this young maid is hardly inferior to the literati of the officialdom. How old are you? Replying to the esteemed gentleman, the maid said with a blush, I am 16 this year. Zhen'er misinterpreted and thought that Li Qing was attracted to her appearance. Sir, this is the imperial palace, where many eyes abound. Once I leave the palace, I can do as I wish. Li Qing rolled his eyes. You think too much. I am merely curious about your age. Now, for the final question, Li Qing inquired. How can you be so confident that you will not be discovered? Considering the Empress Dowager is the sovereign of the harem and has countless eyes and ears? Because I have you, esteemed sir, Zhen'er flattered. I am merely following the Empress Dowager's command to befriend you. You wish for me to act as a conduit? Li Qing remarked. Your calculations are quite astute. If I were to serve as a conduit, I would have to feign allegiance to the Empress Dowager, thus allowing you to achieve your objectives while also appeasing her. Remarkably, this young maid has a mind brimming with schemes. Zhen'er blushed, awkwardly responding. Nothing escapes your keen perception, esteemed sir. Hee, I am truly impressed. You are remarkably astute. Do not flatter me. I am not swayed by such tactics. Li Qing interrupted her. Zhen'er, fearing to provoke his ire, quickly fell silent, gazing at him with hopeful anticipation. After a moment, Li Qing suddenly smiled. How fascinating indeed. A game of double agents, you say? Very well, let us indulge in this play. Zhen'er did not comprehend what a double agent entailed, yet she understood Li Qing's intent. Instantly, excitement and joy flickered in her eyes. She grasped Li Qing's influence, especially as even the Empress Dowager sought to win him over, a testament to his capabilities. In Zhen'er's eyes, a mist of hope began to swirl. At last, it seemed she would not face death. Overcome with joy, she wept. I am grateful to you, my lord, for your assistance. Should I survive this tribulation? As a mere palace maid, what could I possibly offer in return? Li Qing chuckled dismissively. I merely acted out of amusement. Chapter 121. The difficulty of longevity. Upon exiting the palace, Li Qing was greeted by the braying of his donkey. After the court had dispersed for some time, it remained alone in the stable, forlorn and pitiable. Oh, how could I forget you? Li Qing hastened to lead it out. The donkey stretched its neck and brayed into his ear, venting its grievances. Li Qing recoiled slightly, a bitter smile crossing his face. All right, enough of that. Come, let us go to the market. I shall buy you some delicious treats and 2 large bundles of fine fodder. The donkey's discontent diminished considerably. With the morning sun shining upon him, Li Qing rode his donkey to the market, allowing his faint worries to gradually dissipate. Upon returning home, he prepared lunch. After the meal, he indulged in a brief nap. Later, he strolled through the library in the evening. Days passed quietly, and under Zhu Qian's firm rule, the court became increasingly tranquil. Despite the myriad discontent among the ministers, none dared to confront him directly. Zhu Qian acquiesced to Li Qing's suggestion, abandoning the notion of executing Zhen'er in a fit of rage. He recognized that the young maid was merely a pawn, with the true culprit being his mother. Having dealt with his grandfather, he felt avenged. There was no need to eliminate a minor player who could still serve a significant purpose. Sun Shi made no significant moves, merely forging a connection with Li Qing, hoping to cultivate goodwill for future needs. Her cautious approach stemmed from her initial uncertainty regarding Li Qing, compounded by the overwhelming authority of Zhu Qian, which had effectively intimidated her. Even the ministers were no match for him, and Sun Shi had no choice but to act with restraint. The court's policy of maritime expansion was officially implemented. Initial progress in sericulture in Liaodong was evident, while the weaving bureau at Tianjin port had been completed and was now operational. The Baoyuan bureau was fervently minting copper coins, which would be stored in the national treasury until a sufficient quantity was amassed for exchange. The situation was not merely good, it was exceptionally promising. In early July, the master and disciple completed their scheme of substitution, transforming all the forgeries into authentic pieces. After spending several days in the capital, Zhang proposed his departure. "Qingzi, I must return now," he stated. "I have lingered here long enough and must check on little Zhu." Li Qing saw no reason to detain him and nodded gently. "When will you visit again, master?" Zhang pondered for a moment. "Perhaps after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Bring more forgeries next time. And do bring your junior as well." "That might not be feasible." Zhang shook his head. "There are many enterprises in Jinling. He cannot be spared. Wealth is but a transient matter. It is not worth fretting over." As time flowed on, Li Qing grew increasingly appreciative of the present moments. He was no longer young and felt no need to strive so fiercely. "He is working hard for you." Zhang sighed. "Your journey is still long. There will be many occasions in the future where you will need money. Of course, you may find you do not require it, but having wealth is never a detriment." Li Qing wished to say more, but Zhang silenced him. "Qingzi, each individual possesses their own way of living. At times, the act of giving is a form of happiness. He feels indebted to Daming, while simultaneously sensing that Daming owes you. Thus he wishes to do something for you. It is indeed a commendable trait for a person to harbor beliefs in their heart. Should that conviction wane, their spirit may plummet dramatically, and to indulge them in comfort may not be a benevolent act." Li Qing's eyes glistened with emotion, feeling a warmth in his heart. And he murmured, "I shall see my master off." Zhang departed, taking with him a cart laden with the original manuscript of the Yongle Encyclopedia, heading towards Jinling. The small courtyard grew considerably quieter, the bustle diminished. Li Qing was not one for refinement, managing merely a hasty meal when alone. Within less than a fortnight, the stove had gathered dust. By mid-August, the selection of consorts concluded, yielding no small number of candidates, including the likes of Consort Shun, Consort Shu, Consort Jing, Consort Li, and Consort Shun, totaling more than 10. However, this was merely a minor episode. The act of taking a concubine is entirely distinct from that of marriage. The latter involves formal betrothal and intricate rituals, while the former simply entails bringing someone home. Even as a sovereign, the matter of selecting consorts was not conducted with much fanfare, lacking even a banquet. The courtiers merely offered perfunctory congratulations, then returned to their own affairs, showing little concern. Save for Sun Shi, she was busily engaged, fervently seeking potential candidates. Yet, unbeknownst to her, through Zhener, Li Qing served as a conduit, and Zhu Qizhen was acutely aware of her every move. The closer she grew to one, the more she alienated another. Over time, the concubines began to fear Sun Shi, doing their utmost to avoid her. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Qing reclined in a chair, enjoying the moon in solitude, taking a bite of mooncake, sweet indeed. The radiant moonlight cascaded down, as if cloaking the courtyard in a frost-like sheen. He sipped a bit of wine, softly reciting a poem by Li Bai. "The bright moonlight before my bed seems like frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, then lower it to think of my hometown. Oh, my homeland, so far removed, separated by centuries of time, an insurmountable divide. Longevity is elusive, longevity is elusive. Challenges arise and are overcome, enduring sleepless nights. I wish to dissolve my woes in wine, to drown my sorrows in a single drink. Yet alas, sorrow proves difficult to extinguish." The tide of the westward expedition was unstoppable, and Li Qing found himself devoid of ambition, spending his days languishing at home, eating, drinking, and sleeping, succumbing to a state of despondency. This vexed Zhu Qizhen greatly, prompting him to visit the small courtyard on multiple occasions. "Sir, at your age, how can you be so disheartened? You must pick yourself up." Each visit came with a plethora of words, and though Li Qing listened attentively, he remained unchanged. While he was indeed somewhat dismal, there was a certain comfort in his melancholy. Once he lay back, even the strength to turn over dissipated. Observing that he felt no pressure whatsoever, Zhu Qizhen tempted him. "Sir, do you not desire a wife?" "Absolutely not." Li Qing resolutely declined. "What of having one? To carry on the Li family lineage and continue the ancestral line?" Zhu Qizhen implored. "With a wife and children, You would have a family depending on you for sustenance. I cannot believe you would remain so lethargic. Li Qing remained impervious to persuasion. Is it impossible? Do you not fancy women? This is unfilial. Using provocation, ridicule, and moral coercion, Yu Qian employed more than half of the 36 stratagems, yet Li Qing remained unfazed. In desperation, Yu Qian resorted to his ultimate tactic, exploitation. If you continue like this, I may have to withhold your salary, he warned. Go ahead, it's not like there's much left, Li Qing retorted nonchalantly. Devoid of desire or ambition, Yu Qian found himself at a loss and decided to appeal to emotions. Sir, the Ming dynasty is at a crucial juncture of development, and I need your assistance. Li Qing responded with a smile. Is my intervention truly necessary at this point? Absolutely. Then you must reflect on your own capabilities. Li Qing teased. Now that you wield such power, if you cannot manage the situation, it merely indicates a lack of ability. Yu Qian was taken aback, muttering. As a servant of the state, it is your duty to alleviate the burdens of the emperor, consuming the resources of the Ming dynasty. Should you not be working? Have I not done enough? Li Qing sighed. Your Majesty, grant me a reprieve. I wish to rest. Yu Qian replied. Your prolonged seclusion has left me unable to monitor the Empress Dowager's movements. She cannot pose a threat to you, nor will she act against you as long as you remain in power. Her only son is you. Harming you would be akin to harming herself. Do you refuse to listen? Yu Qian's temper flared. I ask you, will you attend court or not? I wish to take a break, Li Qing replied wearily. Yu Qian fell silent for a long while before reluctantly conceding. Very well, I understand your predicament. The situation is stable now. You may rest. But you must not leave the capital. No problem, Li Qing agreed without pushing further. He had no intention of departing, aware that beneath the calm surface, tumult brewed beneath. The contradictions were significant, merely awaiting eruption. Yu Qian, however, was unwilling to compromise, leaving Li Qing to respond to each challenge as it arose. Yu Qian displayed a sense of humanity, recognizing Li Qing's lethargy, occasionally sending eunuchs with imperial delicacies. Though of little monetary value, the gesture was heartfelt. Sometimes, Sun would send Zhen to offer small favors, all of which Li Qing accepted without hesitation. After all, he was devoid of moral constraints and would not be bound by them. Those who had dealings with him understood that he was pragmatic, never one to shy away from taking advantage. As the tranquil passage of time continued, autumn faded into winter. Zhang had reneged on his promise, sending only a letter stating that it was too cold in Beiping and he would return in the spring. Li Qing found it absurd, after over a century of mastery. You fear the cold? Fortunately, he still had his donkey. Li Qing often rode it to the market, not for any particular reason, but to savor the lively essence of the world around him. Chapter 122. The misfortunes of Shun Xian. Time passed swiftly, and the year-end approached once more. Although Li Qing was lethargic, he remained vigilant regarding the movements of the officials, yet there was no sign of unrest. With no upheaval and no duplicity. Under Wang Ji's stern scrutiny, no one dared to cause trouble. Everyone behaved, at least for the moment. Notably, following recent events, Wang Ji became increasingly arrogant, his demeanor more aggressive and ruthless. Clearly, he believed that as long as he was ruthless enough, no one would dare oppose him. Wang Ji's attitude was largely attributed to Li Qing's influence. The incident of Li Qing's counterattack is truly legendary, and he believes he can replicate it. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, in high spirits, Yu Qian decided to take an early vacation. Observing that Wang Ji was keeping a close watch, Li Qing figured he could not stir up trouble for the moment, so he ventured into the palace to propose a business trip to Jinling. Yu Qian cast a sidelong glance at him and teased, Is that truly a business trip? I would not even bother to expose your intentions. You simply wish to return to Jinling for the new year. Not entirely, Li Qing shook his head. Jiangnan is the linchpin of maritime trade. With the new policy of exploration to the west already in motion, we must embark on voyages after the new year. It is imperative to be well informed about the situation there. Pausing, he inquired, What strategy does your Majesty have regarding Western trade? Yu Qian, no longer fixated on the matter, pondered for a moment before responding. The current commodities are insufficient to support expeditions to the west. I plan to seize and purchase some goods that they cannot sell, to utilize for maritime trade. You truly are ruthless. Are they unable to sell their goods, or is it you who prevents them from doing so? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Your Majesty, Have you considered the potential repercussions of such actions? The worst that could happen is some minor disturbances, Zhu Qizhen replied fearlessly. Rest assured, I will make preparations in advance. If any region causes trouble, I will simply prohibit maritime trade there, and if they do not comply, they shall forfeit their share. You are indeed formidable. Li Qing jested. I am the son of heaven. Naturally, I exude authority, Zhu Qizhen declared with confidence. Li Qing, exuding a sense of resignation, remarked, confidence is commendable, but excessive bravado can be perilous. Do not underestimate them. I am aware, Zhu Qizhen affirmed. Do not worry. I am no longer the same emperor as before. I would prefer if you were still like your former self. Now you have grown wings and begun to soar. Li Qing replied with a bow. I shall take my leave for Jinling. Postpone your journey until after the new year, Zhu Qizhen insisted, patting his chest. This year, I will bestow upon you an enormous red envelope, one of grand proportions. Li Qing graciously declined. It was not that he was averse to wealth, but he would not be so straightforward with any other emperor. Moreover, Zhu Qizhen's notion of a grand red envelope was rather underwhelming, not worth his time. Upon returning home, Li Qing bid farewell to his brother Donkey, entrusted him to Yu Qian for safekeeping, and then set off for Jinling. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, he returned to his home in Jinling, yet it was not as joyous as he had envisioned. Familiar faces were dwindling, and this year, Li Jinglong was absent. Without his incessant chatter, life lacked much vibrancy. Li Qing first visited Qixia Mountain, then paid respects to Li Jinglong and Lan Yu, before finally returning home to celebrate the remaining days of the new year. Before the Lantern Festival, it was still considered the festive season. After his return, the atmosphere at the residence grew more festive, and under the pressure of the old man, he found himself busily preparing delicious meals each day. His godson from across the way came over daily, somewhat filling the void left by Li Jinglong. The child's exuberance diluted the sorrow of loss. Though New Year's Eve had passed, Li Qing still gifted him a generous red envelope, which filled the little one with immense joy as he proudly displayed his bulging pouch. His pure childlike spirit endearing to all. Despite the long absence, the child had not grown estranged from him. Within days, they were inseparable, even sharing bedtime. Perhaps this is what one might call charisma, Li Qing mused with a hint of pride. In Jinling, he felt a sense of belonging, completely relaxed, as if he had shed a heavy burden. At present, it is the 12th year of the Zhengtong era, and Zhu Yunwen has reached the age of 70. The once timid child, frightened by Zhu Di at Zhu Yuanzhang's birthday banquet, is now an old man with a head full of white hair, a stooped physique, and a frail frame. His twilight years stand in stark contrast to the youthful vigor of the young Li Hong, which deeply affects Li Qing. Master, are you in good health? Li Qing inquired with concern. Quite well, Zhu Yunwen replied with a smile. With my master present, how could I be unwell? That is good to hear, Li Qing returned the smile. The world is vibrant and colorful. One must savor it fully. My master also needs companionship. Zhu Yunwen nodded, then, with a hint of surprise, remarked, there is no need for you to worry about this, senior brother. I should be the one saying that. With you here, I feel at ease. I will leave my master in your care. Ah, you too must find this old man bothersome, do you? Interjected the elderly man practicing martial arts nearby, halting his movements with a huff. I might as well depart from this world tomorrow. Not at all, master. That is not what we meant. The brothers hastily apologized, one massaging his shoulders while the other attended to his legs, demonstrating their filial piety. Zhang Laoda, considering Zhu Yunwen's advanced age, proceeded to give Li Qing a thorough beating. Afterward, he remained in a huff, looking as though he could not be placated without a sumptuous feast. Li Qing seriously suspected that the old man merely craved good food and was intentionally seeking trouble. If you wish for something to eat, just say so. There is no need to beat me first. On the Lantern Festival, the sesame-filled tangyuan prepared by Li Qing was immensely popular, with young Li Hong finishing an entire small bowl. This time, Li Qing did not return home for a family visit. Besides seeking relaxation, he was also intent on assessing the impact of the court's renewed maritime endeavors, which had captured 70% of the trade in the Jiangnan region. He first approached the weaving bureau to consult with Xiao Liuzi, but unfortunately, Xiao Liuzi was utterly ignorant of commercial matters. His thoughts were consumed either by enhancing his political achievements or by petty financial schemes. Despite his restraint from greed for large sums, he still profited handsomely and had already acquired properties in Jinling. After a lengthy conversation that yielded no valuable insights, Li Qing reluctantly sought out Shun Xian. At the Shun residence, Shun Xian lamented, "At last, you have come, my lord. These days have been unbearable for me. Could you persuade the emperor to show mercy and grant us commoners a way forward?" "What do you mean by that?" Li Qing asked knowingly, aware that Shun was facing dire straits. "It is beyond ordinary hardship." Shun Xian sighed. "I hardly know how to express it. I have cast my net wide, eliminated my competitors, yet I have caught no fish." Shun Xian spoke the truth. He was currently trapped, and not just in a minor way. His earlier reckless spending was aimed at seizing market share to dominate maritime trade. Now, however, the emperor had intervened, reclaiming 70% of the maritime trade, rendering his previous investments a mere waste. "My lord, you promised that the court would support me," Shun Xian lamented, his face drawn. "Could you devise a solution? I would even kneel before you." Shun Xian was in a dire predicament. He was truly struggling. If this situation continued, he would face bankruptcy within a few years. Li Qing did not wish for that outcome, for the budding capital had finally shown promise, and he was reluctant to see it squandered. The path to semi-industrial development in the Ming dynasty saw Shun Xian playing a pivotal role. "What are your demands?" Li Qing inquired. "Could we perhaps arrange for a division of 7 for the common folk and 3 for the court?" Shun Xian suggested tentatively. Noticing the darkening expression on Li Qing's face, he quickly amended, "What about a 50-50 split?" Li Qing frowned and remained silent. Shun Xian, genuinely anxious, implored, "My lord, if this continues, even if I manage to hold on, I will never be able to repay the wealthy gentry, and they will surely tear me apart. Do not be so agitated." Li Qing reassured him. "I am well aware of your predicament. Rest assured, I will not stand idly by while you struggle." "Ah, very well," Shun Xian replied, his emotions slightly calming. "Did His Majesty send you to aid the commoners?" "You overestimate the situation. The young emperor hardly cares about your life or death." Li Qing replied noncommittally. "How much cargo do you currently possess?" "There is plenty of cargo, but the court has tightly controlled the seaports, imposing severe restrictions, making it nearly impossible to sell." Shun Xian lamented. "If it cannot be sold, why not sell it to the court?" Li Qing suggested. "To be frank, the court is in dire need of supplies." Shun Xian was taken aback. "Do you not feel any pangs of conscience for saying this? Isn't this akin to robbery?" Given the emperor's disposition, he would surely purchase it at prices from years past, leaving me with insufficient capital. He hesitated to voice his true thoughts, instead awkwardly stating, "My lord, are you jesting? What I meant to say is, could we possibly lift the restrictions?" "I am not jesting," Li Qing replied earnestly. "Selling this cargo to the court is your only viable option." Shun Xian's face paled, and his heart sank. He realized he was being exploited. Am I truly the fool in this play? Chapter 123. The advantages of contractors. Shun Xian's expression was one of despair as he bitterly remarked, from the very beginning, "This has been a trap, hasn't it?" "What do you mean by that?" Li Qing asked, surprised. Shun Xian scoffed, "My lord, while you are exceptionally astute, do not presume others are fools. Faced with imminent peril, I have lost all inhibitions. It is clear as day that I am to struggle at the forefront while the court reaps the rewards from behind. I see it. Now that the entire supply chain is interconnected and operating smoothly, the court merely needs to take over completely to commence operations, entirely circumventing the gentry. What a clever scheme." He laughed bitterly, concluding, "In the end, I am but a pawn, and once I have served my purpose, I can be discarded at any moment." Li Qing paused, then jested, "If the emperor were to hear your words, he would undoubtedly act upon them." Shun Xian retorted, "Isn't that precisely what the emperor intends to do?" "Not at all," Li Qing replied with seriousness. "The court is also developing its own supply channels. To be candid, the court has been actively promoting the policy of sericulture in Liaodong to achieve self-sufficiency." After a moment's pause, he added, "However, the emperor indeed harbors intentions of acquiring goods at low prices for overseas trade." The flicker of hope that had ignited within Shun Xian was extinguished once more, and he exclaimed, "My lord, doesn't your statement amount to saying nothing at all?" "I will assist you," Li Qing stated. "You will help me?" Shun Xian scoffed. "Do you believe you can influence the emperor?" "I am confident, very confident indeed," Li Qing assured him. "Do not rush. My aim in supporting you is not to exploit you." Shun Xian resembled a drowning man who had seized the last straw. Although he understood the faintness of hope, he could only place his expectations upon it. His tone softened as he reverted to his initial respect. "Please, esteemed one, enlighten me." Calculate the potential profit in a 50-50 scenario. Li Qing replied, I shall use this as a standard to persuade the emperor to purchase your goods at a price exceeding the market rate. Of course, I offer you this opportunity. Yet you must prove your worth. If you demand excessively or engage in half-hearted negotiations, I shall be unable to assist you. Li Qing continued, calculate swiftly. And I shall write to the emperor to elucidate the pros and cons. He is likely to acquiesce. Moreover, he paused. Losing something trivial may lead to a greater gain. For you, this is not necessarily a misfortune. How can this not be a misfortune? Shen Xian countered. Consider this, if you cannot survive. How can the wealthy gentry of Suzhou and Hangzhou endure? Shen Xian was momentarily taken aback. Then his heart swelled with joy. If viewed from this perspective, it might indeed be a fortuitous turn for him. He realized that a price war would be unnecessary. He could effortlessly ascend to a dominant position. At this moment, the question of profit became secondary. Survival was paramount, and merely enduring was tantamount to victory. However, Shen Xian hesitated. Even if what you say is true, should I acquire those enterprises, the court takes 70% and relying on merely 30% of the profit. It would be exceedingly difficult for me to sustain such large enterprises, unless the court lifts the quota on me. That is impossible. Li Qing shook his head. There are many with greater influence and connections than you. Why should you be treated as exceptional? Shen Xian lamented. In that case, I see no point in acquiring those enterprises. They are too extensive, and the current profits cannot cover the expenses. It would merely be self-inflicted suffering. Alternatively, Li Qing chuckled. We could perpetuate this model. What do you mean? Shen Xian inquired. Quite simple, Li Qing elucidated. You will continue to export goods limited to 30%. The surplus will be procured by the court, which will offer you a fair price, ensuring you make a profit. Moreover, Li Qing added, consider the potential profits from the 30% share in Nanjing, Suzhou, Hangzhou, and indeed the entire Jiangsu and Zhejiang region. What immense profit lies therein? Shen Xian was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with possibilities, and soon elated. The cumulative conditions indeed promised profit and substantial gains at that. Although it paled in comparison to previous circumstances, any semblance of profit was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. His expectations were sufficiently low, rendering him easily satisfied. And the potential profit was not insignificant. Esteemed one, will the emperor truly heed your counsel? Quite likely, Li Qing replied with a smile. As I mentioned from the outset, I do not approach this with the intent to exploit you. Shen Xian rose, lifting his robe in a grand gesture of gratitude, bowing deeply, the grace of your lordship. I shall forever remember, etched in my heart. Ah, please rise, Mr. Shen. Li Qing assisted him to his feet. Simply calculate a price. And there is no need for anxiety. Sighing, Shen Xian felt as if he had ascended from hell to paradise, enveloped by overwhelming happiness, and was moved profoundly. Esteemed one, I have no further words. Shall we share a simple meal at noon at your residence? Li Qing understood that Shen Xian intended to offer him a bribe. Yet such monetary gains held no appeal for him. Enough, time waits for no one. Please calculate the exact figures quickly so I can make arrangements, Li Qing urged. Remember, do not engage in any deceit, otherwise, no one can save you. Shen Xian nodded earnestly. Rest assured, my lord. I would not sacrifice a watermelon for the sake of a sesame seed. Very well, let us expedite this matter, Li Qing said, patting his shoulder before turning to leave. Suddenly, Shen Xian called out, my lord. Yes, you are the most virtuous and principled official I have ever encountered, Shen Xian expressed sincerely. Li Qing felt a warmth spread across his face, thinking to himself, perhaps you are the only one who thinks so. My reputation in the bureaucratic world is hardly worth mentioning. 3 days later, Shen Xian presented a selling price. After a careful assessment, Li Qing found it to be largely accurate. However, midway through drafting a letter, he abandoned the idea, realizing that such a significant matter could not be resolved solely through correspondence. He decided to make the journey in person. Godfather, you're leaving again after just a few days? The little child expressed reluctance. Li Qing smiled. Fear not, dear one, your godfather shall return within a month, bearing gifts. Really? Let us make a promise. Li Qing extended his hand, sealing the pact with the child before addressing Yu Qian. There are matters that require my personal intervention. I shall return in a month. Official duties are paramount, Yu Qian remarked, a hint of concern in his voice. Brother, you have truly endured much over the years. Li Qing scratched his head. In truth, it has not been as arduous as you imagine. I have fared quite well in the capital. Zhang Lada, reclining nearby, interjected, your brother is never one to suffer. So there is no need for concern. He will surely find enjoyment. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Master, I shall take my leave. Go on, go on. When Li Qing was idle, he was indeed leisurely. Yet once he became busy, he was fervently active. The intensity of his travels was something most could hardly endure. 10 days later, in the capital, Li Qing briefly summarized the situation and presented a list. Zhu Qian merely glanced at it before shaking his head. Do you take me for a wealthy magnate? Only you could propose such a thing. If it were anyone else, I would suspect they were in collusion with Shin Xian. Zhu Qian muttered, this plan is utterly unfeasible. I still have loans to repay. How can I frivolously spend? My lord, shall we have a calm discussion? Li Qing suggested. Did I travel all this way merely for a wealthy merchant? Zhu Qian took a moment to compose himself, nodding reluctantly. Bring tea for our guest. Please, sit. Li Qing smiled. As the two sat down, the atmosphere became considerably more relaxed. Li Qing lifted his teacup to moisten his throat and remarked, Your Majesty, the chain of trade and commerce has already formed among the populace. Shin Xian is but a single entity. However, should he be brought down, how many livelihoods would be lost? They could serve the court instead. Indeed, but this will inevitably breed corruption, Zhu Qian replied. Abuse of power by officials is far more detrimental than exploitation by wealthy merchants, Li Qing countered. Regardless of their intentions, the common folk can report a merchant's wrongdoings. But what recourse do they have against corrupt officials? Zhu Qian furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Li Qing continued, in fact, the common people generally prefer to avoid interactions with the government. Their respect for the court outweighs their trust. The court cannot sustain such a vast market. And with a flood of officials entering the fray, the consequences should be evident to your Majesty. After a brief pause, he continued, this approach may seem to disadvantage the court, yet in truth, it does not. Firstly, it safeguards the interests of the common people. Secondly, it preserves the prosperity of industry. Moreover, Li Qing asserted with conviction, I can assure you that the products from Shin Xian's workshop are undoubtedly superior in quality to those produced by the court. And by no small margin. Why is this so? Because he would not dare to deceive the court, whereas officials might dare to deceive the emperor. Li Qing earnestly stated that contracting to wealthy merchants is far more beneficial than producing in-house, a fact that is beyond dispute. Chapter 124. Zhu Qian pondered over Li Qing's words, remaining silent for an extended period. Li Qing chose not to elaborate further. He had conveyed his thoughts fully, and the specifics of implementation rested solely with Zhu Qian. Ultimately, the decision lay in the hands of Zhu Qian. The hall fell into a contemplative silence. The two sovereigns remained absorbed in thought. After what felt like an eternity, Zhu Qian sighed softly and remarked, from the perspective of the great Ming dynasty's stability, I shall eventually deal with Shin Xian. Your so-called capitalist system and comprehensive industrialization are unlikely to materialize, as I shall not permit it to flourish. Zhu Qian spoke with firm conviction. You may perceive me as selfish, yet any rational emperor would not allow such a situation to develop. Li Qing remained silent for a moment before inquiring. Your Majesty is still apprehensive about capital undermining royal authority. Is that correct? It is not fear, it is an inevitability. Zhu Qian replied earnestly. Human nature is greedy, and people are perpetually discontent. Take the current officials and gentry, for instance. Which of them is content with the status quo? If left unchecked, the court would eventually succumb to chaos. Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. What does your Majesty intend to do? He asked. This time, I will heed your counsel, Zhu Qian responded. As you have articulated, contracting to individuals is more advantageous than detrimental. I shall not engage in actions that would harm my subjects. Rest assured, even if I ultimately confront Shin Xian, it will be under conditions that do not impact the populace or the industries of the Ming. Upon hearing Zhu Qian's assurances, Li Qing felt a wave of relief, accompanied by a tinge of remorse. It was evident that Shin Xian's fate was already sealed. His ultimate destiny was to be harvested. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing sighed. I have an ungracious request. Please, speak freely, Zhu Qian replied, taking a sip of tea and nodding slightly. When that day arrives, spare his life. Li Qing implored, for the actions he has undertaken benefit your Majesty and the Ming dynasty. Zhu Qian nodded in agreement. This I can promise you. As long as it does not pertain to treason or other unforgivable crimes, I shall not execute him. Li Qing exhaled in relief and asked, "How much does your majesty intend to allocate?" "Allocate funds?" Zhu Qizhen replied, perplexed. "What funds are you referring to?" "Naturally, the money to procure goods." Li Qing clarified. "Did not Shen Xian settle his accounts last year? Millions of taels have already entered the imperial treasury." "Indeed, that is the case," Zhu Qizhen acknowledged. "But those funds are reserved for emergencies and cannot be touched." Li Qing was taken aback. "Are you suggesting we simply seize it? How can you say such a thing? Do you think I am so lacking in integrity?" Zhu Qizhen retorted with a glare. "If Shen Xian can owe the court money, can the court not owe him as well? As the saying goes, it is only proper to reciprocate a visit. My actions are quite reasonable, so it shall be on credit." Zhu Qizhen stood tall, exuding an air of pride. Li Qing, at a loss for words, realized the arduous nature of extracting funds once they had found their way into Zhu Qizhen's grasp. It was akin to drawing teeth from a dragon. This man was akin to a pai xiao, taking in but never relinquishing. "Your Majesty, Shen Xian is currently experiencing financial strain. Without a portion of cash, relying solely on credit will prove exceedingly challenging for him." Li Qing lamented on Shen Xian's behalf. Zhu Qizhen pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. I am not devoid of compassion. A portion of the debt may be offset against his maritime trade taxes, which should alleviate some of his financial burdens." "So, no actual funds will be dispersed?" Li Qing inquired. "You must understand my position," Zhu Qizhen asserted. "It is not that I am miserly. Rather, I must guard against unforeseen contingencies. I have already extracted considerable resources from the officials and wealthy families, and they will not remain passive indefinitely. I must retain some reserve." "Your Majesty, this is not merely a severe extraction. It has left nothing but bones," Li Qing retorted helplessly. "At the very least, in the past 2 years, I know the inner treasury has received over 5 million taels. The inner treasury surpasses the national coffers in wealth, and it is not a trifling amount." Li Qing continued with a hint of irritation, "Your Majesty, do not feign poverty. This is common knowledge." "Oh,